Chapter 001 Rebirth of the Six-Eared Macaque. With a sudden cry of pain, Zhou Cheng opened his eyes. Instinctively, his right hand pressed against his aching chest, and he gazed with astonishment at his surroundings. Where am I? His eyes fell upon an unremarkable, chaotic cave. Staring at the dilapidated space, approximately 3 meters high, 10 meters long, Zhou Cheng momentarily forgot his pain, lost in thought. What is happening? Have I been kidnapped? But I am merely a third-generation burden, unable to afford a mortgage or car payments, and I still owe my friends money. What could possibly be going on? He recalled that he had been on his way home from work when he suddenly lost consciousness, only to awaken here. Zhou Cheng attempted to delve deeper into the mystery, seeking clarity. Before he could make sense of it all, a sharp pain shot through his head, as if something were forcefully cramming itself into his mind. In unbearable agony, he rolled around in the cramped cave, clutching his head. Just when he felt his spirit teetering on the brink of collapse, a stream of mysterious yellow light surged through his soul, enveloping him and stabilizing the overwhelming impact. After half an hour, the throbbing in his head gradually subsided, and understanding dawned upon him. The recent pain had been triggered by a deluge of memories flooding into his mind. He had crossed over, landing in the primordial chaos, and had become a tragic figure of that realm, the Six-Eared Macaque. The Six-Eared Macaque held significant renown. Within the realm existed 5 celestial beings, embodying the essence of gods, humans, and spirits. There were also 5 creatures, representing scales, feathers, and insects. This being was neither celestial nor earthly, neither divine nor human, nor ghostly, and certainly not a creature of scales, feathers, or insect-like. Additionally, there were 4 monkeys that roamed the world, defying classification. The first was the spirit-sensitive stone monkey, adept in transformation, aware of celestial signs, and capable of moving stars and changing constellations. The second was the Six-Eared Macaque, skilled in auditory perception, understanding principles, and possessing omniscience regarding all things. The third was the long-armed ape, able to manipulate celestial bodies, discern fortune and disaster, and control the cosmos. The fourth was the red-buttocked horse monkey, knowledgeable of yin and yang, human affairs, and skilled in entering and exiting realms, adept at evading death and prolonging life. The Six-Eared Macaque was indeed one of the 4 spiritual monkeys. Though it had emerged before the teachings of Hongjun, its journey toward enlightenment had been tragically thwarted. Lacking a legitimate path for cultivation, it attempted to eavesdrop on Hongjun's teachings, incurring the latter's displeasure. With Hongjun's decree, the law does not pass to the 6 ears. The macaque was denied access to valuable techniques. Its powers diminished significantly. After a life of stagnation, it finally overheard the teachings imparted by Bodhi to Sun Wukong. This unfortunate encounter sowed the seeds of fate, culminating in its demise at the hands of Wukong during the journey to the West, an utterly dismal fate. Reflecting on this, Zhou Cheng gazed at his hairy hands, lamenting, "Though I'm an orphan with no ties, burdened by debt, I still found joy in my life. How could I end up in the primordial realm, a place where death lurks at every turn? If I must be transported, could I at least be granted an extraordinary system? How could I have forgotten about that?" With this thought, he cautiously called out, "System, are you there?" After a prolonged silence, there was no response. "Damn it," Zhou Cheng cursed. "Isn't it said that one acquires a system upon crossing over? How could there be none? How could the most basic laws of transmigration be disregarded? Without a system, at the very least, I should have received a chaos pearl or a time-space pearl. Why is there nothing at all? What kind of transmigration is this?" After venting his frustration, he resigned himself to despair. Yet after a considerable time, the pain from his injuries jolted him back to reality. He realized that the wounds he bore were a result of being assaulted by others, awakening him to the harsh truth that the primordial realm was a perilous place where one could easily meet their end. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Cheng resolved not to bring disgrace upon the transmigrators. He vowed to survive and escape this tragic fate, determined to live freely. Though he was a half-disabled traveler, he possessed an understanding of the primordial realm's developmental trajectory, which would allow him to navigate the chaos. From this moment on, he would strategize for the journey to the West. Even if he could not eavesdrop on Hongjun's teachings without reaching the level of a Luohou golden immortal, he still had ample opportunity for growth. He pondered whether he could enhance his cultivation enough to attend Hongjun's lectures. If not, finding a powerful master would be the next best option. Ideally, he would seek one of the future six saints as his mentor who wouldn't desire a formidable teacher for robust support. He quickly dismissed Laozi. His criteria for accepting disciples were rather peculiar and unpredictable. The tale of a Xuandu, great master, moving Laozi's heart was enigmatic, leaving Zhou Cheng with no confidence in his own prospects. As for Yuan Shi, he was also not a viable option. Though Zhou Cheng admired Yuan Shi's protective nature, the latter had an aversion to creatures that bore scales or armor. It was well known that, as a monkey covered in fur, Zhou Cheng would never be considered for discipleship, and even if he were, he would likely receive little attention. The disciples of the Western saints were equally out of reach. Those two were notorious for their willingness to sacrifice anything for the revival of the West. Zhou Cheng's mysterious origins and potential value made him wary. He could not be certain they wouldn't exploit him. As for Nuwa, she was incapable of protecting even her own brother, much less the demon race, often bullied by other saints. With so few capable disciples, he dismissed her as an option. That left him with a singular choice, one that seemed the most accessible. It was none other than the Saint of Heaven, Tongtian. Tongtian's criteria for discipleship were notably flexible. His teachings were about seizing opportunities for all beings. Anyone present during his lectures could be considered his student, and those with deep connections might even become his direct disciples. Zhou Cheng's current background was impressive as a top-tier, innate demon god of the primordial realm. Should he successfully apprentice under Tongtian and join the Jie sect, he would need to strategize carefully for the impending Fengshen calamity and the journey to the west, understanding the constraints within his heart. As long as Jie sect did not face total annihilation during the Fengshen event, Zhou Cheng believed he could prevail. The Fengshen event would see Jie sect pitted against the other three sects, and Tongtian facing off against the four saints. The chances of victory were slim. As long as he could protect the key figures of Jie sect, he felt no need to concern himself with anything beyond that. At present, all was uncertain, as they were still in the early days of the primordial realm, with the six saints yet to emerge. Perhaps Zhou Cheng would be fortunate enough to encounter rare opportunities, acquiring supreme techniques or innate treasures, instantly ascending to a status admired by the six saints. After all, the Six-Eared Macaque shared a lineage with his childhood idol, Sun Wukong, boasting an impressive heritage and potential. Provided he acquired the right techniques, he could very well become one of the foremost figures in the primordial realm. At that point, Zhou Cheng would not merely be someone Wukong could easily subdue. The true threat lay in the schemes of those two unscrupulous Western saints. There was ample time ahead. He was not in a rush. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Cheng revitalized his spirits, first examining what the 6 ears had left for him and why he had been besieged. This revelation left him exhilarated. I knew it. A journey through dimensions should indeed embody the essence of such traversals. The Bureau of Transmigration has not disappointed me. Chapter 2. Gaining the Legacy. Impatiently, Zhou Cheng began to assess his newfound gains. Firstly, he came to understand the origin of his injuries. It was already the latter part of the Dragon Han's initial calamity, and Zhou Cheng had only emerged a few centuries ago, fortuitously aligning himself with the monkey tribe upon his arrival. Thanks to the foundational techniques of the monkey tribe, he had ascended to the late stage of the golden immortal realm within this brief span, truly embodying the legacy of the chaos demon ape. The hierarchy of the primordial world is categorized as follows: Earth immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, profound immortal. Golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Luohou golden immortal, Quasi-Saint Hunyuan golden immortal, and Saint Hunyuan, the Luohou golden immortal. Others, relying solely on foundational techniques, could only reach the profound immortal stage. Yet 6 ears astonishingly cultivated to the golden immortal level of feat that was nothing short of terrifying. He soon found himself the target of suspicion from the monkey tribe's leader, Monkey Ba, who dispatched him to the Buzhou mountain for a reconnaissance mission. This task was perplexing to 6 ears, but as it was a command from the leader, he had no choice but to comply. The leader had mentioned a primordial spiritual treasure embryo located there, which was to be his reward. Upon hearing of the primordial spiritual treasure embryo, Greed stirred within him, and without further contemplation, he ventured forth, ultimately encountering three Tai golden immortals of the Dragon Clan. At present, the Monkey tribe was subordinate to the Qilin clan, naturally at odds with the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Consequently, Six Ears found himself besieged. In the end, leveraging his innate combat instincts and supernatural abilities, he managed to injure the three Tai golden immortals at the cost of his own severe injuries and escaped. Now, he realized that he had likely been set up by Monkey Ba. During the confrontation with the three Dragon Clan members, their ferocity had left Six Ears bewildered, intent on ending his life without uttering a warden unmistakably abnormal behavior. Zhou Cheng now comprehended that this chain of events was likely the precursor to his impending tragedy. Secondly, Zhou Cheng had acquired a portion of the Chaos Demon Ape's legacy. This was what thrilled him most, for it constituted the foundation upon which he would establish himself in the Primordial realm. This legacy, in truth, encompassed a part of the Chaos Demon Ape's technique, the Path of War, along with its memories. Why refer to it as a partial technique? Because this technique could only be cultivated to the Hongjun and Luohou golden immortal level. Although it was merely a fragment, it sufficed for Zhou Cheng's current needs. Within the memories lay insights into the principles of warfare, which exhilarated Zhou Cheng. The principles of war were undoubtedly among the foremost of the 3,000 laws, and his ability to escape was due to his rudimentary understanding of these principles. Why had Six Ears not possessed this legacy before? It seemed that the four spiritual monkeys had also been devoid of it otherwise. They would not have suffered such dire fates. To speak of Six Ears the Macaque, it was precisely due to his lack of legacy that he joined the monkey tribe, fell victim to deception, and ultimately faced his tragic demise at the hands of the spiritual Clarity Stone monkey. The Red Butt monkey, in fear of death, stirred up chaos only to be sealed by Yu the arm-extending monkey, having gazed upon Yang Jin's techniques, faced karmic retribution and perished, meeting his end on the God-sealing list. And the spiritual Clarity Stone monkey's divine sight was rendered useless by Taishang Laojun, forever barred from reaching the quasi-saint level, relegated to the role of a Buddhist enforcer. Thus, the four great spiritual monkeys all met unfortunate ends. But why did they all possess the legacy of the Chaos Demon Ape, yet still wander in search of techniques? Zhou Cheng, having received the legacy, understood the peculiarities involved. Strangely enough, to accept the legacy, one needed to possess a primordial spiritual body upon emergence, wherein quiet contemplation would trigger the legacy's awakening. Once they consumed postnatal sustenance, the legacy would recede into obscurity. Yet the four great spiritual monkeys were inherently restless upon their emergence. They wandered, sampled fruits, and indulged in various delicacies, thus forfeiting their legacies. To reignite the legacy would require specific fortuitous circumstances, much like Zhou Cheng's current opportunity. This predicament could be attributed to the Chaos Demon Ape as the progenitor of the monkey tribe. He ought to have understood their nature. After all, which monkey was not mischievous or unruly? This condition for the legacy was indeed too demanding for the four divine monkeys. The final surprise was even more astonishing. What had transported Zhou Cheng through dimensions was neither a system, a chaos pearl, nor a time-space pearl, but a small piece of the creation jade plate, which contained a fragment of temporal law. It was this very temporal law that enabled the traversal of time and space, bringing him to this cannibalistic primordial realm. The creation jade plate contained not only a fragment of temporal law, but also a strand of primordial purple energy, along with the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends. Though Zhou Cheng could not yet covet the primordial purple energy and temporal law, the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends were precisely what he yearned for. From the memories of 6 Ears, Zhou Cheng learned that divine abilities were rare in the current primordial realm, typically originating from significant bloodlines. Even the Grand Qilin clan possessed only a handful of divine abilities. Presently, practitioners in the primordial realm held a deep yearning and desire for divine abilities. Unlike the era following Hongjun's teachings, when divine abilities were disseminated and became the primary means of conflict for practitioners, that was a time when practitioners in the primordial realm were truly fortunate. In the current primordial realm, those below the Luohou golden immortal primarily resorted to magical techniques in combat, rarely employing divine abilities. Above the Luohou Golden Immortal, combat typically involved the use of laws, with divine abilities being infrequently utilized. However, this does not imply that divine abilities lack significance. Rather, it underscores their paramount importance. Utilizing divine abilities in combat holds far greater potency than mere magical techniques. They are fervently sought after by lower-tier practitioners, as cultivating divine abilities equates to nurturing seeds of law, significantly enhancing the likelihood of advancing to the Luohou Golden Immortal level. These 108 divine abilities are, in essence, seeds of myriad laws. Mastering any one divine ability to perfection or even just grasping it sufficiently can lead to profound insights into the laws it embodies. A single divine ability does not correspond to a singular law. Instead, one divine ability can relate to multiple laws. From the divine ability reversing rivers and turning seas, one can comprehend the laws of water, as well as peripheral laws, reversal laws, or even the illusory laws of creation from nothingness. From shaking mountains and quaking earth, one could grasp the laws of earth, speed laws, and potentially others. It all depends on personal insight and opportunity. Laws are ethereal, yet they are essential for ascending to the Luohou Golden Immortal level. Six-Eared's escape from three Tai Golden Immortals was made possible by his rudimentary understanding of the principles of war, illustrating the power of these laws. Thus, it is clear why practitioners in the primordial realm are so fervently passionate about divine abilities. Possessing divine abilities and cultivating them deeply allows one to refine laws, which is of utmost importance to every practitioner. Not only do lower-tier practitioners yearn for divine abilities, but those above the Luohou Golden Immortal level also covet them greatly. Although combat among those above this level generally revolves around the clash of laws, possessing divine abilities can conserve vast amounts of magical energy, making combat significantly easier. Moreover, practitioners above the Luohou Golden Immortal level do not disdain having fewer laws. Each divine ability encompasses several seeds of law, and with good fortune, one might comprehend multiple laws. In battles, practitioners above the Luohou Golden Immortal level typically engage in law-based confrontations. Possessing an additional law translates to an additional form of combat strength, making it possible for lower-level cultivators to triumph over those with higher cultivation levels. Chapter 3. Tai Golden Immortal. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Zhou Cheng's paramount objective now was to elevate his cultivation and extricate himself from his tragic fate. Previously, Zhou Cheng's soul struggled to fully assimilate Six-Eared's memories, nearly leading to his soul's collapse. Ultimately, it was this small piece of the creation jade plate that rescued him. Additionally, the creation jade plate possessed the ability to obscure celestial secrets, allowing Zhou Cheng's arrival to remain undetected. He was fortunate that the heavenly Tao had yet to fully evolve. However, to prevent any future complications, Zhou Cheng declared to the Great Tao, with the Great Tao above, Zhou Cheng is both Six-Eared and Six-Eared is Zhou Cheng. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Zhou Cheng. Suddenly, Zhou Cheng felt a slight tremor throughout his body, a sensation of unimpeded flow coursing through him, entirely liberated in his physical capabilities. He understood that this was the result of his complete integration with the Six-Eared Macaque. Now, he no longer feared having his identity unveiled. Armed with these techniques and divine powers, mastering them would render the carefree, immortal, insignificant Sun Wukong would become a mere child in comparison. In that moment, Zhou Cheng would dare to confront heaven and earth, challenging even Hongjun himself. The crucial element was the primordial purple qi, the very foundation of sanctification. Zhou Cheng, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain himself. He was certain that this purple qi was distinct from that which future saints would acquire. For this particular essence possessed the potential to elevate one to the status of a great Tao saint, whereas future saints would merely be heavenly Tao saints. The realms of the primordial include Primordial Golden Immortal Quasi-Saint, Primordial Great Luohou Golden Immortal Saint, Primordial Wujin Golden Immortal, Primordial Taiji Golden Immortal, Heavenly Tao, and Great Tao. If Zhou Cheng had once aspired to become a saint, he now regarded the title of Heavenly Tao Saint with disdain. With the primordial purple chi and the laws of time at his disposal, Zhou Cheng's ambitions extended far beyond. Now that I possess the techniques and divine powers, once I recover from my injuries and cultivate to the great Luo golden immortal, I shall return and settle the score with that monkey tyrant. Zhou Cheng mused, feeling an immediate lightness and a newfound mastery over his body. He then entered a state of recuperation. Unbeknownst to him, outside his cave lay a vast and intricate formation where three imposing young men sat in meditation, contemplating the array. These were the three dragon clan members who had wounded Zhou Cheng. Should the formation be breached before Zhou Cheng attained the Tai Golden Immortal stage, it would spell his doom. 5 centuries passed without a trace of time in the realm of cultivation. Zhou Cheng's injuries had completely healed, and he had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal stage. Mere moments away from becoming a Tai Golden Immortal, a delightful surprise indeed. Yet this is insufficient, Zhou Cheng declared. To take my revenge, I must at least attain the Tai Golden Immortal stage. The monkey tyrant is likely at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal by now. Only by reaching that level can I contend with him, even if I were merely at the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal. He then reviewed and organized the path of war, which could only be cultivated upon reaching the pinnacle of Golden Immortal. This path of war elucidated the cultivation of laws, where mastering the entry level of the war laws would grant access to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Achieving one level of the law would equate to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while 4 levels would lead to the Primordial Golden Immortal or Quasi-Saint status. To become a carefree, chaotic Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, one must master 70% of the laws. Ordinary techniques only allow comprehension of laws upon reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, which explains why this level is deemed the beginning of true cultivation for the prominent figures. Thus, a Great Luo Golden Immortal can effortlessly extinguish a Tai Golden Immortal, while challenges from those below Tai Golden Immortal, though rare, exist as they represent a significant leap in levels. Hence, the path of war presents the possibility of overcoming challenges beyond one's rank. Moreover, cultivating the path of war also enhances one's physique. When Zhou Cheng began to master the war laws, the laws would purify his body, elevating his physical prowess to that of a golden immortal. This meant that his physical cultivation would correspond to a lower tier of the same rank, akin to having an advantage. The only drawback was the necessity for constant combat, as only through battle could the laws be enhanced, allowing the body to keep pace. This is why the chaotic demon ape was known as a battle fanatic during the chaotic era. He was either engaged in battle or on the path to it. This also explains why, in Zhou Cheng's memories, it was not the top 5 demon gods, who either perished or fled, that endured until the end against the Pangu great god, but rather the 11th ranked chaotic demon ape. He had refined his physical form to the level of heavenly Tao, rendering his body akin to a chaotic spiritual treasure. At that time, the chaotic demon ape's mastery of the laws had reached the late stages of heavenly Tao, while its physical prowess should have been at the late stages of primordial Taiji Golden Immortal. However, he had relentlessly honed his physical abilities to the heavenly Tao realm. This was the foundation of his perseverance during the Pangus creation battle, and it would later serve as Zhou Cheng's own foundation. Additionally, Zhou Cheng could cultivate the laws of time, as the Jade Tablet contained an entire set of time laws, sufficient for him to comprehend the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal stage and beyond. However, mastering the laws of time and space proved to be the most arduous task. Even with advantages thus, focusing on the war laws seemed more prudent. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Cheng meticulously reviewed the path of war several times, made adjustments, and entered a state of cultivation. As Zhou Cheng immersed himself in his practice, the monkey clan found itself embroiled in a flurry of preparations for war. It was not due to Zhou Cheng's demise that they were on high alert, but rather the 3 clans' inability to engage in widespread conflict at present. Nonetheless, small skirmishes were inevitable. This particular one was deemed minor for the illustrious Qilin clan, but significant for the smaller monkey clan, which could scarcely afford such a venture. Of course, Zhou Cheng was not forgotten after all. He was a prodigy of the monkey clan. In the monkey clan's council hall, Monkey Tyrant sat in the main seat, his complexion somewhat pale, flanked by several Tai golden immortal elders. The elders noted Monkey Tyrant's pallor. Their curiosity piqued, yet chose to refrain from questioning him, mindful of his usual demeanor. As Monkey Tyrant observed the peculiar expressions of the four elders, he quickly discerned their thoughts. Without acknowledging them, he spoke directly. "How are the preparations coming along?" "There is little to prepare. We merely hope the war remains manageable, lest we suffer significant losses," the eldest elder, Monkey Ming, replied. Indeed, whenever the three great clans encounter insurmountable issues, they send us, the subordinate clans, to resolve their conflicts. We have been preparing as best we can, have we not? The second elder, Monkey Lang, added. Exactly. This is a flagrant insult to our clan. Why is it that only we, the Monkey clan, face the brunt of war at this moment? The third elder, Monkey Chong, exclaimed, agitated. Yet what can we do? We simply cannot contend with them. The fourth elder, Monkey Hua, sighed. Enough. Let us not dwell on this further. Such discussions are futile, Monkey Tyrant said, his expression revealing his discomfort. The four elders understood the gravity of the situation and fell silent. Noticing their reticence, Monkey Tyrant continued. Is there anything else? If not, you may all proceed with your preparations. There is one more matter, Monkey Hua interjected. What is it? Our clan has recently produced a prodigy who, within a few centuries, has reached the late stages of golden immortal using only our foundational techniques. I wish to cultivate him, but I cannot locate him. I fear he may have met with misfortune. He is indeed a remarkable talent, but he did not ascend through our basic techniques. I recognized his potential and imparted to him my cultivation method, the Monkey King decision. 5 centuries ago, I sent him on a simple task, and he has yet to return. Monkey Tyrant feigned a lament. This only confirms that he is merely a cultivation talent, Monkey Tyrant asserted resolutely. Understood, Monkey Hua responded, casting a glance at Monkey Tyrant, while the other 3 elders sat in contemplative silence. Very well, let this matter rest. If there is nothing further, you may all go and prepare, Monkey Tyrant concluded. Yes, clan leader, the 4 elders replied, departing. That boy is surely dead. Encountering 3 authentic dragon clan Tai golden immortals would be a formidable challenge for even me. He was grievously wounded. What does it matter if he is a talent? He has fallen victim to my schemes. The Monkey clan needs only me. We require no other talents, Monkey Tyrant proclaimed with malice. As the Monkey clan readied for war, Zhou Cheng remained blissfully unaware, having entered a state of cultivation. 200 years passed. Zhou Cheng had reached the crucial juncture, on the verge of comprehending the principles of battle. A single step would elevate him to the status of a Tai golden immortal. Faltering at this threshold would render 2 centuries of effort futile. Just as Zhou Cheng was on the brink of exhaustion, a sudden clarity enveloped his mind, enabling him to grasp the principles of battle and ultimately transcend into the realm of Tai golden immortal. Chapter 004. The Celestial and Terrestrial Forces. Zhou Cheng exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of formidable power coursing through his body. With a grin, he proclaimed, at last, I have succeeded. I have reached the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal. This is splendid and powerful. He nearly squandered his efforts, but fortunately, the jade butterfly had assisted him. In truth, Zhou Cheng could have ascended to the Tai golden immortal status a century and a half ago. However, the ordinary Tai golden immortal was not what he sought. He desired a foundation that was robust, allowing for challenges against opponents of higher tiers. Since he had been reborn and was presented with such numerous opportunities, it would be a disgrace for a transmigrator to be invincible within the same realm. Therefore, Zhou Cheng resolutely practiced the laws of combat until he reached a foundational level before advancing, fortifying his base over the course of a century and a half through relentless effort, which ultimately enabled him to leap 2 tiers in one go. Now, having attained the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal, he still could not seek revenge. The Monkey King, likely at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal, posed a challenge. Although he had mastered the laws of combat, defeating him was plausible, yet killing him remained uncertain, as Zhou Cheng was unaware if the Monkey King possessed innate spiritual treasures. To eradicate him completely would risk future repercussions. Thus, it was prudent to cultivate the 36 celestial forces and 72 terrestrial arts before confronting him again, ensuring a greater likelihood of success. The remaining monkeys would be simpler to manage afterward, and as for the 3 Dragon Clan members, their next encounter would mark their demise. Having clarified his thoughts, Zhou Cheng closed his eyes to examine the 108 divine abilities. The 36 celestial forces include the manipulation of creation, inversion of yin and yang, shifting stars and constellations, reversing the sun and moon, summoning rain and wind, shaking mountains and earth, riding clouds, parting rivers, emanating golden light, stirring seas, solidifying the earth. The grand escape of the 5 elements, the wondrous gates of the 6 generals, foreseeing the future, moving mountains and stones, resurrecting the dead, flying and leaving traces, harnessing breaths, guiding the primordial yang, subduing dragons and tigers, mending the heavens and bathing in sunlight, pushing mountains and filling seas, transmuting stone into gold, standing firm without a shadow, transforming forms, and blooming flowers in an instant. The 72 terrestrial arts consist of communicating with spirits, banishing deities, bearing mountains, restricting water, borrowing wind, shrouding in mist, praying for clear skies, invoking rain, sitting upon fire, entering water, hiding the sun, controlling winds, boiling stones, breathing fire, swallowing blades, pottering the heavens, moving swiftly, walking on water, dispelling with a staff, creating clones, becoming invisible, continuing heads, immobilizing, slaying demons, summoning immortals, chasing souls, capturing spirits, inviting clouds, retrieving the moon, transporting, marrying dreams, disbanding, lodging with a staff, severing currents, averting disasters, resolving calamities, yellow and white, swordplay, shooting covers, earth manipulation, star arts, setting formations, disguising, spraying and transforming, finger transformations, corpse dissolution, shifting landscapes, summoning, tracing clouds, gathering beasts, adjusting birds, energy confinement, immense strength, penetrating stones, generating light, obstructing and disguising, guiding, consuming, opening escapes, leaping over rocks, sprouting beginnings, climbing and copying, drinking water, lying in snow, blazing sun, crafting pills, talismans, medicine, knowing the times, discerning the earth, avoiding grains, and dream invocation. Though the terrestrial arts surpassed the celestial forces in number, Zhou Cheng understood that this did not imply their superiority. In Luo Guanzhong's The 3 Sui and the Demon Suppression, there is a dialogue. The maiden said, "I excel in the 36 celestial forces, possessing some skills, yet have not perfected them." The holy maiden secretly marveled, saying that he learned even better than I. She then remarked that the things I am adept at are the 72 terrestrial arts. The maiden replied that the terrestrial arts belong to the left path and are of no benefit to learn. Additionally, in Journey to the West, the Bodhi patriarch hinted that the celestial forces were superior to the terrestrial arts when the clever stone monkey, Sun Wukong, was seeking knowledge. Bodhi said, generally, those who transform through celestial arts engage in actions of high virtue. Those who transform through terrestrial arts engage in actions of lower virtue. Here, it is evident that high virtue exceeds low virtue. When Sun Wukong expressed a desire to learn the terrestrial arts, Bodhi patriarch responded, "If so, step forward, and I shall impart to you the incantation." The tone of "if so" contained a sense of disdain and helplessness, for he could not fathom that despite such an overt indication, Sun Wukong still chose the terrestrial arts. All of this illustrates that the celestial forces are indeed superior to the terrestrial arts. However, regardless of the type of law, even one divine ability would have been immensely valuable to the former Zhou Cheng, who was once impoverished. Moreover, with 108 divine abilities now at his disposal, he was nearly salivating with excitement. After thoroughly reviewing the celestial and terrestrial arts, Zhou Cheng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The urgency of the situation dictated that he must master all 108 divine abilities, which was a necessity. Yet, he could not perfect them all at once. First, he would learn them all, then select a few to refine for the upcoming battles, subsequently mastering each in turn. Once his emotions stabilized, Zhou Cheng murmured to himself. After making this decision, Zhou Cheng entered a state of cultivation. 50 years passed. For an ordinary individual, achieving entry-level mastery in a single discipline would be commendable. However, Zhou Cheng had successfully entered the foundational stage of all 108 abilities, showcasing the terrifying aptitude of the Six-Eared Macaque. This was all a gift from the inheritance of the Chaos Demon Ape. Although the 108 divine abilities were but seeds of laws, they were all combat-oriented, making them exceedingly accessible for Zhou Cheng, who had cultivated the laws of combat. This also elucidated why the clever stone monkey could master all the terrestrial arts in just a few years. The reason the six-eared macaque took 50 years to reach foundational mastery lay in the fact that the difficulty of cultivating the celestial arts was several dozen to several hundred times greater than that of the terrestrial arts, which explained the slow progress. Had he focused solely on the terrestrial arts, Zhou Cheng, having already grasped the laws of combat, could have achieved entry-level mastery in just a few years. This further confirmed that the 72 terrestrial arts were inferior to the 36 celestial forces. With all 108 divine abilities mastered at the foundational level, it was now time to select a few to advance to the small success stage, thereby bringing his training to a close. What to choose? Zhou Cheng pondered over the 108 divine abilities and ultimately made a resolute decision. He would select those related to combat and speed, and a few auxiliary techniques for battle would suffice. Though time is non-existent in the primordial chaos, it is still essential to venture out sooner rather than later. The earlier he ventured forth, the more opportunities he would have to seek further fortunes. For combat, he decided on the manipulation of creation, summoning rain and wind, stirring seas, shaking mountains, the grand escape of the 5 elements, the large and small wishes, returning wind and fire, and mastering the 5 thunders. For speed, he would choose riding clouds and emanating golden light. As for auxiliary skills, he would opt for form transformation, creating clones, and invisibility. These would be more than sufficient for his current needs, Zhou Cheng thought. He then closed his eyes to cultivate his divine abilities. 100 years swiftly elapsed. In the small cave, no one could be seen. Zhou Cheng had vanished, leaving only a stone in his stead. This stone was Zhou Cheng, who had reached the pinnacle of foundational mastery in form transformation, just a step away from small success. Only when that stone fully reverted to Zhou Cheng would his form transformation reach small success. Suddenly, the stone morphed into Zhou Cheng, and Zhou Cheng transformed back into stone, the pace of transformation accelerating increasingly. Gradually, the transformation's speed slowed, and the time taken to revert to human form extended, ultimately solidifying into a human shape. Thus, his form transformation achieved small success. The 10 or so divine abilities had all reached the small success realm, and his cultivation had just broken through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. It was time to venture out and observe the world, for he had yet to leave the cave since his transmigration. The outside world was so vibrant and exciting. How could he miss out on it? Zhou Cheng's eyes gleamed as he gazed towards the cave entrance. Furthermore, he must obtain the complete inheritance of the Chaos Demon Ape. But if he took it all for himself, the other 3 spirit monkeys would be rendered useless. It would be a pity to waste their exceptional talents, and it would also increase his karmic ties. Even though killing them would be a trivial matter in the primordial realm, he could not act indiscriminately, for that would risk turning him into a mere machine of slaughter. In the chaotic memories of the Chaos Demon Ape, there were mentions of the chaotic beasts within the chaos. If I were to take them as disciples and then venture into the chaos to seek the origins of other chaotic beasts to enhance their essence, I could not only resolve this karmic connection, but also enable them to unlock greater potential for their cultivation, allowing for the possibility of having impressive disciples who would elevate my own status, while also unraveling the intricate ties of the journey to the West. It was a multifaceted gain. Thus, Zhou Cheng shamelessly resolved to proceed with this plan. However, Zhou Cheng overlooked one crucial detail. By that time, he must undoubtedly reach a level beyond that of a saint, lest the journey to the West remain a haunting nightmare in his heart. Chapter 005, Primal Spirit Liquid Now. Zhou Cheng found himself in a rather peculiar situation. Although he possessed 1/4 of the essence inheritance from the Chaos Demon Ape, endowing him with exceptional aptitude, at least akin to a top-tier innate demon god, he would not ascend to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal in just a few hundred years as if propelled by a rocket. To cultivate as a Tai Golden Immortal necessitated a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, which was evidently not feasible within this dilapidated cave. Even though he was currently in the unyielding mountain, it was clear that he was ensconced within an array world, unable to share spiritual energy with the unyielding mountain itself. Such circumstances could only imply one possibility. This place must surely be a paradise of hidden treasures. Otherwise, there must be a remarkably fine paradise nearby. As Zhou Cheng pondered this while making his way outward, he became increasingly certain that he had stumbled upon a land of fortune. Upon transforming into his human form and exiting the cave, Zhou Cheng scanned the surroundings. Contrary to his expectations of celestial birds soaring and spiritual beasts frolicking, he encountered only butterflies dancing gracefully and bees busily flitting about amidst a carpet of celestial herbs and spiritual grasses. In light of this scene, Zhou Cheng spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply as a rich wave of spiritual energy enveloped his chest, filling him with an invigorating sensation. Raising his gaze towards the direction of the dense spiritual mist, he recognized that extraordinary treasures must lie therein. He murmured to himself, "This is merely the periphery. If the spiritual energy here is so concentrated, then the center must be brimming with spiritual essence, perhaps even in liquid form. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, I would wish to cultivate here until I reach the pinnacle of the great Luohou golden immortal." Nonetheless, this also indicated that there must be remarkable treasures present, and undoubtedly, these treasures would be of no ordinary caliber. Zhou Cheng, brimming with excitement, ventured into the spiritual mist, attuned to the most concentrated areas of spiritual energy. The closer he approached the center, the taller the trees grew, and the more vibrant the life force became. The rarity of the celestial herbs and spiritual grasses increased, with their ages ascending from a millennium to 10,000 years, then to 100,000 years, and ultimately to 1,000,000 years. Zhou Cheng decided against collecting them for now, as he lacked any means of storage. Even utilizing the sleeve of the universe to gather these spiritual herbs would render their essence diminished if he could not employ them immediately, which would be a waste. After all, this location was unknown to anyone, and he could return to reap the rewards once he acquired storage capabilities. For the moment, his focus was solely on uncovering the nature of the treasures within. Finally arriving at the central area, Zhou Cheng discovered that the spiritual energy had indeed coalesced into liquid form, with 5 pools of spiritual liquid surrounding him. Staring at these 5 pools, Zhou Cheng was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by the incredulity of it all. Such treasures would be invaluable, especially considering the future turmoil that awaited the primordial world. Once the era of the divine sealing passed, the primordial realm would fragment, and the spiritual energy would transition from innate to acquired, resulting in a significant decrease in quality. Given that acquired spiritual energy could not condense into liquid, obtaining even a single drop of spiritual liquid would become a formidable challenge. Primal spirit liquid not only restores magical power, but also has healing properties. However, only the primal 5-element spirit liquid possesses the capacity for healing. Standard primal spirit liquid merely replenishes magical power. Moreover, primal spirit liquid can restore the magical power of most cultivators. Yet those at the great Luohou golden immortal level seldom utilize it, as they have transcended the river of fate. As long as they are not gravely injured, great Luohou golden immortals can absorb spiritual energy at any time to facilitate rapid recovery, marking a significant distinction between them and Tai golden immortals. Nevertheless, in the heat of battle, where opportunities for recovery are scarce, primal spirit liquid remains a commendable alternative. Thus, primal spirit liquid is exceedingly rare and precious within the primordial realm, regarded as one of the 10 divine waters of the primordial world. For those below the Tai golden immortal level, a single drop can restore magical power after depletion. For an ordinary Tai golden immortal, 10 drops suffice for recovery, underscoring the preciousness of primal spirit liquid. Additionally, the special primal 5-element spirit liquid within can also facilitate healing. For minor injuries, a single drop suffices for recovery. For severe wounds, even if it cannot fully restore health, it can preserve life. The primal 5-element spirit liquid serves another vital purpose. It replenishes a cultivator's 5 energies. Upon reaching the Tai golden immortal level, a practitioner cultivates the 5 energies within their chest, corresponding to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Only by refining these 5 energies to their utmost can one attain the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal. Generally, practitioners must continuously draw upon the innate 5-element spirit energy from the heavens and earth to refine these energies, a process that demands an immense investment of time. Alternatively, they can seek 5-element spiritual materials to extract the purest essence, expediting their refinement journey toward the peak of the Tai golden immortal. The primal 5-element spirit liquid is a unique spiritual material. Possessing sufficient quantities can enable a nascent Tai golden immortal to rapidly ascend to the pinnacle of their realm without any latent risks, solidifying their foundation. This is precisely why the primal 5-element spirit liquid ranks among the 10 divine waters of the primordial world. Although the primal 5-element spirit liquid is immensely valuable, it is not the foremost divine water of the primordial realm. The number 1 divine water is the 3 lights divine water, comprising the golden sunlight divine water, silver moonlight divine water, and purple starlight divine water. Sunlight divine water consumes blood essence and flesh. Moonlight divine water erodes the primordial spirit. Starlight divine water devours the true spirit and consciousness. Each type of 3 lights divine water is a lethal poison. Only great Luo golden immortals possess the resilience to withstand its corrosive effects. However, even they can only endure its presence. Eliminating such divine water swiftly remains perilous. Yet, when the golden sunlight divine water, silver moonlight divine water, and purple starlight divine water are combined into one, they form the ultimate healing elixir capable of neutralizing all toxins, curing even the most hopeless ailments, and even mending bones or reviving the deceased. This is the reason why the 3 lights divine water is revered as the premier divine water of the primordial realm. Life holds far greater significance than mere cultivation. As Zhou Cheng gazed upon the 5 pools of spiritual liquid, he felt a surge of exhilaration, contemplating that even future sanctified realms may not possess such abundant spiritual liquid. The formation of spiritual liquid is an arduous process, regardless of how rich and viscous the spiritual energy may be. Without the harmonization of innate 5 elements power and a unique environment, the creation of primal spirit liquid remains impossible. The existence of 5 such pools here is truly astonishing. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng felt a tinge of regret. Here lay only primal spirit liquid, devoid of primal 5-element spirit liquid. He was indeed displaying a sense of greedy yearning. As Zhou Cheng observed, the 5 pools of spiritual liquid conveniently formed a small primal 5 elements grand array, igniting great hope within him. The focus of his journey to this place lay within the array, and it was certain that treasures relating to the 5 elements awaited him there. With a substantial possibility of containing primal 5 elements spirit liquid, with such resources, he could swiftly ascend from a nascent Tai golden immortal to the pinnacle of that realm, bolstering his ability to confront the monkey overlord. With this thought in mind, Zhou Cheng suppressed his greed for the 5 pools and seated himself cross-legged, delving into the insights of the small primal 5 elements grand array. A century passed, and Zhou Cheng awoke. He observed the small primal 5 elements grand array, gesturing several hand seals before shattering the array and stepping inside. There, he discovered yet another spiritual pool, and upon seeing it, Zhou Cheng nearly cried out in exhilaration. In the spiritual pool lay the primordial 5-element essence he had long desired, a full pond, sufficient for him to practice the Tai golden immortal several tens of thousands of times. Chapter 006. The 5-element tower. Zhou Cheng suppressed his urge to collect the primordial 5-element essence and gazed at the center of the pool, where a small tower floated. This tower, with its 5 tiers and lacking a pinnacle, was evidently a fragmented primordial treasure. Hovering above the spiritual pool, it was surrounded by 5 radiant halos of white, azure, blue, red, and yellow, intermittently emitting glimmers of light that danced outward. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the depictions in later dramas where the Buddha is portrayed with layers of radiance behind his head, accompanied by bursts of lotus flowers. Truly enchanting. For a moment, Zhou Cheng found himself entranced by the captivating aura of the small tower. After a brief while, he regained his composure, astonished and with a deeper understanding of the tower, tinged with caution. Zhou Cheng speculated that the shimmering halos surrounding the small tower were the key to influencing the surrounding spiritual energy, essential for the formation of the primordial essence and the 5-element essence. Upon sighting the small tower, Zhou Cheng recalled similar images from the memories inherited from the chaos demon ape. The truth would reveal itself upon refining it. With that thought, Zhou Cheng directly absorbed the small tower, preparing to refine it into his magical treasure to unveil its origins. A century passed. Upon awakening, Zhou Cheng had refined the first restriction of this treasure and grasped its information and origins. As he had anticipated, the small tower was the 5-element tower, a primordial treasure originally belonging to the chaos demon god of the 5 elements. During the opening of the heavens, the five-element demon god was struck by Panga's axe. In a desperate attempt, he used the accompanying chaotic treasure, the five-element tower, to defend himself, but alas, Pangu's axe, a treasure of chaos, combined with the laws of Pangu's might, shattered the five-element tower, scattering its essence. Now, the severely damaged essence of the five-element tower had resulted in its current dilapidated appearance. Nevertheless, it remained a coveted high-grade primordial treasure. Given the scarcity of primordial treasures today, possessing one was indeed a stroke of good fortune. However, should the other fragments and essence be gathered in the future, there remained a glimmer of hope for it to revert to its chaotic treasure state. Though the hope was slim, it provided a comforting aspiration. The five-element tower possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, and if elevated to the pinnacle of primordial treasures, its defensive power would significantly enhance, though it would still fall short of the renowned treasures of Laozi and Dongwangtai. Currently, it was merely a high-grade primordial treasure. Yet even a typical De Luo Golden Immortal would struggle to breach its defenses. Moreover, even without deploying the tower for combat, the five-element tower could harness the power of the five elements to form a solid shield before him, safeguarding against enemy assaults. Its offensive potential included direct strikes or utilizing the power of the five elements to attack. The attacks derived from the five-element power could manifest as knife, spear, sword shadows, entangling vines, surging waves, blazing flames, and piercing thorns. Knife, spear, and sword shadows involved wielding the power of metal to create lethal weapons for slaying foes. The lethality dependent on the wielder's prowess. At present, Zhou Cheng, utilizing these weapons, could hardly be resisted by those below De Luo. Entangling vines employed the power of wood to form spiked vines that ensnared and strangled enemies. Surging waves utilized the power of water to create layers upon layers of relentless waves against adversaries, each layer possessing greater lethality, amplified by the wielder's magical energy. Blazing flames involved wielding the power of fire to unleash a torrent of fiery stars upon enemies, the intense heat and explosions serving as a nightmare for foes. Should one find higher-grade flames, such as the Phoenix Rebirth Fire or the True Sun Fire, the destructive capacity of the blazing flames would vastly increase. Piercing thorns utilized the power of earth to create hard stone spikes for ambushing foes, appearing suddenly from beneath to deliver devastating blows. Space annihilation merged the five-element principles to form an unstable space for attacking opponents. The ensuing explosion resulting in unstable spatial black holes that could engulf foes and reduce them to nothingness. Furthermore, the five-element tower possessed the ability to suppress fortunes, a treasure of immense value for any race or faction. The fortune of a race or power is of utmost importance. Currently, among the myriad races in the primordial era, only the three innate races possessed a clan-protecting treasure, highlighting the significance of such a treasure. One need only recall that the future sage Tong Tian faced annihilation during the Fengshan Tribulation due to the absence of an appropriate teaching treasure. Moreover, the five-element tower held a key function in array formation. Utilizing the tower as the core to lay down a grand primordial five-element gathering array could draw external spiritual energy without harming its essence, while enhancing the spiritual energy within the array. When the array's location brimmed with spiritual energy, it could also yield primordial essence and five-element essence. Presently, this location was inadvertently transformed into a grand primordial five-element gathering array by the five-element tower, resulting in the formation of abundant primordial and five-element essences over several hundred epochs. This was crucial for the strength of any race. And even though the five-element tower was merely a high-grade primordial treasure, its utility was on par with that of a primordial supreme treasure for any race. Finally, the five-element tower was believed to contain 6 small worlds, with one main world atop the tower and the other 5 corresponding to the 5 elements, serving as storage spaces and capable of housing individuals. Once enemies were captured within, the power of the 5 elements could be employed to suppress and annihilate them. Though the tower's apex was missing, leaving only the 5 elemental spaces, they still functioned as 5 small worlds, providing Zhou Cheng with optimal storage capacity. Now, the external primordial essence, 5-element essence, and countless celestial herbs and spiritual roots would be well accommodated. Zhou Cheng had already commenced the initial refinement of the 5-element tower and could utilize it to a preliminary extent. Furthermore, within the 5-element tower, He had acquired fragments of the memories of the chaos demon god of the five elements, containing some of the demon god's teachings, insights, and experiences. Additionally, there was a small portion of the five-element demon god's essence inheritance, although not comparable to the primordial inheritance of the chaos demon ape. It was still a rare treasure for Zhou Cheng at this stage. Utilizing these teachings from the five-element demon god, he could cultivate the five-element principles, further refining the five-element tower due to the demon god's essence, allowing him to master and wield the tower more effectively. The extent of his mastery would depend on the quality of the five-element demon god's teachings. Observing the substantial portion of the five-element demon god's essence inheritance within the tower, Zhou Cheng laughed joyously, exclaiming, "This truly is my treasure trove. Not only have I obtained the chaos demon ape's legacy, but I have also acquired an evolvable high-grade primordial treasure, and finally, the inheritance of the five-element demon god. My legend begins here. Sun Wukong will not be a nightmare. The journey to the west is now better positioned." Zhou Cheng spoke with unwavering confidence. This was not mere arrogance. It stemmed from witnessing the might of the five-element demon god through the chaos demon ape's legacy, understanding the terrifying nature of the five-element principles. Additionally, the recent acquisition of the five-element demon god's memories unveiled some secrets of the formless principles, further bolstering Zhou Cheng's confidence. Chapter 007. The mystery of the world within the inheritance of the five-element demon god lay not only insights into the five-element principles, but also secrets concerning them. It is well understood that the rules within chaos are ranked, with the top 10 rules being the rules of force, time, space, reincarnation, celestial path, demonic path, fate, yin and yang, life, and destruction. Despite the existence of these rankings, it does not necessarily imply that the top rules are superior to the subsequent ones. In truth, the chaotic deities are well aware that these rankings are derived from the power levels of the deities at the time and do not genuinely indicate that the top 10 rules surpass all others. Among the 3,000 rules, time reigns supreme, space commands respect, and power is an anomaly. Aside from these three rules, which can genuinely be said to transcend others, the remaining rules within the top 50 are relatively comparable. The rankings arise from the deity's comprehension of the rules, which in turn influences their strength. Although the rules may be on par, the top 50 still possess certain advantages. At the time, the rules of war and the five elements were ranked 11th and 12th, respectively. One should not underestimate the five elements rule's 12th position, as this is primarily due to the late emergence of the five elements deity. The five elements deity was the last to be born among the myriad of deities, yet achieving the 12th rank signifies an extraordinary strength. Upon receiving the legacy of the five elements deity, Zhou Cheng soon comprehended the reality. The five elements rule has the potential to truly create a world and harness the power of that world to combat foes. The power of the world itself is another formidable force, while the law of force serves as the overarching principle of many laws. The power of the world embodies the essence of those laws. It is the incarnation of the laws, a fusion of their essence, deriving its strength from the laws while transcending them. The hierarchy of worlds is generally categorized into small worlds, medium worlds, large worlds, small thousand worlds, medium thousand worlds, large thousand worlds, eternal worlds, and chaotic worlds. Before the primordial chaos was shaped, it existed as a chaotic world, which is both the simplest and the most complex, a peculiar case. The chaotic world is omnipresent. Its chaotic energy is the most primordial and the highest form of spiritual energy. The innate spiritual energy of the primordial world is transformed from this chaotic energy. It is the source of all energies, the mother of all energies. A healing elixir, yet simultaneously the most lethal and fearsome poison. Without the strength of a primordial golden immortal, one cannot traverse the chaos. Even a primordial golden immortal must tread carefully, for the chaotic energy could reduce them to ashes. A great Luo golden immortal must possess a spiritual artifact or a powerful physique to withstand the erosion of chaotic energy. The primordial world was a semi-eternal realm created by Pangu. Had Pangu lived to fully develop the primordial world, it would have become an eternal world. Because the primordial world is an unfinished product, it must endure various tribulations to reach the state of a true eternal world. Ultimately, the primordial world must have met its demise. Otherwise, how could the later generations have fallen into the age of decline? The world initially created by the five elements deity was a large world, not even qualifying as a small thousand world. Given that the five elements deity comprehended the five elements rule to the peak of the eighth layer, one would expect him to be able to create a large thousand world. Why then was it merely a large world? Each time he attempted to establish a small thousand world, he felt an inexplicable trepidation. He sensed that once he created a small thousand world or higher, he would perish. Thus, even when he was ultimately struck down by Pangu, he had only succeeded in creating a large world. However, after witnessing Pangu's experiences in developing the primordial world, he understood the repercussions of attempting to create a small thousand world. It was precisely because he established this large world, capable of self-sustaining operation, that he could harness the world's power, despite only comprehending the eighth layer of the rules, to defeat deities with ninth layer rules opposing those of the 10th layer. This illustrates the terrifying nature of the power of the world. In truth, every deity who reaches the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal stage can create small worlds. Yet they cannot enable these worlds to operate autonomously, upgrade, or wield the power of the world against external enemies, except when foes enter their created realms. Thus, other deities merely establish small worlds as sanctuaries rather than for personal use. Each deity seems capable of creating two types of worlds. One is a small world, and the other is a world commensurate with their strength, which is a small thousand world or greater. However, they all sense that should they create a world surpassing a small thousand world, they would face cataclysmic calamities. Pangu's experiences have instilled in them a profound awareness of what such disasters entail. As long as one can create a self-sustaining world, they can wield the power of the world to fend off adversaries. Hence, the five elements deity is an object of envy among other deities. However, upon acquiring the legacies of two deities, it became evident that after Pangu opened the primordial realm, it seemed as though he had unleashed a Pandora's box that prevented the creation of worlds beyond the small thousand world. After Pangu, the establishment of small thousand worlds would no longer invoke the calamities of the Great Way, unless it pertained to the eternal world. Yet, those capable of creating an eternal world have already attained the level of the Great Way, making them impervious to such calamities. Once the five elements deity utilized the power of the world, other deities became aware of the secrets of the five elements rule. Yet, they found themselves powerless, as they could not comprehend other rules or their understanding progressed at an exceedingly slow pace, millions of times slower than their own rules. Consequently, even after uncovering the mysteries of the five elements, few deities endeavored to grasp them, knowing it would be a futile expenditure of time. Although chaos is timeless, they still fear falling behind. Rather than squander extensive time pursuing the elusive five elements rule, they prefer to invest that time in enhancing their own abilities. Some deities even sought to invite or threaten the five elements deity into aiding them in perfecting their small worlds, but the five elements deity disregarded them. Fearing the power of the world, other deities, despite their dissatisfaction, could do nothing against him. Thus, from beginning to end, only the five elements deity could wield the power of the world. The true horror of the five elements rule lies not only in its ability to maintain the operation of a world and facilitate its evolution, but also to harness the power of the world externally. The reason the five elements deity can evolve worlds is that the five elements rule constitutes the foundation of all worlds. No world can exist without the five elements. Absent the five elements, a world would wither and perish like a sapling. With the five elements, a world can gradually evolve and flourish. Moreover, the power of the five elements is essentially the initial fusion of the power of the world. This is the ultimate secret of the five elements, explaining the exhilaration following the acquisition of the five elements deity's legacy. After obtaining the legacies of the two deities, it was also revealed that within the chaos exist the small worlds of other deities. Additionally, chaotic beasts inhabit the chaos, with both chaotic beasts and chaotic deities being the indigenous inhabitants of chaos. During Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth, not only were there deities to obstruct him, but also beasts to hinder him. The ferocity of that battle, as gleaned from the legacies of the two deities, cannot simply be described as brutal. Chapter 008. Introduction to the five elements. Now, the primordial realm is in the early cataclysm of Luohou. Prior to the early cataclysm of Luohou, there was a previous calamity of ferocious beasts, wherein the ferocious beasts were a synthesis of the blood of the beasts and the resentments of the deities. as they were all slain by Pangu. The existence of these ferocious beasts serves to destroy the primordial realm and vent their wrath. Only by annihilating the primordial realm can their resentments dissipate. Moreover, due to the existence of these resentments, they cannot attain the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, they cannot beget sentience. The calamity of ferocious beasts represents the clash between the ferocious beasts and the myriad clans of the primordial realm. Should the ferocious beasts prevail, the primordial realm would face destruction. Should the primordial realm triumph, the ferocious beasts would face extermination. Ultimately, the myriad clans of the primordial realm vanquished the ferocious beasts, leading to their extinction, with some lingering in the frigid northern regions of the primordial realm, afraid to re-enter. Among those, the innate three clans, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, emerged victorious in this conflict, while other clans suffered heavy losses. Consequently, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin became the greatest beneficiaries, seizing the finest resources, thus leading to the current early cataclysm of Longhan. However, the protagonists of the current Dragon Han's initial calamity are they, and they are about to face a devastating blow. Ultimately, the victor will be the heavenly Dao. All of this has no bearing on the present Zhou Cheng, who merely wishes to cultivate the five elements law to a foundational level and then venture forth in search of opportunities. From the memories of the chaotic demon ape, Zhou Cheng has already discerned the location of his future weapon. This cave paradise, having housed the five elements pagoda for numerous years, is saturated with the essence of the five elements, qualifying it as a veritable celestial abode of the five elements. It is anticipated that cultivating the five elements law here will yield remarkable results. Furthermore, if Zhou Cheng does not take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate now, the surrounding five elements power will gradually dissipate due to the absence of the five elements pagoda's suppression and operation, rendering this place an ordinary celestial abode. Sensing the abundant five elements power around him, Zhou Cheng promptly sat cross-legged at the previous location of the five elements pagoda, where the essence of the five elements was most concentrated. Placing the pagoda before him, he began to absorb the memories of the five elements demon god. Whether it was due to the overwhelming essence of the five elements or the influence of the pagoda, after Zhou Cheng commenced his cultivation of the five elements law, five colors, white, green, blue, red, and yellow, began to swirl around him, representing the five elements. This indicated that Zhou Cheng was now enveloped in a rich aura of the five elements, which greatly benefited his comprehension of the five elements law. Such a phenomenon would be challenging to replicate, even when Zhou Cheng eventually masters the five elements pagoda. As Zhou Cheng refined the five elements pagoda and cultivated the five elements law, the protective primordial five elements formation began to wane until it ultimately faded away. At this moment, three individuals outside the formation were attempting to comprehend it, aiming to breach its defenses. Upon sensing the weakening of the primordial five elements formation, they awakened instantly. These individuals were from the Dragon clan, who had pursued Zhou Cheng. "Elder brother, why has this formation weakened?" asked Ao Lai, glancing at the central figure. "Ao Cheng, if I am not mistaken, it must be because that rascally monkey has obtained the core five elements pagoda, causing the formation to weaken," Ao Cheng surmised. "Impossible. Elder brother, we have spent over a millennium deciphering this formation without success. By our estimates, we would still require another 500 years to breach it. And that is with our knowledge of the formation's treasures. Moreover, the five elements pagoda is an exceptional primordial spiritual treasure. How could a mere monkey of late golden immortal stage refine it in such a short time?" Ao Lang interjected. It was understandable that Ao Lang would presume the pagoda to be an exceptional primordial spiritual treasure. Its capabilities were indeed extraordinary. "Indeed, elder brother. And that monkey has suffered severe injuries. He could very well be dead. How could he possibly have acquired a spiritual treasure?" "That may be so, yet I still sense something amiss. Regardless of the issue, the formation has weakened. In merely a century, we shall breach it, and then we shall see. The treasures within shall belong solely to us, the Dragon clan." "Yes, elder brother. Yes, elder brother." With that, they returned to their contemplation of the primordial five elements formation. Thus, a century passed. The essence of the five elements surrounding Zhou Cheng grew even more potent, and his understanding of the five elements law reached a critical juncture. The five colors began to swirl around him, gradually forming a vibrant whirlwind, until Zhou Cheng was no longer visible. The The primordial five elements spiritual pool beneath him rippled outward from his center, the frequency of the waves increasing in speed and density, poised to form a tide. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. The ripples on the spiritual pool ceased to spread outward and began to converge towards Zhou Cheng at the center. The colorful whirlwind also began to diminish, revealing Zhou Cheng at its core, until the whirlwind finally dissipated. Everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Zhou Cheng abruptly opened his eyes, a radiant five-colored light flashing forth. At this moment, he had successfully entered the foundational level of the five elements law. Clenching his fist, Zhou Cheng felt the vibrant energy of the five elements radiating around him, a source of ceaseless power flowing through his body, leaving him immensely satisfied. Unexpectedly, not only had he grasped the foundational level of the five elements law, but his cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. He was now capable of contending with mid-level De Luo Golden Immortals and could retreat unscathed even from late-level De Luo Golden Immortals. As Zhou Cheng comprehended the five elements law, his body, immersed in the primordial five elements spiritual liquid, unconsciously absorbed the essence of the five elements, leading to his immediate perfection in the five elements and achieving the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Now, he merely required an opportunity to ascend to the De Luo Golden Immortal stage and attain transcendence. The path of seeking the Tao was about to commence. Having completed his cultivation, Zhou Cheng rose, holding the five elements pagoda, and surveyed the towering trees, resplendent flowers, and vibrant celestial herbs around him, lamenting, "What a pity." After a moment of reflection, Zhou Cheng collected the five spiritual pools nearby using the five elements pagoda, then set about harvesting the celestial herbs within the valley. There was no need for him to pluck them. With a mere wave of his hand, he could draw his targets into the pagoda. Initially, he collected them one by one, but soon growing impatient, he began to gather them in larger clumps, swiftly and efficiently. Thus, wherever Zhou Cheng went, the once uneven terrain transformed into patches of bare ground, disappearing as if ravaged by a horde of locusts. Zhou Cheng felt no remorse. Rather, he joyfully and tirelessly waved his hand until he reached the mouth of the formation. Turning back for a moment, he scratched his head in embarrassment. However, when he beheld the multitude of celestial herbs within the pagoda, a broad smile spread across his face. This journey has been worthwhile. Unbeknownst to how many years the five elements pagoda had nurtured this land, the cave paradise itself spanned at least several 100,000 acres. Setting aside the primordial spiritual liquid initially present, the number of celestial herbs Zhou Cheng had collected was beyond counting. It would be unreasonable not to feel elated. Just as Zhou Cheng reveled in the bounty within the pagoda, a sudden rumble echoed from behind him. Turning to look, he saw that the protective mountain formation had been breached. Zhou Cheng also recognized the trespassers. Chapter 009. Reunion with the three dragons with the formation dismantled. Zhou Cheng suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Only then did he fully comprehend the weight of the unyielding mountain. With a slight adjustment, he quickly acclimated to this newfound intensity. At that moment, Zhou Cheng spotted the three individuals soaring towards him after breaching the formation, instantly recognizing them as the same three dragons who had previously injured the Six-Eared Macaque. Now a pinnacle Tai Golden Immortal, Zhou Cheng's strength could rival that of mid to late De Luo Golden Immortals, rendering him unafraid of these three Tai Golden Immortal dragons. As he prepared to question them about their immediate hostility, he noticed that the three dragons were staring in awe, not at him, but rather behind him. Zhou Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, for he knew the tumultuous emotions they must be experiencing. The momentary embarrassment faded as Zhou Cheng waved his right hand and greeted Ao Cheng and the others with a smile. "Hello, my friends, we meet again." Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's voice, the three dragons snapped back to reality, chagrined at their moment of distraction. Had Zhou Cheng chosen that instant to ambush them, they would have faced serious consequences. However, it was only natural that anyone witnessing the disarray of the terrain, with patches of earth missing, would be momentarily dazed. With their lips twitching in disbelief as they regarded Zhou Cheng, Ao Cheng remarked, "Little monkey." Regardless of why Zhou Cheng had not attacked them, Ao Cheng was determined to seize the five elements pagoda. He stepped forward, towering over Zhou Cheng, and declared, "Rascally monkey. I did not anticipate that your monkey clan possesses such resilience. We nearly defeated Monkey Ba, allowing him to escape, and now you reappear. We nearly defeated you as well. Yet you evaded us and obtained the opportunities that rightfully belong to us. Now, you have nowhere to flee. Hand over the 5 elements pagoda, and we shall spare your life. Ao Lai also regained his composure, pointing an accusing finger at Zhou Cheng. Indeed, you mischievous monkey. The 5 elements pagoda within belongs to our dragon clan. Surrender it, and we shall allow you to retain your life. Though Ao Lang remained silent, his consciousness remained firmly locked on his Zhou Cheng, ensuring he would not escape, for in their minds, Zhou Cheng was already doomed. Zhou Cheng narrowed his eyes, contemplating Ao Cheng's words and aligning them with his own conjectures, having already deduced several truths. Observing the fury etched upon Ao Cheng's face, he shook his head and laughed. So this is what your dragon clan is like. It is no wonder you have fallen from grace. Damned monkey, how dare you curse our dragon clan? Ao Lai exclaimed in fury. Although Ao Cheng and Ao Lang refrained from speaking, their gazes remained fixed on Zhou Cheng, their intent unmistakable. Ignoring their wrath, Zhou Cheng merely shook his head and raised his right hand, beckoning them with a finger. Defeat me, and I shall hand it over to you. Ao Cheng and the others trembled with rage, and finally, Ao Cheng suppressed his urge to strangle Zhou Cheng and commanded, "Third brother, go and incapacitate him." Tilting his head, Zhou Cheng retorted, "Aren't you fond of ganging up on your opponents? Why is only one of you stepping forward? If I end up defeating him, do not blame me for not giving you a chance." Ao Lai, stung by the condescension, flushed with anger, gasping as he pointed at Zhou Cheng. "Last time, we feared your hidden tricks might disrupt our grand plans. However, with the 5 elements pagoda in your possession, we have nothing to hold back. I can eliminate you without my 2 brothers' assistance." As soon as he finished, he launched himself toward Zhou Cheng with a fierce punch. Though the distance was short, Ao Lai's figure was barely visible, and his fist arrived in an instant, seemingly bearing the weight of countless tons. A hit from him would surely cause Zhou Cheng considerable distress. Zhou Cheng had anticipated this outcome and, without any unnecessary motion, lightly waved his left hand towards Ao Lai's fist, bringing his attack to an abrupt halt as he hovered in midair. Aside from a few cracks in the ground beneath Zhou Cheng, no other sound accompanied the scene. The 3 dragons stared in disbelief. Ao Lai retreated to stand beside Ao Cheng and Ao Lang, his eyes wide with incredulity as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? In just a millennium? How could he have grown so powerful?" Ao Cheng, with a grave expression, remarked, "It appears you have not only acquired the 5 elements pagoda here, but also obtained a fortuitous opportunity. You have ascended from the late stage of a golden immortal to the pinnacle of a Tai golden immortal." "Whatever you say goes," Zhou Cheng replied with a playful grin. Ignoring Zhou Cheng's jest, Ao Cheng solemnly declared, "Regardless of what you have gained, it will soon belong to us." "I await with anticipation," Zhou Cheng teased, watching them intently. "Let us strike together, and do it swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications." Ao Cheng instructed Ao Lang and Ao Lai. Ao Lang nodded in agreement, and Ao Lai, now focused, also nodded gravely, recognizing that even his older brother could not easily withstand the blow he had just delivered. Seeing the trio preparing to attack in unison, Zhou Cheng smiled and said, "This is how it should be. I hope you can provide me with a thrilling experience." "Damn it." Ao Cheng and the others gritted their teeth in frustration. Together, they launched a powerful straight punch from 3 different angles, creating an overwhelming force that pressed heavily upon Zhou Cheng. However, for one who had mastered the art of battle, this merely felt like childish play. As they neared him, Zhou Cheng swiftly retaliated with a straight punch directed at each of Ao Cheng's companions. The speed of his strikes was so rapid that they barely registered a sound. In an instant, the 3 were sent hurtling thousands of meters away. Despite this, they quickly regained their footing and transformed into half-dragon, half-human forms, augmenting their strength significantly before charging at Zhou Cheng once more, claws extended. "Dragon Claw, shatter!" Zhou Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Now this is intriguing." With this development, Zhou Cheng could no longer afford to be as relaxed as before. He stepped back with his right foot, crouched slightly, and unleashed a punch that produced merely a shadow. Boom! The ground beneath Zhou Cheng cracked outward in all directions, forming a massive web, while Ao Cheng and his companions were sent flying, spitting blood as they flew further than before. Though Zhou Cheng appeared nonchalant, he alone understood that this was the most adept control he had ever exercised over his own power, fully unleashing his strength. Had Zhou Cheng and his companions exerted themselves further, Zhou Cheng would not have found it so effortless. Once they were sent reeling, Zhou Cheng stood upright, arms crossed over his chest, and said, "If you have any more tricks up your sleeves, now is the time. I have matters to attend to." He exuded arrogance to the fullest extent. Zhou Cheng and his companions were seething with rage. Recognizing the need to reveal their trump cards, Zhou Cheng unsheathed a sword. Ao Lang and Ao Lai followed suit, with Ao Lang wielding a spear and Ao Lai grasping a hammer. Zhou Cheng, taken aback, remarked, "It seems you are not to be underestimated. A mere Tai Golden Immortal brandishes a high-grade innate spiritual treasure alongside 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. Our dragon clan reveres the strength of our bodies. While we may have been outmatched in sheer power, the treasures we wield shall tip the scales. I know you possess at least 1 high-grade innate spiritual treasure, but how much battle prowess can you truly summon?" Zhou Cheng challenged. "Indeed, let us see you try," Zhou Cheng's trio declared in unison. With that, they began channeling their spiritual energy into their treasures and launched their most formidable assault at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng swung the azure-edged sword down upon Zhou Cheng, unleashing a devastating strike imbued with the power of the wind, intent on obliterating everything in its path. Ao Lang, wielding the golden light spear infused with the principle of gold, unleashed a sharp thrust that shimmered with radiant energy capable of piercing through anything in its way. Ao Lai brought down the earth-shatter hammer with immense force, its power seemingly capable of fracturing the earth itself. At the center of this onslaught, Zhou Cheng felt as if countless mountains bore down upon him, an overwhelming pressure distorting his features. Even in unison, Zhou Cheng and his companions, despite being mere novices in the realm of the Luohou Golden Immortals, posed a grave threat. Zhou Cheng's expression turned serious as he observed their combined might. Though he remained unflustered, a smile crept across his face. "You shall be the ones to familiarize me with my 5 elements principles." Upon uttering these words, Zhou Cheng unleashed the principle of fire, manifesting a pillar of explosive flames that surged toward Zhou Cheng's strike. Simultaneously, he wielded the principle of gold, transforming it into a blade to clash against Ao Lang's golden light spear, while using the principle of earth to erect a defensive wall against Ao Lai's earth-shatter hammer. Regrettably, Zhou Cheng's grasp of the 5 elements principles was still rudimentary, and he lacked the strength to withstand the laws manifested by their innate treasures. However, through sheer determination and repeated efforts, he finally managed to fend off their attack, sending Zhou Cheng and his companions reeling without suffering significant injury. Despite being sent flying, Zhou Cheng and his companions observed Zhou Cheng struggle to withstand their onslaught without using any treasures, mistakenly believing they had witnessed the full extent of his power. They assumed that since he had yet to refine his spiritual treasure, an opportunity lay before them. Zhou Cheng's actions, governed by his own principles, led his adversaries to mistakenly believe they possessed the strength to rival or even vanquish him, a delusion that ultimately plunged them into despair. After their separation, the 4 warriors on the battlefield harbored their own strategies. Moments later, Zhou Cheng and his companions exchanged glances and began to channel their magical artifacts to assault Zhou Cheng. Unlike their previous encounter, Zhou Cheng refrained from delivering a decisive strike. Instead, he unleashed a sweeping blow towards Zhou Cheng. This sword attack, like the last, was imbued with tremendous might, possessing the power to sweep across the heavens, causing the very air to split asunder. Ao Lai, as before, directed his hammer towards Zhou Cheng with the same ferocity and oppressive force. However, Ao Lang diverged from his companions. This time, he did not join the assault, but circled around Zhou Cheng, poised to exploit any vulnerabilities for a potentially lethal strike. Zhou Cheng, for the moment, ignored Ao Lang, focusing primarily on fending off the incoming onslaught. He summoned the Earth's principles to form a barrier of soil to withstand Zhou Cheng's attacks. 1 wall proved insufficient, so he conjured 10, then 100, until he successfully repelled Zhou Cheng's offensive. Subsequently, he harnessed the principles of metal to conjure a golden spear, targeting Ao Lai's earth-shattering hammer with precision. If 1 strike wasn't enough, he unleashed several, engaging in a contest of might, confident in his abundant magical energy. With a significant reserve of primordial spiritual liquid, Zhou Cheng was untroubled by the expenditure of his mana. Observing Zhou Cheng laboring against his brothers, Ao Lang occasionally launched attacks with his golden spear. Although Zhou Cheng seemed to disregard Ao Lang, He remained vigilant, and indeed, Ao Lang unleashed an assault. As the golden light approached, Zhou Cheng remained composed, countering with several pillars of fire, fully aware that a single flame would be insufficient. Thus, he summoned dozens of fire pillars to neutralize the golden assault. Witnessing their attacks fail, the trio renewed their efforts. Ao Cheng's strikes, whether cleaving or sweeping, retained their formidable power despite being merely two maneuvers. Ao Lai relentlessly hammered down, embodying an unstoppable force, while Ao Lang intermittently unleashed golden lances and at opportune moments. A terrifying golden drill capable of piercing through anything. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng did not cower. He employed the 5 elemental principles solely for defense, eschewing offense. At times, he utilized the wood principle to block the earth-shattering hammer. At others, he conjured water shields to counter the golden spear, and even erected earthen walls to deflect Ao Cheng's sword. Regardless of the compatibility of their principles, he employed them all, adapting as necessary. Bolstered by his profound reserves of mana, after an extended engagement, neither side had sustained significant injuries. Ao Cheng and his companions, having expended their own primordial spiritual liquid, found themselves at a stalemate. Zhou Cheng had become adept at wielding his principles, his mana still abundant, while Ao Cheng and his brethren were utterly drained. At this juncture, they recognized that Zhou Cheng had been honing his skills at their expense, inciting their anger, yet they were powerless to retaliate. Gasping for breath, the trio leaned on their spiritual treasures, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at Zhou Cheng, yearning to continue the fight, but lacking the strength to do so. Suppressing his anger, Ao Cheng addressed Zhou Cheng with a measured tone. I never anticipated such a prodigy to emerge from the monkey clan. If we do not eliminate you now, you may well become a formidable adversary for our dragon lineage in the future. Oh, I did not expect you to still have cards left to play, Zhou Cheng replied with a smile, thoroughly pleased with the encounter. Humph. Our dragon clan is incomparable to your feeble monkey clan. Before Ao Cheng could speak again, Ao Lai interjected, clearly indicating their awareness of the hidden card. Then you best believe that this card can slay me. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves in dire straits, Zhou Cheng retorted, suppressing the irritation at being deemed weak. Though reluctant to acknowledge his affiliation with the monkey clan, reality was undeniable. Rest assured, this time, you shall not escape, Ao Cheng stated calmly. Having said this, Ao Cheng produced a piece of white jade, which Zhou Cheng recognized from a distance as surpassing even the finest mutton-fat white jade in purity. Prepare to meet your end, Ao Cheng declared fiercely, shattering the jade. This jade was, in fact, a protective talisman bestowed upon them by their father, a creation only a quasi-saint could forge. Each crafting was arduous, and using it would mean one less for the future. Thus, Ao Cheng and his brothers harbored a deep resentment towards Zhou Cheng for forcing their hand, yet they had no choice. Failure to act would mean their demise. As the jade shattered, a brilliant white light erupted, coalescing into the form of a dragon-headed humanoid figure, clad in a magnificent 7-clawed dragon robe. His limbs and head were encased in dragon scales, with 2 horns protruding from his forehead, exuding an overwhelming presence that enveloped the surroundings. He was none other than Ao Li, the 3rd elder of the dragon clan. Upon Ao Li's arrival, the aura of a great Luo golden immortal cascaded around him, instilling immense pressure not only upon Zhou Cheng, but also upon Ao Cheng and his companions. Unfazed by the 4 present, Ao Li surveyed the area, his brow furrowing as he questioned Ao Cheng. Cheng, how did you end up at Buzhou Mountain? Where are the enemies? Pointing at Zhou Cheng, Ao Cheng replied, Father, it is that brazen monkey. Ao Li, upon arrival, had already sensed Zhou Cheng's presence. However, upon discerning that Zhou Cheng was merely at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, he had dismissed him as a threat. What is the meaning of this? He is but a mere pinnacle Tai golden immortal, and the 3 of you, 1 at that level and 2 in the late stages, cannot defeat him? Ao Li exclaimed in irritation, believing that his offspring had failed to progress, bringing disgrace to the dragon clan. Faced with Ao Li's inquiry, Ao Cheng and his brothers felt a wave of embarrassment, but eventually explained the situation. After listening, Ao Li furrowed his brow once again. So, he has grasped the principles and possesses profound mana. No wonder. However, such a talent does not belong to the dragon clan. It is best to resolve this swiftly. Having grasped the situation, Ao Li turned to Zhou Cheng and stated, will you take your own life, or shall I be the one to end it? Clearly, Zhou Cheng's mastery of principles and deep reserves of mana did not merit the attention of this great Luo Golden Immortal's doppelganger. And Aoli was confident that Zhou Cheng could not escape his fate. Zhou Cheng, filled with indignation, felt the weight of Aoli's presence bearing down upon him, compounded by the latter's disregard. Even as Zhou Cheng seethed with rage, it was futile. Strength dictated the hierarchy. In the primordial world, weakness was an unforgivable sin. Having sensed Aoli's formidable prowess, Zhou Cheng realized he was facing a great Luo Golden Immortal at the late stage. Previously, he had no trouble against a mid-stage opponent. But now he had no choice but to test his mettle against a late-stage adversary, having recently honed his command of the 5 elemental principles. Zhou Cheng felt a surge of confidence in his abilities. If you wish for me to end my own life, I have no objections, Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. You are quite confident, but confidence must be matched by strength. My clan has numerous matters to attend to and lacks the time to indulge you. Since you refuse to take your own life, I shall assist you, Aoli proclaimed, gracefully extending a claw. A dense surge of mana coalesced into a colossal dragon's claw, surpassing even the size of the massive hammer Aoli had previously wielded. Zhou Cheng knew instinctively that the power behind this claw far exceeded that of the earlier hammer. As the immense dragon claw descended upon him, Zhou Cheng felt an overwhelming pressure, rendering movement nearly impossible. If he failed to shatter this claw, being captured would spell his doom. The situation compelled Zhou Cheng to refrain from overthinking. He immediately invoked the principles of warfare, a surge of fierce battle intent erupting from his being. Clenching his fist, he launched a devastating strike against the encroaching dragon claw. The fist, infused with magical energy, obliterated everything in its path. Mountains, stones, grasses, and trees were all uprooted and sent flying in opposite directions. The collision of their powers generated a tremendous sound, unleashing an overwhelming force that swept across the surroundings, annihilating everything in its wake, leaving no trace behind. As the two forces dissipated synchronously, only a deep crater remained, as if nothing had transpired. Aoli, witnessing the fierce determination radiating from Zhou Cheng, felt a twinge of surprise. His earlier attack, seemingly a mere flick of the wrist, concealed a devastating force, for Aoli believed that even the combined might of Zhou Cheng and the others could not withstand it. Yet Zhou Cheng had successfully intercepted it. It was unexpected. Not only had he comprehended the principles of the 5 elements, but he had also grasped the principles of warfare. As Cheng Er had posited, if not for you, it was indeed possible that you could become a future threat to my dragon clan. Whether you can prevail remains uncertain. Perhaps I might be the one to vanquish you. Zhou Cheng, unwilling to back down, retorted, well, let us see if you can defeat me. For now, I am intent on defeating you. With that, Aoli unleashed a punch that was several times more powerful than his previous claw strike, causing the heavens to dim and the air to ripple with instability, as if reality itself were on the verge of shattering. Zhou Cheng, realizing the gravity of this assault, did not dare to be complacent. He harnessed the principles of warfare to rapidly unleash a flurry of punches against the incoming strike, aware that a singular counter would not suffice. Indeed, it took hundreds of his punches to neutralize Aoli's attack. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng's physical form was robust. Otherwise, even if he managed to withstand the blow, he would have suffered injuries. The expenditure of magical energy was tens of times greater than Aoli's, a dilemma he could not escape. The avatar of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal was beyond his current capabilities. The only viable strategy was to deplete this avatar's magical energy to secure victory. Aoli, observing Zhou Cheng withstand his full-force strike, felt a surge of anger and impatience. Consequently, he unleashed several powerful punches in succession, each one stronger than the last, determined to eliminate Zhou Cheng in one fell swoop. Zhou Cheng, seeing the oncoming waves of immense power, felt a grave sense of foreboding, yet time did not permit him to dwell on his thoughts. He invoked both the principles of warfare and the 5 elements, erecting barriers of earth and water. With both hands, he launched hundreds of shockwaves, each infused with the augmentations of the principles of warfare and the 5 elements. Some punches were reinforced for defense, while others were designed to amplify impact and sharpen their edges. The hundreds of strikes, glimmering faintly with elemental energy, surged toward Aoli. However, even so, Zhou Cheng's punches and defenses were ultimately obliterated by Aoli, and although Zhou Cheng's defenses crumbled, Ao Li's assault was nearing its end, striking Zhou Cheng nonetheless. The impact was devastating, sending Zhou Cheng hurtling thousands of meters away, leaving behind 2 deep trenches as evidence of the force expended. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng's formidable physique allowed him to emerge from the encounter relatively unscathed. Regaining his footing, he swiftly readied himself for the upcoming tempest. Ao Li, astonished that Zhou Cheng had suffered no injuries from his assault, was initially taken aback, followed by a deep-seated rage. He perceived this as a disgrace. In the past, not even a beginner Great Luo Golden Immortal could withstand his blow, yet now, a peak Tai Golden Immortal had withstood multiple full-force strikes from him. To Ao Li, Zhou Cheng represented an affront to his pride, and only by erasing him could he alleviate the anger festering within. Not only Ao Li, but even Ao Cheng and the others were taken aback, fully aware of Ao Li's terrifying might. They felt a pang of pity for Zhou Cheng, understanding that an enraged Ao Li was a force to be reckoned with. As expected, Ao Li charged toward Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng, recognizing Ao Li's intent for close combat, understood that the Dragon Clan placed great emphasis on physical training, and now it was evident. However, Zhou Cheng was not intimidated. His own path of warfare had honed his physique. According to his cultivation manual, he had just begun to grasp the principles of warfare, and his physical prowess had reached the late stage of a Tai Golden Immortal. With his advancement in the principles, his physical abilities would also rise, negating the need for further training. Thus, as Ao Li approached, Zhou Cheng, unwilling to be outdone, charged forward, initiating a brutal exchange of blows. While this was merely Ao Li's avatar, its physical strength was still comparable to that of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, given the disparity in realms. As their fists collided, a visible shockwave emanated from their center, scattering dust and debris, uprooting flowers and trees in their wake. Ao Cheng and the others crossed their arms before them to brace against the onslaught. In less than a second, Zhou Cheng was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. As he regained his stance, his right hand trembled slightly, a testament to Ao Li's overwhelming power. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. As Ao Li again approached, fist raised, Zhou Cheng felt a mix of elation and resignation. He had sensed a slight enhancement in his physique from the previous clash, albeit marginal. However, he lamented that the opponent was far too formidable to serve as a suitable sparring partner. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of punches, Zhou Cheng being sent flying each time, unable to counter Ao Li's might. Despite his injuries, they were not severe, and he could recover at any moment. However, both combatants sensed that Zhou Cheng's magical energy was nearing depletion. After enduring a prolonged battle against Ao Cheng and the others, he had expended considerable energy, and facing Ao Li, a Great Luo Golden Immortal, required even more output. Despite his profound reserves of magical energy, Zhou Cheng could not withstand this continuous barrage. Time did not afford him the luxury of deep thought. He merely sought to push Ao Li back, as a few seconds would suffice for him to restore his energy, thanks to the innate spiritual liquid he possessed. Although anxious, Zhou Cheng remained composed, having devised a strategy. Ao Li, on the other hand, was not in a hurry, sensing that victory was within his grasp. After yet another fierce exchange, as Ao Li's fist approached once more, Zhou Cheng summoned every ounce of his magical energy, channeling the principles of the 5 elements and the principles of warfare to their utmost. He struck Ao Li's fist with a force several times greater than before, aiming to catch him off guard. Ao Li recognized the increased strength behind Zhou Cheng's blow, yet with his attack already in motion, he could only muster all his might to bolster his defense against the impending strike. Despite Ao Li's precautions, he could not withstand the extraordinary power Zhou Cheng unleashed. This time, it was Ao Li who was sent flying. His disbelief was palpable as he was hurled back by a mere Tai Golden Immortal. Upon regaining his footing, he sustained no injuries, yet his expression was one of deep discontent, clearly indicating that he was teetering on the edge of rage. Ao Cheng and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the father they revered, who had seemed invincible, had been repelled by a Tai Golden Immortal. Though this was not the conclusion, it left them profoundly shaken. Zhou Cheng, undeterred by the unfolding drama, focused on replenishing his magical energy to prepare for the storm that lay ahead. With a swift motion, Zhou Cheng poured dozens of drops of innate spirit liquid into his mouth, instantly channeling his energy to restore his magical power. In mere moments, His vitality was nearly fully replenished. The sight of Zhou Cheng regaining his power in such an astonishingly brief period left Ao Li and his three companions utterly astounded, their expressions quickly shifting to one of insatiable greed. This was indeed innate spirit liquid, a precious treasure for survival, though not quite on par with the three-light divine water. Just like Zhou Cheng at this moment, without this innate spirit liquid, he would soon meet his demise. There was no alternative. Though Ao Cheng and his companions possessed some innate spirit liquid, they had already exhausted their supply. The Dragon Clan had access to it as well, but in limited quantities, reserved for the most dire circumstances and not to be squandered. Thus, witnessing Zhou Cheng's abundance of innate spirit liquid and his carefree usage of it ignited their avarice. Noticing their covetous gazes, Zhou Cheng teasingly brandished a bottle of the precious liquid, taunting, "Do you want some? Come and take it." Ao Li's expression turned from greed to an impassive mask at Zhou Cheng's mockery. "If I kill you, everything you possess will be mine," Ao Li declared coldly. "Little monkey, you have compelled me to reveal my true dragon form. I must admit, I find you somewhat admirable, yet you must perish. Just wait. You may not even survive this encounter," Zhou Cheng retorted. "Is that so? Let us see how you will make me vanish," Ao Li responded, transforming into his true dragon form, an imposing figure stretching 80,000 feet in length, radiating an even greater aura than before. However, Zhou Cheng was undaunted. He had merely utilized his abilities to combat Ao Li thus far, and he still had his divine powers in reserve. With the invocation of his divine powers, Zhou Cheng's combat prowess would ascend even further, leaving the outcome uncertain. No, it was certain that Zhou Cheng would emerge victorious. His magical power had been fully restored, and he had yet to employ the five elements pagoda. Meanwhile, Ao Li had already expended significant energy. He could not sustain this for long. This prompted him to manifest his dragon form, seeking to decisively subdue Zhou Cheng. Little did he realize, Zhou Cheng had hidden cards yet to be played. Ignoring these thoughts, Ao Li embraced the Dragon Clan's maxim, "Overwhelming force shatters all." Upon transforming, he unleashed a sweeping tail strike towards Zhou Cheng. This was the true dragon's tail whip. Zhou Cheng sensed the power behind the strike, realizing that it dwarfed their previous skirmish. This was a battle of titans. Zhou Cheng countered with his own laws, first casting a spell to enhance his size, making him a formidable opponent to Ao Li. He then unleashed a ground-shaking assault against the dragon's tail, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to quake. With this, he successfully repelled Ao Li's attack, sending him staggering back. "To think you possess divine powers," Ao Li exclaimed in astonishment. "What of it? I possess them all," Zhou Cheng replied with a smile, his brows arching slightly. Ao Li, however, remained skeptical of Zhou Cheng's proclamation, convinced he could only wield a couple of techniques. It was understandable, given that in the current primordial continent, few could perform divine powers. Almost none had openly revealed them. Only the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had such capabilities, and even they were limited in their mastery. This accounted for Ao Li's surprise. At present, the primordial realm had not yet been graced by the teachings of the Dao ancestor. Knowledge of the Dao was scarce, and divine powers even rarer. Besides Zhou Cheng, who was an exceptionally fortunate outlier, only a handful of top figures in the primordial world could claim mastery of all divine powers. Thus, the primary means of combat for beings of the same rank were primarily hand-to-hand combat or elemental laws, alongside the use of innate spiritual treasures, nothing beyond that. In the hierarchy of power, each rank represented a different realm, with higher stages effortlessly crushing those below. After all, few possess talents like Zhou Cheng. Chapter 013. The Slaying of Ao Li. "Little monkey, you possess quite a collection of treasures," Ao Li remarked, a glint of greed in his eyes. "Indeed. But they are not for you," Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. "Is that so? Soon they shall be mine," Ao Li declared with unwavering confidence. "Then let us see how many tricks you have up your sleeve," Zhou Cheng challenged, beckoning Ao Li with a finger. Seeking death, Ao Li roared, charging at Zhou Cheng in anger. Zhou Cheng's array of techniques left Ao Cheng and his companions in a state of shock. However, their magical power had been depleted, and they could not recover in such a short span. Even if they could, they were unable to participate in this confrontation, left merely as spectators, astonished and wide-eyed. Returning to the scene, Ao Li lunged at Zhou Cheng once more, initiating another round of close combat. Zhou Cheng did not retreat. He charged forward, engaging in fierce melee attacks. Yet, He had to intermittently use ground-shaking strikes to defend himself. Zhou Cheng's raw physical combat proved insufficient against A.O. Li. Suffering injuries with each clash. Now transformed, A.O. Li's strength had surged dramatically, amplifying his powers several times over. Each exchange left Zhou Cheng more wounded, compelling him to rely on his divine powers to alleviate the pressure of A.O. Li's onslaught. The only benefit of their physical confrontations was a slight enhancement to Zhou Cheng's physical form, albeit minimal. They battled fiercely for dozens of rounds, both panting heavily. Zhou Cheng's use of the size-enhancing technique was draining his magical energy, yet A.O. Li too had only a fraction of his power remaining, around 30 to 40%. If A.O. Li had no further means at his disposal, he would soon be overwhelmed by Zhou Cheng. Yet Zhou Cheng knew this was unlikely. A.O. Li still had the power of the laws to wield. A.O. Li, aware of his dwindling energy, resolved not to hold back any longer. It was now a matter of survival. Either Zhou Cheng would perish or A.O. Li would be vanquished. Impudent monkey, I shall now unleash the final technique of this incarnation. I hope you possess other means, A.O. Li stated calmly. With that, A.O. Li unleashed his singular divine power, tsunami, conjuring a water dragon through the laws of water, which roared forth towards Zhou Cheng, its overwhelming force causing the very air to tremble. As the water dragon surged forth, A.O. Cheng and his companions were momentarily flattened to the ground, unable to resist its might. In an instant, a torrent of surging waves rushed towards Zhou Cheng, accompanied by the terrifying water dragon, leaving him no time to ponder his response. Zhou Cheng invoked every technique he knew to withstand A.O. Li's dual assault of the tsunami and the water dragon. Tsunami, earthquake, firestorm, earthen wall, water barrier. Though Zhou Cheng employed his own version of the tsunami, its potency paled in comparison to A.O. Li's, rendering his defenses insufficient against the onslaught. Zhou Cheng's defenses crumbled under A.O. Li's assault, with the remnants of the attack surging mercilessly towards him. Just as the water dragon was about to crash upon Zhou Cheng, a five-tiered pagoda appeared above his head, the exquisite Five Elements Pagoda, a superior innate spiritual treasure. As soon as the pagoda materialized, it enveloped Zhou Cheng in a brilliant array of colors, providing him with complete protection. With a resounding crash, the water dragon collided against the pagoda's defenses, resulting in a stalemate for several heartbeats before the dragon gradually dissipated. Zhou Cheng was sent hurtling backward for thousands of meters, crashing to the ground in a severely injured state. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Cheng rose, consuming dozens of drops of the innate Five Elements liquid. Although its healing effects were not as potent for him now, it was better than nothing. Zhou Cheng also employed the laws of wood to mend his injuries. Every little bit helped. A.O. Li, witnessing Zhou Cheng endure his powerful attack and still rise, was astonished. A.O. Cheng, noticing the Five Elements Pagoda above Zhou Cheng's head, called out to A.O. Li, "Father, we have come here for that monkey's pagoda. It must be a top-tier innate spiritual treasure." A.O.L., with a stoic expression, nodded slightly before charging directly at Zhou Cheng. He unleashed several powerful strikes, akin to the tumultuous waves of a raging sea, and then, with the scant remaining mana at his disposal, summoned 10 water dragons, deftly directing them toward Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng found himself in a perilous situation. Realizing this would be their final confrontation, he understood that A.O.L. could not kill him, for his mana was nearly depleted. Any additional tactics would be futile. In response, Zhou Cheng elevated the principles of battle to their zenith, ensuring he remained perpetually prepared for combat, thereby augmenting his strength manifold. He then unleashed his most formidable techniques: turbulent waves, earth-shaking quakes, and reversing flames, culminating in a potent strike from the Five Elements Pagoda that sent forth a torrent of flames and surging waves. At that moment, the techniques of both combatants clashed violently. With a thunderous roar, both Zhou Cheng and A.O.L. reached their limits. Zhou Cheng fell to one knee, gasping for breath, while A.O.L. transformed from his dragon form into that of a human. They regarded each other amidst the chaos, where a vacuum formed at the center of their clash, causing the very fabric of space to shatter and mend in an endless cycle. Ultimately, Zhou Cheng succumbed in this fierce exchange, as several water dragons lunged at him. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Cheng intensified his mana output through the Five Elements Pagoda. Just as he fortified himself with layers of protective barriers, the water dragons attacked. With a resounding roar, the dragons, seemingly realizing they could not strike Zhou Cheng, dissipated into nothingness. Though he was not struck, Zhou Cheng was propelled thousands of meters away, sustaining further injuries that required immediate healing. Feeling the gravity of his wounds, Zhou Cheng knew he could not delay any longer. He invoked his divine ability, soaring golden light, to appear behind AOL, bidding farewell with the ominous promise of sending him to meet his children next time. As he spoke, he unleashed a strike of fire thunder, a technique learned from the mastery of the Five Thunders. Before AOL could respond, he was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Although this was merely AOL's avatar, it marked Zhou Cheng's first victory in the primordial realm, for the true confrontation with AOL and his three dragons remained unresolved. Since the encounter with AOL's three dragons, Zhou Cheng had not initiated any attacks. His battle against them had merely been an experiment with his five elements principles, while his clash with AOL was a desperate struggle. For had he not been resilient, he would have perished long ago. After dispatching AOL's avatar, Zhou Cheng unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the earth, against AOL's three companions. They had no time to react and were instantly killed. When AOL's final attack failed to eliminate Zhou Cheng and his mana was exhausted, AOL's three companions had sought to flee. However, their mana reserves were insufficient, and Zhou Cheng's reflexes were too swift, leading to their demise. Zhou Cheng dared not linger. Swiftly collecting the bodies of AOL's companions before employing soaring golden light to escape. Unsure if he was being pursued, he only halted once his mana was nearly depleted, seeking a secluded cave imbued with spiritual energy to recuperate. There, he set up a rudimentary array for protection before entering a healing state. Meanwhile, in a palace within the Dragon Palace, a furious roar echoed. This was AOL's reaction upon discovering the demise of his avatar. Damn it! Upon witnessing Zhou Cheng's fierce expression at the moment of his avatar's death, AOL surmised that the three companions were in grave danger. As he processed this realization, he vanished from the palace, rushing to the site of the incident. Upon arrival, AOL found Zhou Cheng had already vanished, and his three companions were nowhere to be seen, leaving only the remnants of battle. The sight filled AOL with an overwhelming rage, and he howled, "Ah, wretched monkey, I swear I shall not rest until you are slain." With that, he unleashed a devastating force, reducing the valley to ruins. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng had already collected the valuable elixirs, or else it would have been a tremendous loss. After venting his fury, AOL returned to the Dragon Clan and summoned his soldiers. "Listen, Elder 3, spread the word. Whoever can find this monkey and provide information shall receive a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Whoever can slay him will be rewarded with a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, and whoever can capture him alive shall receive a high-grade innate spiritual treasure." AOL then implanted an image of Zhou Cheng into the minds of his soldiers. Upon hearing of such generous rewards, the soldiers understood the gravity of the situation and wasted no time in disseminating the message. The Dragon Clan erupted in excitement. The rewards were exceedingly rich. And since Zhou Cheng was merely a Tai Golden Immortal, all available Luohou Golden Immortals immediately set their sights on the primordial continent, eager to seize Zhou Cheng for the high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Even those in seclusion were compelled to join the hunt upon hearing the news. In the current primordial world, innate treasures were scarce. Although the three great clans possessed some, they were dwarfed by their numerous kin. Thus, innate treasures were typically reserved for rewarding the deserving, making it rare for others to possess them. With such a bountiful bounty, it became a coveted dream for all, prompting a rush toward the primordial continent. The various factions on the continent also received word of this news. Although they might find themselves at odds with the Dragon Clan in the future, the opportunity to acquire an innate treasure was too tempting to ignore, as it would weaken their foes and strengthen themselves. In a whirlwind, the primordial world was stirred by Zhou Cheng's name, with everyone seeking him out. Conflicts on the primordial continent surged, and had the three great clans been better prepared, the calamity might have erupted prematurely. Zhou Cheng remained oblivious to these developments, focused solely on his healing. A century passed. At last, Zhou Cheng awoke, his injuries healed. The principles of battle and the five elements had reached their foundational limits. With seclusion, he could ascend to a higher level of understanding. His physical body, having endured the relentless strikes from AOL's avatar, had also reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Once the principles ascended, so too would his physical cultivation. With no barriers in sight, were AOL to learn of this, he might very well choke on his own blood. Pleased with his progress, Zhou Cheng proceeded to assess his gains. He had acquired a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, and several postnatal treasures, though the latter held little appeal for him, offering minimal benefit. Lastly, he discovered a fragment that caused the 5 elements pagoda within him to tremble slightly, drawn by its intrinsic allure. This was indeed a fragment of the 5 elements pagoda, the very guide that had led AOL's 3 companions to its location. Releasing the fragment alongside the 5 elements pagoda, they merged instantaneously. Without waiting for further results, the 5 elements pagoda returned to Zhou Cheng's body. He believed that integrating this treasure fragment would elevate the 5 elements pagoda, significantly enhancing his defenses. Spiritual treasures were categorized into innate and postnatal. Postnatal treasures came in various grades: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and postnatal supreme treasures, as well as a unique category of postnatal merit treasures. Innate treasures, on the other hand, were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, supreme grade, and innate supreme treasures. Postnatal treasures had no restrictions and could be refined by all beings above the celestial immortal level, while innate treasures were subject to strict limitations. Low-grade innate treasures contained 112 restrictions, and only those above the true immortal level could fully refine them. The mid-grade innate spiritual treasure contains 324 prohibitions and adheres to 20 of the laws. Only those above the golden immortal rank may fully refine it. The superior innate spiritual treasure encompasses 536 prohibitions and embodies 30 to 40 of the laws, requiring at least a Tai golden immortal for refinement. The top-tier innate spiritual treasure consists of 745 prohibitions and abides by 50 to 60 of the laws, permitting only those above the great Luo golden immortal to refine it. The innate supreme treasure contains 649 prohibitions and follows 70 to 90 of the laws, accessible solely to saints for complete refinement. The chaotic spiritual treasure possesses rules that can only be fully refined by a saint. Although the acquired treasures do not match the innate ones in terms of intrinsic nature, their power, excluding the influence of laws, does not pale in comparison at every level. The value of innate treasures lies in their inherent laws. Attacks infused with the power of these laws significantly amplify their might. Even a low-grade innate treasure could potentially surpass a top-tier acquired treasure in power. However, exceptions exist. At times, an acquired treasure may surpass an innate one, such as the Fantian seal wielded by Guangqingzi, a top-tier acquired treasure whose power eclipses that of most top-tier innate treasures. The most precious aspect of innate treasures is that refining them not only allows the wielder to utilize their full potential, but also enables the comprehension of the embedded laws, fostering personal growth. This explains the fervent pursuit of innate treasures among the cultivators of the primordial world, as they serve as a shortcut to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal rank. In the future, Dong Huang Tai Yi, who failed to fully refine the chaos spell, could not harness its formidable power, ultimately leading to his demise under siege. Had he completely refined the chaos spell, his attack power would have reached the saint level, making the war between the witches and the demons a pivotal turning point, causing even saints to tread carefully. It is precisely because of the existence of laws within innate treasures that they become excellent materials for cutting down corpses thereafter. When Zhou Cheng first acquired the 5 elements pagoda, it possessed 36 prohibitions. Although Zhou Cheng was merely a Tai golden immortal, he inherited the legacy of the 5 elements demon god, which allowed him to refine it down to 33 prohibitions. Even without complete refinement, he could still exert the full power of the 5 elements pagoda, albeit with significant mana consumption. Had he fully refined it, Zhou Cheng would merely need to position the pagoda atop his head, and Ao Li's attack would have failed to harm him. Now, with the fusion of the 5 elements pagoda fragments, its prohibitions will rise to 45, just a step away from becoming an innate supreme treasure. Although it is regrettable, Zhou Cheng believes he will gather other fragments to restore the 5 elements pagoda to a chaotic spiritual treasure. The remaining rewards are minimal: elixirs, herbs, and spiritual roots are all commonplace, already present within his pagoda, prompting little interest, and he discards them into the pagoda. Next, Zhou Cheng must focus on advancing to the great Luo golden immortal rank, aiming for the complete refinement of the 5 elements pagoda. At that point, his combat strength will surge several levels, and his defenses will become unrivaled in the primordial world. Zhou Cheng is confident that few will be able to breach his defenses. Subsequently, Zhou Cheng entered a state of seclusion. Chapter 015. The situation of the three races. Another millennium has passed, and the situation in the primordial world has eased. In a grand hall adorned in fiery red, the Phoenix clan's leader and elders convene. A dignified middle-aged man sits at the head of the table. He is Yuan Feng, the leader of the Phoenix clan. Beside him is his wife, Huang Mu, an unparalleled beauty. Flanking them are 10 elders of the Phoenix clan. 5 at the Hongjun Golden Immortal level, and 5 at the peak of the Great Luohou Golden Immortal rank. While the situation in the primordial world has stabilized, the ultimate battle is not far off. How prepared is our clan? Yuan Feng inquired calmly. Leader, we are nearly ready and can head to the battlefield at any moment, replied the Grand Elder, Feng Ding. That's good to hear. Sigh, I wonder how many of our kin will survive this time, Yuan Feng lamented. For the victory of our clan, it is worth it, the second elder asserted firmly. We will undoubtedly emerge victorious. We are not a match for the Dragon clan. The third elder confidently stated. Let us hope so, Yuan Feng said, furrowing his brow. Others may not know, but he is well aware of the primordial dragon's strength. Although the three clan leaders are collectively regarded as one realm, Yuan Feng understands the distance between him and the primordial dragon in a one-on-one confrontation. He is certain he would not stand a chance, nor would Shurchilin. Is there anything else? Yuan Feng addressed the 10 elders. There is an amusing incident. Over 10,000 years ago, Ao Li's 3 sons were slain by a monkey. The Dragon clan issued a bounty for this matter. However, the monkey remains elusive, likely hiding from the multitude searching for him. This incident nearly sparked a great conflict, but was ultimately quelled by the Qilin clan, the 10th elder recounted. Let it go. The imminent war takes precedence, and the monkey belongs to the Beast clan, under the jurisdiction of the Qilin clan. There is no need to expend excessive effort. If there are no further matters, let us prepare. Yuan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, a monkey that has yet to reach the Great Luohou Golden Immortal is not worth such investment, the elders agreed. In the Qilin clan, Shurchilin presides over a meeting with the 10 elders in their council hall. Are preparations for the great battle complete? He demanded assertively. Almost, the Grand Elder replied slowly. That is acceptable. This time, the Dragon clan must be eradicated. Yes, the elders nodded. If there are no further matters, prepare for battle. Shurchilin gestured for them to disperse. One more thing, the second elder stood and addressed Shurchilin. What is it? Shurchilin asked, puzzled. The monkey that nearly incited a war a millennium ago has not yet been found. Even with our calculations, we cannot determine his location. He must possess a treasure that obscures the heavens. Otherwise, we would not be unable to locate him. How shall we handle this? The second elder expressed his frustration. They have ample reason to be irate. After Zhou Cheng was issued a bounty by the Dragon clan, numerous rogue Great Luohou Golden Immortals and minor clan leaders rampaged across the primordial continent, causing frequent skirmishes. This is a provocation for the ruling Qilin clan. Although powerful, the Qilin clan cannot withstand such a multitude of Great Luohou Golden Immortals, especially with many being from the Beast clan, complicating matters further. Suppressing them collectively could fracture the relationships within the Beast clan. With war on the horizon, such issues cannot arise. Thus, the Qilin clan instructed the Beast clan to expel their members first, allowing their own to search. Whoever captures the monkey shall claim him. Although this uproar was eventually quelled, the Beast clan suffered significant losses, explaining the second elder's ire towards Zhou Cheng. Let them be, if that monkey remains. It indicates he is blessed with great fortune and possesses formidable strength, which would not be a loss for us. If he perishes, it is merely in vain. A monkey without a Great Luohou is not worth our time, Shurchilin dismissed casually. Understood, the second elder conceded after contemplation. If there are no further matters, let it be so, Shurchilin concluded, and he vanished from sight. In an iridescent palace beneath the waters, similar deliberations unfold as in the Phoenix and Qilin clans. The primordial dragon gazes down from his throne, surrounded by 10 elders, all formidable Hongjun Golden Immortals. This represents the strength the Dragon clan possesses against the Phoenix and Qilin clans. A mere glimpse of their surface power, the depths of their might remain shrouded in mystery. How are preparations progressing? The primordial dragon inquired as he rose to address the elders. Nearly complete. In 100,000 years, we shall be ready. The Grand Elder of the Dragon clan responded. Good. Continue your efforts. The sooner, the better, the primordial dragon expressed his satisfaction. I intend to break through to the peak of the laws within the final 100,000 years. I believe those two will do the same. However, even so, the two of them together are no match for me. The ancestor dragon gazed into the distance and spoke flatly. Yes, our emperor replied in unison with the 10 elders. Is there anything else? If there are no pressing matters, please refrain from disturbing me during this time. There is nothing else. Satisfied with the response, the ancestor dragon vanished. The 10 elders prepared to exit and ready themselves for the impending great battle. Third brother. It is said that the murderer of Zhou Cheng and the others has yet to be found. Shall we deduce his whereabouts together? The fourth elder of the dragon clan. Ao Ming inquired of Ao Li. No need. He is merely a small monkey. It is not worth expending such effort here. Moreover, I have already attempted to deduce his location with eldest brother, but we could not find him. Ao Li replied with a mix of helplessness and anger. I never anticipated he possessed a treasure that conceals the heavenly secrets. That makes him difficult to find, Ao Ming lamented. If it weren't for that treasure, I would have located him long ago. Ao Li remained furious. No worries. Once our dragon clan defeats the Phoenix and Qilin clans and unifies the primordial world, finding him will be a simple task, Ao Ming consoled Ao Li. At this critical juncture, we can only proceed as such. But I still hope someone can find him and bring him before me. Ao Li declared with a fierce expression. He is currently a Tai golden immortal. He cannot escape. Ao Ming patted Ao Li and then departed. The previous incident had stirred up the primordial world, and Ao Ming feared that Ao Li's impulsiveness might hinder the dragon clan's preparations for war, which is why he sought to resolve this matter swiftly. However, seeing that Ao Li could discern the gravity of the situation and understand the urgency, he felt reassured. Ao Li had always wished to eliminate Zhou Cheng at the earliest opportunity. It was simply that he could not find him. Therefore, he had to set this matter aside for now and focus on preparing for the imminent grand events. No matter what transpired in the primordial world, Zhou Cheng was oblivious and uninterested as he found himself at a crucial juncture. Chapter 016. Ascension to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhou Cheng assimilated the combat experience from his battle with Ao Li, enhancing his martial principles. With the inheritance of the Chaos Magic Ape, coupled with Zhou Cheng's modest experience, his ascension was assured. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after 10 millennia, Zhou Cheng finally elevated his martial principles to a complete one. The next step was to open the 3 flowers and ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. 3 flowers appeared above Zhou Cheng's head, gradually solidifying from the ethereal, and then the 3 flowers began to bloom simultaneously. The rank of the 3 flowers directly influences the maximum achievements one can attain, as long as one flower blossoms to the 8th rank. The other 2 will not be less than the 7th rank, granting him the potential for sanctification. Zhou Cheng cared little for the ranks and qualifications of others. He was solely concerned with how high his own flowers could bloom. The 3 flowers gradually ascended in rank, 1st rank, 2nd rank. Upon reaching the 8th rank, the momentum began to wane, and when the 1st flower bloomed to the 9th rank, it appeared that the 3 flowers were about to stagnate. Yet Zhou Cheng was unwilling to accept this. Possessing 2 top-tier chaos origins, he was not content with just 1 flower at the 9th rank. He recalled that the 3 flowers were nourished by the 5 energies, so he took out the innate 5-element spirit liquid, continuously providing ample support to his 5 energies. After consuming 1,000 drops of innate 5-element spirit liquid, he managed to elevate the 2nd flower to the 9th rank. It took another 10,000 drops to raise the 3rd flower to the 9th rank. After that, Zhou Cheng could no longer afford the expenditure. This was the highest potential he could achieve for now. Perhaps in the future, with access to the origin of the magic ape, he could further elevate himself. For the time being, Zhou Cheng was quite satisfied with his qualifications. He was confident that neither Hongjun nor Luohou could surpass him at present. Upon completing the 3 flowers, Zhou Cheng's thoughts shifted, and he found himself above a tranquil river. He knew this was the river of fate. Now that he had ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he was able to transcend fate, leading to this moment. Observing the river of fate, Zhou Cheng felt a profound clarity and exhilaration, significantly alleviating the immense pressure of the primordial world. This would mark the beginning of his legendary journey. The events of the journey to the west diminished in significance within his mind, while his confidence in orchestrating the journey to the west surged to new heights. Subsequently, Zhou Cheng returned his consciousness to his being, acutely aware of the immense power coursing within him, feeling both satisfaction and a hint of trepidation. Until one reaches this realm, one cannot fully comprehend its might. Zhou Cheng realized that his previous ability to obliterate Ao Li's avatar was a stroke of fortune, and he was grateful that Ao Li had not initially regarded him as a threat. Otherwise, he might not have triumphed. After ascending to the great Luo Golden Immortal, Zhou Cheng discovered that both his martial principles and five-element principles had reached a complete stage, and his magical power had attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, Zhou Cheng could barely be considered at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even so, Zhou Cheng sensed that his rate of advancement had begun to slow. Previously, it took him merely a millennium to ascend from the Golden Immortal to the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, whereas it took 10 millennia to elevate from the Tai Golden Immortal to the great Luo Golden Immortal. This indicated a significant decline in his rate of advancement. This was only to be expected. Zhou Cheng had previously benefited from the gifts of the Chaos Magic Ape, allowing him to rise to the Tai Golden Immortal so swiftly. Now, he was solely relying on his own efforts, which naturally slowed his progress. Reflecting on this, it was no wonder that the spirit Brightstone Monkey, Sun Wukong, could reach the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal in such a short span of decades. This was all due to the gifts of the Chaos Magic Ape and his relentless absorption of the essence of the sun and moon atop the flower and fruit mountain. Without those advantages, it would have been impossible for him to achieve what others could not attain in a lifetime. Though the rate of advancement had diminished, Zhou Cheng was exceedingly pleased with his current accomplishments. The ordinary peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal no longer held any allure for him, with his realm assisting him. The several divine abilities he primarily cultivated had reached a grand mastery. Only when both his principles and magical power reached their zenith would he feel any pressure. However, with the five elements pagoda by his side, Zhou Cheng was invincible within the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even during the early stages of the Primordial Golden Immortal, without a suitable innate spiritual treasure, it would be difficult for anyone to challenge him. This was the extent of Zhou Cheng's current strength. With such power, Zhou Cheng finally possessed the means to safeguard his life within the primordial world, alleviating his previous anxiety. Nevertheless, he needed to further refine the five elements pagoda. Currently, he could refine it to the 44th layer of restrictions. However, after a century of effort, he could only manage to refine it to the 42nd layer before reaching a stalemate. Yet, he accepted this outcome, for he could now fully unleash the power of the five elements pagoda. After a period of rest, Zhou Cheng prepared to venture forth. Stepping out of the cave, he raced towards the faint sense of direction he felt. Just as Zhou Cheng was admiring the beauty of the Unzao mountain with delight, he suddenly sensed a surge of killing intent, and he found himself unable to deploy his principles for defense. In a moment of urgency, he directly summoned the five elements pagoda to envelop himself. Boom! Just as he completed his defense, Zhou Cheng was struck by a terrifying beam of golden light, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Fortunately, the five elements pagoda held firm, and Zhou Cheng sustained no significant harm, though he was filled with rage. Attacked without provocation, Zhou Cheng glared in the direction of the incoming golden light and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Show yourself." A middle-aged man with a sinister demeanor emerged with a smile, revealing himself to be a mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhou Cheng felt a mix of anger and trepidation. He was furious that he had been ambushed by someone at the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal without even realizing it. And he was also apprehensive that he had grown somewhat lax after his ascension, losing the vigilance he once possessed. From this point onward, Zhou Cheng would need to reevaluate his understanding of the primordial world, a realm where anything could happen, a world of life and death, where he could not afford to be complacent again. Upon reaching a resolution, Zhou Cheng found himself considerably less enraged than before. A mere mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian dared to covet my exquisite innate spiritual treasure? Such audacity is indeed remarkable, he scoffed at the smiling, shadowy middle-aged man. It is true that even a practitioner of Tai Jin Xian, possessing a refined innate spiritual treasure, could potentially outmatch a late-stage de Luo Jin Xian who lacks one. The possession of an innate treasure allows one to challenge opponents beyond their level, which is precisely why these treasures are held in such high regard. Following the transmission of the three corpse severing secret by Hongjun, the value of innate spiritual treasures has only escalated. Now, this middle-aged man, merely a mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian, maintained a calm demeanor in the presence of Zhou Cheng's exquisite innate treasure, suggesting he had some form of assurance. A trivial mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian? Little monkey, this level is one you will never attain, for you are destined to die, the middle-aged man stated impassively. Being mocked by someone of a lesser realm would dampen anyone's spirits. Speak. Why did you ambush me? I had not even revealed my innate treasure. Do not claim you sought it for that reason, Zhou Cheng inquired calmly. So composed, do you believe you can still flee? That is impossible. Once I, Lang Xing, have set my sights on you, escape is not an option. Despite his curiosity regarding Zhou Cheng's calmness, Lang Xing remained confident. I am asking you a question. Will you answer? If not, you may as well prepare for death. Zhou Cheng replied impatiently. Lang Xing's face turned ashen. He had intercepted Zhou Cheng with the intent to kill him for a mid-grade innate treasure belonging to the Dragon Clan, and now he found himself belittled and mocked. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lang Xing declared, If you wish to kill me, let us see if you possess the capability. Without responding, Lang Xing unleashed the power of the laws against Zhou Cheng. Chapter 017, The Slaying of Lang Xing. As the force surged toward him, Zhou Cheng made no attempt to retaliate, fixating his gaze on Lang Xing. I am asking you a question. Answer me. At this moment, Zhou Cheng's previous impatience had dissipated. He was now more inclined to toy with Lang Xing, aiming to ascertain the situation before proceeding. The power of Lang Xing's laws struck the 5 elements pagoda, causing Zhou Cheng to stagger back a few steps, yet he sustained no damage. Lang Xing, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, but soon reconciled himself to the reality of an exquisite innate treasure. Observing Zhou Cheng's unharmed figure within the 5 elements pagoda, he resumed channeling the power of the laws, saying, Little monkey, it seems you have refined this pagoda quite well. Is it not taxing to operate? Watch as I exhaust your magical energy. What will you have left to resist me? Upon hearing Lang Xing refer to him as little monkey again, Zhou Cheng felt a surge of anger and impatience. Although he was now a 6-eared macaque, he still regarded himself as human, which explained why he had transformed into human form soon after becoming accustomed to his body. Unlike the previous 6-eared macaque, who relished in his monkey form, Zhou Cheng could no longer tolerate it. Let me ask you one last time. Will you speak or not? Lang Xing ignored Zhou Cheng and unleashed several more strikes of the power of the laws, attempting to deplete Zhou Cheng's energy. Yet again, Zhou Cheng remained unscathed. Had Lang Xing known that Zhou Cheng's magical energy surpassed his own by several multiples, he would have been utterly astounded. Seeing that Lang Xing would not respond and continued to bombard him with the power of the laws, Zhou Cheng, now thoroughly irritated, casually cast forth a strike of golden law energy, neutralizing Lang Xing's attacks. This left Lang Xing devoid of the confidence he had previously exuded. His countenance now serious as he regarded Zhou Cheng. Have you attained the Deluo Jinxian realm? Was it not said that you were merely a Tai Yi Jinxian? The distinction between a Tai Yi Jinxian wielding an exquisite innate treasure and a Deluo Jinxian brandishing one is monumental. Now, Lang Xing contemplated not how to kill Zhou Cheng, but rather how to retreat. Despite the rapid shift in Lang Xing's demeanor, the critical matter remained whether he could escape. Perceiving Lang Xing's words, Zhou Cheng harbored a vague suspicion. Observing the solemnity in Lang Xing's expression, Zhou Cheng chuckled lightly. Who decreed that I could not advance? Let me explain the circumstances. We shall erase our karmic ties. What do you say? Lang Xing maintained his stern expression. Previously, I offered you an opportunity to speak. Yet you refused. Now you wish to converse? It is too late. Once I have incapacitated you, my inquiries will yield the same result. With that, Zhou Cheng unleashed a powerful strike, employing 3/10 of his strength in a thunderclap. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words about incapacitating him before questioning, Lang Xing's face darkened with fury. However, upon witnessing Zhou Cheng's thunderclap, terror eclipsed his anger, and he acted without hesitation. He summoned his sole mid-grade innate treasure, the sky-defying bow, expending 80% of his magical energy to release a formidable arrow aimed at Zhou Cheng, colliding with the thunderclap. The two forces canceled each other out, and Zhou Cheng, astonished by the power of Lang Xing's bow, realized why his earlier ambush had gone unnoticed. Its might was derived from being a mid-grade innate treasure. Zhou Cheng felt no impact, but Lang Xing panted heavily, fixated on Zhou Cheng, fearful that another strike was forthcoming. Lang Xing was nearing his limit. Recognizing Lang Xing's plight, Zhou Cheng swiftly closed the distance, channeling golden light to deliver a powerful punch to Lang Xing's abdomen. Lang Xing, taken aback by Zhou Cheng's sudden proximity, felt an overwhelming dread. Before he could react, a sharp pain erupted in his abdomen, propelling him thousands of miles away. Zhou Cheng appeared before Lang Xing, who had now manifested his true celestial wolf form, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, with a web-like pattern of blood staining his abdomen, alongside the sky-defying bow. His only mid-grade innate treasure. Lang Xing was gravely injured and on the brink of death. "Can we converse now?" Zhou Cheng asked coldly, devoid of mercy. "If I divulge what I know, will you allow me to leave?" Lang Xing clung to the faintest glimmer of hope for survival. "You no longer possess the leverage to negotiate with me. You may choose not to speak, but I will deduce the answers regardless." "I simply find it tedious to do so," Zhou Cheng stated expressionlessly. Recognizing the truth in Zhou Cheng's words, Lang Xing divulged the information he possessed. Zhou Cheng learned that during his previous journey, he had been observed by Lang Xing, who had followed him with the intent to ambush. Regretful of his carelessness, Zhou Cheng granted Lang Xing a swift end, reclaiming the sky-defying bow before soaring toward Buzhou Mountain. Now, Zhou Cheng flew with far more caution than before, ever vigilant of his surroundings, wary of another ambush from Lang Xing. Although he doubted any harm would befall him, the humiliation of being ambushed was intolerable. Even upon encountering others, Zhou Cheng opted to veer off course to avoid unnecessary complications. Though he did not seek trouble, his benevolence had inadvertently led to a vexing situation. As Zhou Cheng made his way toward Buzhou Mountain, he navigated with care, evading potential conflicts. Upon witnessing several factions engaged in a life-and-death battle, he felt a surge of compassion, a remnant of his past life, that spurred him to intervene, confident that he alone, as a mere early-stage de Luo Jinxian, could withstand their collective might. He stepped forward to halt their conflict, only to discover that the factions recognized him as the one sought by the Dragon Clan. Realizing Zhou Cheng was merely an early-stage de Luo Jinxian, they conspired to eliminate him and share the spoils. Unfazed by their intentions, Zhou Cheng maintained a stoic expression as he unleashed a series of lightning strikes, swiftly dispatching them and asserting his dominance over the area. Zhou Cheng experienced a tumult of emotions upon witnessing the unfolding events. Although he initially wished to remain uninvolved, the compassion instilled in him from a future existence proved irresistible. He endeavored to adhere to the intrinsic principles of the primordial world without altering his essence, believing that if he could refrain from intervening, he would. After eliminating those who threatened him, Zhou Cheng still found it hard to accept that the entirety of the primordial realm was characterized by such brutality and bloodshed. He attempted to salvage the sense of justice that resided within him, intervening on several occasions to halt what he deemed unnecessary conflicts among various factions. However, each time he was met with treachery. Upon spotting him, they recognized his origins and sought to slay him to claim the rewards from the dragon race. The allure of a primal spiritual treasure could indeed drive men to madness. Encountering such individuals, Zhou Cheng never hesitated to eliminate them entirely before departing with ease. After several such encounters, his heart grew resolute. Even when faced with life and death struggles, he chose to remain indifferent and move on. Nevertheless, his actions did not go unnoticed, and many became aware of his presence on Mount Buzhou. A multitude of cultivators now rushed toward the mountain, each eager to gain the favor and rewards of the dragon race. Chapter 018. Mount Buzhou due to the discovery of his whereabouts. A significant number of great Luo golden immortals gathered on Mount Buzhou, eager to track down Zhou Cheng. Whether to locate him, capture him, or eliminate him, they sought the bounty that awaited. Consequently, Zhou Cheng's journey to the mountain to sense the designated location became fraught with challenges. Although he could have reached his destination in merely 50 years, he opted to navigate cautiously to avoid unnecessary complications, meandering in his approach. The name Buzhou Mountain reflects its incompleteness. Bu signifies negation, Zhou denotes wholeness, and mountain represents a natural elevation above the earth's surface. According to legend, the great Pangu transformed into myriad forms, with his spine becoming a towering mountain, reaching heights beyond the eye can see, magnificent, grand, and substantial, serving as the foundational pillar of cosmic stability, essential for survival in the primordial realm, regarded as the foremost of all mountains. Regrettably, during its formation, a portion was severed by the converging forces of heaven and earth, leading the deities of the primordial realm to name it Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou stands as the pinnacle among mountains, imbued with an exceptionally rich spiritual aura. A mere day of cultivation atop its heights is equivalent to a year below. However, being a celestial pillar and under the immense pressure exerted by Pangu, the strain on Mount Buzhou is unparalleled. A moment's carelessness while cultivating on its slopes could result in indelible scars, hindering further progress for a lifetime. Only those born of Mount Buzhou, shielded by its protection, can navigate its challenges with ease. Thus, despite its abundant spiritual essence, the mountain is sparsely populated, with miraculous herbs and spiritual plants being exceedingly rare. The appearance of such herbs would incite fierce competition among cultivators. Although the pressure on Mount Buzhou is formidable, only those at the Tai Golden Immortal level or higher can ascend. With even the slightest misstep leading to injury, many cultivators still brave the risks to seek treasures and cultivate within its confines. On the eastern side of Mount Buzhou lies Qilin Cliff, the birthplace of the Qilin, which is why the Qilin clan claims this region as their ancestral land. It is also the area with the most abundant spiritual energy at the mountain's foot. Zhou Cheng currently finds himself in the southern part of Mount Buzhou, having deliberately avoided the Qilin clan. Although he does not subscribe to the notion that they are all haughty and dismissive as depicted in tales, he prefers to maintain a peaceful distance. Standing at the mountain's base, he gazes up at the towering heights of Mount Buzhou and marvels. What a magnificent spectacle! Although he had encountered numerous lofty mountains on his journey, none could compare to Mount Buzhou, which stood leagues above the rest in grandeur. After absorbing the sight, Zhou Cheng took a moment to survey his surroundings before ascending the mountain. The moment he stepped onto Mount Buzhou, he felt a sudden tension in his body, which quickly returned to normal. Just moments earlier, he had sensed the mountain's formidable pressure, a weighty essence that felt ancient and profound. A Tai Golden Immortal would require time to acclimate to such force, yet Zhou Cheng, having attained the great Luo Golden Immortal realm both in spirit and flesh, merely needed to stretch slightly to adapt. The pressure within Mount Buzhou is distinctly stratified. Every 10,000 meters, the force multiplies by several times, even dozens of times. Among Tai Golden Immortals, few can ascend beyond 10,000 meters, while great Luo Golden Immortals struggle to surpass 100,000 meters, with records beyond that being scarce. After decades of advancement, Zhou Cheng sensed that he was nearing the weapon left by the Chaos Demon Ape, which awaited either its original owner or a descendant. With a slight adjustment of direction, he strolled leisurely up the mountain, drawn toward the source of his intuition. Although Zhou Cheng ambled along, it still took him a year to reach the 10,000-meter mark. Throughout his journey, Mount Buzhou, in stark contrast to other spiritual mountains, appeared desolate. He found no treasures or herbs, as if fortune had abandoned him, though this seemed perfectly reasonable. Despite its barrenness, Mount Buzhou was not devoid of flora. Rather, it brims with various plants that exude vitality. Its desolation lies in the scarcity of spiritual treasures and roots. Upon crossing the 10,000-meter threshold, Zhou Cheng felt the pressure intensify significantly. Yet, after a brief period of adjustment, he adapted entirely. This newfound pressure truly allowed him to experience the essence of cultivation. While the previous 10,000 meters brimmed with spiritual energy, unparalleled by ordinary celestial mountains, the pressure also offered some benefits for conventional cultivators' physical training. However, for one whose spirit and body had already reached the great Luo Golden Immortal level, such benefits were negligible. Now, the weight pressing down on Zhou Cheng became a valuable asset for refining his physique. Yet, he remained primarily focused on locating the weapon left behind by the Chaos Demon Ape, which he sensed lay just ahead, a few tens of thousands of meters away. He was relieved that it was not situated beyond 100,000 meters, as that would pose considerable challenges. After discerning the weapon's location, he sighed in relief and muttered to himself. With a fervent desire for the weapon, Zhou Cheng adapted to the pressure and hastened toward the beckoning direction. Another year passed before he arrived before an array. At last, "I've arrived," he declared with a smile. After adjusting his focus, he sensed the array and confirmed it was an innate formation designed to contain its contents while also possessing hidden effects. For someone of his current capabilities, dismantling this formation was a trivial task. As all innate formations are inherently tied to the 5 elements, Zhou Cheng, having inherited the legacy of the 5 elements demon god, could dismantle them using the principles of the 5 forms. After contemplating the formation for a moment, he executed several hand seals and directed them toward the innate formation. successfully dismantling it. As soon as the formation was broken, a staff entwined with chaotic energy, inscribed with unfamiliar runes, erupted into the sky, radiating an overwhelming battle intent that proclaimed its emergence to all corners of Mount Buzhou. This was a manifestation of its long suppression beneath the mountain, a testament to its unwillingness to be subdued. The purpose of Zhou Cheng's journey to Mount Buzhou was the Hongyuan staff, originally a chaotic spiritual treasure, now elevated to the status of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Judging by the aura exuded by the Hongyuan staff, Zhou Cheng realized it had attracted the attention of cultivators on Mount Buzhou, as he himself was akin to a mobile innate spiritual treasure, albeit with barbs. He hastily suppressed the Hongyuan staff to avoid unnecessary complications before swiftly departing. In the mystical realm of Buzhou Mountain, Zhou Cheng was confident that his speed rivaled that of the Hunyuan Golden Immortals. He firmly believed that before anyone could arrive, he would have vanished without a trace. It is noteworthy that the author has referenced mythological tales, revealing that Buzhou Mountain earned its name only after the deity Gonggong shattered it. The original name of the mountain remains unknown to the author, thus leading to this creative adaptation. Dear readers, if this does not resonate with you, there is little that can be done. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. Chapter 19. Refining the Hunyuan Staff not long after Zhou Cheng's departure. A group of early-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortals, including a few mid-stage ones, arrived at the site where the Hunyuan staff had manifested. Upon their arrival, they found nothing but an indomitable aura lingering in the air. In a moment of urgency, they began to calculate with their fingers, yet none could derive any results. "We have arrived too late," a middle-aged man clad in a serpent robe remarked, his expression grim. "Given this aura, the item that has emerged must be at least an exquisite innate spiritual treasure." Another, with a shifty gaze, added, his countenance darkening. "It was a futile effort. To have subdued such a precious innate treasure before our arrival, and to leave without us noticing indicates that the individual possesses strength at least equal to, if not greater than, our own. There is no point in discussing this any further," lamented a figure in a green Daoist robe. The others, hearing his words, felt a sense of helplessness, acknowledging the truth in his statement. The loss of an exquisite innate treasure weighed heavily on their hearts, for such treasures are exceedingly rare, let alone one of the highest quality. Thus, they could only voice their frustrations to alleviate their discontent. "Well, since the spiritual treasure is no longer here, I shall take my leave," one of them declared before departing. Just as the others contemplated leaving, another wave of individuals rushed in, a group of great Luo Golden Immortals. Upon their arrival and seeing the Hunyuan Golden Immortals present, as well as the absence of any signs of battle, they quickly grasped that they had all missed out. The Hunyuan Golden Immortals merely cast a glance at the newcomers before taking their leave. Subsequently, more great Luo Golden Immortals trickled in, all finding nothing. Zhou Cheng, having anticipated this outcome, was relieved that he had made a swift escape. Otherwise, a fierce battle would have ensued. After acquiring the Hunyuan staff, he flew several 100,000 miles to find an abandoned cave, where he promptly set up warning and concealment formations. Though anyone could arrange such formations, Zhou Cheng's mastery was significantly enhanced after inheriting the legacy of the five elements divine demon. From the outside, the cave appeared non-existent, blending seamlessly with its surroundings, akin to an innate formation. Once the formations were complete, Zhou Cheng eagerly took out the Hunyuan staff, sat cross-legged, and began the refining process. A century passed. As expected, although the Hunyuan staff is an exquisite innate treasure, Zhou Cheng, being the inheritor of the chaos demon ape's essence, encountered no resistance from the staff, nearly allowing him to refine it entirely. Now, his aura had intensified several-fold, though it remained somewhat unstable. Yet Zhou Cheng paid little heed to this instability. His expression radiated joy as he examined the Hunyuan staff. Only through the refinement process did he grasp its true capabilities. It could be said that the Hunyuan staff was the exclusive weapon of the chaos demon ape, destined to become the signature weapon of the four monkeys. It possesses the ability to grow in tandem with its master's cultivation, belonging solely to those who practice the art of battle. The staff can complement the master's laws, meaning that as it currently stands, the Hunyuan staff is an exquisite innate treasure endowed with 60% of the battle laws, enabling Zhou Cheng to cultivate effortlessly to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. Having just completed the refinement, Zhou Cheng's battle laws surged to the peak at 30%, without any negative aftereffects. This was the reason behind the exponential increase in his aura, albeit with some instability. The instability did not stem from a fear of losing his realm, but rather from Zhou Cheng's inability to fully harness his current level, causing his aura to leak chaotically. With some time to settle, he could stabilize his power and prepare for a breakthrough to the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm. Zhou Cheng now truly stood at the pinnacle of the great Luohou Golden Immortal stage, with both his laws and magical power reaching their zenith. The only shortcoming lay in the fact that his physical cultivation had not kept pace, which he needed to rectify through training and combat. Additionally, the Hongjun staff possessed the capabilities akin to the Rui Jingu Bang of the future Sun Wukong, enabling it to enlarge and shrink at will. One could assert that the legendary Rui Jingu Bang was merely a derivative of the Hongjun staff. Furthermore, should Zhou Cheng's cultivation ascend to the Hongjun Great Luohou Golden Immortal level, the staff would evolve into a congenital supreme treasure through their mutual enhancement, showcasing its most terrifying potential. The Hongjun staff's essence remained wholly intact, yet the laws within were fragmented due to Panga's actions, resulting in only 60% of its peak power being realized, classifying it as an exquisite innate treasure. In contrast, other spiritual treasures suffer from law deficiencies, indicating a loss of essence, while the Hongjun staff has successfully preserved its core, brimming with infinite possibilities. Lastly, the Hongjun staff contained a unique set of techniques: the Hongjun 3 sticks, heaven slaying, earth splitting, and universe sweeping. Heaven slaying: the tip or handle of the staff thrusts forward, sideways, or backward in a straight line. The thrust requires a brief but forceful exertion, reaching the tip or handle's end. Whether wielded with one hand or two, a forward thrust becomes unstoppable, embodying the essence of piercing through all barriers. Even the heavens cannot obstruct it. The most potent force comes from thrusting upwards, possessing the momentum to pierce the very heavens. Earth splitting: the staff is swung downward in a cleaving motion. The cleave must be swift and powerful, reaching the staff's tip, ensuring that nothing can withstand its force, capable of cleaving the very earth. Universe sweeping: the staff tip is swung horizontally below the waist. Alternatively, it can be swept close to the ground with the staff's body inclined. The sweep requires rapid and forceful motions, reaching the staff's tip, annihilating everything in its path. This technique is ideal for group battles. Zhou Cheng, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, was immensely satisfied with the feedback from the Hongjun staff. Not only did it enhance his laws, but it also provided him with a set of techniques. Though they appeared simple, the natural laws behind them dictated that simplicity often belies immense power. Now, Zhou Cheng had mastered the techniques. All that remained was to refine his skill. He no longer felt inferior when facing early-stage Hongjun Golden Immortals, as those lacking formidable treasures were no longer his match. He could also contend with mid-stage Hongjun Golden Immortals, while his encounters with late-stage ones would necessitate a defensive retreat, as the disparity remained significant. However, eliminating Zhou Cheng would not be an easy task. He possessed an abundance of superior spiritual treasures, granting him the liberty to act with greater boldness. Regrettably, he had yet to fully refine the Hongjun staff, even with the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape. At present, Zhou Cheng had only succeeded in refining 44 restrictions, enabling him to harness the power of the exquisite innate treasure, but he still fell short of the 45 required for complete refinement. Only by advancing to the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm could he hope to achieve this. His ability to refine so many restrictions in such a short span was primarily due to his connection with the Chaos Demon Ape's essence. For an ordinary Hongjun Golden Immortal, complete refinement of an exquisite innate treasure would take thousands of years. Zhou Cheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction with his achievements and eagerly anticipated the emergence of the four monkeys. Having absorbed the newfound strength and solidified his cultivation, it was time for Zhou Cheng to venture forth into Buzhou Mountain. He intended to utilize the mountain to elevate his physical cultivation and solidify his realm, striving for a state of perfection that he yearned for, a state that would render him invulnerable. In the current primordial world, the notion of vitality had been replaced by the principles of laws, magical power, and physical cultivation. Vitality is merely a simplified term that reflects the decline of spiritual energy in later generations, as well as a conceptual interpretation within the mystical arts. In the present era of the primordial chaos, few possess the capability to cultivate all three realms simultaneously. Even figures as formidable as Hongjun and Luohou only master the laws and magical power, while the only one known to cultivate all three is the ancestral dragon, enabling it to confront the ancestral Qilin and Yuan Feng in battle. Currently, Zhou Cheng is pursuing the path of the three cultivations, believing that only by reaching the pinnacle in all three can one attain the state of Hunyuan unity, thereby truly embodying the essence of Zhou Cheng. Chapter 20. Ascending Mount Buzhou. Upon absorbing the information from the Hunyuan staff, Zhou Cheng prepared to ascend Mount Buzhou, seeking to harness its immense pressure to refine his physical cultivation. Emerging from the cave, he dispelled the concealment array and gazed upwards at the seemingly endless expanse of Mount Buzhou. "I have arrived," he silently declared, before swiftly making his ascent. Mount Buzhou, formed from Panga's spine during the creation of heaven and earth, serves as a pillar that stabilizes the cosmos, emanating an overwhelming aura. Although its might has diminished since the great calamity of fierce beasts, ascending its summit without the cultivation of a sage remains an impossibility. Thus, Zhou Cheng's intention is to leverage the mountain's formidable pressure to elevate his physical prowess to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, ultimately achieving true perfection. As for the summit, he intends to return when capable, eager to discover whether reaching the peak will indeed trigger Panga's mark of creation, a significant opportunity. Within the confines of Mount Buzhou, the oppressive aura constrains both the speed and spiritual consciousness of cultivators. For instance, Zhou Cheng, outside the mountain and without employing divine abilities, can traverse 80,000 miles in an instant, while others at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm may only reach 70,000 miles at most, with flying beings being swifter. Inside Mount Buzhou, however, Zhou Cheng's instantaneous distance is limited to a mere 20,000 miles. Others at the same pinnacle can barely manage 10,000 miles, which is already commendable. Similarly, regarding spiritual consciousness, Zhou Cheng can sweep across millions of miles outside. Yet within the mountain, it is restricted to merely tens of thousands of miles. This suppression is precisely why he can carry the Hunyuan staff without detection by other cultivators. As he ascended to a height of 10,000 miles, his body began to tremble slightly, indicating that he had reached the threshold of physical pressure. Previous pressures had little effect, but beyond this point, they began to take hold. At this altitude, Zhou Cheng could no longer fly. He needed to intimately experience the bodily oppression to facilitate further enhancement. Without hesitation, he pressed on, slowly ascending while attuning himself to his inner state. The path of combat he practices enables the cultivation of the physical body, guiding every inch of skin and muscle to be infused with the laws of battle, thereby strengthening his body against external assaults, a technique derived from the chaotic demon ape's method of physical cultivation. Unlike others, who strive to tightly knit their muscles for invulnerability, resulting in a coarse and brutish appearance, the chaotic demon ape seeks to maintain a body that appears delicate yet is impervious. In the chaotic demon ape's theory, achieving complete mastery of both laws and physical cultivation would grant him rebirth should he not be obliterated in a single strike. Regrettably, he only reached 90% completion, becoming a stepping stone for Pangu. This explains why, during his time as a golden immortal, the Six-Eared Macaque could evade 3 Tai golden immortals by employing the battle laws instinctively ingrained within him. The essence of the battle laws is embedded within the chaotic demon ape and the 4 primordial monkeys. Even without conscious cultivation, they instinctively wield these laws. This method of physical cultivation is exclusively achievable through the practice of battle laws. Other laws that do not reach the level of unconscious activation are futile. Previous physical law cultivation occurred amidst combat, where the body became adept at responding to external threats with combativeness, making it the swiftest route to achieving law cultivation. Now, Zhou Cheng aims to utilize the pressure of Mount Buzhou as a form of external assault, igniting the battle laws within him to expedite his physical cultivation. Moreover, since Zhou Cheng's mastery of laws far surpasses that of his physical body, he can impart greater insights to his corporeal form, further accelerating its enhancement. 1 mile, 2 miles, 1,000 miles, Zhou Cheng ascended, attuning to the tremors throughout his body, each a testament to his struggle and advancement. Upon reaching the 10,000-mile mark, his body was covered in blood scabs, remnants of ruptured flesh that had bled and subsequently healed, signaling a rapid transformation. Suddenly, his body quaked as his physical cultivation advanced to the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal, alleviating some of the pressure upon him. Undeterred, he continued his ascent, determined to elevate his physical cultivation to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, aligning it with his mastery of the laws. At that point, Zhou Cheng would embody true perfection. At 25,000 miles, he broke through again, reaching the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. At 50,000 miles, he finally attained the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Now, Zhou Cheng could contend with mid-stage Hongjun golden immortals without relying on innate spiritual treasures, for his body had become a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. At this juncture, Zhou Cheng was no longer in a state of tension under Mount Buzhou's oppressive influence. Gazing upon the peak that remained obscured, he resolved to cease his ascent, recognizing the futility of continuing. Even at 60,000 miles, the summit was still out of sight, affirming his conviction that reaching the top was unattainable and that further breakthroughs in physical cultivation were unlikely. The chaotic demon ape's cultivation method holds a critical flaw. Physical cultivation cannot exceed that of the laws. Aware of this limitation, Zhou Cheng chose to abandon his ascent and commenced his quest for treasure. During his climb, he remained vigilant for innate spiritual arrays and any rare herbs or elixirs. Ultimately, he managed to gather only a handful of herbs, leaving him empty-handed in terms of spiritual treasures. The decade-long endeavor of climbing had heightened his sensitivity to the increasingly dense malevolent energy permeating the world, signaling the impending conflict among the three races, which he estimated to be merely 100,000 years away. Zhou Cheng deemed self-improvement paramount, prioritizing the acquisition of more innate spiritual treasures. Setting aside distractions, he began his descent, expanding his spiritual consciousness to survey his surroundings for potential innate spiritual arrays. Some of these arrays are notoriously elusive, and given the immense suppression he faced within Mount Buzhou, he could not exert his full power, resorting to a rudimentary approach. The descent was swift. Within a century, he covered 10,000 miles. Even without adhering to his previous ascent route, Zhou Cheng found no innate spiritual treasures during this century, although he managed to unearth a few superior-grade herbs through his clumsy tactics. Feeling disheartened, he lamented that his luck had been entirely expended upon arriving in the primordial chaos. Little did he realize that others would consider themselves fortunate to discover superior-grade herbs, as the three races had thoroughly scoured the land for such treasures, making them exceedingly rare. Ordinary herbs were plentiful, yet others lacked Zhou Cheng's foresight to recognize their future scarcity. With no other recourse, he resigned himself to his fate and continued his descent. Chapter 021. A bountiful harvest. Zhou Cheng, having spent a century in vain searching for valuable treasures, resolved to alter his strategy. He intended to return to the monkey clan to address pressing matters, as he had no time to squander. He decided to traverse a path and employ the five elements principle within its extreme bounds, seeking to sense the innate formations and, to the best of his abilities, uncover spiritual herbs, miraculous medicines, and innate spiritual treasures. With his decision made, he acted without delay. Remarkably, after adopting this method, Zhou Cheng indeed discovered several innate spiritual treasures. Curiously, all five of the inferior innate spiritual treasures he found were weapons, each linked to the five elements. The inferior innate spiritual treasure, the crimson gold sword, bore 12 constraints, embodying the law of metal. The inferior innate spiritual treasure, the fiery blade, also had 12 constraints, representing the law of fire. The inferior innate spiritual treasure, the lotus spear, came with 12 constraints, aligned with the law of wood. The inferior innate spiritual treasure, the azure dragon halberd, had 12 constraints, pertaining to the law of water, and the inferior innate spiritual treasure, the primordial staff, possessed 12 constraints, corresponding to the law of earth. Additionally, he unearthed a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the soul-banishing bell, featuring 16 constraints and 2 aspects of the soul law, capable of temporarily disorienting an individual, rendering them defenseless. Though these treasures were merely of inferior and mid-grade quality, Zhou Cheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction, as he could bestow them upon his disciples or subordinates to foster loyalty. Remarkably, within just a century, he had returned to a point 20,000 miles from Buzhou Mountain. With his descent imminent, his range of activity had expanded significantly, and his pace quickened. On this occasion, Zhou Cheng arrived at a valley where the spiritual energy was markedly more potent than in other regions. However, upon entering the valley, he found nothing of note. Several areas bore signs of excavation, clearly revealing that others had previously harvested herbs. While many parts of Buzhou Mountain remained desolate, pockets of herbs still flourished. Despite the lack of immediate rewards, Zhou Cheng was undeterred, sensing an underlying anomaly. He unleashed his spirit and fervently employed the five elements principle to scan the surroundings of the valley. It is noteworthy that after several centuries of fervently utilizing the five elements principle, coupled with his extensive studies of the five elements pagoda over millennia, Zhou Cheng had reached a mastery of 30% in this principle, though he had yet to attain its pinnacle. Nevertheless, this progress filled him with immense joy. He understood that the presence of the five elements pagoda contributed to this phenomenon, and the results were indeed promising. Zhou Cheng concentrated intensely, probing every inch of spiritual energy within and around the valley, hoping to discern any discrepancies. Upon detecting an anomaly, he fervently employed the five elements principle to scrutinize the soil in that area, yearning to fulfill his aspirations. Even so, while he identified several locations with irregular spiritual energy, he found nothing of significance. In such moments, he pondered whether others had already claimed the treasures he sought. It was only when Zhou Cheng encountered a narrow crevice that the five elements principle stirred a subtle ripple, something a common person would undoubtedly overlook. Yet, with his mastery at 30%, Zhou Cheng had grown acutely sensitive to his surroundings and quickly discerned the irregularity. He flew toward the crevice and meticulously probed with the five elements principle, discovering something amiss at a bend within the fissure. As he employed the five elements principle, he inadvertently triggered an innate formation, causing ripples to emanate forth. Observing the formation's obscurity, Zhou Cheng surmised that the contents within must be extraordinary. Without hesitation, he unleashed the five elements principle toward the formation's core. The innate formation merely produced ripples at first, but with repeated strikes, it revealed itself. What had initially been a concealment formation was now unveiled as a protective formation. Zhou Cheng quickly formed several hand seals directed at the innate formation, causing a fissure to appear, one that would gradually mend itself. Confident in his superior cultivation, he ventured inside. Contrary to its outward appearance, the interior was spacious, likely due to the presence of a shumi formation. Before him stood a verdant tree, radiating waves of ethereal light. The soil beneath it was a rare treasure, known as Shirong, the mother of all soil. Given that this spiritual root thrived in Shirong, Zhou Cheng speculated that it must be of exceptional quality. Observing this, he felt a surge of anticipation, though he knew that only by acquiring it could he confirm his suspicions. Without delay, he collected the tree and the Shirong soil, concluding that he had indeed found the supreme innate enlightenment tea tree. This tree, while not enhancing cultivation directly, would significantly aid practitioners in comprehending various principles more efficiently and effectively, a rare spiritual root that could induce a state of enlightenment in cultivators. Elated with his discovery of the enlightenment tree, Zhou Cheng anticipated a breakthrough in his understanding of the time principle. Possessing mastery over three principles, Zhou Cheng found the combat principle among the most challenging to comprehend. Yet, thanks to the inheritance from the demon ape and the feedback from the primordial staff, his progress had been astonishing. The five elements principle, being relatively easier to grasp, still posed the challenge of integrating them into a cohesive whole. However, with the inheritance from the five elements demon god and the ability to comprehend through the five elements pagoda, Zhou Cheng was quite content with his advancements in this area. Only the time principle remained, known for its inherent difficulty. Even with the existence of time rules to guide comprehension, the progress had been painfully slow. Now, with the enlightenment tea tree, he anticipated substantial advancements in his understanding of the time principle. Zhou Cheng planted the enlightenment tree within the five elements pagoda, nestled in the Shirong soil. Observing the tree's vitality flourish within the pagoda, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As he gathered his thoughts, the environment around him transformed drastically. Zhou Cheng had been prepared for this, as the formation was centered around the enlightenment tree. With the focal point removed, the formation dissipated. Having secured the most significant treasure in the vicinity, Zhou Cheng felt little reason to linger and promptly took flight in search of new opportunities. After descending for several decades, he encountered nothing of interest, merely some herbs lacking even spiritual roots. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng remained in good spirits. At this juncture, he had reached an altitude of 30,000 meters on Buzhou Mountain. As was his custom, he casually unleashed a strike of the five elements principle toward a specific point. Initially believing, as before, that he would find nothing, the water principle seemed to show compassion as the five elements principle struck a formation, alerting Zhou Cheng to the presence of an innate array. He swiftly made his way to the formation, arriving in an instant. Once again employing the five elements principle to probe, he observed ripples materializing, clearly indicating the presence of treasure. Without hesitation, he formed the necessary hand seals to dismantle the formation. From his probing, Zhou Cheng discerned the nature of the array. It was only slightly more advanced than the usual innate formations, but was nonetheless easily dismantled in his eyes. Once the formation dissolved, he beheld a blue flag. Recognizing it as a spiritual treasure, he wasted no time and collected it. As he set down the treasure, a furious roar echoed from afar. Chapter 022. Confrontation with Ximing. Upon laying down the treasure, a thunderous roar resonated from the distance. After collecting the treasure, Zhou Cheng found amusement in observing the approaching cultivator. This individual was Ximing, an elder of the Serpent Clan. As the elder of the Serpent Clan, he belonged to the Dragon Clan and should have remained with his kin, preparing for the imminent three-clan war. However, despite being a primordial golden immortal with considerable prowess, Ximing lacked a suitable innate spiritual treasure, possessing only a mid-grade one, which was quite lacking. Thus, he seized the opportunity presented by the Dragon Clan's bounty to eliminate Zhou Cheng, hoping to acquire a superior innate spiritual treasure for himself, ensuring his survival in the upcoming conflict. Little did he know that Zhou Cheng had eluded the Monkey Clan's grasp, prompting him to seek fortune at Buzhou Mountain, the ancestral home of the Myriad Mountains. A myriad of years ago, he too sensed the formidable presence of Zhou Cheng wielding the chaotic Yuan staff, feeling the aura of transcendence surrounding him. To his dismay, he found nothing. An overwhelming sense of anger welled up within him, perceiving the unfairness of the heavenly Tao. A mere chaotic golden immortal possessed only a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Indeed, Ximing was exceedingly unfortunate. If he were to learn that the future Kunpeng possessed not a single innate treasure, he could only imagine the turmoil within his heart. After searching for thousands of years in the Unzhaoshan, he finally beheld a top-tier innate spiritual treasure emerging before him. Unable to restrain himself, he rushed forward, only to be subdued by Zhou Cheng. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Zhou Cheng's cultivation was slightly inferior to his own. Without hesitation, he threatened Zhou Cheng, demanding the surrender of the treasured flag. Surrender the treasured flag and take your own life, lest you bring calamity upon your kin. Ximing barked at Zhou Cheng. Do you know what clan I belong to? And who are you to demand my surrender? Zhou Cheng retorted mockingly. You, what clan matters? No. You are merely a wanted monkey. Who would have thought that I, Ximing, would stumble upon such fortune, acquiring several innate treasures at once? Little monkey, relinquish your resistance, or your entire clan shall suffer. Upon finishing his threat, Ximing unleashed an attack against Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng recognized the incoming assault and understood that Ximing had underestimated him. Yet, disregarding this, he effortlessly neutralized the attack. It seems you are not all that impressive. Zhou Cheng mused, having just acquired a premium innate treasure. His spirits were high, yet Ximing's threats ignited his ire, prompting him to mock the latter. As Ximing witnessed Zhou Cheng effortlessly dispelling his attack, he began to regard him with newfound respect. He recognized that, although his previous assault lacked full force, it was not something a mere golden immortal could dismiss so casually. It appears you possess some capability. But the chasm between the great Luo golden immortal and the chaotic golden immortal is beyond your comprehension, Ximing declared, unleashing his full might. Ximing released his overwhelming aura, pressing down upon Zhou Cheng, yet Zhou Cheng remained unaffected. With narrowed eyes, Ximing invoked the principles he had comprehended, the principle of poison. However, he restrained himself, channeling only 30% of his peak power. Such force was not easily dismissed, especially as it was the principle of poison. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Zhou Cheng, undeterred, brandished the chaotic Yuan staff and struck against the incoming force of the principle with a mighty blow. Zhou Cheng was sent flying yet remained unharmed. The principles wielded by a chaotic golden immortal were not of the same caliber as those of a great Luo golden immortal. At that moment, upon seeing Zhou Cheng wield the chaotic Yuan staff, Ximing realized what the innate treasure from millennia past truly was. He had been present at that incident, feeling the residual aura and the power of the principles, which matched Zhou Cheng's staff perfectly. Instantly, Ximing was elated. It seems the heavens have not forsaken me. I have been granted 3 top-tier innate treasures all at once. This battlefield shall be the stage for my renown," he exclaimed with unrestrained joy. "Old fool, these treasures belong to me. When did they become yours? Only after you defeat me can you covet my innate treasures," Zhou Cheng retorted, revealing several treasures he had discovered in Unteachable, flaunting them before Ming. This was Zhou Cheng's way of provoking Ming. Knowing how much the latter coveted the innate treasures he held, he refrained from displaying the 5 elements pagoda, fearing that Ming would flee upon seeing it, which would invite more trouble. He sought only to engage with the chaotic golden immortal, testing the limits of his own power. For such a worthy opponent would be hard to come by. Ming, incensed by Zhou Cheng's arrogance, felt a mix of anger and caution. Observing Zhou Cheng's boldness, he pondered why the latter did not flee despite the apparent disparity in their cultivation. Instead, Zhou Cheng chose to confront him, demonstrating remarkable resilience against his 30% principal power, revealing an extraordinary combat capability. "Kid, you possess quite the audacity. You show no fear in the face of me," Ming remarked. Zhou Cheng recognized that Ming was not attacking immediately as he sought to extract information. Realizing that his arrogance had instilled caution in Ming, Zhou Cheng dismissed it. In his eyes, Ming was merely a training partner destined for demise. "Do you think I fear a mere dead snake? You overestimate yourself," Zhou Cheng declared, launching himself at Ming. Hearing Zhou Cheng's derisive words, Ming cast aside all thoughts and charged forward. Zhou Cheng did not employ battle techniques, but rather the fundamental principles of combat, aiming to refine his own cultivation gradually. Ming, unreserved, unleashed 40% of his principal power in a fierce assault, sending Zhou Cheng hurtling thousands of miles away, fortunate to be within Unteachable. Otherwise, he would have been flung tens of thousands of miles. Zhou Cheng sustained internal injuries, but, being at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, swiftly healed. Just as he regained his footing, 2 enormous serpents of a deep black hue lunged at him. Ming, unwilling to grant Zhou Cheng respite after his flight, summoned serpents composed of toxic principles mingled with spiritual energy to strike at him. Zhou Cheng, with no time to waste, swung the chaotic Yuan staff and unleashed his combat principles, colliding with the 2 serpents. Boom, boom. The point of impact created a dark pit, with toxic remnants corroding the earth. Witnessing this, Zhou Cheng felt a shiver. The poison was indeed formidable. The force of the collision sent him flying once more. However, he was now in a state of exhilaration. Having just been propelled backward, Zhou Cheng swung the chaotic Yuan staff toward Ming, launching several waves of combat principle energy at him. Ming, surprised that Zhou Cheng remained unscathed, felt a mix of astonishment and anger. How dare someone of such low cultivation attack him, clearly showing disdain for Ming's power. Ming unleashed 40% of his peak poisonous principle, summoning numerous massive serpents to counter Zhou Cheng's onslaught. The 2 engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, trading blows for over a dozen rounds, with Ming gaining the upper hand. Zhou Cheng bore numerous injuries, but remained largely unharmed. Observing Zhou Cheng's battered form, Ming felt no joy. He understood that Zhou Cheng was not someone he could easily manipulate. Nonetheless, the innate treasures in Zhou Cheng's possession were of utmost importance to him, compelling him to continue the fight. Zhou Cheng, on the other hand, felt exhilarated. He had yet to utilize the 5 elements principle. Engaging solely with the principles of combat against Ming and holding his ground was no small feat. Even though he recognized that Ming had not yet revealed his full capabilities, Zhou Cheng's command over the principles of combat had become exceedingly fluid. He wielded them with ease, seamlessly transitioning them into attacks. This was the benefit of combat for him. Without hesitation, he once again unleashed the aura of his combat principles, waving his hand to release several menacing waves of energy, forming blades and spears that sliced through the air toward Ming. Following the energy waves, Zhou Cheng swung the chaotic Yuan staff down with great force toward Ming. Observing Zhou Cheng's repetitive attacks, Ming's eyes twitched. However, he realized that any attack capable of inflicting harm was worthwhile, and he resolved to counter Zhou Cheng's assault. With determination, Ming summoned several massive serpents of poison, successfully neutralizing Zhou Cheng's attacks, resulting in a battle devoid of elegance. Ming no longer wished to continue in this manner, finding it devoid of any meaning. He had come to realize that Zhou Cheng was simply using him to hone his combat skills and enhance his battle experience. Initially, He had intended to exhaust Zhou Cheng's magical energy gradually, maintaining a relentless assault to prevent any recovery, ultimately aiming to defeat him. Little did he know that Zhou Cheng grew increasingly formidable, gaining proficiency and versatility with each confrontation, showing no signs of fatigue. After once again repelling Zhou Cheng, Ximing darkly remarked, "You think of me as a sparring partner? Very well, I shall train diligently with you." With that, Ximing charged toward Zhou Cheng. "Oh, have you figured it out? To be honest, you make for an excellent sparring partner. It's unlikely I will find another as good as you." Zhou Cheng responded with a smile. Despite appearing unguarded, he was acutely aware and vigilant, knowing that Ximing was about to unleash his true power. As expected, Ximing commenced with all his might, invoking the fourth level of his poisonous laws. The full force of his early-stage mixed yuan golden immortal energy surged wildly, creating ripples in the surrounding space as if it were about to shatter. In an instant, Ximing coalesced into a massive, pitch-black serpent, stretching 100,000 meters long, which let out a ferocious roar before lunging at Zhou Cheng, its maw wide open, ready to deliver a fatal bite. Zhou Cheng felt the oppressive aura of the serpent forming. Without employing any strategy, he knew he could not withstand it. His expression turned grave as he regarded the serpent. He believed he could shatter it with his combat techniques, yet the true threat lay in its venom. Zhou Cheng first summoned his magical energy to form a protective shield around himself, then wielded his mixed yuan staff, bracing himself to face the colossal serpent. As the serpent approached, Zhou Cheng silently murmured, "Heaven Slayer." Harnessing his accumulated strength, he soared into the air, aiming directly for the serpent's gaping mouth. The impact of the mixed yuan staff and the serpent collided with a resounding boom, creating a shockwave that rippled outward, devastating everything in its path. Zhou Cheng barely paused before plunging toward the serpent's maw, penetrating deep into its belly, but his shield was on the verge of giving way. With a crack, the protective barrier began to corrode under the serpent's toxic assault. Left with no choice, Zhou Cheng halted. The venom surged toward him with a vengeance. He swiftly deployed the five elements laws to create a water curtain and an earthen wall to fend off the noxious gas and liquid. Then, within the serpent's belly, he unleashed the second form of his mixed yuan three-staff technique, Earth Splitter. This maneuver cleaved the serpent open, the residual force of the attack propelled toward Ximing. As the serpent erupted and disintegrated, Zhou Cheng steadied himself on the ground, panting, watching the remnants of his energy surge toward Ximing. The devastated terrain around them had become a toxic wasteland, yet it mattered little. This place had already been transformed into a battleground for their fierce conflict. Zhou Cheng, having exhausted much of his magical energy, quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual essence, restoring his strength in a short time. Initially, Ximing had smiled with satisfaction upon seeing Zhou Cheng pause within the serpent, knowing his venom was unparalleled. Even a mixed yuan golden immortal might struggle against it. However, when he witnessed Zhou Cheng emerge unscathed, his expression darkened. As the residual energy approached, Ximing effortlessly dissipated it. Observing Zhou Cheng's labored breathing, he chuckled. Yet upon realizing Zhou Cheng's rapid recovery, a shadow fell over his face. In a brief span, Ximing's countenance shifted dramatically. Had Zhou Cheng been able to witness the full spectrum of his emotions, he would have surely teased him, but he only caught a glimpse. Noticing Ximing's brooding demeanor, Zhou Cheng quipped, "Are you performing Sichuan face-changing?" Though he didn't grasp the concept of Sichuan face-changing, the mention of it indicated to Ximing that he had been mocked once more. Who would have thought you possessed combat skills, cultivated the five elements laws, and had such an abundance of innate spiritual liquid? Nevertheless, regardless of your myriad techniques, you shall still perish at my hands. With that, Ximing summoned two more colossal serpents of the same magnitude as before, as he prepared to unleash his final gambit. These enormous poisonous serpents demanded considerable magical energy, representing Ximing's ultimate technique. Even at his peak, he could only conjure 5 at once, a feat too formidable for even a mid-stage mixed yuan golden immortal to withstand. He had assumed one serpent would suffice to vanquish Zhou Cheng, unaware of the latter's arsenal of abilities that had allowed him to survive thus far. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ximing commanded the two serpents to charge at Zhou Cheng while he focused on restoring his magical energy. Above the realm of Daoist Golden Immortal, one could continuously draw spiritual energy from the universe to replenish their power. The higher one's cultivation level, the quicker the recovery rate. Conversely, the more abundant the spiritual essence, the faster one could recuperate. In the present setting of Buzhou Mountain, the spiritual energy was extraordinarily rich, benefiting Xi Ming. A mixed Yuan golden immortal, though his recovery was not rapid. Even a brief period of recuperation would significantly impact the battle's outcome. The two serpents, seemingly aware of their predecessor's fate, surged forward with furious roars toward Zhou Cheng. Upon witnessing Xi Ming conjure two colossal poisonous serpents, Zhou Cheng became cautious. He immediately summoned a radiant 10,000-meter-long spear using the 5 elements laws, recognizing that a single spear would not suffice to confront either serpent. He then formed 4 additional multicolored spears. At this point, Zhou Cheng had already expended a significant portion of his magical energy. Creating such colossal weapons was no simple feat. The energy drain was considerable, and mastery over the laws required a deft touch. Zhou Cheng first directed the 5 spears toward one of the serpents while he charged at the other. Zhou Cheng's intention in deploying the 5 spears against the serpent was not to slay it. He understood that was impossible given the disparity in strength. The combined might of his magical energy and the refinement of his laws did not match Xi Ming's. Instead, his goal was to delay one serpent momentarily, allowing him to deal with one before turning his attention to the other. Believing he had gained sufficient experience to confront the serpent, Zhou Cheng prepared to shield himself once more using the 5 elements laws, ready to unleash Heaven's Slayer and dispatch the serpent in one fell swoop. However, to his astonishment, the serpent seemed almost sentient. As Zhou Cheng lunged with his staff, it retaliated by spraying venom to thwart his advance. He felt a slight resistance, yet it did not deter his assault. What Zhou Cheng did not anticipate was that the serpent would twist its body, evading his strike, and counter with its tail, disrupting the attack of his Heaven Slayer. Stopping in disbelief, he realized that Xi Ming was controlling the serpent with gestures. Thankfully, he could only manage one serpent at a time, as the second serpent clashed with the 5 spears. Previously, Xi Ming had refrained from controlling the serpent, believing that sheer force would suffice to eliminate Zhou Cheng. However, after witnessing his survival against such odds, he was unwilling to make the same mistake again and thus commanded the serpent to engage Zhou Cheng directly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Zhou Cheng charged once more at the poisonous serpent, having no time for astonishment, as the other serpent threatened to overpower his giant spears. This time, Zhou Cheng refrained from employing his slicing strike, opting instead to wield his staff and strike at the venomous giant serpent, seemingly intent on depleting the serpent's magical energy. The serpent's spirit, controlling the giant serpent, did not underestimate Zhou Cheng. As long as he did not attempt to cleave the serpent from the inside like before, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay the serpent from the outside. The serpent's tail lashed out, engaging Zhou Cheng in a fierce clash. Boom, boom. After several exchanges, Zhou Cheng was forcefully repelled by the giant serpent, lacking the capacity to withstand its might. Glancing towards the battlefield where the 5 colossal spears were nearing exhaustion, Zhou Cheng realized he could not afford to linger any longer. After a direct confrontation with the giant serpent, he unleashed a sweeping attack. With a flourish, he utilized this move to push the serpent aside. Seizing the moment while the serpent's spirit was still recovering, he invoked his divine power, the golden light of the earth, positioning himself before the serpent's head. With a technique named Heavenly Slaughter, size and proportion, Zhou Cheng thrust his weapon toward the venomous giant serpent. As the primordial staff struck the serpent, it elongated and expanded, skewering the serpent as if it were a kebab. The serpent, still not fully dissipated, was consumed by a wave of fury at Zhou Cheng's assault. Unperturbed by its rage, Zhou Cheng understood that the serpent was at its last gasp. With a decisive strike, he cleaved the venomous giant serpent in two, causing it to lose control and explode. The area was once again graced by the nourishing rain of venom. This series of events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the serpent's spirit in shock. Divine power. Just as the serpent's spirit was taken aback, Zhou Cheng soared toward another giant serpent, prompting the serpent's spirit to react hastily in an attempt to regain control of this serpent. However, this serpent had already been diminished to a mere 30,000 meters in length, while all of Zhou Cheng's 5 colossal spears had been exhausted. This exemplified the disparity in control and application of the laws between the Primordial Golden Immortal and the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhou Cheng felt no surprise, as he believed that once he attained the status of Primordial Golden Immortal, he could easily pierce such serpents with a single spear. Now, even under the serpent spirit's control. The serpent posed no threat to Zhou Cheng. Having revealed his divine power, Zhou Cheng felt it unnecessary to conceal his strength any longer. He sensed it was time to conclude the battle. Although the serpent spirit was exceedingly cautious of Zhou Cheng's golden light of the earth, Zhou Cheng's speed was simply too swift. While he could react, the serpent he controlled was wholly unprepared, and Zhou Cheng swiftly dispatched it. I never imagined you possessed divine powers. The serpent spirit felt utterly foolish, ensnared in Zhou Cheng's tactics. With each unexpected move from Zhou Cheng, the serpent spirit's interest in the innate treasures on Zhou Cheng's person waned, replaced by a singular focus on escaping Zhou Cheng's grasp, even to the extent of severing their fateful connection. Little did he anticipate that Zhou Cheng would seek to end his life. There are many more surprises in store. Would you like me to unveil another? Zhou Cheng remarked with ease. Observing Zhou Cheng's nonchalance, the serpent spirit realized his defeat was inevitable. He contemplated fleeing but quickly dismissed the idea, knowing Zhou Cheng's speed would thwart any escape. Young friend, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I can compensate you, and we can let this matter rest. What do you say? The serpent spirit ventured tentatively. Not a chance. Your death would suffice as compensation. Alternatively, you can end your own life, and I shall not trouble your kin. What do you think? Zhou Cheng was no fool. Matters of deadly enmity could not be resolved so casually. Moreover, with the serpent spirit privy to his numerous secrets, Zhou Cheng had long since sentenced him to death. Seeing Zhou Cheng's refusal to conclude matters, the serpent spirit's expression darkened. Is there truly no way to resolve this? Are you certain you can kill me? I may not be easy to deal with, but I am a primordial golden immortal. Even if I perish, I shall ensure you suffer as well. Are you certain? The serpent spirit pressed, unwilling to relent. Then let me see you try to make me suffer. Zhou Cheng replied, launching himself toward the serpent spirit, realizing the impending danger. The serpent spirit revealed his true form, a primordial ancient serpent measuring 50,000 feet in length, the first serpent of the primal era. With a mighty tail, he struck at Zhou Cheng. Not this move again, Zhou Cheng observed as the tail descended. There's little choice. The techniques available after revealing a serpent's true form are limited. Zhou Cheng was sent flying by the blow, spitting blood and sustaining injuries. At present, his physical form was no match for the serpent spirit. This was the serpent spirit's desperate attempt to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. However, it mattered little now. The moment the serpent spirit attacked, his fate was sealed. As Zhou Cheng regained his footing, he witnessed the serpent spirit unleashing a stream of venom, far more potent than before. Zhou Cheng dared not confront it head-on, swiftly employing the golden light of the earth to evade the attack. Once again, he utilized the golden light of the earth to position himself before the serpent's head. With a decisive strike, he unleashed a technique upon the serpent spirit's head. The serpent spirit was struck to the ground, blood gushing from his head, writhing in agony, while the surrounding toxic terrain shattered. Even as he rolled on the ground, he retaliated with his tail, attempting to whip Zhou Cheng. Undeterred by the serpent spirit's actions, Zhou Cheng delivered a descending palm strike. No, a staff strike, aiming for the serpent spirit's head. Fortunately, the serpent spirit transformed back into a humanoid form, narrowly evading the attack. Zhou Cheng's strike created a massive pit in the ground, plunging deep into the earth, and the shockwave sent the serpent spirit soaring, though his injuries remained manageable. Gazing at the deep pit not far away, the serpent spirit was filled with shock and immense fear. After catching his breath, he gathered the scant magical energy he had regained to conjure 10,000-meter-long venomous serpents to assault Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng regarded this level of venomous serpent with disdain, effortlessly dispelling them with the 5 elements principles, causing them to dissipate in moments. He soon noticed a multitude of poison needles hurtling toward him. Caught off guard by the serpent spirit's cunning, Zhou Cheng hastily formed layered barriers with the 5 elements principles, encasing himself in a water curtain to fend off the incoming poison needles. In truth, while Zhou Cheng dealt with the giant serpent, the serpent spirit had quietly utilized the principles of poison to consolidate the venom on the ground into numerous tiny needles, directing them to strike Zhou Cheng. Given the numerous exchanges between the serpent spirit and Zhou Cheng, the latter now found himself on poisoned ground, surrounded by venom. Thus the needles were dangerously close, leaving Zhou Cheng little room to maneuver. Clink, clink. As a series of sounds echoed, the battlefield gradually revealed itself, aside from appearing somewhat disheveled. Zhou Cheng had sustained no harm. The serpent spirit, witnessing this outcome, felt a wave of disappointment. While he did not believe this tactic would slay Zhou Cheng, he hoped it would at least incapacitate him with poison, allowing for his escape. Zhou Cheng experienced a fleeting moment of anxiety, but felt fortunate for his timely reaction. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite troublesome. Zhou Cheng looked towards the serpent spirit and remarked, "Indeed, every primordial golden immortal is not to be underestimated. Humph. If I cannot kill you this time, you will surely meet your end soon." The serpent spirit scoffed at Zhou Cheng's unscathed demeanor. "Oh, really? We shall see your performance then." Without further ado, Zhou Cheng charged at the serpent spirit. He no longer wished to delay. He sought to prevent any further complications, intending to unleash his combat skills and send the serpent spirit back to the embrace of Pangus sooner rather than later. The serpent spirit, witnessing Zhou Cheng's advance, manifested his true form, opening his jaws wide to bite at Zhou Cheng. With limited magical energy, Zhou Cheng afforded no chance for recovery. The serpent spirit was left with no option but to fight with all his might. Zhou Cheng regarded the serpent spirit's true form with disdain. Channeling 6 parts of the power of the primordial staff, he cried out, "Crack the earth!" With a resounding boom, Zhou Cheng's staff sent the serpent spirit flying over 10,000 meters away, forcing him to revert from his true form. Blood flowed more profusely from his head, and his injuries deepened. Now, the serpent spirit could no longer afford to hesitate, his expression grave as he watched Zhou Cheng approach. Zhou Cheng disregarded Ximing's approach and, after sending him flying, immediately soared into the air, intent on eliminating him in one fell swoop. Ximing, undeterred, charged at Zhou Cheng, conjuring venom from the ground into poisonous spears. As they clashed, these spears periodically shot towards Zhou Cheng, forcing him to halt his attacks just as he was on the verge of defeating Ximing. While Zhou Cheng could easily withstand other forms of assault with his physical prowess, he hesitated against the poison-laden spears, necessitating pauses to deal with them before he could resume his offensive. Fortunately, the spears lacked substantial offensive power, preventing any significant hindrance to Zhou Cheng. However, their incessant annoyance fueled his frustration, prompting him to consider unleashing the 5 Elements Pagoda, disregarding the spears entirely in his pursuit to vanquish Ximing. Upon noticing the dwindling number of spears, he surmised that Ximing's magical energy was nearing depletion, causing him to abandon that thought. Yet, Ximing was relentless, charging at Zhou Cheng once again. This time, his expression was grave, but there was a newfound resoluteness in his demeanor. Zhou Cheng, oblivious to these subtleties, perceived victory within his grasp. As Ximing closed in, Zhou Cheng unleashed a fissure strike aimed at him, while simultaneously remaining vigilant of the remaining venom on the ground. He anticipated that Ximing would meet the same fate as before. Indeed, as Ximing was struck and sent flying, he stealthily cast a spell, sending a dark, drill-like projectile hurtling toward Zhou Cheng. Despite contending with the spears, Zhou Cheng's instincts remained alert to Ximing's movements, and he noticed the rapid approach of the drill. Realizing that he could not muster a defensive response in time, he instinctively activated the 5 Elements Pagoda to shield himself. With a resounding impact, Zhou Cheng staggered back a few steps as the drill was deflected back to Ximing, who swiftly retrieved it. Glaring at Ximing, Zhou Cheng remarked, "Well, it seems you possess an innate spiritual treasure after all, and a lethal one at that. No wonder you held back previously. You were waiting for me to lower my guard, weren't you? I never expected this wanted monkey to wield such a remarkable treasure. Had you revealed it sooner, I might have already been defeated. It's astonishing that you, with your deceitful character, can possess such a bounty of exquisite spiritual artifacts." Ximing retorted bitterly. "What a waste of an opportunity. My poison dragon drill is capable of piercing anything and was my last chance to eliminate you. Yet it was thwarted by your extraordinary innate treasure." At this point, Ximing had resigned himself to defeat. Upon witnessing the 5 Elements Pagoda surrounding Zhou Cheng, he knew he was outmatched. "It is merely a stroke of good fortune that allows me to possess such remarkable treasures. You, with your treacherous nature, are only deserving of a meager few," Zhou Cheng quipped, now completely at ease, the 5 Elements Pagoda serving as his protective shield. "And what do you mean by wanted monkey? When did I acquire that moniker?" Zhou Cheng inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing much. You've been marked as a target by the Dragon Clan. Since your name is unknown, they simply refer to you as the wanted monkey," Ximing replied, resigned. "Seriously?" Zhou Cheng was taken aback by this revelation. "Enough. It is time for you to return to Pangu's embrace." Zhou Cheng declared as he prepared to strike down Xi Ming. Wait, Xi Ming urgently called out. Is there something you wish to say before you end me? Speak quickly. I've grown weary of this charade, Zhou Cheng interrupted. Spare me. I swear, if I die, I will ensure you suffer in my final moments. I can even vow not to disclose your whereabouts. Xi Ming pleaded, half threatening, half submissive. Try to make my life difficult. I dare you. I'm not concerned. Zhou Cheng declared as he, undeterred, activated the six-layered law of the primordial staff, launching a devastating attack toward Xi Ming. Seeing that Zhou Cheng was resolutely attacking him, Xi Ming disregarded his injuries and focused on defense, channeling his remaining magical energy to send out a desperate message. The wanted monkey of the dragon clan is here. He possesses 3 exquisite innate treasures. However, before he could finish his warning, Zhou Cheng's assault pierced through him, leading to his demise. Zhou Cheng's expression soured upon hearing Xi Ming's words. The situation had become more complicated than he anticipated. Yet, he felt no fear. It was merely a nuisance, and oddly, he found himself looking forward to the ensuing conflict. With the laws of battle at his side, he had never shied away from a fight. Afterward, Zhou Cheng collected Xi Ming's poison dragon drill, a valuable item for his purposes. He also took notice of the exposed ancient serpent form of Xi Ming, recognizing it as a fine material for future alchemical endeavors. Finally, he retrieved the innate spiritual liquid to restore his strength as he awaited the approaching adversaries. Though he longed to leave, he could see that he was already surrounded, the encirclement tightening around him. While battling Xi Ming, several individuals had already sensed the commotion and rushed over. With Xi Ming's earlier alert, their approach had only accelerated. Had it not been for Xi Ming's warning, Zhou Cheng could have easily slipped away unnoticed. Even if someone had attempted to stop him, they would have thought twice. After all, he had just defeated Xi Ming, and his combat prowess was evidently formidable. No one wished to be the first to confront him. However, the message sent out by Xi Ming was a death knell, as those drawn to this imminent battle at Mount Buzhou sought fortune and the innate treasures he possessed. Zhou Cheng had become the very opportunity they sought, and they would not allow him to escape. Within mere moments, Zhou Cheng found himself encircled by 6 mixed Yuan golden immortals. Chapter 26. Confrontation with the multitude. These 6 included the mid-stage mixed Yuan golden immortal, Lion Clan's patriarch Shi Yuan, the early-stage mixed Yuan golden immortal, Rat Clan's patriarch Shu Kuan, the early-stage mixed Yuan golden immortal, Crane Clan's patriarch He Xiang, the early-stage mixed Yuan golden immortal, Eagle Clan's patriarch Ying Tian, the early-stage mixed Yuan golden immortal, Swordfish Clan's patriarch Jian Kai, the early-stage mixed Yuan golden immortal, Shark Clan's patriarch Xiaopeng. Each of the 3 major clans contributed 2 representatives, all renowned figures of the primordial era. As they surveyed the ground, which had sunk a layer and was marred by venom, and the deep, bottomless pit in the distance, they understood the intensity of the previous battle. Not seeing Xi Ming's corpse, they concluded he had perished. Upon observing this so-called wanted monkey was, in fact, a peak Great Luo golden immortal rather than the reported peak Tai E golden immortal, they were astonished. Moreover, Zhou Cheng appeared merely disheveled, having suffered minimal damage. Given his aura, it was evident that his magical energy remained at peak levels. Understanding that this wanted monkey was not as simple as rumored, the 6 did not immediately address Zhou Cheng. Instead, they engaged in silent mental communication among themselves. This is troublesome. While a peak Great Luo golden immortal may not surpass our collective power, he wields a formidable innate treasure for defense. We are unaware of the other 2 treasures he possesses, and the fact that Xi Ming could inflict no damage upon him suggests that he is at his peak combat effectiveness, Shi Yuan noted. Why worry? With 5 early-stage mixed Yuan golden immortals and 1 mid-stage, can we not slay him? If we cannot kill him, we can deplete his magical energy and prevent him from regaining strength. Killing him will be easy. Xia Peng retorted, his temperament fiery. I believe there is merit to that. If he departs unscathed, our reputations will be irreparably tarnished, another chimed in. Indeed, let us proceed with the plan. We will slay Zhou Cheng and claim the treasures. They agreed, resolute in their decision to eliminate Zhou Cheng before seizing the coveted artifacts. However, the mid-stage mixed Yuan golden immortal remained cautious. For Zhou Cheng's calm demeanor suggested he was prepared. Having effortlessly dispatched Xi Ming and now awaiting their arrival, it was improbable he was without a hidden card. Furthermore, Sure, Yuan and the others from the Beast clan harbored reservations about killing Zhou Cheng, for he was a member of the Monkey clan, which belonged to their broader kin. After all, they belonged to the same faction, and with the Great War looming, having one more formidable ally is certainly preferable to having one less. However, under the allure of the supreme innate spiritual treasures, all of this is mere illusion. Originally, these three clans could not coexist in such harmony, yet with the impending war, they all desire to obtain an innate treasure to enhance their chances of survival in battle. It is precisely due to the approaching war that they find themselves lacking in high-level innate treasures and unwilling to stand out, leading them to conspire to encircle Zhou Cheng and seize the innate treasures he possesses. Furthermore, Xiwan and Shukuan believe that such supreme innate treasures would be better utilized in their hands, while the other four merely seek to snatch the treasures for themselves. Various reasons have compelled these individuals to collaborate in this peculiar alliance during such a sensitive period. Upon the arrival of these 6 individuals, Zhou Cheng remained silent, observing their furtive glances, aware that they were plotting against him. Consequently, he spoke directly. "Have you finalized your strategy to deal with me?" The awkwardness in the air was palpable, especially as several Luohou Jinxian arrived, which helped to alleviate the tension. Noticing the newcomers, Zhou Cheng remarked, "I say, the great war among the 3 clans is about to commence. Is this collaboration truly wise?" He spoke with an air of nonchalance, unperturbed by the encirclement. "There's no need for discord. Our reason for being here is quite simple. You must understand the adage, to possess a jewel is to invite calamity. You undoubtedly grasp the rationale behind our alliance. If you were to hand over the supreme innate 5 elements pagoda to me, I could refrain from joining them in their assault on you, and even assist you in fending them off. What do you say?" Xiwan gazed intently at Zhou Cheng. The others regarded Xiwan with suspicion and moved slightly away from him. Yet he paid them no heed, maintaining his unwavering gaze on Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng, taken aback by Xiwan's proposition, found it somewhat expected. His offer would not only bolster his own power, but also preserve a strong ally for the Beast clan, a win-win situation. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng chose not to heed his words, instead surveying the individuals surrounding him. "If you have decided how to deal with me, then stay. You still have time to leave. For those who choose to remain, prepare to meet your demise. Those wishing to depart may do so now. Do not say I did not offer you an opportunity," Zhou Cheng proclaimed with remarkable composure. Hearing his words, the surrounding cultivators initially breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had not allied with Xiwan, whose formidable cultivation was a source of apprehension for them. However, they soon felt both absurdity and indignation at being encircled while he spoke so brazenly. It was the first time they had encountered such audacity. Although they found it ludicrous, a significant number of Luohou Jinxian opted to withdraw, predominantly those at the mid to late stages of their cultivation. This was understandable. Regardless of the outcome, their level of cultivation was insufficient to participate, making retreat the wisest choice. Only those at the peak of Luohou Jinxian could hope to engage. "Kid, do you really believe you can contend with so many of us?" Shopping exclaimed, his temper flaring. "Do you think you've underestimated us just because you killed Shi Ming without a scratch?" Shukuan glared at Zhou Cheng, his expression dark. "This is absolutely outrageous. Such arrogance." Hexion and the others were equally incensed. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Xiwan recognized his decision and found himself at a loss. "Do you think you can still confront us?" "I will not hold back just because you are from the Beast clan," Xiwan stated calmly. Had their roles been reversed, it is likely that all cultivators present, aside from the Hongjun Jinxian, would have fled. Yet, a Luohou Jinxian speaking so arrogantly to 6 Hongjun Jinxian incited great fury among them. It was a profound insult. "Whether I can contend with you is not for you to decide. It is I who will determine that. This is your final opportunity. If you do not leave within the next 2 breaths, then it will be too late," Zhou Cheng declared defiantly. The 6 Hongjun Jinxian, incensed by his insolence, unleashed their formidable auras, exerting pressure upon Zhou Cheng. Unfazed by their display, Zhou Cheng remained undeterred. Within 2 breaths, several peaked Luohou Jinxian chose to withdraw, leaving a total of 18 peaked Luohou Jinxian encircling Zhou Cheng. As he surveyed the formidable beings before him, he cast a fleeting glance towards a distant area. Sensing the presence of another powerful Hongjun Jinxian, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Regardless, he resolved to first address those in front of him before grappling with the unknown. Since they had chosen to remain, a fierce battle was inevitable. With that, Zhou Cheng summoned the Five Elements Pagoda to shield himself and conjured the Hun Yuan staff, charging directly towards Shiwan. In this encounter, Zhou Cheng held nothing back, unleashing his full power without concern for the consumption of his mana, activating the pinnacle of the sixfold laws. Crack the earth. Zhou Cheng struck down fiercely upon Shiwan, disregarding the attacks from others around him. Due to Zhou Cheng's astonishing speed, Shiwan could only hastily produce his innate treasure, the Fire Spirit Pearl, to counter Zhou Cheng's assault. The others swiftly followed suit, unleashing their ultimate abilities or innate treasures to assail Zhou Cheng with all their might. They were a moment too late. Zhou Cheng's force was overwhelming, and the Fire Spirit Pearl could only withstand a fleeting instant before being sent flying, leaving Shiwan to endure the remaining onslaught. In this exchange, Shiwan was sent reeling, unable to defend himself. The power of the sixfold laws was not something a mid-stage Han Yuan Jin Xian could easily withstand. Zhou Cheng too was not spared, enduring attacks from the other 17. Despite the protection of the Five Elements Pagoda and his formidable physical cultivation, he still sustained some backlash. Fortunately, the injuries were minor, and he was relieved that he had refined the Five Elements Pagoda to an exceptionally high degree, allowing him to wield its full power with only slight harm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure the assault. Zhou Cheng paid little heed to his wounds, but upon seeing the innate treasures wielded by Shiwan, Shukuan, and Hexion, his eyes flickered with intrigue, though his thoughts remained unclear. However, he now possessed a general understanding of their capabilities. With such meager power, do you dare to besiege me? Zhou Cheng scoffed disdainfully. The others, already incensed by Zhou Cheng's apparent invulnerability to their attacks, were further provoked by his taunt, igniting their fury. Shiwan, having been caught off guard and sent flying, felt his rage boil over upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words. Without the need for further communication, they launched a coordinated assault against him. The first was Shiwan, who unleashed a devastating attack combining the Fire Spirit Pearl with his innate fire laws. Zhou Cheng felt the temperature of the incoming flames surge to several million degrees. As the earth around him began to disintegrate under the inferno, Shiwan aimed to roast Zhou Cheng alive. Not to be outdone, Shukuan wielded his innate treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl, in conjunction with his Earth laws, launching a powerful strike. A colossal Earth Dragon, stretching thousands of meters, surged from the ground towards Zhou Cheng. Without hesitation, Hexion employed the Water Spirit Pearl to unleash a torrent of waves, sending crashing waters towards Zhou Cheng. In that moment, Zhou Cheng felt as though he were caught in a tempest of ice and fire. Lastly, Yingtian utilized his companion treasure, the Huntian Claw, launching a massive eagle's talon with the intent to rend Zhou Cheng asunder. Meanwhile, a formidable sword technique, wielded with the two instruments sword and the golden laws, cleaved the air, the sharpness of the blade causing Zhou Cheng to feel a stinging pain on his face as the sword force approached. In the tumultuous expanse of the battlefield, Shark Peng wielded his innate spiritual treasure, the trident, exuding a formidable aura. His maneuvers bore a striking resemblance to those of Jian Kai, yet their potency was undeniable. Alongside the myriad of Hunyuan Golden Immortals, 12 De Luo Golden Immortals summoned their own innate or acquired treasures, channeling their utmost capabilities to unleash a cacophony of assaults. Observing the relentless barrage, Zhou Cheng maintained an outward calm, though internally he bore an immense weight of gravity, with little time for contemplation. He summoned the Five Elements Pagoda to shield himself and retaliated with a fierce counterstrike. The strike, a technique designed for group combat, resulted in a violent clash between the opposing forces. Boom, boom. Following the tumult, Zhou Cheng found himself ensconced within a deep pit, several thousand meters down. The surroundings in tatters. Fortunately, his Five Elements Pagoda and his body, akin to a top-tier innate treasure, afforded him protection, leaving him with only minor injuries. Inconsequential in the grand scheme. Yet, the onslaught from the others proved far from manageable. With a swipe to his mouth to wipe away blood, Zhou Cheng smiled and declared, "You are indeed formidable, but now it is my turn." With that, he ascended and unleashed a divine power, shaking the very mountains. Many were pressed down by the overwhelming force, the ground quaking incessantly, as flying debris surged toward them. Cracks appeared beneath their feet, threatening to swallow them whole, leaving them in a state of disarray. Although Shuwan and his fellow Hunyuan Golden Immortals were not on the ground, they felt as if burdened by mountains. Despite this, They remained vigilant, doubting that Zhou Cheng's assault had concluded. As anticipated, Zhou Cheng, noticing the disarray among his opponents, executed his divine power, the golden light of the earth, and swiftly approached the Luohou golden immortals. Before they could react, he struck them down without mercy, to Xiwan and the others. It appeared as if a golden light was darting around, followed by the demise of each Luohou golden immortal. It was then that they truly grasped how near death had come to them. Zhou Cheng's relentless onslaught instilled a deep-seated fear in the Hongjun golden immortals. As he continued to wield the golden light of the earth, ensuring their demise with each blow. In a short span, all 12 Luohou golden immortals lay dead, and the earth-shaking phenomenon dissipated, revealing Zhou Cheng's form. Though his mana was significantly depleted, the swift eradication of so many Luohou golden immortals felt worthwhile. With their interference eliminated, dealing with the remaining Hongjun golden immortals would be considerably easier. Observing Zhou Cheng's labored breathing, the six felt a surge of trepidation. It was the first time since their arrival that they sensed genuine danger and the looming shadow of death. They recognized that they possessed the strength to contend with the peak Luohou golden immortals and potentially vanquish them, provided those Luohou did not flee and instead engage them directly. Should they choose to escape, however, some might indeed elude capture, for they lacked the ease of movement that Zhou Cheng demonstrated. It was at this moment that they recalled Zhou Cheng's pre-battle proclamation, "Those who remain shall perish." Previously dismissive of his words as mere bravado, they now understood that he possessed the capability to fulfill his threat. Upon witnessing Zhou Cheng dispatch the 12 Luohou golden immortals without hesitation, they realized he would not spare them. Xiwan and his companions understood that fleeing was futile. Having observed Zhou Cheng's speed, they knew they could not match him even beyond the confines of the mountain. Now, they recognized that their only hope for survival lay in uniting their efforts against Zhou Cheng. Despite their instinctive belief that he would not grant them clemency, they felt compelled to make one last attempt. "We are of the same kin, and I am willing to compensate for your losses. Let us erase our grievances," Xiwan tentatively proposed. "I too am willing to make amends," interjected Shu Kuan, readily agreeing. Alongside Jian Kai, He Xiang, and others, they expressed their willingness to settle the matter amicably, hoping to dissolve any enmity. Though their demeanor had softened, Zhou Cheng found their pretense of gaining the upper hand irksome. Only Jian Kai, devoted to the path of the sword, refused to yield, believing that submission would tarnish his swordsmanship. He would rather face death than bow in defeat. Realizing that as long as Zhou Cheng possessed the supreme innate treasure, the 5 elements pagoda, they could do little to thwart him. They remained ever vigilant against his potential ambushes. They now understood why Shi Ming had failed to inflict any harm upon Zhou Cheng. "First and foremost, my name is Zhou Cheng, not wanted monkey," he stated, taking this moment to recuperate his mana while surveying the group. When they perceived Zhou Cheng's lack of immediate aggression as a sign of his acquiescence, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet, their relief was short-lived as Zhou Cheng's subsequent words rekindled their anxiety. "Secondly, I have already granted you an opportunity. It is your arrogance that has led to this predicament. Mistakes warrant consequences," Zhou Cheng proclaimed resolutely. "We can compensate," Xiwan exclaimed, desperation seeping into his voice. Given Zhou Cheng's current combat prowess, augmented by the 5 elements pagoda and his supreme innate weapon, he far surpassed them in strength and resilience. The collective might of the 6 was uncertain against him, and even if they managed to prevail, they would likely sustain grievous injuries, leaving them vulnerable in the impending clan war. "Yes, we can compensate," echoed Shu Kuan, their awareness of the dire situation dawning upon them. Observing the 5's near-submissive attitude, Jian Kai felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Once, they had been revered as Hongjun golden immortals, yet here they stood, humbled. Nonetheless, Jian Kai recognized the futility of resisting Zhou Cheng's might. "Very well. Then you may take your own lives," Zhou Cheng said with a smile, his gaze fixed on the 5. "You," Xiwan and the others seethed with indignation. Even Jian Kai unleashing a surge of sword intent that ravaged the surrounding air. "We are not without the strength to fight. The outcome is yet undetermined," they protested, unwilling to be trifled with. However, Xiwan's words were cut short as Zhou Cheng unleashed his murderous intent, his expression unyielding. "Did you truly believe my previous words were mere bluster? I declared that none shall escape, and I stand by that. Each of you shall perish." The 6 felt the weight of Zhou Cheng's murderous aura, their astonishment palpable. Regaining composure, They encircled him, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. They could only fight. Without further hesitation, Shiwan, Shu Kuan, and He Xiang infused their respective elemental pearls with their innate laws, launching them at Zhou Cheng with greater speed and force. Jian Kai merged his two swords into a single, colossal blade, suffused with golden light, emblematic of his mastery over the golden principle, radiating brilliance. Reverting to his avian form, Ing Tian soared into the sky before diving down. His claws transformed into massive talons, aimed directly at Zhou Cheng. The mighty claws stirred the surrounding winds, pressing down on Zhou Cheng as if he bore a tremendous weight, reminiscent of the pressure he had just exerted upon them. Shark Peng wielded his mid-grade innate spiritual treasure trident, thrusting it directly at Zhou Cheng, the trident infused with the principles of gold, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Zhou Cheng, however, harbored little concern regarding these assaults. He enveloped himself within the five elements pagoda, channeling his full power into it to elevate its defenses to their utmost capacity. He also employed divine powers and the principles of the five elements to dissipate their offensive might. Otherwise, relying solely on the pagoda's defenses would render him vulnerable to the backlash from the impacts. As the sounds of collisions echoed, bangs, clashes, and rings, Zhou Cheng remained unscathed, while the attacks from Shiwan and his companions proved futile. The six of them wore grim faces, preparing for a second wave of assault, intent on exhausting Zhou Cheng's energy to prevent him from regaining his strength. Little did they realize that exhausting his energy was the least of Zhou Cheng's concerns. Although the innate spiritual liquid was not of paramount importance to a Luohou golden immortal, it could still facilitate Zhou Cheng's rapid recovery of energy. However, Zhou Cheng had no intention of consuming the liquid again. He yearned for a genuine battle to ascertain his limits. His previous encounter with Xi Ming had merely served as a means of self-refinement. Now, facing six opponents, he envisioned this as a perfect contest. Before the six could launch their attacks, Zhou Cheng unleashed the five elements pagoda's principle of the five elements against them, projecting a multitude of blades, spears, and swords formed by the principles of gold toward Shiwan and his companions. With no choice, the six could only exert themselves to defend. Unlike Zhou Cheng, they lacked such a formidable defensive spiritual treasure, rendering them vulnerable. This was the principle of gold under the sixth level of laws. Shiwan, relying on his mid-phase Hongjun golden immortal status, managed to withstand the attack with the fire spirit pearl, though it was driven into his body, inflicting him with light injuries. Mouse Kuan employed the earth spirit pearl to counter the onslaught of blades and swords, erecting earthen walls through the principles of earth to block a considerable portion of the attack, sustaining only minor injuries. Jian Kai attempted to merge his two swords with the principles of gold for a counterattack, but as a mere early-phase Hongjun golden immortal with only 40% comprehension of the laws, he was no match for the might of the sixth-level principles and was sent flying, spitting blood. The remaining three did not escape a similar fate, with He Xiang, newly ascended to the early phase of Hongjun golden immortal, finding the principles of water inadequate for defense and being thrown back, injured. Ing Tian and Shark Peng, wielding low-grade innate spiritual treasures, could not withstand the impact at all. In an instant, the once confident six were left bloodied and dispirited, their confidence shattered, fear surging within their hearts. As they were sent flying, Zhou Cheng soared above Ing Tian, delivering a decisive strike with his staff. Ing Tian, having sensed Zhou Cheng's approach, reacted swiftly, attempting to retreat while employing his claws to strike at Zhou Cheng with the Hongjun claw, his utmost defensive maneuver. Yet, the disparity in speed was insurmountable. Just as Ing Tian prepared to counter, Zhou Cheng's staff descended, unleashing a combat technique imbued with the sixth-level principles. Ing Tian's Hongjun claw was forced back into his body, and the staff struck him down, cleaving him in two and ending his life. Zhou Cheng swiftly collected Ing Tian's remains along with his mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Hongjun claw, and turned his gaze toward the remaining five. Shiwan and his companions were seized by dread. Mouse Kuan widened his eyes in terror, desperate to escape underground, while He Xiang sought to manifest his crane form to flee. The other three began to retreat, but Zhou Cheng merely smiled wickedly, raising his right hand and uttering a silent incantation. Time slowed. This was a divine ability Zhou Cheng could wield after achieving 1% mastery over the principles of time. However, it could only slow an early-phase Hongjun golden immortal for a moment, a mid-phase for half a moment, and a Luohou golden immortal for 5 moments. The battle among the Luohou golden immortals concluded in an instant, a truly terrifying feat. The six found themselves ensnared, as if trapped in a quagmire. Their movements sluggish as if walking through molasses. Unperturbed, Zhou Cheng charged toward He Xiong, delivering another strike. He Xiong attempted to fend off the blow with the water spirit pearl, but it was utterly futile. Soon after, Mouse Kuan followed suit, meeting the same fate. Zhou Cheng collected their corpses and innate treasures. Chapter 029. Battle against the multitude concludes. Since He Xiong could fly and Mouse Kuan could burrow, Zhou Cheng chose to eliminate the two first. The remaining 3 had no special means of escape and fell one by one to Zhou Cheng's pursuit. On Mount Buzhou, Zhou Cheng prided himself on his speed, unrivaled by any. Having dispatched Mouse Kuan and He Xiong, Shi Wan and the others had regained their composure. Realizing that escape was no longer an option, Shi Wan turned to Zhou Cheng, grinding his teeth in frustration. The principles of time. How deeply hidden they are. Zhou Cheng replied nonchalantly, "It is not I who hid them. You simply failed to compel me to reveal them before. You are the first to witness this. Do you not feel honored?" Jian Kai and Shark Peng understood that escape was futile and gathered together, preparing for a final stand. Conveniently clustered together, "I am disinclined to chase you around," Zhou Cheng remarked before swiftly delivering a strike. Shi Wan and his companions did not remain idle. Shi Wan hurled the fire spirit pearl, unleashing his full mastery of the principles of fire. The blazing flames erupted with tremendous force. This was Shi Wan's ultimate display of power. Jian Kai did not hesitate. He merged his 2 swords into one, casting forth a colossal sword extending 100,000 meters, its principles of gold barely merging with his own, and swung it toward Zhou Cheng with the intent to cleave him in two. Shark Peng, the weakest among them, though still an early phase Hunyuan golden immortal, hurled his trident fiercely at Zhou Cheng, subsequently conjuring countless water arrows through the principles of water to assault him. Regrettably, their attacks, while visually formidable, merely served to counter Zhou Cheng's 6th-level combat technique. The ensuing clash generated a violent shockwave, which Zhou Cheng shielded against with the 5 elements pagoda, while Shi Wan and his comrades were hurled thousands of miles away. After being blasted away, Shi Wan and his companions fled, utilizing the turbulent air to distance themselves from Zhou Cheng. Realizing he had been toyed with, Zhou Cheng was engulfed in fury, not hesitating to pursue Shark Peng with his golden light, catching up in an instant. "Wait." Shark Peng attempted to plead, but Zhou Cheng offered him no reprieve, striking him down with a single blow. Collecting his remains and innate treasure before turning to chase Jian Kai, who was now the nearest target. In just 15 breaths, Zhou Cheng caught up to Jian Kai, who awaited him, launching a final assault as soon as Zhou Cheng arrived. One sword shatters the heavens. Zhou Cheng returned the favor without hesitation, delivering a lethal blow, swiftly collecting Jian Kai's body and innate treasure as he pursued the last remaining Shi Wan. Shi Wan, a mid-phase Hunyuan golden immortal, was the fastest of the group. Yet in the face of Zhou Cheng's golden light, he was but a mere speck. Outside of Mount Buzhou, Zhou Cheng might have taken longer, but within the mountain, he caught up to Shi Wan in just 40 breaths, nearly missing his chance to escape the mountain. Shi Wan turned to face Zhou Cheng, exclaiming, "Spare me. If you kill me, the Qilin clan will not let you off. We are the main force in the 3 wars. As a mid-phase Hunyuan golden immortal, I am the backbone of our strength. The Qilin clan's future intentions are of no concern to me. You will not live to see them," Zhou Cheng declared, soaring upward and striking Shi Wan down with a staff. Choosing not to employ combat techniques against him at this juncture, Shi Wan brandished the fire spirit pearl in a desperate attempt to resist, but it was futile. Zhou Cheng struck him down once more, compounding his injuries. This time, Zhou Cheng exhibited a measure of wisdom. He refrained from exerting his full strength, fearing that his opponent might flee once again. Zhou Cheng was not inclined to engage in a cat-and-mouse game. He simply wished to eliminate him. After a single strike, Zhou Cheng delivered another blow, leaving Lion Yuan helpless, forced to withstand Zhou Cheng's onslaught despite his grievous injuries. After 10 strikes, Lion Yuan was on the brink of death. "Since you refuse to spare me, let us perish together." With that, Lion Yuan attempted to self-destruct. Unfortunately, Zhou Cheng did not grant him that opportunity. He swiftly used the earthly golden light to appear beside Lion Yuan, then unleashed a lightning spell that struck him down. "Stop." Zhou Cheng paid no heed. Collecting Lion Yuan's corpse and the fire spirit pearl, then turned to face the voice that had called out. How is it always like this? Only after I finish do you shout stop? Zhou Cheng remarked, slightly panting as he regarded the approaching figure. Facing off against 12-peak Great Luo Jingxian, 5 early-stage Hunyuan Jingxian, and 1 mid-stage Hunyuan Jingxian, he had dispatched them all, expending nearly all his magical energy, yet sustaining no injuries himself. Such a glorious achievement had never been seen in the primordial world. Did you not hear me say stop? The newcomer exclaimed, visibly enraged. Ah, this phrase again. Could you not be a bit more original? Zhou Cheng replied languidly, indifferent to the other's ire. Do you not realize that Lion Yuan is the leader of our beast tribe's lion clan? With war on the horizon, why did you kill him? The killer shall always be killed. Is there a problem with that? The newcomer was the second elder of the Qilin clan, also a mid-stage Hunyuan Jingxian, who had been present during Lion Yuan's assault on Zhou Cheng, but had chosen not to reveal himself at the time. Zhou Cheng was aware of his presence, which was why he had aimed to eliminate Lion Yuan and the others as swiftly as possible, curious to see how this yellow sparrow would react. I am the second elder of the Qilin clan, Qi Xiong. What you are doing is weakening our beast tribe's strength. Do you wish for us to lose in the impending war? Qi Xiong said, filled with fury as he confronted Zhou Cheng. I have already stated, the killer shall always be killed. Since you are aware that this weakens the beast tribe's strength, why did you not intervene when I was being besieged? Zhou Cheng replied impatiently. Qi Xiong's eyes narrowed. You knew I was hiding nearby? Take a guess, Zhou Cheng said, amusement flickering in his gaze. Qi Xiong's expression shifted. He had indeed arrived long before, planning for Lion Yuan and the others to eliminate Zhou Cheng, then to join forces with Lion Yuan to deal with the aftermath. He envisioned claiming Zhou Cheng's treasures for himself. However, he had underestimated Zhou Cheng's combat prowess and did not foresee that Zhou Cheng could wield 2 supreme innate treasures with such mastery, causing his plans to unravel. When Lion Yuan was down to just 3 comrades, Qi Xiong intended to emerge and thwart Zhou Cheng's efforts to kill Lion Yuan, believing the Qilin clan could protect him. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lion Yuan and his companions would escape using the recoil of their own attacks, with Lion Yuan fleeing in the opposite direction. Too slow compared to Zhou Cheng, resulting in the current predicament. What's this? Do you wish for me to seize your treasures? Is your Qilin clan truly in such dire need of innate treasures? Zhou Cheng remarked, deliberately provoking Qi Xiong, knowing he sought to play the role of the yellow sparrow. Qi Xiong's face turned ashen with rage. My Qilin clan lacks for nothing of the sort. Do not speak so recklessly. He raised his voice intentionally, ensuring the surrounding onlookers heard, unwilling to tarnish the Qilin clan's reputation. What clan does not desire treasures, especially when it comes to several supreme innate treasures? However, Qi Xiong could not openly declare this. If he had certainty in his ability to kill Zhou Cheng, it would be a different matter altogether. Is that so? The Qilin clan is indeed quite affluent. Zhou Cheng, not wishing to provoke him further, decided to end this tedious exchange. Since you have no desire for my treasures, kindly do not obstruct my path. I have just fought a battle and am in need of rest. Zhou Cheng spoke bluntly to Qi Xiong. I merely wish to remind you that as a member of the Monkey Clan, a faction of the Beast Tribe and possessing considerable combat strength, you ought to visit the Qilin clan before the war for strategic planning. Qi Xiong, wary of Zhou Cheng, was uncertain if he still had any tricks up his sleeve. Given Zhou Cheng's audacity, it was not improbable. Moreover, Qi Xiong could not breach Zhou Cheng's 5 elements pagoda's defenses, leaving him with no choice but to allow Zhou Cheng to depart, hoping to turn him into an ally for the Qilin clan's advantage in the forthcoming battle. Understood. Whether I go or not depends on my mood, Zhou Cheng responded dismissively, waving Qi Xiong away. Qi Xiong stammered, pointing at Zhou Cheng in frustration, unable to articulate his ire. Today, he had lost count of how many times he had said you, feeling both angered and helpless by Zhou Cheng's demeanor. Go or not, the consequences are yours to bear, Qi Xiong declared before departing, feeling a pang of dissatisfaction, yet convincing himself it was for the sake of the beast tribe. If Zhou Cheng were aware of Qi Xiong's thoughts, he would likely have cursed him. In the primordial realm, one never relinquished interests for another, especially not for 2 supreme innate treasures. As long as Qi Xiong believed he had a 70% chance of killing Zhou Cheng, he would strive for it. If he thought the odds were over 90%, he would stop at nothing to eliminate Zhou Cheng. There was no consideration for the beast tribe in this scenario. The current beast tribe primarily existed for the Qilin clan's benefit. As for the opinions of others, They were mere fabrications. In the primordial realm, strength spoke volumes. Without power, one was perpetually a subordinate, mere prey. Once Zhou Cheng observed that Qi Xiong had truly departed, he soared out of the unyielding mountain without hesitation, employing his divine powers to traverse swiftly until he spotted a mountain peak brimming with spiritual energy, where he halted to set up warning and defensive formations before inspecting his spoils. The great Luo Jingxian possessed no fine innate treasures, merely 5 inferior innate treasures, which Zhou Cheng glanced at before casting them into the 5 elements pagoda, intending to use them to consolidate loyalty later. The Heavenly Eagle's celestial claw, Jian Kai's 2 instruments sword, and Shark Peng's trident were unsuitable for Zhou Cheng, so he too stored them in the pagoda. The 2 instruments' sword held significance, as it would eventually become the dual swords of Guangqingzi. However, in his possession, it had no relation to Guangqingzi. Most importantly were the Fire Spirit Pearl from Lion Yuan, the Earth Spirit Pearl from Shu Kuan, and the Water Spirit Pearl from Hexiang, along with the elusive Gold and Wood Spirit Pearls. These 5 Spirit Pearls were, in fact, the key components of the 5 Elements Pagoda's elemental space. With these 5 Spirit Pearls suppressing the elemental space, the defenses of the 5 Elements Pagoda would be elevated by an entire tier, and the power of its attacks would also significantly increase. With the Gold Spirit Pearl in hand, the knife and sword shadows emitted from the 5 Elements Pagoda would not merely inflict minor injuries upon Shu Kuan and the others, they would sustain severe wounds, leaving them at Zhou Cheng's mercy. The moment Lion Yuan and his companions revealed these 3 innate spirit pearls, their deaths were already sealed. For these pearls were destined to belong to Zhou Cheng. With the acquisition of these 3 pearls, the 5 Elements Pagoda would ascend to new heights, surpassing even the Hunyuan staff and achieving the status of an innate supreme treasure. Subsequently, Zhou Cheng's defenses would reach unparalleled levels, aside from the Chaos Bell. Even Laozi's Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda would not match the strength of his 5 Elements Pagoda's defenses. Zhou Cheng felt an impatient eagerness to fuse these treasures, but he ultimately restrained himself. He still possessed a treasure banner, the source of this battle. Upon examining this treasure banner, he had a good idea of which artifact it was. Legend has it that the 36 varieties of the Chaos Blue Lotus, which nurtured Pangu, could not withstand the pressures of the heavens during its formation and met with destruction. 4 immature lotus seeds transformed into the 12 grades of Merit Golden Lotus, the 12 grades of Karmic Fire Red Lotus, the 12 grades of World-Destroying Black Lotus, and the 12 grades of Reincarnation Purple Lotus. 1 mature lotus seed evolved into the 24 grades of Pure World Blue Lotus, but due to its incompatibility with the heavenly order, it split into 3. The lotus flower became the Panlong Crutch, belonging to Taishang Laojun. The lotus root transformed into the 3 treasures Jade Rui, belonging to Yuanshi Tianzuan. And the lotus leaves morphed into the Qingping Sword, belonging to Tongtian Jiao Master. The 5 leaves of the Chaos Blue Lotus became the 5 Elements flags, the Central Wuji Yellow Flag, the Eastern Blue Lotus Precious Color Flag, the Southernly Earth Flame Light Flag, the Western Plain Color Cloud Realm Flag, and the Northern Xian Yuan Water Control Flag. Currently, the treasure flag in Zhou Cheng's possession is one of the 5 flags, the Supreme Primal Spirit Treasure Eastern Blue Lotus Precious Color Flag. If all 5 flags were to be gathered, a primal 5 elements destruction formation could be established, whose power would rival that of the primal supreme treasures. Now that Zhou Cheng possesses the Eastern Blue Lotus Precious Color Flag, he will contemplate the other 4 flags. With the primal 5 elements destruction formation under his command, it may even surpass the 4 swords of Zhuzhen wielded by Luohou. At that time, Zhou Cheng will command an unparalleled formation, comparable to the 12 capital Heavenly Fiend Great Formation and the Zhou Tian Starry Array. Moreover, this extraordinary formation does not demand vast resources and manpower like the other 2. Zhou Cheng can set it up effortlessly at any moment. The thought of this excites Zhou Cheng, yet he is unaware of the whereabouts of the other 4 flags. In the future, the Eastern Blue Lotus Precious Color Flag will be given to the Zhuanti Daoist by Hongjun. The Southernly Earth Flame Light Flag will be acquired by Laozi at the Split Treasure Cliff and later given to Xuandu. The Central Wuji Yellow Flag is with Yuanshi, lent to Jiangxia during the Fengshan period. The Western Plain Color Cloud Realm Flag will be in the hands of the Queen Mother. As for the Northern Xian Yuan Water Control Flag, it is not documented in the ancient texts or myths. but it is most likely the Zhao Jiao flag of the true martial emperor recorded in Journey to the West, also known as the Azura Nether flag. However, all of this is in the future. Zhou Cheng currently has no knowledge of their locations. What is certain is that they are not all in Hongjun's possession at this moment. Zhou Cheng believes that the conflict among the three races will reveal their locations. Whether he can obtain all 5 flags ultimately depends on his luck. At present, Zhou Cheng is uncertain whether to refine the Eastern Blue Lotus Precious Color flag first or to merge the 3 Spirit Pearls with the Golden Hua 5 Elements Pagoda. This dilemma is a fortunate one for him, as restoring his mana is no longer a concern. Without further ado, Zhou Cheng directly merged the 3 Spirit Pearls. Refining the Eastern Blue Lotus Precious Color flag would merely provide an additional defensive spiritual treasure, which does not compare in offense or defense to the 5 Elements Pagoda. Ultimately, Zhou Cheng resolved to merge the 5 Elements Pagoda first, followed by the refinement of the Blue Lotus Precious Color flag, with any residual mana being incidental. As a great Luo Golden Immortal, his mana could be restored at any moment. Once resolved, Zhou Cheng began to recover his mana. After all, without sufficient mana, he lacked the strength to control the merging of the 5 Elements Pagoda. After his recovery, Zhou Cheng entered a state of seclusion. Meanwhile, the outside world was abuzz with the slaughter Zhou Cheng had unleashed in the Buzhou Mountain. The massacre of so many great Luo Golden Immortals and Hunyuan Golden Immortals was unprecedented, especially as it was executed by a peak great Luo Golden Immortal. The entire realm trembled, and the news sent waves of astonishment throughout. Following this incident, the denizens of the wilderness could no longer underestimate Zhou Cheng. The Dragon Clan's assassination order had become a mere joke. Now, to eliminate Zhou Cheng, a practitioner at the late Hunyuan stage would be required, as mere numbers could no longer suffice. However, each late Hunyuan practitioner is a formidable figure, occupied with their own affairs or striving to break through to higher realms. They cannot afford to waste time dealing with Zhou Cheng, especially as such conflicts could easily bring about karmic repercussions detrimental to their cultivation. In such times, they would prefer to remain in seclusion and focus on their training. If Zhou Cheng were to encounter a late Hunyuan Golden Immortal while out and about, that would be a different circumstance altogether, presenting an opportunity for a supreme primal spiritual treasure, albeit one that might invite the disdain of the heavenly order. Within the Crystal Palace of the Dragon Clan in the Deep Sea, the Ancestor Dragon and the 10 Elders were deliberating on Zhou Cheng's affairs. They deemed his triumph over a few inconsequential Hunyuan Golden Immortals, relying solely on the might of a supreme primal spiritual treasure, as not particularly impressive, asserting that even a peak great Luo Golden Immortal could not turn the tide significantly. Indeed, what the Dragon Emperor says is true, the 10 Elders concurred. Since he relies on the supreme primal spiritual treasure for protection and remains unscathed, Third Elder, you hold a grudge against him, and thus you shall deal with him. I shall provide you with a protective spiritual treasure, and if you cannot defeat him, then so be it. The Ancestor Dragon addressed Third Elder Aoli. Yes, Dragon Emperor. With your protective treasure, I am certain I can eliminate him. Aoli responded confidently, for he was not a mere trifling practitioner. Now at the peak of the mid-Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage, he was on the verge of advancing to the late stage, wielding a top-tier spiritual treasure supplemented by the protective treasure bestowed by the Dragon Emperor, filling him with immense confidence. Previously, upon learning of Zhou Cheng's formidable prowess, he had felt that killing Zhou Cheng would be troublesome, as he could dispatch those others, albeit not as effectively as Zhou Cheng had done. Thus, he considered the task of confronting Zhou Cheng to be quite formidable. Of course, the true challenge lay in the supreme primal spiritual treasure in Zhou Cheng's possession. Without the 5 Elements Pagoda, he believed that killing Zhou Cheng would be as easy as crushing an ant. Now, armed with the Ancestor Dragon's top-tier protective treasure, he felt no fear of Zhou Cheng launching a sudden attack like he had on Shi Yuan and others. Indeed, Aoli still believed that Zhou Cheng's reliance on the 5 Elements Pagoda was what allowed him to deplete Shi Yuan and others' mana, and that Zhou Cheng's swiftness had enabled him to achieve such remarkable feats. With the Ancestor Dragon's promise now granted, Aoli brimmed with confidence. Very well. If there are no further matters, let it be as such. It is trivial to let a mere great Luo Golden Immortal disturb my seclusion. Our Dragon Clan has yet to be bullied by a great Luo Golden Immortal. For now, let us refrain from further conflict with him, and settle any issues during the Three Races War, the Ancestor Dragon concluded before departing. Yes, Dragon Emperor. The 10 elders rose and followed suit once the ancestor dragon had exited. Their caution was not unfounded. Zhou Cheng's combat prowess was indeed astonishing. Having slain so many great Luo and Hunyuan golden immortals at once, he was afforded treatment akin to a late Hunyuan golden immortal. And given his enmity with the dragon clan, few present dared to claim they could best him. How could they not be anxious? If they had the means to contend with Zhou Cheng as he currently stood, they would not be so eager to consult the ancestor dragon, but rather would be leisurely sipping tea and chatting. In the Phoenix clan, beside a towering Wutong tree, within a resplendent crimson hall, the leaders of the Phoenix clan gathered. Who would have thought that the once diminutive Tai Golden Immortal had ascended to the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal and slain so many Hunyuan Golden Immortals? How had he achieved such cultivation, which being in the wilderness has not taken millions or even tens of millions of years to ascend from Tai Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal? This little monkey had accomplished it in a mere 20,000 years. Even the ancient chaos demon ape could not compare. Could he possibly be the son of the Tao? After receiving the report, Yuan Feng expressed disbelief. After so many years, Yuan Feng had remained largely unfazed, yet the mention of a mere monkey caused his countenance to shift dramatically. Zhou Cheng's accomplishments were indeed remarkable. Indeed, we too did not foresee the extent of his terrifying growth. The Grand Elder of the Phoenix clan exclaimed, "What shall we do now? Ying Tian and He Xiang have also perished at his hands. The loss of several peak Great Luo Golden Immortals marks the most significant setback for our avian clan since its inception. What are we to do?" The third elder seated in the second row inquired. Yet we are not the only ones who have suffered losses. The three clans have all endured losses. Albeit the Qilin clan suffered less due to Zhou Cheng's contributions, another elder added, in the pursuit of divine treasures. The consequences of conflict did not pertain to the three clans, and Zhou Cheng dared not provoke the avian tribe recklessly. Yuan Feng, with a composed demeanor, remarked that they were allies with the Qilin clan and that Zhou Cheng was a significant force within their ranks. "Indeed, our emperor and the esteemed elders have returned," stated Qihong while reporting to Shikolin. "Is his strength truly formidable? At the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal?" Shikolin questioned, somewhat incredulous. The recent loss to the Beast clan was substantial, as mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortals are not easily bred. Yet, with Zhou Cheng present, they managed to mitigate their losses promptly. "It is true. I was nearby at the time." Qihong lowered his head in acknowledgement. Shikolin cast a penetrating gaze at Qihong, comprehending his intentions without needing further elaboration. After all, in the primordial world, strength dictated everything. Without power, all was mere illusion. Those who do not covet exceptional innate spiritual treasures are foolish. In that case, when the time comes for the three clans to battle, it would be advantageous for him to join, if he does not. "We shall first stabilize our internal affairs before addressing external threats," Shikolin declared with authority. He possessed the strength to make such assertions, and presently, he could easily deal with Zhou Cheng, as long as he could locate him. "Let it be so." "Yes, we take our leave," they replied. At Jade Capital Mountain, an elderly figure clad in simple Daoist robes, surrounded by ethereal energy, was none other than Hongjun. With his eyes now opened, he had learned of Zhou Cheng's achievements and furrowed his brow. "This introduces an unforeseen variable. It cannot be calculated. I hope you do not become an obstacle in my path." With that, he retreated into seclusion once more. In the western continent, at Mount Shumi, a suffocating darkness permeated the air. Within a grand hall, the demon ancestor Luohou listened intently to a kneeling demon reporting on Zhou Cheng's affairs. With a dismissive wave, he proclaimed, "He is merely a great Luo Golden Immortal. Even with exceptional innate spiritual treasures, he remains just a great Luo Golden Immortal. There is no need for concern." After sending the reporter away, Luohou mumbled to himself, "The time until the three clans' war is still too distant. It is time to hasten their arrival." He then dispatched the Heart Demon and the Desire Demon to the east. The primordial realm was on the verge of tumultuous upheaval. Chapter 032. Ascension to Treasure. Aside from the three clans convening regarding this matter, various races in the primordial realm also held meetings, sternly advising their kin to avoid conflict with Zhou Cheng and to practice forbearance. The 18 clans that comprised the opposing forces not only felt compelled to endure, but were also engulfed in fear and resentment. Zhou Cheng had slain their clan leaders and elders, significantly weakening their power, which was a devastating blow. Yet, they dared not confront him. As reason was not on their side, they could only swallow their grievances in the hope of avenging themselves in the future. The greatest shock was felt by the monkey clan. In their assembly hall, members such as Hou Ming rejoiced, knowing that a powerful figure had finally emerged within their ranks, significantly enhancing their chances of survival in the impending battle. Despite their elation, they refrained from displaying too much exuberance before Hou Ba, who had also attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal status, although he was merely at the early stage. Being a Great Luo Golden Immortal was far superior to being a Tai Golden Immortal. Chieftain, we must retrieve this esteemed elder from our clan. Only by having him return can we ensure our survival in the forthcoming conflict, Elder Hou Ming urged Hou Ba. Indeed, his unparalleled combat prowess warrants a grand welcome. He should be brought back to strengthen our clan and lead us to greatness, Hou Ba replied with a smile. However, internally, Hou Ba was cursing, for he recognized this so-called elder as that young monkey from years past, a secret only he was privy to. He realized that his plot to eliminate Zhou Cheng had failed when Zhou Cheng was being hunted by the Dragon Clan. He had once utilized the Dragon Clan to rid himself of Zhou Cheng, only for the Dragon Clan to become a stepping stone for Zhou Cheng. Fearing Zhou Cheng would return to exact vengeance, despite the Dragon Clan's bounty on him, Hou Ba was unwilling to risk his life on the bounty alone. Thus, he committed himself to intense cultivation, ultimately achieving the Great Luo Golden Immortal status a millennium ago, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet now, with news of Zhou Cheng's remarkable prowess, despair loomed over him. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope persisted. He wished Zhou Cheng remained unaware of the truth behind the events. Escape was an impossibility, as the vast primordial realm offered no refuge for him. No clan would dare harbor him, risking Zhou Cheng's wrath, especially since he was merely an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. He contemplated finding a secluded spot to hide, but lacking a means to obscure his presence. He feared Zhou Cheng would soon discover him. Thus, he resolved to feign compliance, offering to relinquish his chieftain position in exchange for the elder's guidance through their tribulations. I shall step down from my role as chieftain, allowing this esteemed elder to lead us through adversity, Hou Ba stated earnestly. The four elders regarded him with expressions of understanding. Should we prepare in advance? Elder Hou Hua inquired. Not yet. We do not even know if the elder will return or if he cares for our clan. All remains uncertain. Hou Ba waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, we have heard little about this elder. The first mention was during his bounty. Who would have thought that in just a few millennia, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal? Clearly, he possesses extraordinary talent and has encountered fortuitous opportunities, Elder Hou Lang remarked with a melancholic expression. The elders fell silent, acknowledging the reality that they had no knowledge of this powerful clan member, nor whether he would be inclined to assist the monkey clan in their time of need. Regardless of whether the elder returns, we must fully prepare for the upcoming battle, Elder Hou Hua stated. However, we could send out the younger generation to search for him. If they find him, they could persuade him to return to the monkey clan. Elder Hou Cheng suggested. Yes, we can send out as many as possible without interfering with our battle preparations. Let it be so, Hou Ba responded with enthusiasm. In truth, Hou Ba wished to eliminate Hou Cheng, as he would prefer to die on the battlefield than at Zhou Cheng's hands. However, the reality dictated that the more proactive he appeared, the less suspicion would fall upon him, thereby increasing his chances of survival. These developments did not concern Zhou Cheng, who had since regained his magical powers and was preparing to merge the spiritual pearls. The fusion process was straightforward, especially given that these pearls were merely separated fragments of the same spiritual treasure, making their integration even easier. In fact, the three pearls were eager to merge with the five elements pagoda. As Zhou Cheng released his grip, the spiritual pearls soared towards the pagoda, entering a marvelous fusion process. Zhou Cheng's role was to amplify his magical energy to hasten the merging of the pagoda. Additionally, he needed to set up several formations to conceal the emergence of the pagoda's innate treasure brilliance and might, to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Though he did not fear trouble, he preferred to avoid it. As the fusion reached a critical juncture, Zhou Cheng was filled with excitement. He was on the brink of acquiring his first innate treasure. The five elements pagoda's fusion approached its final moments, emanating the aura of an innate treasure. Zhou Cheng stood nearby, his garments billowing without wind, while dust swirled around the pagoda, and five divine lights radiated outward, clashing against the formations Zhou Cheng had set in place. Zhou Cheng steadfastly utilized his magical powers to safeguard the formation from collapse. However, the pressure upon him grew increasingly oppressive. First from the might of the great Luo Golden Immortal, followed by the formidable presence of the initial, intermediate, and advanced stages of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. Zhou Cheng found his feet sinking into the earth, his body bending slightly, unable to stand upright as the pressure continued to mount. Were it not for his status as the master of the five elements pagoda, any other individual would have been crushed to the ground or severely injured under such immense pressure. Just as Zhou Cheng felt himself on the verge of succumbing, the overwhelming force abruptly vanished as if it had never existed. The five elements pagoda returned to a state of tranquility, floating serenely before him, indistinguishable from its usual demeanor. Yet, Zhou Cheng understood that the five elements pagoda had successfully ascended to a new level. It was now a congenital treasure of the highest order, boasting 48 restrictions and embodying the essence of the five elements. Filled with elation, Zhou Cheng stored the five elements pagoda and immediately settled down to refine it. Upon further cultivation, he astonishingly managed to assimilate the 45th restriction of the five elements pagoda. Although this did not significantly enhance his combat prowess, it nonetheless represented progress. To further refine it, he would need to elevate his understanding of the five elements and his magical power. Subsequently, Zhou Cheng dedicated a century to refining the first restriction of the Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Banner before deciding to cease further refinement. He held little interest in the Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Banner, as it offered minimal utility to him at this juncture. With the five elements pagoda in his possession, his defensive capabilities had reached the pinnacle of the wilderness, rendering the banner somewhat superfluous. It would only reveal its true potential once he gathered all five banners. Chapter 033. Unforeseen Calamity. Zhou Cheng flawlessly completed his seclusion, subsequently organizing his affairs before dismantling the formation and soaring towards the Monkey Clan. Monkey Ba, I am coming. At that moment, Monkey Ba was deep in meditation when he was suddenly jolted awake, sensing an unsettling tremor. Who is scheming against me? He seethed, furiously attempting to calculate the source of the disturbance. With a sudden spurt of blood, Monkey Ba found himself unable to discern anything, the backlash of his calculations leaving him more frustrated than before. Dark thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Could it be that he is returning? He pondered, abruptly awakening to the realization. His recent enemies were few, and only one individual could provoke such a reaction, Zhou Cheng. Damn it, does he truly know that I am the one behind his troubles? Monkey Ba thought, dismissing the notion. The appearance of the three Dragon Clan members was a mere coincidence, and I possessed no evidence to implicate me. Unfortunately, in his anxious state, he overlooked a critical piece of evidence, a harbinger of his impending doom. After wandering for half a century, occasionally gathering herbs and filling the five-element space, he finally arrived at the Monkey Clan's territory. Gazing upon the familiar yet foreign landscape, Zhou Cheng was filled with nostalgia as he approached the clan's domain with a stoic expression. Upon nearing the location, Zhou Cheng sensed something amiss. The Monkey Clan was under attack, desperately fighting off invaders. Yet, even united, they could not withstand the onslaught of two great Luo Golden Immortals. Upon reaching the clan's stronghold, Zhou Cheng found no guards present. Using his divine consciousness to probe within, he witnessed the devastating toll on the Monkey Clan, and he was poised to intervene. Suddenly, he noticed that both sides had halted their conflict, and as he listened intently, a peculiar expression crossed his face. At that moment, Zhou Cheng was no longer in a hurry to enter. He desired to observe how the situation unfolded. After all, with his presence, nothing untoward would occur. The events transpiring within were rather straightforward. As Zhou Cheng made his way to the Monkey Clan, two individuals had already arrived. They bore no racial affiliations and were lone rabbits in human form, one named Liao Ming and the other Liao and born of humble origins. They relied on a life of cautious thievery to cultivate themselves to the level of great Luo Golden Immortals. However, with the onset of cataclysmic tribulations, they should have been in seclusion to evade disaster. Yet, a chance encounter led them to discover Monkey Ba's possession of a congenital spiritual treasure. Having plundered for eons, they each possessed only a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, while one of them, barely a great Luo Golden Immortal, now found himself with a congenital treasure. Greed ignited within them, and upon learning that the Monkey Clan had no great Luo Golden Immortal, they swiftly descended upon the clan with the intent to eliminate Monkey Ba and seize the treasure. They presumed their endeavor would be effortless. Two great Luo golden immortals easily could vanquish a clan without any. However, they were unprepared for the revelation that Monkey Ba had recently ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm, introducing an unexpected variable. Liao Ming focused on restraining the newly ascended Monkey Ba, while Liaoan confronted the entirety of the Monkey Clan without a hint of pressure. The Monkey Clan, upon witnessing the violent onslaught of Liao Ming and Liaoan, was initially taken aback but soon rallied under the leadership of four Tai Golden Immortal Elders to resist Liao An's assault. Regrettably, opposing a great Luo Golden Immortal was no easy feat, and even united, they could not withstand the might of the enemy. The four elders soon sustained grievous injuries, and numerous Golden Immortal disciples of the Monkey Clan perished. At this juncture, the Monkey Clan lay in shambles, bodies strewn about, cries of despair echoing through the air. This was the scene Zhou Cheng encountered upon his arrival, and just as he prepared to intervene, he suddenly witnessed an intriguing development that compelled him to pause and observe. Monkey Ba, unable to assist his clan due to Liao Ming's suppression, recognized the peril they faced. If no solution was found, the Monkey Clan would surely perish. Amidst the chaos, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a surge of power from his mid-grade postnatal treasure, forcing Liao Ming to retreat. "Who are you? Why do you slaughter my Monkey Clan? We have a formidable elder at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Do you not fear retribution for your invasion?" Upon hearing Monkey Ba's words, Liao Ming and Liaoan were taken aback. According to the intelligence they had gathered, the Monkey Clan had no great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, with Monkey Ba suddenly ascending to that status and the mention of an unknown elder, they found themselves unprepared. "Should we simply take your word for it? Your clan has languished for millennia since the death of all your great Luo Golden Immortals. The emergence of even one is a cause for celebration. And now you claim there is yet another? Are you attempting to intimidate us?" Liao Ming retorted skeptically. "I am not deceiving you. It is only recently that we became aware of him. He slayed 6 Hunyuan Golden Immortals on Buzhou Mountain, causing a stir throughout the wilderness, which revealed that another elder of the Monkey Clan exists beyond our borders." Monkey Ba hastily divulged all he knew about Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng, eavesdropping outside, realized with clarity that the elder Monkey Ba referred to was indeed him. However, he understood that Monkey Ba was well aware of his exploits on Buzhou Mountain. The fact that he had not exposed this truth indicated his hope that Zhou Cheng remained oblivious to the machinations that had transpired. Zhou Cheng merely smiled, fully cognizant that Monkey Ba wished for him to remain absent from the Monkey Clan, as his presence was fraught with potential uncertainties. Yet, none of this unfolded according to Monkey Ba's designs. "Elder brother, what shall we do?" His claims seemed credible. Liaoan inquired anxiously of Liao Ming. Liaoan's unease was not without merit. A great Luo Golden Immortal capable of slaying 6 Hunyuan Golden Immortals would find it all too easy to deal with them. Mere early-stage Golden Immortal cultivators. The brothers had no capacity for resistance. Liao Ming's countenance darkened as he acknowledged their grave miscalculation. During this period, they had not paid attention to the significant events surrounding the Hongjun, instead focusing on gathering intelligence about the Monkey Clan. To their astonishment, they overlooked this critical piece of news, leaving them in a state of confusion and dilemma. Now, retreat was no longer an option. The elites of the Monkey Clan had already suffered heavy casualties at their hands, rendering the clan significantly weakened. Even if they ceased their actions now, they would never receive forgiveness from that esteemed elder of the Monkey Clan. At this juncture, their only recourse was to eliminate all threats and meticulously clean up the aftermath, ensuring that the powerful entity from the Monkey Clan remained oblivious to their deeds. With this in mind, Liao Ming exchanged a knowing glance with Liaoan, who instantly comprehended the unspoken communication. Both were gathering their strength, preparing to eliminate the Monkey Overlord and swiftly annihilate the Monkey Clan before fleeing the scene. Unbeknownst to them, every move they made was under the watchful eye of Zhou Cheng, who was simultaneously gathering his own strength in preparation to rescue the Monkey Clan, indifferent to the fate of the Monkey Overlord. When Zhou Cheng heard the Overlord mention his information, he was perplexed as to why it was revealed so early, thinking it would incite caution in the two, preventing them from engaging the Monkey Clan with such ferocity. However, he was assured that all would soon be explained. After the Monkey Overlord divulged information about Zhou Cheng, he observed Liao Ming and Liaoan in consultation, hastily absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to restore his power in preparation for the impending battle. The overlord understood that a decisive confrontation awaited. He believed that anyone with sense would eliminate everyone present and escape after sharing Zhou Cheng's information. With the monkey clan's elites decimated, the two had made it a matter of life and death. To evade the wrath of the formidable monkey entity, they would undoubtedly seek to eradicate the clan entirely, leaving no trace behind. This was also part of the overlord's strategy. He intended to exploit these two enigmatic individuals to obliterate the monkey clan, allowing him to escape with a legitimate reason for his demise, free from the fear of Zhou Cheng's vengeance. Although the overlord was uncertain if Zhou Cheng was aware of his treachery, he could not risk his life on uncertain possibilities. He intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate Zhou Cheng. Furthermore, he was unaware of the true motives behind the invasion of the monkey clan by these two, which is why he initially refrained from revealing Zhou Cheng's information. The four elders had been caught off guard by the sudden assault from Liao Ming and Liaoan, unable to react in time. Now that the overlord had disclosed Zhou Cheng's information, he steeled himself for the impending battle, focused solely on his survival. The severely injured elders, meanwhile, could only hope that Liao Ming and Liaoan would show mercy for the sake of the monkey clan's esteemed power. Liao Ming and Liaoan quickly concluded their exchange, finished gathering their strength, and brandished their weapons, launching a full-force assault on the monkey overlord. Though the overlord had been wary of their intentions, he found himself overwhelmed by their combined might. In an instant, the overlord was sent sprawling to the ground, gravely injured. His expression darkened as he questioned, "Are you truly intent on this life-or-death struggle?" Liao Ming shook his head, replying, No. It is only through your demise that we can survive." The elders' expressions shifted dramatically as they grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that the monkey clan was likely facing imminent destruction. However, they did not suspect that this was all part of the overlord's scheme. They merely lamented the fate of their clan. The overlord, unfazed, understood that Liao Ming and Liaoan's attack was inevitable. He had not anticipated that they would target him first, nor the sheer force of their assault, which he could not withstand. "It is time to send you on your way. We must return," Liao Ming declared, charging once more at the overlord. "If you wish for my life, you will have to prove your worth." The overlord retorted. He produced a pearl, directing all his power towards Liaoan. The pearl soared towards him, trailing a terrifying white path, a phenomenon wrought by its passage through the air. As the overlord unveiled the pearl, Liao Ming and Liaoan's eyes sparkled. This was the very object of their quest. Liaoan, realizing the perilous aura of the pearl, hesitated in his advance towards the overlord and instead brandished his mid-grade postnatal treasure, unleashing his signature technique to counter the pearl with a formidable surge of energy. The clash was explosive, the pearl easily dismantling Liaoan's attack and racing towards him. With urgency, Liaoan attempted to defend himself, but the pearl struck him, sending him crashing backward amidst a cloud of dust. Emerging from the haze, Liaoan bore a wound, blood trickling from his mouth, his body unsteady from the blow. Although Liaoan faltered, Liao Ming pressed forward with relentless determination, confident in Liaoan's resilience. Indeed, as Liaoan's attack collided with the pearl, Liao Ming's strike reached the overlord, who desperately wielded his inferior postnatal treasure to fend off Liao Ming's onslaught. Unfortunately for him, the effort proved futile, with a resounding crash. The overlord was again flung from the impact. The pearl, having repulsed Liaoan, returned to the overlord's grasp. Witnessing the pearl's overwhelming power, Liao Ming's gaze glimmered with avarice as he resolved to eliminate the overlord, seize the treasure, and obliterate the monkey clan, ensuring his escape. The overlord, perceiving Liao Ming's greedy expression, felt a wave of dread wash over him, realizing the true reason behind the duo's aggression, the innate treasure. Grasping the pearl, the overlord proclaimed, "You covet this innate treasure? Soon, it shall belong to me." Liao Ming, undeterred, reveled in his ambition. With clarity of purpose now, the remaining members of the monkey clan gazed upon the overlord with expressions of sorrow and anger, while the overlord regarded Liao Ming with equal disdain. "Brother, let us finish this swiftly," Liaoan urged, observing the battlefield's turmoil. "You are right. We must conclude this quickly," Liao Ming agreed, preparing to unleash their full power to eliminate the overlord. Having discerned that the overlord had exhausted his power and could no longer command the innate treasure, they felt a surge of confidence. "To think you could kill me, you underestimate both my resolve and the power of this innate treasure." I will return to exact my vengeance." The overlord stated emotionlessly. "Is that so?" Liao Ming shuddered, quickly barking orders. "Strike with haste. Do not give him another chance." "Understood, brother," Liaoan replied, unleashing 2 devastating attacks upon the overlord. The overlord, witnessing the incoming onslaught, disregarded the 4 elders entirely, channeling his remaining power into the pearl. Murmuring an incantation, divine concealment, vanished from sight. In an instant, the overlord disappeared, while Liao Ming and Liaoan's strikes landed where he had stood. The ground shook with the force of their attacks, echoing with the sound of their frustration as the realization set in that the overlord had evaded them. Liaoan's complexion soured as he voiced, "Brother, has he escaped?" Liao Ming, seething with rage, refrained from responding. He had not anticipated that the innate treasure would slip from his grasp, and now he feared retribution from a formidable adversary. Overwhelmed by anger and anxiety, he resolved, "Let go of it for now. We must deal with the remaining threats and leave this place swiftly." The remaining members of the Monkey clan were taken aback when they witnessed Monkey Tyrant turn away from them without a glance, leaving them in shock and subsequently igniting their fury. The enemies were drawn by the innate treasure of Monkey Tyrant. Yet he showed no concern for the plight of the Monkey clan, abandoning them to the brink of annihilation. This callousness left the remaining monkeys deeply disheartened, yet they felt utterly powerless. Their despair deepened upon hearing Liao Ming's intent to exterminate them all, jolting them from their grief over fleeing Monkey Tyrant into a state of terror. The 4 elders struggled to rise and negotiate with Liao Ming and his companion, while the latter stood impassively, ready to strike down the remaining monkeys, desperate to escape the chaos that had unfolded that day, which had been fraught with unforeseen events. As Liao Ming and Liaoan prepared to attack, a brilliant light surged from outside the Monkey clan's territory, illuminating the space before them. When the dust settled, a familiar visage emerged. Chapter 035. The total annihilation of the foes. Zhou Cheng had intended to detain Monkey Tyrant as he attempted to flee. However, upon witnessing Monkey Tyrant activating the innate treasure, Zhou Cheng found that while he could not see him with his divine sense, his innate divine ability, which allowed him to perceive all realms, enabled him to discern Monkey Tyrant's location. Relieved, he observed the situation unfold. Soon, he noted Liao Ming and his companions' intent to annihilate the Monkey clan, while Monkey Tyrant hastily approached Zhou Cheng under his watchful gaze. As Liao Ming and Liaoan launched their assault, Zhou Cheng acted without hesitation, delivering a powerful kick that sent the fleeing Monkey Tyrant crashing into the remaining monkeys. Landing before Liao Ming and Liaoan, Zhou Cheng then swiftly positioned himself before them, emanating an aura of peak Great Luo Golden Immortal, exerting pressure all around. Barely clinging to life, Monkey Tyrant recognized the assailant, and his expression darkened significantly. Liao Ming and Liaoan remained on guard against Zhou Cheng's arrival, to which he displayed no concern. In his eyes, these 2 early Great Luo Golden Immortals posed no threat. "Luo," Monkey Tyrant gritted his teeth. "What? He is Luo?" Elder Monkey Hua exclaimed. "Who is Luo? How do you know him? He is also of the Monkey clan. How can you recognize him when we do not?" Elder Monkey Ming questioned Elder Monkey Hua with confusion. The other 2 elders mirrored their curiosity towards Elder Monkey Hua. This story dates back several millennia. At a time when our Monkey clan was preparing for a minor war, I had mentioned that we had a genius among us whom we wished to cultivate. Yet he vanished. This must be him. I never anticipated that in just a few short millennia, he would ascend from Golden Immortal to peak Great Luo Golden Immortal. It turns out he is the elder we spoke of. Now we have hope. Elder Monkey Hua proclaimed joyously. Upon hearing Elder Hua's words, the others recalled that Monkey Tyrant had mentioned sending Luo on a mission, hinting at a deeper story behind it. Liao Ming and Liaoan were also aware of the elder's words, realizing this was the powerful Great Luo Golden Immortal they had heard of. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a grave seriousness and fear. "Luo, you return to the Monkey clan. Why do you strike me instead of slaying the invaders?" Monkey Tyrant gasped, questioning. Upon hearing Monkey Tyrant's words, Liao Ming and Liaoan tightened their grips on their weapons, warily eyeing Zhou Cheng to prevent any sudden attack. Zhou Cheng chuckled at their demeanor, finding their expressions amusing but chose not to engage them. Instead, he addressed Monkey Tyrant. "You know very well what I am doing. In the face of invading enemies, to not resist and abandon your clan for your own escape. Your actions as clan leader are utterly shameful. The four elders and the remaining members of the monkey clan fixated their gazes on Monkey Tyrant, hearing Zhou Cheng's words. I had no choice. The enemy was too powerful for me to save us, hence my desperate actions. Monkey Tyrant replied, his voice betraying his guilt. Huh. I have no interest in your mental state. You should understand my purpose. You certainly haven't forgotten what you did 2 millennia ago, have you? Zhou Cheng said with a smile. In that moment, Monkey Tyrant's breath grew shallow, and it was clear he had little time left. Given Zhou Cheng's lack of intent to save him, he had no reason to intervene. Realizing the futility of his situation, Monkey Tyrant, who had initially hoped to argue his case, ultimately surrendered to despair, falling silent. Your silence matters not. My return was solely to end your life. I merely did not anticipate such misfortune befalling the Monkey Clan. Zhou Cheng noted, understanding Monkey Tyrant's thoughts without concern. He prepared to unveil the truth, intending to further sully Monkey Tyrant's reputation before his clan. 2 millennia ago, you orchestrated my dispatch, and I encountered the Dragon Clan. Initially, I harbored no ill thoughts. Yet they mentioned you, which revealed why such a trivial task brought me into the presence of the Dragon Clan and exposed your treachery. You likely never anticipated my rapid rise to power. I owe you my gratitude for that. To repay you, I shall ensure you meet the Great Pangu. If you see him, do send my regards. Zhou Cheng declared as he launched an attack on Monkey Tyrant. With a swift motion, Zhou Cheng unleashed an energy wave, obliterating the barely alive Monkey Tyrant. This expeditious act stemmed from Monkey Tyrant's evident resignation, devoid of any desire for vengeance, compelling Zhou Cheng to act without hesitation. Throughout the ordeal, not a single Monkey Clan member pleaded for Monkey Tyrant. Aside from his prior abandonment of them, he had never held their hearts. Zhou Cheng's actions were not unprecedented within the Monkey Clan, but due to a lack of evidence, Monkey Tyrant's formidable power had silenced dissent. Otherwise, how could the clan have once boasted figures of great Luo Golden Immortal, yet now find themselves without a single one? The consequences of Monkey Tyrant's tyranny had stifled the clan's prodigies. After Monkey Tyrant was reduced to ashes, a piece of innate treasure and a low-grade postnatal treasure weapon remained on the ground. The orb, attempting to flee upon Monkey Tyrant's demise, was swiftly suppressed and claimed by Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng then turned his gaze towards Liao Ming and Liaoan. During his conversation with Monkey Tyrant, the two had stealthily begun to retreat from the Monkey Clan's territory. Although neither Monkey Tyrant nor the clan members noticed their departure, Zhou Cheng was acutely aware that they were mere insignificant insects, incapable of escaping his grasp. With Monkey Tyrant now dead, it was time to address them. At that moment, the members of the Monkey Clan regained their composure, realizing Liao Ming and Liaoan's attempt to flee. They wished to prompt Zhou Cheng into action, but found no justification. As they were not well acquainted, Liao Ming and Liaoan felt the tension, their escape having been uncovered. Liao Ming, attempting to save face, said, Esteemed elder, since you harbor enmity towards the Monkey Clan, we shall take our leave and not disturb you. Zhou Cheng observed Liao Ming's sycophantic demeanor, recognizing how far removed he was from his earlier bravado. Regardless of Liao Ming's words, Zhou Cheng had already marked them for death in his mind. Yet, Zhou Cheng did not wish to disappoint the remaining monkeys. He addressed Liao Ming and Liaoan directly. There is no need for such posturing. You are still destined to die. Seeing that Zhou Cheng offered them no reprieve, Liao Ming and Liaoan erupted in fury, launching their most potent attacks against him. Zhou Cheng saw through their feeble maneuvers, remaining unfazed by their sudden assault. With a mere wave of his hand, he countered their attacks effortlessly, sending their own offensive back towards them. Liao Ming and Liaoan, realizing their strikes bore no fruit and were met with retaliation, hastily joined forces to defend themselves. With a resounding crash, Zhou Cheng's remaining assaults struck them directly, incapacitating them instantly. Without affording them a single opportunity, he unleashed 2 more attacks, and in an instant, Liao Ming and his companion were reduced to ashes. Thus, the adversaries of the Monkey Clan were completely annihilated. Chapter 036. The state of the Monkey Clan. After eliminating Liao Ming and his companion, Zhou Cheng turned to see the Monkey Clan members in a daze. He found their expressions rather amusing but chose not to dwell on it, instead focusing on his purpose. Prior to his arrival, Zhou Cheng had already resolved to not only sever the ties of karma with the former Six-Eared and Monkey Tyrant, but also to ascend as the leader of the Monkey Clan. Only by becoming the clan leader could he strategically position himself for future endeavors in the journey to the west, ensuring that Sun Wukong would remain within his grasp. From this day forth, I shall be the leader of the monkey clan. Who among you supports this? Who opposes it? Zhou Cheng proclaimed, exuding an overwhelming aura of a pinnacle de Luo Jingxian. The other monkeys exchanged glances and, with great reluctance, bowed deeply to Zhou Cheng, uttering, "We greet our leader." Indeed, Zhou Cheng mused, having dealt them a blow, it is only right to offer a sweet reward. Observing the battered remnants of the clan, he produced the innate 5 elements spiritual liquid, dispensing a drop to each of the injured. Initially, they feared Zhou Cheng intended to finish them off, wearing expressions of sheer terror. However, before they could react, the beams of light struck them with blinding speed. As they closed their eyes in anticipation of death, they were instead surprised to find their injuries gradually healing. This is the innate 5 elements spiritual liquid, which possesses healing properties and will prevent your wounds from worsening. Afterward, return to your seclusion and recuperate, Zhou Cheng explained, finding their reactions somewhat amusing. If he had intended to kill them, he would not have taken such elaborate measures. At that moment, the members of the monkey clan realized their new leader was, in fact, aiding them in stabilizing their injuries. They felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them for having misjudged his intentions. Now, everyone disperse. Elders, please accompany me, Zhou Cheng instructed, leading them to the conference hall. The monkey clan members departed with complex emotions, while the 4 elders followed Zhou Cheng to the meeting room. Upon entering, Zhou Cheng glanced around and remarked, "It is indeed quite rudimentary. Alas, ever since our de Luo Jingxian ancestor perished in battle, no new de Luo Jingxian has emerged. The resources of the monkey clan have dwindled, and merely surviving is a considerable feat. There is little strength left for embellishing our surroundings," Elder Hongjun sighed. The other 3 elders remained silent, their heads bowed. Zhou Cheng took a seat in the position formerly occupied by the monkey tyrant and directly inquired, "You are all aware that a great war among the 3 clans is imminent. Given the current state of the monkey clan, how prepared are you? Do you face any difficulties?" Truthfully, there was little that could be done in preparation, but with the majority of our elite perished, few remain capable of entering the battlefield. We once had tens of millions, but now, we are uncertain if even 20% remain. Elder Ho Hua lamented, his expression heavy with sorrow. The other 3 elders mirrored his grief, and Zhou Cheng fell into a contemplative silence, wishing he could have arrived sooner. However, he recognized that the circumstances were not entirely within his control. Deep down, he felt a twinge of sympathy, which he found somewhat unbecoming. "How many members does the monkey clan originally have?" Zhou Cheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. He had read in novels of the future battles between the demon and witch clans, which involved hundreds of billions. Thus, he was eager to learn the current numbers of the monkey clan. Our clan was never numerous, with just over 10 billion members. Yet, only around 50 million are capable of fighting in the battlefield, a minuscule fraction. After this calamity, we do not know how many remain, nor how many can still join the fight. Even if they do, we are uncertain of the strength of our adversaries, Elder Hongjun replied after a moment of reflection. The primary issue is that we, as a lower-tier clan, lack the resources for development. Previously, the monkey clan had ample resources. But since the death of all our de Luo Jingxian ancestors, our resources have been steadily claimed, leading to our current predicament. Now, all resources are monopolized by those higher-tier clans, and what remains are scraps they deem unworthy. It has become exceedingly difficult for us to develop unless we, as a beast clan, win this war and acquire vast territories for growth. Only then will we have room to flourish, Elder Ho Lang stated calmly. Indeed, take the Qilin clan, for example. They possess the finest resources for development, boasting a population in the hundreds of billions. With an astonishing number of golden immortals, perhaps even all of them are golden immortals, Elder Ho Cheng added indignantly. At this juncture, Zhou Cheng had grasped the fundamental circumstances of the monkey clan and the various races. The next step would be to determine how to cultivate the clan. Initially, Zhou Cheng had merely sought to commandeer the monkey clan to facilitate his plans in the journey to the west and to attract Sun Wukong. But he had not anticipated the clan's current instability and uncertain future. Having assumed the position of clan leader, he felt compelled to strive for the revival and development of the monkey clan. He had no intention of utilizing them to dominate the wilderness. Instead, he aimed for a steady evolution leading up to the journey to the west. Nonetheless, he couldn't allow the monkey clan to remain overly weak, as that was not his intention. He desired the monkey clan to grow into a formidable force, capable of operating independently, thus relieving him of the burden of handling every matter alone. With a smile, Zhou Cheng addressed them, "You need not worry about resources. I can provide for you. Your only task is to encourage the cultivation of your fellow clan members." The four elders stared at Zhou Cheng in astonishment, their expressions transforming to elation as they realized the implications of his words. They understood that a pinnacle de Luo Jingxian would possess substantial resources, especially one who had experienced extraordinary fortunes. Elder Ho Ming stood, visibly excited, and exclaimed, "Leader, is this truly the case? I have no reason to deceive you regarding such matters. Moreover, I am now called Zhou Cheng, not Six-Eared. Aside from the issue of resources, do you face any other concerns?" Zhou Cheng asserted. He was indeed truthful. Upon discovering the 5 elements pagoda, he had harvested countless spiritual herbs and elixirs, many of which were of exceptional quality. Though not of the highest grade, they were still rare and would sustain the monkey clan for an extended period. Furthermore, on his journey to and from the Mountain of No Return, he had gathered numerous valuable resources, making his claim of the monkey clan's abundant resources entirely valid. That is truly wonderful. With sufficient resources, our monkey clan can quickly recover and perhaps even surpass our former peak. If several Tai golden immortals arise, it would be even better, Elder Ho Cheng expressed joyfully. If merely a few Tai golden immortals are all you aspire to, then your aptitude is rather lacking. Zhou Cheng interjected. Additionally, I will be creating several techniques for you to distribute among the members of the monkey clan for their cultivation. With the impending war, every bit of enhancement counts. Zhou Cheng seemed oblivious to the elder's rudeness as he spoke. He did not wish to reorganize the monkey clan at this time. Such efforts could wait until after the war, lest everything become mere empty words. The monkey clan had just endured a tragedy, and overwhelming them with too much would only foster anxiety, detrimental to their morale in the upcoming conflict. He aimed to restore their confidence and elevate their cultivation. Henceforth, Zhou Cheng would grant them unrestricted access to the herbs and techniques, allowing them to cultivate and thrive as fate would permit. Zhou Cheng felt little remorse. He understood that in his position, he must fulfill his duties and focus on his own responsibilities without any distractions. Very well. I shall establish a building beside the assembly hall, where I will stockpile ample herbs and cultivation techniques. When the time comes, you few in charge will explain this to the other members. Distribute as needed, but do not let chaos ensue. After stating this, Zhou Cheng was eager to create several cultivation techniques, lacking patience to remain here in merriment. Chapter 037. The creation of techniques. The once shattered territory of the monkey clan suddenly witnessed the emergence of a 9-story pavilion, aptly named the Herb Pavilion. Beside the assembly hall, the busy members tidying up the clan's territory stared in awe at the birth of this grand structure. Soon realizing that countless beams of light were emanating from the assembly hall towards this newly constructed edifice, perplexed by the events unfolding. All of this was Zhou Cheng's handiwork. With a mere wave of his hand, herbs from the vast space of the 5 elements tower flew in batches into the herb pavilion according to their grades. As for the cultivation techniques, currently, only the Monkey King's technique, devised by the clan leader, Monkey Ba, was available. This technique was named for its imposing nature. Although the Monkey clan had once possessed numerous techniques, a mysterious calamity in ancient times led to the untimely demise of all their great Luo golden immortals, severing the lineage of their techniques and plunging the clan into decline. Now, the Monkey King's technique was merely a slight improvement over basic techniques, offering little advantage. In truth, the basic techniques only facilitated a marginally quicker absorption of spiritual energy, starkly illustrating the scarcity and weakness of the Monkey clan's cultivation methods. Witnessing Zhou Cheng construct the pavilion and fill it with herbs, the 4 elders were overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, we shall take turns overseeing and supervising this endeavor, ensuring there is no disorder. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. Should anyone dare to disrupt, we shall deal with them decisively, they exclaimed fervently. They were astonished that Zhou Cheng could provide such a wealth of resources, far beyond their expectations. Very well. Return now to recuperate and swiftly utilize these resources to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Only by reaching this level can one transcend fate and master their own destiny. Zhou Cheng instructed the 4 elders. Yes, we understand, clan leader, they replied in unison. Bowing respectfully, Grateful for Zhou Cheng's genuine efforts to advance the monkey clan, they found joy in his concern for them, feeling fortunate about their decision to support him. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Cheng's intention in promoting their cultivation was to enable him to take a respite. After dismissing the elders, Zhou Cheng proceeded to the retreat of Monkey Ba, removing all of his belongings and contemplating the creation of superior techniques. He resolved to develop the platinum technique, the green wood technique, the black water technique, the red fire technique, the yellow earth technique, corresponding to the 5 elements, as well as the 5 elements technique, which would allow simultaneous cultivation of all 5 elements, ultimately merging into a singular law of the 5 elements. Additionally, he sought to innovate a combat cultivation method, the combat body technique, derived from the laws of battle, aimed at refining the physical form until it could embody the law of combat itself. Zhou Cheng was aware of the challenges. Without the requisite aptitude, one could not cultivate the law of battle. However, the prospect of success was tantalizing, and the potential rewards immense. At present, Zhou Cheng's capabilities were limited to these creations, which could only elevate practitioners to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Beyond that, the realm of laws awaited, and he felt neither the ability nor the necessity to forge techniques of a higher caliber. These techniques, when perfected, would grant insights into the laws, suitable for the current needs of the clan. Other races could not claim to possess techniques that directly led to the comprehension of laws. They only ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm through their own insights after reaching the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal level. The reason Zhou Cheng could create techniques that allowed direct cultivation to the great Luo golden immortal was due to fragments of memories from the Chaos Demon Ape and the 5 Elements Demon God. Others lacked such fortunate opportunities, yet Zhou Cheng believed that the 3 dominant races must possess the ability to cultivate to the great Luo golden immortal, or else they would not be so much stronger than the others. Rather than a battle among the avian, beast, and scaled races, it was more accurately a conflict among the Qilin, Phoenix, and Dragon clans. The 3 innate races were significantly superior to others. Even when the beast races banded together, they might struggle against the Qilin clan alone. The disparity in high-tier combat power was evident. The Qilin clan boasted 6 mixed-element golden immortals, 1 in the later stage, 3 in the middle stage, and 2 in the early stage, while the other beast races had only 6 mixed-element golden immortals, 2 of whom had already fallen to Zhou Cheng's hand. This was why Qi Xiong had been so enraged. The death of a high-ranking member could trigger a chain reaction, often determining the battlefield's fate, a loss the beast races could scarcely bear. Had Zhou Cheng not eliminated 2 mixed-element golden immortals from the other 2 clans, the Qilin clan might have sought retribution against him. As the impending war drew near, numerous mixed-element golden immortals ventured forth in search of spiritual treasures to bolster their strength and survive the conflict. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Zhou Cheng, a formidable anomaly, and became mere footnotes in history. It was precisely because the Qilin clan was so powerful that he surmised they must possess techniques allowing cultivation to the great Luo golden immortal. After a millennium of effort, Zhou Cheng finally succeeded in crafting these techniques. Upon emerging from his retreat, he used his spiritual sense to survey the monkey clan and noticed the 4 elders present. He promptly summoned them with a thought. When they arrived, Zhou Cheng asked, "Why are you all still here? Why aren't you cultivating? We have reached this level without superior techniques, so we can only gradually enhance our power. As for the herbs, we have already reached our limits, so we are merely supervising them," the elder replied, his face alight with excitement. Now, the monkey clan had cast off the shadows of the past millennia. Their development was flourishing, and with abundant resources at hand, the monkeys were fervently cultivating, gradually regaining their strength. The elders had little else to rejoice over than the clan's resurgence, and they understood the constraints of lacking superior techniques. Then take these techniques and begin your cultivation. Remember to store them in the treasure pavilion afterward. The building next door shall henceforth be known as the treasure pavilion, Zhou Cheng instructed. Presenting 7 jade slips to Monkey Ming, the 4 elders gazed at the jade slips with fervent anticipation, fully aware of the significance to their clan. Upon reviewing the techniques, they were astonished to discover that they could indeed cultivate them, and the prospect of attaining the great Luo golden immortal left them speechless. Can we really cultivate these? Can we truly reach the great Luo golden immortal? Monkey Ming stammered. Of course. If you couldn't cultivate them, why would I give them to you? Zhou Cheng retorted. Yet, Monkey Cheng interjected, brimming with excitement. Enough with the trivialities. Take these and retreat to your cultivation. I have no pressing matters, so I will oversee the herb pavilion. When one of you emerges from your retreat, you may relieve me, and we shall take turns supervising this place. Zhou Cheng interrupted them, urging them to focus on their cultivation. Thank you, clan leader. The four elders, now keenly aware that these techniques could lead them to the great Luo golden immortal realm, had their minds elsewhere, eagerly anticipating their return to cultivation. Prior to Zhou Cheng's arrival, they had spent countless millennia reaching their current level. The elder was at the pinnacle of the late Tai golden immortal stage, while the other three were at the peak of the middle stage, making their progress painfully slow. Since Zhou Cheng took the helm of the clan and provided a wealth of resources, the four elders had reaped immense benefits. In just a millennium, they had all reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. This was a testament to their cumulative efforts. They had lingered in that state for far too long, lacking sufficient resources for further cultivation. Otherwise, they would have long since ascended to the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm. With Zhou Cheng's assistance, they swiftly attained their zenith, leaving only the task of comprehending the laws to advance to the Daoist golden immortal level. Now presented with the opportunity to ascend to the Daoist golden immortal realm, their thoughts had already transcended their current circumstances. Chapter 38. The Coming of War. Disregarding them, Zhou Cheng made his way directly to the herb pavilion. Upon encountering the clan leader, the various members were elated to see Zhou Cheng and bowed respectfully. They understood that the resources they currently possessed were provided by him, and their gratitude was profound. At that moment, Zhou Cheng's prestige among the monkey clan had reached its zenith. He had saved them from peril and offered abundant resources for their development, something they could scarcely have imagined. Zhou Cheng merely smiled in response and proceeded to the top floor, where he organized the techniques reviewed by the four elders before declaring with authority. I have now created a cultivation technique that can elevate one to the Daoist golden immortal level. Those in need of the technique may come to the top floor of the herb pavilion. Upon hearing this, the members of the monkey clan erupted in excitement. Previously, they had only practiced the Monkey King's technique, which had limited their cultivation to the Tai golden immortal level, yet even that had thrilled them. Now, with the prospect of reaching the Daoist golden immortal level, they were momentarily stunned. However, when one audacious member soared directly to the top floor, the others quickly followed suit. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng had employed a mystical formation on each floor, allowing ample space for numerous monkeys to gather, and within a day, all the monkeys had arrived. Much to Zhou Cheng's indifference, Zhou Cheng lamented that only techniques related to the 5 elements were available. Those wishing to cultivate other laws could only enhance their physical prowess by training their battle bodies, a necessary compromise. Thank you, clan leader. The monkeys bowed in gratitude. Zhou Cheng smiled and replied, it is only right. You must focus on your training. For those who have not acquired the corresponding techniques, you may draw inspiration from these few techniques. I will continue to place better techniques here in the future, so do not lose hope. It's all right. We are already very content to have these. The monkeys who lacked suitable techniques hastily assured him. Indeed, they felt much happier than members of other races. Then, you may all descend and commence your training, striving to advance further before the impending battle. Let our monkey clan shine. Zhou Cheng encouraged them. Yes, clan leader. The monkeys responded with palpable excitement. After they departed, Zhou Cheng, unable to remain idle, exited the herb pavilion to inspect the monkey clan's territory, particularly the spirit-concentrating formation outside the clan. With clarity in mind, he formed numerous hand seals and scattered them outward for a kilometer from the monkey clan's territory. Activate! Zhou Cheng bellowed, and in an instant, a spiritual energy storm erupted, centered around the monkey clan's territory. All monkeys, except those in secluded meditation, looked up in fear, then joyously realized it was a spiritual energy storm, a tremendous opportunity. Before long, the storm subsided, and the spiritual energy in the monkey clan's territory gradually increased, multiplying tenfold. Thank you, clan leader. Thank you. The monkeys understood that this was a result of their leader's arrangement of the spirit-gathering formation, and they were overwhelmed with excitement, rushing back to their dwellings to prepare for a retreat into seclusion to enhance themselves. In no time, the monkeys vanished. Zhou Cheng, witnessing this scene, smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, he had established a primal 5 elements spirit-gathering formation for the monkey clan, which differed significantly from ordinary formations. Typical spirit-gathering formations often simply siphoned energy from other regions for their own benefit, and even when not exploiting, the gathering of natural energy was a slow process. In contrast, Zhou Cheng's primal five elements spirit gathering formation operated on the principle that all things are interconnected through the five elements. As these entities exhale and inhale, they generate and absorb elemental spiritual energy, filling the world with ethereal five elements energy. This formation attracted and absorbed excess spiritual energy from other regions or unclaimed energy in the atmosphere at a remarkable speed. Zhou Cheng believed that it would not be long before the spiritual energy concentration in the monkey clan's territory would increase several-fold, if not more. Even when occasionally siphoning energy from other regions, the formation would compensate using the complementary nature of the five elements, avoiding pure exploitation. Such unilateral exploitation would lead to karmic repercussions, creating an endless cycle of retribution, which Zhou Cheng wished to avoid. This was also among the reasons why the three races suffered greatly after their war. Zhou Cheng was pleased with the formation. After ensuring all was in order, he returned to the herb pavilion to further study and comprehend the laws of the five elements, as their applications were manifold. As time passed, 1,000 years went by. Zhou Cheng felt a marked intensification of spiritual energy in a certain location. Upon investigation, he recognized it as the seclusion site of the Grand Elder. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder, Monkey Ming, appeared before him, now having attained the status of a Daoist Golden Immortal. Thank you, clan leader, for bestowing upon me the technique that has allowed me to transcend fate and achieve the Daoist Golden Immortal status. Monkey Ming expressed with deep respect, hands clasped in a bow. It is only right and justly earned. Had it not been for your years of accumulation, you would not have ascended from the late Tai Golden Immortal to the Daoist Golden Immortal in such a brief time, Zhou Cheng replied. Without your techniques and the spirit-gathering formation you arranged, I could not have broken through so swiftly, Monkey Ming humbly remarked. Enough of this. Now that you have emerged from seclusion, it is your duty to oversee this place while I enter my own meditation, Zhou Cheng instructed, waving his hand. Yes, clan leader. Monkey Ming responded promptly. Unable to bear the grateful gaze of Monkey Ming, Zhou Cheng departed. No one anticipated that Zhou Cheng's upcoming seclusion would last a staggering 100,000 years, his longest retreat since arriving in the primordial world. Sensing an alert from an external formation, Zhou Cheng concluded his meditation, retracted the formation, and exited his secluded chamber. He found the fourth elder, Monkey Hua, waiting at the entrance. Is there a problem? Zhou Cheng inquired directly. Yes, clan leader. The Qilin clan has sent word, requesting your presence in 100 years to discuss matters pertaining to the impending war. Monkey Hua respectfully replied. Is war upon us? Zhou Cheng observed the ominous energy in the atmosphere. How could it arrive so swiftly? According to my previous estimations, it should have been several millennia yet. Why is the murderous intent so severe? Zhou Cheng furrowed his brow in concern. Alas, clan leader. Much has transpired during your years of seclusion, Monkey Hua lamented. It turned out that during Zhou Cheng's retreat, Luohou, dissatisfied with the speed of the gathering murderous energy that affected the formation of the extermination sword, had dispatched entities like the Heart Demon and the Desire Demon to provoke an early calamity. They orchestrated assassinations of the Dragon clan, framing the Qilin or Phoenix clans, and vice versa, intensifying the conflict. Several battles had already erupted between the factions, but Luohou deemed it insufficient, leading to tragic events. Recently, a prince of the Qilin clan, a princess of the Phoenix clan, and a prince of the Dragon clan had all perished, sending the three factions into a frenzy. The Yuan Feng and the Shikolin had allied against the Zulong, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. The three clans had long been prepared, but their leaders had frequently exited seclusion due to Zhou Cheng's previous interventions, resulting in varying degrees of cultivation progress. However, with the emergence of such a crisis, they could no longer contain themselves. Thus, war was imminent. Certainly, while it may be unknown to many that it is Rahu who is orchestrating the chaos, the impending conflict among the three factions is now an established certainty. Zhou Cheng contemplated whether he should inform the primordial Qilin upon their meeting, yet without tangible evidence. Such claims would likely be met with skepticism, potentially arousing the Qilin's suspicion. Furthermore, since Zhou Cheng's arrival among the Monkey clan, he has gleaned insights into the myriad forces of the Hongjun realm, discovering that knowledge regarding the powers of the West is scant, with even the existence of Rahu remaining largely unrecognized. This left Zhou Cheng at a loss for words. How could the three of them remain oblivious to the machinations at play? It seemed implausible, even if the heavens had obscured their vision with murderous intent. They were still sovereigns of their respective domains and should not act so naively. Zhou Cheng found himself unable to comprehend this situation. We are equally in the dark. Monkey Hua confessed with a hint of shame. Zhou Cheng had never anticipated that Monkey Ming and the others could assist him. His hope rested solely on the development of the Monkey clan following the Great Conflict. In that case, let us return and deliberate further, Zhou Cheng stated, casting a glance at Monkey Hua before making his way back to the council hall, with Monkey Hua following suit without objection. As Zhou Cheng entered the council hall, he observed 9 prominent figures of the Monkey clan already in attendance. The clan now boasted 10 elders, although the latter 6 were still at the Tai Golden Immortal level, while the former 4 had attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortals. Remarkably, the newly appointed 5th elder had also reached the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, a development that surprised Zhou Cheng. The first elder, Monkey Ming, was a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal with mastery over the Law of Gold at 20%. The second elder, Monkey Ling, was at the peak early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, commanding the Law of Earth at 10%. The third elder, Monkey Chong, was also an early stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, wielding the Law of Fire at 10%. The fourth elder, Monkey Hua, was at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, mastering the Law of Water at 10%. And the fifth elder, Monkey Chong, was yet another early stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, proficient in the Law of Wood at 10%. The 5 elemental laws had thus been perfectly gathered. The remaining elders, apart from the 6th elder who was a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, were all at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Zhou Cheng surveyed the current development of the Monkey clan with a sense of satisfaction, particularly regarding the 5 elders who had ascended to the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal. I intend to visit the Qilin clan shortly to report on the progress of the Monkey clan. How fares our clan's development? Zhou Cheng inquired with a smile. To answer the clan leader, while our numbers have not significantly increased, the quality has improved markedly. We now boast over 100 million Golden Immortals, accounting for half of our clan, though our Tai Golden Immortals remain few, numbering only in the dozens. As per your guidance, I have selected the most formidable among us as elders, the first elder responded, rising to speak. There is no need for such formalities. Please be seated. Zhou Cheng gestured for the first elder to sit down. He found it difficult to bear the excessive reverence from the elders, despite it being rightfully his due, as he had yet to acclimate to such treatment. After taking his seat, the first elder continued, "The progress of the Monkey clan is commendable, though I lament the brevity of time. We are quite satisfied, clan leader. Without your support, we would not have achieved such advancements." Monkey Chong interjected eagerly. "Indeed, we are content," echoed the others. "As clan leader, this is my duty." Zhou Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "We have sufficient Golden Immortals, yet we cannot deploy them all at once. We should retain the previous number that was deemed appropriate for battle, which will help to obscure the advancements of our clan." Zhou Cheng suggested after some contemplation. "That is feasible, but which of them shall be sent to the battlefield?" Monkey Lang replied. "You may decide among yourselves. I must depart for the Qilin clan shortly," Zhou Cheng stated, leaving the selection to the elders. "Understood, clan leader," they affirmed. "Additionally, do not send all of your members to the battlefield. You should confer among yourselves and only deploy half. These matters should be resolved by the time I return." Zhou Cheng surveyed the assembly. The 10 elders appeared uncertain. "Is there an issue?" Zhou Cheng inquired, noticing their hesitation. "If we do not participate, might we face a deficit in combat power?" The first elder, Monkey Ming, questioned. "What concerns could arise? With me present, the situation is manageable," Zhou Cheng declared assertively. "Very well, we comprehend," the 10 elders resignedly replied. "Moreover, some of you will need to join the battle. Do you possess any innate spiritual treasures?" Zhou Cheng asked. "To be frank, clan leader, our small clan truly lacks innate spiritual treasures. Even if we had any, we would hesitate to reveal them, for fear of annihilation. Just look at how Monkey Ba's possession of an innate spiritual treasure nearly led to our clan's destruction." The first elder remarked with a mix of despondency and hope in his gaze. Zhou Cheng pondered this and, disregarding the elder's expressions, continued, "I have a few lower-grade innate spiritual treasures. You may distribute them among yourselves. The remainder can be stored in the treasury, and those who achieve merit may select from them. Subsequently, Zhou Cheng presented the lower-grade, innate spiritual treasures for the first elder to manage. The 10 elders gazed in awe at the collection of lower-grade, innate spiritual treasures before them. It was Monkey Hua who first regained his composure, rising to bow before Zhou Cheng. "Thank you, clan leader." The other 9 elders quickly followed suit, expressing their gratitude. "These will be temporarily entrusted to the first elder. You shall deliberate on their distribution after the meeting. Is there anything else to address?" Zhou Cheng inquired. "Nothing further." The 10 elders exchanged glances before responding. "Very well. I shall take my leave," Zhou Cheng stated, departing without waiting for further comments from the elders. Zhou Cheng did not wish to withhold mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. Rather, he recognized that such treasures require extensive time for refinement to yield combat efficacy. Not everyone possesses the fortune he did, being able to swiftly harness high-grade, innate spiritual treasures due to the lineage's inherent connection to their original owner's essence. In contrast, lower-grade innate spiritual treasures could be rapidly refined, achieving perfect combat potential. However, mid-grade and higher innate spiritual treasures necessitate thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years for refinement. With the impending conflict on the horizon, there was insufficient time for such lengthy processes. Zhou Cheng could only provide these lower-grade, innate spiritual treasures for their immediate refinement. Once Zhou Cheng departed, the other elders gathered around the first elder, eagerly urging him to reveal the innate spiritual treasures for their examination. They could scarcely believe the abundance of innate spiritual treasures before them. Even lower-grade treasures were astonishing, particularly given that the monkey clan had previously occupied the lowest tier among clans and had never encountered such artifacts. Unbeknownst to Zhou Cheng, who was unaware of the events transpiring in the council hall, he would have looked down upon the elders for their lack of worldly experience. As Zhou Cheng journeyed towards the Qilin clan, he contemplated his cultivation status. Currently, his mastery of the laws of battle had not progressed, nor had his physical cultivation increased. His mastery over the 5 elemental laws had reached the pinnacle of 30%, while the laws of time had ascended to 20%. He remained at the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal, though his magical power had significantly increased, surpassing even those within the mid-stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal realm. This culmination stemmed from Zhou Cheng's 10,000 years of seclusion. Yet, it vexed him that he had not broken through to the Primordial Golden Immortal level. His previous ascension had seemed so effortless that Zhou Cheng had come to believe that progression in cultivation was as simple as quenching one's thirst. During this period, Zhou Cheng had contemplated much, recognizing that the laws of battle should have been easily enhanced due to the presence of the primordial staff. However, his rapid advancement in the laws had not translated into smooth application. After 10,000 years of introspection, Zhou Cheng had come to understand the importance of mastering multiple laws before pursuing a breakthrough. Even with the assistance of the primordial staff, transcending to the primordial golden immortal level would not be a simple endeavor. It would still require Zhou Cheng's deep comprehension, as the staff would not directly impart the laws of battle to him. The most effective way to enhance the laws of battle was through combat, and Zhou Cheng was certain that this impending war would serve as a pivotal moment for his breakthrough, allowing him to ascend to the primordial golden immortal level. If this war fails to elevate him to the status of a Hongjun golden immortal, Zhou Cheng believes he will be constrained by the heavenly Tao, only able to ascend after Hongjun's teachings. At that point, Zhou Cheng would find himself in a passive position, burdened by numerous ideas he wishes to execute. This notion is grounded in the fact that prior to Hongjun attaining sainthood, many highly talented cultivators emerged, such as the 3 Pure Ones and Dijun, all possessing exceptional foundational roots and unparalleled comprehension abilities in the primordial realm. Yet, astonishingly, none achieved the status of Hongjun Golden Immortal. Their appearances were only noted after Hongjun's teachings, suggesting a peculiar manipulation by the heavenly Tao. Thus, Zhou Cheng feels a sense of urgency. Yet he remains steadfast in his conviction that he will attain the status of Hongjun Golden Immortal before the impending battle against the demons. With renewed determination, he immersed himself in his journey, paying little heed to the herbs along the way. After more than a year, Zhou Cheng arrived at Mount Buzhou. Chapter 040. Pre-battle conference. The Qilin clan resides at the foot of Mount Buzhou, a part of the mountain that has been truncated by the heavenly pressures, seamlessly linked to the mountain range itself. Thus, Zhou Cheng found himself at this nostalgic location. He quickly located the Qilin clan and, after announcing his arrival, proceeded to meet with the first Qilin. As he entered the clan's territory, he took in the sights, knowing that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this place would soon be a memory. He wished to savor the brilliance of what would soon become history. Before long, Zhou Cheng reached the clan's conference hall, where he found the prominent elders of the Qilin clan gathered alongside leaders from other clans, with Zhou Cheng being the last to arrive. The Monkey clan has always been distant from these great tribes, lacking the strength to partake in important discussions, relegated to the role of cannon fodder. Were it not for Zhou Cheng's remarkable achievements and overwhelming combat prowess, he would not have been invited to this assembly. Inside, the attendees were predominantly at the level of Great Luo Golden Immortals, with 2 Hongyuan Golden Immortals from the White Tiger clan, 1 from the Lion clan, and another from the Bear clan, while the rest were at the pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal. As Zhou Cheng entered, he immediately heard a mocking remark from a nascent Hongyuan Golden Immortal. The Monkey clan's leader certainly has a commanding presence, making us all wait for you. Others glanced between Zhou Cheng and the speaker, choosing to remain silent and observe the unfolding drama. Although Zhou Cheng was unaware of the reasons behind this targeting, he would not shy away or back down. Am I late? If I recall correctly, we are still decades away from the actual meeting time. What is your rush? Eager to meet your end? His retort piqued the interest of onlookers, who exchanged glances between the two. The previously mocking figure grew furious. You've kept us all waiting. Shouldn't you apologize? It's not yet time, and I didn't compel you to wait. You are free to leave. No one would force you. Enough. Lion Qian, refrain from further comments. Indeed, the appointed time has not yet arrived. Zhou Cheng of the Monkey clan, please take a seat. The first Qilin gestured to an empty chair, indicating Zhou Cheng's position at the table. With the first Qilin's intervention, Lion Qian relented, and Zhou Cheng noted that the designated seat was directly opposite him, indicating the Qilin clan's recognition of his strength, sparing him from embarrassment. Zhou Cheng took his place, smiling and nodding toward Lion Qian. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting early. We have already conferred with the Avian clan regarding a battle with the Dragon clan in 10,000 years. There's little else to discuss. The purpose of gathering you here is to allocate our combat forces, the first Qilin stated, his expression unchanged. Our Qilin clan, including our clan leader, boasts 6 Hongyuan Golden Immortals. Each of your clans possesses only 4, and the Avian clan has a similar number of Hongyuan Golden Immortals. The Dragon clan, on the other hand, possesses a slight numerical advantage. Thus, we must deliberate on this matter. Qi Xiong interjected after the first Qilin concluded. Upon hearing Qi Xiong's words, the others turned their gazes toward Zhou Cheng, with Lion Qian glaring at him. Zhou Cheng understood that he was the root of this situation, but had little to say, merely shrugging to indicate his detachment from the issue. The others, witnessing Zhou Cheng's demeanor, were left speechless, with Lion Qian's glare intensifying, as if he wished to devour him. Upon learning Lion Qian's name, Zhou Cheng understood the source of his animosity. However, Zhou Cheng harbored no regrets. Anyone wishing to harm him would find no mercy. The demise of Lion Yuan and his ilk was a consequence of their own actions. Even knowing the potential fallout, Zhou Cheng would not hold back. At the time of battle, each clan will seek its own opponents. No Hongyuan Golden Immortal shall be left unchallenged. As for you, Zhou Cheng, you may choose an opponent of Hongyuan Golden Immortal midstage or above. Do you have a preferred adversary? The first Qilin inquired, seemingly offering no opportunity for refusal. Zhou Cheng had no intention of declining. Facing a stronger opponent would allow him to unleash his full potential, facilitating a quicker breakthrough to Hongyuan Golden Immortal. As he contemplated whom to face, the others regarded him with curiosity, eager to see his choice. After all, they were aware of Zhou Cheng's prowess. Regardless of how one might boast, the fact remained that he had slain 6 Hongyuan Golden Immortals and a dozen peaked Great Luo Golden Immortals. No one would underestimate him or foolishly challenge him. Lion Qian's hostility stemmed from the death of Lion Yuan, which had significantly weakened the Lion clan's upper echelon, thereby prompting his scorn towards Zhou Cheng. Yet, despite his anger, he would not dare to challenge Zhou Cheng. It was likely due to the absence of suitable innate spiritual treasures that he refrained from confronting him directly. I wish to inquire about the strength of the Dragon clan's third elder. Zhou Cheng pondered before speaking. Currently, he is at the pinnacle of Hongyuan Golden Immortal midstage, though it is uncertain if he has achieved a breakthrough. Qi Xiong replied promptly. Then he shall be my opponent. It is fortuitous that we can settle some past grievances. Zhou Cheng declared with certainty. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, the attendees understood the nature of the grievances he referenced, as many among them had previously sought out Zhou Cheng. However, upon hearing of his formidable exploits, they had all retreated to their clans to prepare for battle. Given this context, I will assign Ao Li to you. I will inform the Phoenix clan, the first Qilin stated. With that settled, you all may return to your preparations. The first Qilin dismissed them. Wait, Zhou Cheng interjected. Is there something else? The first Qilin responded impatiently. I wish to know where the battlefield will be located. Zhou Cheng inquired, seemingly oblivious to the first Qilin's irritation. Oh, I had informed them prior to your arrival. You were the only one left in the dark. The battlefield is in the west, the first Qilin asserted, casting a fierce glance toward the western horizon. Observing the first Qilin's demeanor, Zhou Cheng began to grasp the underlying implications. Could it be that the first Qilin was aware of who had slain his son? Zhou Cheng couldn't help but reflect. I understand, Zhou Cheng replied thoughtfully. Then let us disperse, the first Qilin declared before departing. Zhou Cheng felt exasperated. He had invested a year to arrive here merely to exchange these few words? What about strategies and troop arrangements? It left him perplexed as he shook his head and exited the hall, preparing to return to the Monkey Clan, where he too wished to make preparations and adjust some plans. Are you puzzled as to why the meeting concluded so abruptly? The White Tiger Clan leader, Tiger One, remarked upon seeing Zhou Cheng shake his head. Indeed, it seems rather hasty. Zhou Cheng replied, still confused. It is somewhat rushed, yet it is within reason. How so? Chapter 041. Departure from the Qilin clan. Considering our three clans have been at odds for so long, we each have our respective adversaries and require little in the way of arrangement. At most, we shall convene briefly before the battle to clarify matters. The reason for our summons is twofold. First, to become acquainted with you, and second, because you have eliminated the likes of Lion Yuan. Our higher-ups are lacking in combat strength, and your presence is intended to fill that void for better adjustments against our adversaries, Huan explained to Zhou Cheng. In essence, it implies that our opponents are roughly equivalent, yet this time we shall exert our utmost efforts. The casualties will be substantial, Zhou Cheng remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, did you not know? However, this time, our clans may not fully commit as the Qilin clan does. It could be a matter of life and death, or perhaps a peaceful resolution, Huan conveyed through telepathy to Zhou Cheng. Is that so? Zhou Cheng responded, taken aback. He soon realized that without designated opponents, the chaotic multitude of the Hongjun races could lead to friendly fire. Nonetheless, is such a method of combat truly wise? He had heard of the aftermath of the Great War among the three clans, where they were relentlessly pursued and exploited by the myriad clans, with the Dragon clan suffering the most. Some factions had covertly collaborated to deplete the strength of the three clans while preserving their own. In the end, it would either result in one clan's ascendance, with the others subservient, or a decline of the three clans amidst fierce competition from the 100 clans. Should the three clans falter, they would be compelled to repay their debts. The Dragon clan, possessing the largest territory and richest resources, had offended the most clans due to their tyrannical nature, leading to frequent extortions post their downfall. As for the Qilin clan, it was said they would face near total annihilation, leaving no opportunity for bullying. The Phoenix clan remained united, with many avian races still supporting them in the volcanic regions of the southern lands, enduring hardships, yet largely undisturbed. Reflecting on this, Zhou Cheng remained perplexed, glancing at Huan with an inexplicable expression. Will your clan merely go through the motions? Zhou Cheng inquired. Humph. The dignity of our White Tiger clan does not permit such behavior, Huan retorted, gazing intently at Zhou Cheng. I did not imply that, merely expressing curiosity. Zhou Cheng quickly clarified, aware that Huan sought camaraderie and wishing to avoid any misunderstandings that might suggest he was insulting the White Tiger clan. What if our Monkey clan were to eliminate all opponents? Would we still need to provide support? Zhou Cheng asked. That has not been clearly defined, as such a scenario has not occurred before. Even if it did, your Monkey clan would likely be left with little, rendering your support inconsequential, Huan replied. Perhaps, Zhou Cheng murmured. Thank you for enlightening me. He expressed his gratitude. Not at all. I find you quite agreeable. I sense your strength is at least on par with mine. Be wary when facing Ao Li. He was my previous opponent, and I am well aware of his formidable prowess, Huan cautioned. Tell me about Ao Li's innate treasures, so I may devise an appropriate strategy. He possesses 12 sea calming pearls, each a mid-grade innate treasure, and together they create an ultimate grade innate treasure, enhancing the power of any formation. Beyond that, there is little to mention. After all, being a peak mid-stage Hongjun Golden Immortal speaks volumes. I am uncertain if he has acquired additional innate treasures since then. Hu contemplated. That is sufficient, Zhou Cheng replied, surprised at the mention of the 12 sea-calming pearls, then composedly added, in any case, thank you. After the battle, I shall seek you out. I must return to strategize. Very well, I too must return to carefully plan for the upcoming conflict. Let us part ways here. Hu responded, somewhat astonished by Zhou Cheng's words. Even before the battle commenced, Zhou Cheng spoke of meeting afterward, seemingly dismissive of Ao Li's threat. Such confidence suggested he believed possessing ultimate-grade, innate defensive treasures would ensure his survival. Yet, Ao Li was no trivial adversary. Without dwelling on it further, Hu shook his head, dismissing the myriad thoughts, and flew back toward the White Tiger clan. The first Qilin, observing from the highest point of the Qilin clan, scrutinized the departing leaders, unable to fathom their intentions. I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, I shall not hold back, the first Qilin muttered. He then gazed at the East Sea Dragon Palace, turned westward, and finally observed the bustling figures of the Qilin clansmen, sighing. I wonder how many of our clan will survive this battle. Zhou Cheng remained oblivious to the first Qilin's watchful eyes, and even if he were aware, it would not concern him. After hearing Hu Wen's words, he felt no trepidation for the Monkey clan. Their current strength was vastly superior to the past, and their former opponents had likely not evolved alongside them. Thus, the annihilation of the Monkey clan's enemies was certainly within reach. Zhou Cheng felt somewhat embarrassed for not being aware of the existence of fixed opponents as the clan leader. Yet, one could not blame him. His rise had been swift, and he had not participated in clan battles. The elders, presuming he was informed, had failed to communicate this aspect, leading to his unawareness and the ensuing awkwardness. Now that he understood the concept of designated opponents, Zhou Cheng felt entirely at ease regarding the Monkey clan, no longer worried about potential heavy losses. His thoughts turned to the matter of the Dragon clan's third elder, Ao Li, who possessed 12 sea-calming pearls, distinct from the 24 or 36 he had learned of in later times. He pondered whether these 12 sea-calming pearls belonged to the 24 or 36. Although uncertain, he was resolute in claiming these 12 as his own, viewing Ao Li merely as a doomed dragon, regardless of whether they belonged to the 24 or 36. Obtaining these 12 from Ao Li would lead Zhou Cheng to acquire the rest as well. This was pivotal for Zhou Cheng's path to enlightenment and could not be taken lightly. However, such thoughts were not Zhou Cheng's immediate concern. He would only strategize once he secured them. Casting aside his distractions, Zhou Cheng swiftly flew back to the Monkey clan, needing to consult with the elders regarding the upcoming war, as prior discussions required adjustments. Chapter 042, Pre-Battle Arrangements. After a year, Zhou Cheng returned to the Monkey clan. Those above the Daoist Golden Immortal level could traverse space, significantly reducing travel time. A Hongjun Golden Immortal could make the round trip between the Monkey and Qilin clans in just a day, or even less. However, these matters were not Zhou Cheng's focus at present. Upon arriving at the assembly hall, he enveloped the entire clan with his divine sense and transmitted to the 10 elders. Gather in the assembly hall. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's summons, regardless of their prior engagements, the 10 elders promptly made their way to the assembly hall. And soon they had all assembled. Zhou Cheng addressed them directly. I will return immediately after this meeting. There are adjustments to be made. Clan leader, if you have matters to discuss, please proceed. We are all ears, the eldest elder, Ho Ming, replied. Indeed, clan leader, we are at your service, the others echoed. Seeing their response, Zhou Cheng felt a profound sense of gratitude and fulfillment, believing his prior efforts for the Monkey clan had been worthwhile. Yet, he humbly remarked, it is best to deliberate together for optimal resolutions. Allow me to speak first, and then we shall discuss. Upon hearing this, the 10 elders ceased their insistence, focusing their attention on Zhou Cheng, ready to listen. In the Kirin clan meeting, my primary focus was on the issues concerning my rival and the details of the impending battle, which have now been clarified. My adversary is Ao Li, the third elder of the Dragon clan, a sworn enemy. The battle is set for 10,000 years hence. Time is of the essence. The chosen location is the Western continent. What? Ao Li? He is a formidable being at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm. How can you, clan leader, face such a foe? Should it not be a great Luo Golden Immortal instead? Elder Hong Ming expressed his astonishment. Mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal? How did you provoke such a figure? This clearly indicates they are taking advantage of us. Others chimed in. The 10 elders buzzed with concern upon hearing that Zhou Cheng would confront the mid-stage Aoli. Unable to endure their chatter any longer, Zhou Cheng interjected, Enough. The matter is settled. You must have heard the rumors and are aware of my capabilities. The outcome against a mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal is still uncertain. Let us not dwell on my affairs. We should now discuss the preparations for the battlefield within our clan. The elders, upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, gradually calmed down. After a moment's reflection, they acknowledged the validity of his assertion. After all, Zhou Cheng had previously dispatched mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Managing to break free while overcoming 5 mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortals and a dozen pinnacle Great Luo Golden Immortals, proving his strength beyond doubt. In this light, a mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal seemed less daunting to Zhou Cheng. Though still concerned, the elders felt reassured. Elder Hong Ming then remarked, Clan leader, while your past victories are commendable and defeating a typical mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal may pose no challenge, we must consider the implications of facing a Dragon Clan elder. There exists a significant difference between elders of large clans and those of smaller ones. Their comprehension of the laws and the innate spiritual treasures available to them cannot be overlooked. This is of no concern to you. I have already consulted with the White Tiger Clan leader, Hu Wan, regarding Ao Li's capabilities, and there is no cause for alarm, Zhou Cheng replied nonchalantly. Very well. It is always prudent to exercise caution, Elder Hong Ming conceded, recognizing Zhou Cheng's indifference. Now let us discuss the arrangements for the battlefield. Before I departed, I instructed you to make preparations. Have you completed them? Zhou Cheng inquired. We have made the necessary arrangements. The 4 of us Great Luo Golden Immortals will take the field, while the others will remain behind. We have also selected the Golden Immortals from within the clan. Elder Hong Ming promptly responded. I must admit, I was previously unfamiliar with the nature of this warfare. I thought it would simply involve a collective assault, which is why I asked for your arrangements. However, I have learned from Hu Wan that we are merely facing our previous adversaries, correct? Zhou Cheng asked, slightly embarrassed. If you have not received any other orders from the Kirin clan, then indeed, we are only contending with our former foes, Elder Hong Ming replied with delight. From Zhou Cheng's words, Elder Hong Ming deduced that the Kirin clan had yet to recognize their clan's advancements, hence no more formidable opponents were arranged. This was a fortuitous beginning for the Monkey clan, suggesting that their survival in this conflict was likely secured, for they had grown significantly stronger. The other elders shared in Elder Hong Ming's excitement, understanding Zhou Cheng's implications. They felt elated. Having initially anticipated that Zhou Cheng's meeting with the Kirin clan would pit the Monkey clan against a powerful adversary, only to discover it was merely old foes, a stroke of fortune for them. Zhou Cheng, however, felt a tinge of frustration. Why did you not inform me? I nearly suffered embarrassment. Zhou Cheng looked at the jubilant elders, feeling somewhat exasperated yet understanding their joy. We assumed you were aware. Believing that your summons to the meeting indicated an arrangement with an equally matched clan, which is why we did not inform you, Elder Hong Ming replied with a grin. Let us put that aside. Let us proceed with the arrangements, Zhou Cheng said, adjusting his demeanor. Clan leader, please proceed, they urged. Since our adversaries are those of the past, there is little to fear. The number of participants on the battlefield should remain the same as before, but we must ensure that only the strongest are selected to go forth. There is no need for selection. This is the only way to ensure the survival of more of our kin. Furthermore, all of you should enter the battlefield. While the 5 of you Great Luo Golden Immortals should conceal your true power, remaining ready to assist other clan members, Zhou Cheng commanded decisively. Understood, clan leader. They replied in unison. Very well, let it be so. Remember, do not annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. It is imperative to hone our kin's combat instincts and experience. Crushing them swiftly would not serve our interests. If we eliminate the adversaries too quickly, it may draw unwanted attention, potentially complicating our situation and jeopardizing your safety. Zhou Cheng cautioned earnestly. Understood, we will heed your advice. Seeing their readiness, Zhou Cheng produced 2 gourds and addressed them. This one contains innate spiritual liquid. Each of you should take 100 drops, while the Tai Golden Immortals should take 50 drops. The Golden Immortals heading to battle should each take 10 drops. This will allow you to restore your mana instantly on the battlefield. The other gourd contains the innate 5-element spiritual liquid. Each of you should take 50 drops, with those going to battle taking 10 drops each. This could be crucial for your survival." Upon hearing that these were the fabled innate spiritual liquid and 5-element spiritual liquid, known for their ability to rapidly restore mana and heal injuries, the 10 elders were left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had never laid eyes on such treasures, let alone expected their clan leader to produce such an abundance, suggesting he had exhausted his reserves. Previously, Zhou Cheng had used this to save them, but they were unaware of the 10 innate 5-element spiritual liquids. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the 10 elders gazed at Zhou Cheng with deep appreciation. There is no need for such looks. These are intended to ensure your survival on the battlefield. Do not hesitate to use them. If they are depleted, they are gone. Do not fear consumption. Your lives are paramount. Thank you, clan leader. The 10 elders said in unison, bowing in gratitude. Zhou Cheng accepted their thanks with composure. Chapter 043. Ascension of the Time Law. With these provisions, coupled with our advancements during this period, should there be significant casualties, it would be a grave disappointment to you, Zhou Cheng stated solemnly. Indeed, with their enhanced strength and life-saving innate spiritual liquids, should no other enemies arise, the confrontation with their previous foes should be manageable. Should significant losses occur, it would indicate the monkey clan had stagnated, no longer meriting Zhou Cheng's investment. That will not happen. If we desire, we could eliminate them in an instant. In prior battles, Monkey Boss scarcely intervened, yet we managed to endure. How much more so now? Elder Homing asserted eagerly. Indeed, rest assured, clan leader. This time, we shall ensure they return from whence they came. Third Elder Ho Chong boasted boldly. Zhou Cheng noted that the other elders seemed eager to speak but interrupted them, stating, "This is merely a reminder. Do not let the assurance of life-saving provisions breed arrogance that allows the enemy to exploit weaknesses. After the meeting, remember to advise them not to let their guard down." Understood, clan leader. The 10 elders replied in unison. Is there anything else? If not, let us adjourn the meeting. After you distribute the innate spiritual liquids, return and enter seclusion. I hope you achieve breakthroughs in the time to come, Zhou Cheng concluded. Nothing else. We shall attend to our matters and then retreat into seclusion. The elders exchanged glances and replied without further issue. Very well, you may leave, Zhou Cheng said as he returned to his secluded quarters, once more entering a state of meditation. During Zhou Cheng's seclusion, the 10 elders gathered the monkey tribe members above the golden immortal rank to convey Zhou Cheng's orders. They then retained those who needed to fight on the battlefield and distributed the innate spiritual liquid, which led to a wave of excitement, with many bowing deeply in gratitude towards Zhou Cheng's secluded quarters. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Cheng had little hope for the laws of the 5 elements and the laws of battle. They had already reached a peak of 30%, a level not easily transcended in a short time. The only law that could still be enhanced was that of time. This time, he aspired to elevate the time law to its pinnacle, achieving a state of completeness, where no aspect of Zhou Cheng would be a weakness. To cultivate the time law, the essence of the time demon god was essential, making advancement a formidable challenge. However, Zhou Cheng was distinct. He possessed a time rule for comprehension and the exquisite innate spiritual root of the enlightenment tea tree, which enabled him to grasp the laws swiftly. With such advantageous conditions, it would be exceedingly difficult for Zhou Cheng not to enhance his understanding of the time law. Furthermore, he had access to a superior spirit treasure, the creation jade butterfly, renowned for its capacity to facilitate the comprehension of laws. Yet, Zhou Cheng hesitated to employ it, fearing detection by Hongjun, thus keeping it tightly concealed within his mind, a regrettable loss. With no time to squander, he immersed the enlightenment tea in the innate spiritual liquid, as this infusion would maximize the tea's efficacy. Simply holding the tea leaves would not yield as potent results. Only the innate spiritual liquid could bring forth the tea's effects to their utmost potential. Even postnatal spiritual liquid would not suffice, as its infusion would not surpass the mere retention of the tea leaves. After several preparations, he sipped the tea and began to contemplate the time rule within his mind. Gentle ripples emanated around Zhou Cheng, suggesting a transformation was occurring, yet it seemed elusive and indistinct. A millennium passed during Zhou Cheng's seclusion. By now, he had comprehended the time law to a remarkable extent, having consumed numerous pots of enlightenment tea, and had drained the last pot. Zhou Cheng stood at a critical juncture. With success, his mastery of the time law would reach its zenith, and his entire strength would genuinely ascend to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With the attainment of the Primordial Golden Immortal merely a heartbeat away, the ripples surrounding Zhou Cheng intensified, and his hair and beard grew longer, only to retract back to nothingness, then surge forth again, reaching waist length and even 2 meters. This cycle continued until, at a certain moment, his hair returned to its true length, and his beard vanished. A wave of light surged from Zhou Cheng, sweeping across the surrounding stone walls and other objects, rendering them immaculate and radiant, as if freshly polished. The light then receded back into Zhou Cheng's body, and he awakened. At this moment, Zhou Cheng had achieved the pinnacle of the time law, reaching his most formidable state as a great Luo Golden Immortal. In this state, he would no longer fear the primordial Qilin. While he might not defeat it, he would not be easily vanquished. Earlier, Zhou Cheng had contemplated leading the monkey tribe away from the beast clan, distancing them from the impending three-clan war. However, at that time, he understood he was not yet a match for the primordial Qilin. The Qilin could dispatch him with ease, thus he dared not propose severing ties with the beast clan. If it were solely Zhou Cheng, he would not fear the primordial Qilin. Even if he could not win, he could evade. However, with so many monkeys, concealment was impossible. Thus, after assuming control of the monkey tribe, he had no choice but to comply with the Qilin clan's directives. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng had not been in control for long, and the monkey tribe developed rapidly, remaining unnoticed, which rendered this war task relatively light, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Though Zhou Cheng had attained his most powerful state as a great Luo Golden Immortal and would no longer be easily defeated by the primordial Qilin, he was still not its equal. However, when facing a late-stage primordial Golden Immortal without top-tier innate spiritual treasures, Zhou Cheng felt he could still hold his ground. Even if he could not triumph, he would not be swiftly defeated, a testament to his confidence in his own strength. With the enhancement of the time law, Zhou Cheng sought to see if he could refine a couple of prohibitions on the primordial staff and the 5 elements pagoda. To his dismay, there was no response, compelling him to set aside these thoughts and focus on his cultivation of the law. Should he suddenly attain enlightenment, he could directly ascend to the primordial Golden Immortal, a thought that brought him to the brink of tears. Just as Zhou Cheng contemplated further cultivation, the alarm formation outside was triggered, alerting him that a great battle was upon them. It was the perfect opportunity for the Hongjun to recognize him once more. "Aoli, I am coming. The sea-calming pearl, here I come." Zhou Cheng confidently rose and exited. "Chief, we have news from the Qilin clan." Elder Monkey Hua awaited Zhou Cheng's arrival. "Let us see," Zhou Cheng replied, proceeding directly to the council hall. Indeed, all 10 elders were present, with Elder Monkey Ming stating, "Chief, the Qilin clan has informed us to proceed directly to the western continent. Moreover, they instructed you to seek out the Dragon clan's 3rd elder, Aoli, upon reaching the battlefield, assuring us that you would not mistake him. Such haste? A mere message suffices? We do not need to assemble? Shouldn't I confront the Qilin clan's elders who are primordial Golden Immortals? What if we do not show up? Will our enemies still be arranged?" Zhou Cheng expressed his astonishment. "That cannot be. Chief, if we fail to comply, the Qilin clan will come and eliminate us first," Elder Monkey Ming said anxiously. In the past, the Bei clan believed that accompanying the Wolf clan in battle made them one of their own. Consequently, only a few were sent to the battlefield, merely assisting the great Luo Golden Immortal Wolf clan with strategies. However, the Qilin clan discovered this and nearly annihilated the Bei clan, declaring that since you align with the Wolf clan, those who do not fight are not needed. Thus, only a handful of the Bei clan survived. The other elders also appeared somewhat perturbed. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhou Cheng interjected, "It was merely a suggestion. I did not intend for you to act on it. Besides, after this war, the Qilin clan will still be here to discuss." "Enough, enough. I was merely making a point." As Zhou Cheng spoke, he noticed another elder looking alarmed and eager to speak. He swiftly halted them. Zhou Cheng bore no resentment. The thought of extermination was too terrifying. Currently, the monkey tribe faced the Qilin clan like ants confronting an elephant. The Qilin clan had grown increasingly formidable over the past 10,000 years, instilling a fear that had seeped into their very bones. Only when their strength increased could they muster the courage to resist. Without power, all words were hollow. That being said, are you all prepared? Zhou Cheng chose to ask the crucial question. "All preparations are complete. They are in the training grounds, waiting for you. Do you wish to address them before the battle?" Elder Ming replied. Since you are ready, I shall speak to them. Zhou Cheng smiled. The group then proceeded to the training grounds, where even the typically restless monkey tribe stood in neat formation, awaiting their esteemed leader, Zhou Cheng. Observing these elite members of the monkey tribe, Zhou Cheng felt a profound sense of accomplishment compared to when he first arrived. With a solemn demeanor, he addressed the assembled monkeys. My children. The monkey tribe leader addresses the members, excluding the elders, as children, inspired by how Sun Wukong refers to his kin-in journey to the west. You are the elite of the monkey tribe, the forerunners and pioneers. It is through your endeavors that the monkey tribe will thrive and prosper. Thus, I implore you to be invincible on the battlefield. Let us demonstrate the might of the monkey tribe and reclaim our honor in the Hongjun. Invincible in battle. Unyielding in offense. Invincible in battle. Unyielding in offense. The resonant voices of the assembly filled Zhou Cheng with joy. This is a sensation that he, in his previous life as an underdog, had never experienced. From this moment onward, Zhou Cheng's feelings towards the monkey clan deepened significantly. It was at this juncture that Zhou Cheng comprehended the true significance of being the clan leader. The monkey clan was no longer merely a tool for orchestrating the journey to the west, intended to attract Sun Wukong. Zhou Cheng was aware that as time in the primordial world elongated, he might forget the brief 20-some years of his past life. Thus, he sealed that period away, revisiting it occasionally to enhance his understanding of the primordial realm. Consequently, Zhou Cheng harbored only a shallow affection for the monkey clan. Believing himself to be of the human race, unable to fully integrate into the monkey clan, his leadership was simply a means to utilize the monkey clan for his strategic plans regarding the journey to the west. It was only at this moment, as he beheld the many members of the monkey clan gazing at him with admiration and chanting his name, that Zhou Cheng felt a genuine connection. Finally realizing he was one of them, with a spirited wave of his hand, he declared, "Let us depart." Thereafter, he led the group westward in grand procession. It took them a full decade to reach the battlefield, while Zhou Cheng himself could have arrived in a mere few months, indicating that the monkey clan's territory was not far from the western continent, and underscoring how feeble the clan had been, relegated to the edges of the eastern continent. Upon arrival, Zhou Cheng visited the Kirin clan's stronghold to announce the monkey clan's arrival before returning to their camp, where they awaited the arrival of other clans. A century passed, and all expected clans had gathered. Those who did not wish to come would find no further opportunity. It was well understood what transpired. Yet none anticipated that anyone would dare act as they did. Zhou Cheng had previously advised the elders of the great Luohou Golden Immortal to remain hidden. Thus, the visiting clans saw only the newly promoted Tai Golden Immortal elders who greeted them. Zhou Cheng deemed it unnecessary to engage with them, as those capable of conversing with the monkey clan were not particularly formidable. He preferred to devote his time to cultivation. Although he could not ascend to the mixed element Golden Immortal level, he refused to squander time, believing that effort would not be in vain. Despite not greeting the monkey clan's allies, he did have a brief exchange with the white tiger clans who won, as he was most familiar with him. During this time, Zhou Cheng did not seclude himself entirely, occasionally wandering the monkey clan's encampment. One day, while meandering through the camp, he received a summons from the primordial Kirin to come forth. Zhou Cheng, wary of defying the primordial Kirin, promptly arrived at the Kirin clan's encampment. Shortly after, the primordial Kirin, accompanied by a mixed element Golden Immortal from the Beast clan, led Zhou Cheng into the Dragon clan's territory. Zhou Cheng also spotted Yuan Feng, the leader of the Phoenix clan, approaching with a mixed element Golden Immortal from the Bird clan. He knew the great battle was imminent. Ancestor Dragon, come forth. The primordial Kirin bellowed with power directed at the Dragon clan stronghold. Instantly, the mixed element Golden Immortals of the Scale clan soared into the sky, indicating that the Dragon clan had been anticipating the Kirin's arrival. Zhou Cheng observed the formidable Ancestor Dragon, adorned with two majestic horns, and felt a surge of emotions as the Ancestor Dragon proclaimed, "The time has come. Our Scale clan shall dominate the primordial realm." The victor is yet to be determined. The primordial Kirin scoffed. "You speak too soon, Ancestor Dragon," Yuan Feng added, equally displeased. Just as the primordial Kirin and Yuan Feng exchanged words, Zhou Cheng sensed a gaze of enmity directed at him. He recognized it belonged to his rival, Aoli. Yet, Zhou Cheng was undeterred, swiftly making a throat-cutting gesture towards Aoli, inciting the latter's fury. Their actions unfolded within the awareness of those present. and everyone was cognizant of their rivalry, prompting no comments, though the ancestor dragon appeared slightly irked. Nevertheless, the ancestor dragon did not deem Zhou Cheng worthy of action, viewing him merely as an insignificant great Luo golden immortal. Haha. The ancestor dragon laughed at the primordial Kirin and Yuan Feng. Do you truly think you can defeat me? You overestimate yourselves. Enough of this talk. It is time for you to perish. With that, the ancestor dragon charged at the primordial Kirin, who, along with Yuan Feng, engaged him. Chapter 045. Confrontation with Ao Li. Zhou Cheng did not anticipate that a conflict would erupt so swiftly. He had expected a prolonged discourse. However, this was preferable, as Zhou Cheng could no longer contain his eagerness. This was an opportune moment for him to ascend to the mixed element golden immortal level, and he wished to seize it without delay. Consequently, as the ancestor dragon charged forth, Ao Li hurriedly approached Zhou Cheng, fearing he might flee. Yet, this urgency suited Zhou Cheng perfectly. In such haste to meet your demise? Zhou Cheng remarked with a smile as Ao Li rushed toward him. Humph, this time, you are certain to perish. Ao Li retorted, unwilling to waste words, and immediately unleashed a strike infused with the water element's principles. Zhou Cheng managed to block it, but it took considerable effort. He regarded Ao Li with seriousness. The recent attack nearly shattered his confidence. However, Zhou Cheng was no pushover. The situation had become far more complex than he had anticipated. Is that all it takes to discomfort you? Just wait, it will get much worse. Ao Li sneered, having witnessed Zhou Cheng's struggle to counter his casual attack. Victory is not yet assured. Do not presume you have already triumphed. Zhou Cheng replied nonchalantly. In that case, let us go again. Ao Li declared, summoning 5 colossal water dragons, each 1,000 meters long, to roar toward Zhou Cheng. These dragons, formidable in their magical essence and principal application, were far mightier than the poisonous giant snake Zhou Cheng had faced. Using minimal magical energy yet wielding tremendous destructive power, beyond what Zhou Cheng, as a great Luo golden immortal, could easily withstand. Zhou Cheng remained vigilant. Drawing forth his mixed element staff and harnessing 30% of his peak combat principles, he shattered each of the 5 dragons, only to be propelled thousands of miles away by their combined force. While he emerged unscathed, Zhou Cheng was astounded. He had not anticipated Ao Li's strength to be so superior to that of Shi Yuan and the others. Unbeknownst to Zhou Cheng, Shi Yuan had only recently ascended to the mid-level of the mixed element golden immortal and lacked advanced innate treasures. As the war approached, he had no choice but to seek supreme innate treasures at the unbroken mountain, only to find himself thwarted by Zhou Cheng instead, a situation that left him feeling quite aggrieved and led Zhou Cheng to mistakenly perceive mid-level mixed element golden immortal as weak. Only now did Ao Li's absolute power awaken Zhou Cheng, making him realize that even with top-tier innate treasures, confronting a mixed element golden immortal was no trivial matter. Zhou Cheng now recognized that while Ao Li and Shi Yuan were of the same rank, they were not of the same caliber. Ao Li wasted no opportunity. As Zhou Cheng was sent flying, Ao Li discerned that he had sustained no injuries. Thus he advanced, delivering a direct punch aimed at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng reacted in time, meeting Ao Li's punch with a swift strike of his staff. With a clash, both were sent reeling. Ao Li was propelled back 1,000 meters, while Zhou Cheng was flung an astonishing 10,000 miles away, indicating a vast disparity in their levels. Fortunately, their confrontation occurred in the air. Had it been on solid ground, the earth would have crumbled beneath them. Even in the air, the ground below had already sunk several thousand meters, a testament to the tremendous power of their clash. Impressive indeed, Zhou Cheng said, steadying himself and suppressing the urge to exhale a sigh, a smile gracing his lips. The real challenge is yet to come. Brace yourself. Ao Li warned, charging at Zhou Cheng once more. Whether I can withstand it is for me to decide. Do not presume you will prevail as you did last time. Zhou Cheng replied with a grin, watching Ao Li approach. Ao Li seemed unperturbed by Zhou Cheng's words, transforming into a half-dragon and launching a claw strike toward him. Zhou Cheng sensed that this magic-formed claw was even more terrifying than the previous water dragons, and his expression turned serious as he focused intently on the incoming assault. As the colossal claw drew near, the pressure on Zhou Cheng intensified. No longer daring to hesitate, he directly unleashed his momentum to resist the oppressive force of the dragon's claw, subsequently employing the technique of slaying the heavens to pierce through its might. However, despite his efforts, Zhou Cheng was still sent flying 100,000 meters away, with each strike from Ao Li growing increasingly ferocious. Although Zhou Cheng managed to fend off Ao Li's assaults time and again, the toll on his mana was substantial. He had already spat blood and sustained injuries. Observing that he had hardly made a move yet had expended over a fifth of his mana, he realized that if this continued, he would soon be depleted. The situation was dire, yet he distinctly sensed that his bottleneck had begun to loosen. Being on the defensive was not Zhou Cheng's desire. He had previously believed he could match a late-stage Hongjun Golden Immortal without defeat. Little did he know that facing Ao Li made it abundantly clear how strenuous it was even against a mid-stage Hongjun. Zhou Cheng yearned to end this protracted battle. To slay Ao Li and shatter his limitations, he needed to counterattack. After being sent flying once more, he did not wait for Ao Li to strike again. Instead, charging directly at him, launching a blow infused with 60% of the laws to strike Ao Li, hoping to swiftly resolve the confrontation. Alas, Ao Li was no weakling. Realizing the potency of Zhou Cheng's attack, Ao Li understood how those like Shi Yuan had met their demise. However, he was not like Shi Yuan. He quickly condensed a gigantic sword, 100,000 meters long, from 50% of the water laws, executing a technique to part the seas, one of his formidable abilities derived from his mastery over water. A thunderous sound erupted as their attacks collided, but this time, Zhou Cheng's force proved slightly stronger, sending Ao Li hurtling back. Although he was unharmed, this marked the commencement of Zhou Cheng's counteroffensive. Ao Li remained unfazed. Facing Zhou Cheng's 60% laws with his own 50% proved disadvantageous. Fortunately, Ao Li's mastery over his laws was self-acquired and thus more solid, while Zhou Cheng's reliance on the laws from a spiritual treasure rendered them more diffuse, preventing Ao Li from suffering severe losses. Seizing the opportunity as Ao Li was knocked back, Zhou Cheng pursued relentlessly, first employing his divine abilities to summon rain and wind, and then to shake mountains and rattle the earth. The fierce winds and relentless rain battered Ao Li, hindering his focus on both offense and defense, while the trembling land beneath him unleashed a barrage of rocks aimed at him, creating enough pressure to leave Ao Li in disarray. After exhausting his divine abilities, Zhou Cheng approached Ao Li's vicinity, seeking to recover his mana and prepare for a decisive strike. However, reality did not unfold as Zhou Cheng had anticipated. Initially, Ao Li found himself slightly flustered by Zhou Cheng's relentless onslaught of wind and rain, alongside the projectiles from the quaking earth, an unexpected tactic he had never encountered before. In the current era, few possessed such a vast repertoire of divine abilities as Zhou Cheng, and he took a moment to gather himself. Yet, it was only a fleeting moment. Drawing upon his battle experience, Ao Li quickly regained composure, conjuring a massive dragon of condensed mana. He entered the dragon's body, manipulating it to withstand Zhou Cheng's fierce winds, rain, and rock projectiles. Still, the dragon struggled to withstand Zhou Cheng's divine abilities, forcing Ao Li to continually channel mana to maintain its defense. Zhou Cheng was taken aback by Ao Li's method of countering his divine abilities. Yet he soon realized that only those with greater cultivation and mana than him could effectively employ such tactics. Others without innate defensive treasures would find it challenging to withstand Zhou Cheng's barrage of divine attacks. Observing Ao Li's defensive maneuvers, Zhou Cheng abandoned the notion of a single decisive blow. After replenishing his mana, he unleashed Cracking the Earth, aiming to disperse the massive dragon and force Ao Li out into the open. However, Ao Li was not without the ability to retaliate. Sensing the force behind Zhou Cheng's attack, he instinctively conjured another massive dragon, 100,000 meters long, using the water laws, and collided it with Zhou Cheng's strike. Ao Li believed that such a grand move would force Zhou Cheng to retreat, allowing him to escape the range of Zhou Cheng's divine abilities. Unfortunately for Ao Li, Zhou Cheng had no intention of yielding. Recognizing that his previous Cracking the Earth would be insufficient against Ao Li's attack, he resorted to slaying the heavens once more, targeting the incoming dragon. In a swift motion, Zhou Cheng pierced through the dragon, leaving a gaping hole and sending the residual energy hurtling towards Ao Li. As the collision between the dragon and Zhou Cheng's attack unfolded, Ao Li found himself obscured by the aftermath, needing to focus on defending against Zhou Cheng's divine abilities. And thus he failed to notice the approach of Zhou Cheng's slaying the heavens. Confronted with the impending onslaught of energy, Aoli had no time to spare in countering Zhou Cheng's strike. He promptly summoned a flag to shield himself from the attack. Zhou Cheng's eyes lit up upon seeing the flag before Aoli. With a resounding boom, all of Zhou Cheng's attacks were thwarted by the flag, dissipating his divine abilities. The entire sequence of Zhou Cheng's offensive maneuvers had been executed in rapid succession. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the desired outcome. Yet ultimately, he still fell short of his goal. However, upon glimpsing the flag before Aoli, Zhou Cheng exclaimed with excitement, "The Northern Xian Yuan Water Control Flag. Indeed, it is the Northern Xian Yuan Water Control Flag. Who would have thought that you are not the only one possessing a defensive innate treasure?" Aoli, brimming with pride, responded, "Indeed. No wonder you are so confident in battling me. It seems you have acquired a top-tier defensive spiritual treasure. But soon, it shall belong to me." Zhou Cheng replied with a smile, "Such arrogance. We shall see whose treasure ends up in the other's possession. But for now, prepare to meet your demise." With that, Aoli launched himself towards Zhou Cheng. "Reversal of rivers and seas," Aoli shouted. Instantly, Zhou Cheng beheld countless waves surging towards him. Observing the momentum, speed, and sound of the crashing waves, Zhou Cheng realized that Aoli had mastered this divine ability, and being inherently aligned with the water laws, he could unleash its full potential. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng employed his divine abilities of shaking mountains and rattling earth alongside reversal of rivers and seas to counter the impending waves. Within the 5 elements, earth conquers water. Thus, Zhou Cheng aimed to use shaking mountains and rattling earth to mitigate the impact of reversal of rivers and seas, then retaliate in kind. To his dismay, Zhou Cheng's 2 divine abilities were swiftly overwhelmed, with the remnants of Aoli's power surging towards him. This was a result of Zhou Cheng's lack of mastery over his divine abilities and the profound laws Aoli had comprehended. Noticing the waves slowing slightly and their impact diminishing, Zhou Cheng realized that his efforts were not entirely in vain. Without further deliberation, recognizing that quality alone would not suffice, he unleashed 3 more shaking mountains and rattling earth and 2 reversal of rivers and seas. The potency of Aoli's technique waned, and ultimately, Zhou Cheng executed a sweeping strike with 30% of the battle loss, dispersing Aoli's divine abilities. After the clash, Zhou Cheng found his mana significantly depleted, a situation he detested. Each encounter left him facing opponents several times stronger than himself, compelling him to utilize potent divine techniques for both defense and offense, leading to rapid mana exhaustion. Zhou Cheng felt powerless against this reality, yet he could not ignore the exhilarating rush coursing through him. He recognized this as the thrill of battle, spurred by the laws of war. He relished this sensation, knowing that as long as he continued to fight, his bottleneck would soon shatter, allowing him to elevate the laws of war to 40%, attaining the status of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. With little time to ponder, Zhou Cheng sought to restore his mana, but Aoli was relentless. Aoli initiated another attack. Having realized Zhou Cheng's severe mana depletion and aiming to prevent him from recovering, he conjured a massive spear, 100,000 meters long, and hurled it towards Zhou Cheng. The spear cutting through the air as if transcending space itself, arriving before Zhou Cheng in an instant. The might of this spear was undoubtedly greater than that of the 100,000-meter dragon, and as Zhou Cheng beheld the glimmering tip of the spear, he understood the gravity of the situation. Zhou Cheng remained composed, summoning the Eastern Qinglian treasure banner to shield himself. He began absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, swiftly restoring his magical power. With a resounding crash, the collision between the giant spear and the treasure banner sent Zhou Cheng flying. However, during his flight, he gradually regained his strength, and with the protection of the Qinglian treasure banner, he emerged unscathed. As the dust settled, Zhou Cheng stood restored, and Aoli beheld the defensive spiritual treasure before him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Another exquisite innate defensive treasure. It shares a lineage with my Northern Xinyuan water-controlling banner. Indeed, this is the Eastern Qinglian treasure banner." Seeing Aoli's surprise and feeling his own power returning, Zhou Cheng spoke with ease. "I didn't realize you possessed such a defensive treasure. Truly, fortune smiles upon me." Aoli, brimming with excitement, regarded everything Zhou Cheng possessed as his own and was particularly thrilled because he had developed an affinity for the Northern Xinyuan water-controlling banner when it was lent to him by the ancestral dragon. Now, seeing Zhou Cheng with a similar banner, especially one emanating a radiant blue glow, confirmed his suspicions, filling him with joy. I say, perhaps your joy is a tad premature. This is not yours, but mine. Zhou Cheng, aware of Ao Li's excitement and feeling slighted, retorted, it will soon be mine. Ao Li replied with unwavering confidence. Let us see if you remain so confident shortly. Zhou Cheng declared, brimming with vigor. I hope your defensive treasure can protect you long enough to restore your magical power. Otherwise, your fate is already sealed. Ao Li, frustrated by Zhou Cheng's recovery, recognized the abundance of spiritual liquids at his disposal, realizing this would be a prolonged battle. Fortunately, I have my own contingencies. Ao Li thought, his expression reflecting newfound confidence. Chapter 047. The Five Elements at Work. Without further ado, Ao Li wielded the Xianyuan water-controlling banner against Zhou Cheng, enveloping him in darkness. The world around him becoming hazy and fraught with peril. Zhou Cheng, understanding the capabilities of Ao Li's banner, remained calm and took shelter behind the Qinglian treasure banner. No matter the winds from the four corners, I shall stand unwavering. This was Zhou Cheng's state, as various collisions erupted around him. He endured in silence despite the mounting pressure. Fortunately, this oppressive condition did not last long before it ceased. Just as he emerged from the shroud of darkness, Zhou Cheng spotted Ao Li raising a colossal spear, poised to strike. Zhou Cheng hastily amplified his magical power to its utmost, fortifying the defense of the Qinglian treasure banner. But he was still a moment too late. With a resounding thud, blood erupted from Zhou Cheng's mouth. Despite the protection of the Qinglian treasure banner, he was still sent flying and wounded by Ao Li's strike. Satisfied with his successful attack, Ao Li remarked, you see, even a slight ailment can be fatal. A sentiment he understood well. Without allowing Zhou Cheng time to recover, he unleashed a pure, potent attack using 50% of his magical principles. Zhou Cheng, witnessing Ao Li's renewed assault, recognized the severity of the pure principle attack and dared not underestimate it. He retaliated by deploying 35% of the Five Elements principle alongside 35% of the battle principle to counter. Yet, faced with an attack empowered by 50% of the principles, Zhou Cheng's defenses were swiftly shattered. Forced to utilize the principles of the Hunyuan staff, he countered with a ground-splitting strike, deflecting Ao Li's onslaught. However, this maneuver significantly drained Zhou Cheng's energy. He felt helpless, lacking the cultivation level of his opponent. He had to compensate with his magical power. Fortunately, as a Daoist Golden Immortal, he could restore his magical energy without cost. The ability to bridge the gap in cultivation with magical power was advantageous. Otherwise, he would have had to consider retreat. Zhou Cheng's performance had garnered admiration from other Daoist Golden Immortals, as most could not withstand even a single strike from a mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Zhou Cheng's ability to endure thus far was truly remarkable. Yet, Zhou Cheng possessed numerous strategies. His primary desire was not only to vanquish Ao Li, but also to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. This was the main reason for his presence on the battlefield. With no time to spare, Zhou Cheng unleashed his powers, shaking the mountains and the earth, summoning storms and rain, directing all his might towards Ao Li. Ao Li, observing Zhou Cheng's incoming offensive, remained unperturbed and did not attempt to defend. Instead, he simply released the Xianyuan water-controlling banner, causing all evils to retreat and rendering Zhou Cheng's assault futile. Recognizing the futility of his attempts, Zhou Cheng remained undeterred. He was aware of the Xianyuan water-controlling banner's properties and subsequently crafted a series of unstable miniature worlds using 35% of the Pinnacle Five Elements principle, hurling them towards Ao Li before they could detonate. Upon witnessing this, Ao Li felt a surge of anxiety. He understood that relying solely on the Xianyuan water-controlling banner's defense would not suffice. Even if it could withstand the attack, the banner would sustain severe damage, leaving him vulnerable to Zhou Cheng's impending strike. Ao Li knew Zhou Cheng had yet to reveal his ultimate surprise. Should he fail to defend against Zhou Cheng's sudden assault, he would find himself retracing the steps of Shi Yuan and his comrades, a fate he wished to avoid. Consequently, Ao Li stowed away the Xianyuan water-controlling banner and unleashed a torrent to extinguish Zhou Cheng's magical powers entirely. The remaining waves crashed down upon the unstable miniature worlds Zhou Cheng had thrown. Unsettled, Ao Li employed the principle of water to form kilometer-long spears, piercing through the miniature worlds. With a series of thunderous explosions, Zhou Cheng's miniature worlds detonated upon contact, unable to withstand for long. The explosive force was tremendous, creating black holes from the shattered space surrounding them. Fortunately, in this primordial world, the barriers of existence were exceedingly robust, swiftly mending the black holes as they formed. Zhou Cheng was aware of this phenomenon. His goal was merely to ensure that Li wouldn't effortlessly repel his attacks. He had hoped to catch Li off guard with the explosive potential of the miniature worlds. But Li's knowledge of their destructive capability allowed him to preemptively neutralize the threat. Zhou Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. Li's awareness of the aftermath of such explosions stemmed from his previous encounters. During the Beast Calamity, he had fought alongside the Five Elements ancestor. Witnessing the latter utilize this technique to obliterate countless ferocious beasts. Even as a mere Daoist golden immortal, the Five Elements ancestor had once used this strategy to deceive a Hongjun golden immortal beast, ultimately slaying it. Having witnessed this momentous event, Li had developed a deep respect for the Five Elements ancestor, even contemplating recruiting him into the Dragon Clan post-calamity. Unfortunately, the Five Elements ancestor had perished during the chaos, leaving Li with a sense of regret. To his surprise, Zhou Cheng had now adopted this very technique. When Li saw Zhou Cheng executed, he was taken aback. He understood the terrifying power it wielded, should he be caught in its blast. Escaping the black hole's grasp would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, he hastily employed his spears to pierce the miniature worlds before they could approach him, a decision that ultimately proved prudent. The technique possessed immense power. Unless one had the means to escape through spatial principles, the consequences would be dire. However, its vulnerability was equally apparent. Unless the caster could release it at close range, it would only harm those unaware of its potential. Those knowledgeable could simply preemptively pierce the miniature worlds from a distance, rendering the attack harmless. As the explosive energy dissipated and the black hole vanished, Zhou Cheng had already unleashed 6/10 of his battle law's power in a ground-splitting strike aimed directly at Li. Emerging from the fog generated by the explosion, he cleaved towards Li, who, wary of the assault, summoned the Xian Yuan water controlling banner for protection. However, Zhou Cheng's attack was not easily thwarted. With a resounding crash, Zhou Cheng sent Li flying, the Xian Yuan banner absorbing most of the energy, yet a fraction still managed to injure Li. Observing the result, Zhou Cheng escalated the intensity of his assault with the Divine Slaughter technique, channeling all his strength and maximum magical enhancement. The air around his Hunyuan staff split apart as he lunged towards Li, seemingly intent on piercing him through. Yet Li was not idle. He summoned a colossal dragon, 100,000 meters long, formed from the laws of water, its power significantly amplified. With a mighty swing, Li launched the dragon to clash with Zhou Cheng's Hunyuan staff. Chapter 048, The Divine Pearl of Stabilization. With a thunderous collision, both combatants met with equal force, neither yielding an inch, and they channeled additional energy into their strikes. The impact was tremendous, sending both warriors reeling backward. Zhou Cheng was propelled thousands of miles away, severely wounded, while Li fared slightly better, being thrown 1,000 miles but managing to halt his flight, albeit with injuries compounded by Zhou Cheng's previous attack. In this contest of strength, Zhou Cheng had utilized his most potent offensive strategy, though he refrained from employing the Five Elements Pagoda, a trump card he would not reveal lightly. At that moment, Zhou Cheng's magical energy was dwindling, reduced to merely 20%, while Li's reserves were also running low, a situation Zhou Cheng had orchestrated to deplete Li's magical strength, denying him the opportunity to recuperate. Zhou Cheng, with his unique physique, possessed a remarkable ability to recover his magical energy rapidly, whereas Li, as a peak mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal, could restore his energy, but not as swiftly as Zhou Cheng. Thus, Zhou Cheng remarked, "Your magical energy is nearly exhausted. Recovery is not so swift, is it? Be cautious, for soon you may find yourself facing a lethal strike from me. Humph, even with this scant amount of energy, I can still end your life. Do not celebrate prematurely. I hope you can recover infinitely, or your fate will be dire." Li retorted defiantly. Zhou Cheng, recognizing that Li still possessed hidden capabilities, remained vigilant. He could not afford to be caught off guard by a decisive blow from Li. Presently, Zhou Cheng felt the surging intensity of his battle law. As if on the verge of a breakthrough, yet an indomitable barrier stood in his way. He sensed that his battle law was indeed poised for advancement. Thus, he craved more combat, more fervent conflict to shatter this steadfast barrier. If not for the pursuit of the battle law, if not for the thrill of combat. If not for the aspiration to ascend to Hongyuan Golden Immortal status, Zhou Cheng would have already dispatched Aoli back to Panga's embrace with the 5 Elements Pagoda, avoiding all this strife. Upon hearing Aoli's taunts, Zhou Cheng resolved to expedite the advancement of his battle law and rushed at Aoli, declaring, "Since it has come to this, let us engage in a thrilling battle." This time, Zhou Cheng eschewed any elaborate techniques and directly employed the golden light of the earth, rapidly closing the distance to Aoli. Utilizing the golden light in succession, he appeared to manifest numerous avatars, attacking Aoli from all directions with strikes that cleaved, jabbed, and prodded, overwhelming Aoli's defenses. Aoli struggled to pinpoint Zhou Cheng's location amidst the flurry of attacks, though he sensed Zhou Cheng was nearby. The barrage of strikes left him no choice but to retreat behind the protective barrier of the Xian Yuan water controlling banner, focusing on maintaining its defense. After a relentless onslaught, Aoli emerged relatively unscathed, while Zhou Cheng relished the exhilaration of combat, momentarily withdrawing to evade Aoli's counterattack. Through this series of exchanges, Zhou Cheng experienced a profound connection to the battle law, realizing that true mastery lies not merely in combat, but in the fervor of battle, an unrestrained expression of combat instinct. Endless back-and-forth skirmishes seemed pointless. Only the unrestrained engagement in battle epitomized the essence of the battle law, which had eluded Zhou Cheng from reaching a deeper understanding. However, despite his elation, Zhou Cheng's continued use of the golden light rapidly depleted his magical reserves, and Aoli's own energy was nearing exhaustion under Zhou Cheng's relentless assault. Perceiving this shift, Zhou Cheng felt the imminent potential for his battle law to break through, prompting a smile, only for it to vanish in shock as he witnessed Aoli producing innate spiritual liquid to replenish his magical energy. Seeing Zhou Cheng's astonished expression, Aoli smirked. "You're not the only one with innate spiritual liquid. My dragon clan dominates the seas. We have our share. How will you handle the situation now?" This revelation had caught Zhou Cheng off guard, yet he confidently replied, "While I didn't foresee this, your fate is already sealed." You've had your turn. Now it's mine," Aoli proclaimed, conjuring a multitude of dazzling blue needles from the laws of water. Though diminutive, their sheer volume was staggering, each imbued with formidable law power. With a sweeping gesture, Aoli launched the needles towards Zhou Cheng, enveloping him in a torrent of blue. Zhou Cheng refrained from relying solely on the Qinglian treasure flag for defense. Instead, he stood firm, brandishing the Hunyuan staff to perform intricate maneuvers, deflecting the onslaught of needles. Most were thwarted, but a few pierced through, leaving him unscathed aside from the rapid depletion of his magical energy. Before Zhou Cheng could regain his composure, Aoli approached. Encircled by 12 shimmering pearls, he recognized them as the 12 divine pearls of stabilization. Aoli hurled them at Zhou Cheng, who had heard tales of their immense power, each containing the essence of worldly strength. Taking no chances, Zhou Cheng utilized his Hunyuan staff to counter the barrage. But the overwhelming force of the divine pearls sent him hurtling thousands of miles away, leaving him injured. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng retrieved the innate spiritual liquid to restore his energy. Relying solely on the natural essence of the world was insufficient, especially with Aoli denying him respite. Observing Zhou Cheng's plight, Aoli could not suppress a smirk. He was truly a resilient adversary. Aoli wasted no time, again summoning the 12 divine pearls to converge in a line toward Zhou Cheng, prompting him to prepare for defense. However, instead of striking him directly, the pearls encircled Zhou Cheng before ascending and then diving down rapidly towards him. Zhou Cheng anticipated their movement, unleashing the divine slaughter with all his might, merging 6/10 of his battle law with his replenished magical energy to maximize its effect. He surged upward to collide with the divine pearls, resulting in a fierce clash. Despite his full effort, Zhou Cheng underestimated the power of the divine pearls and the essence of the world and was forcefully driven underground. As Zhou Cheng initially engaged, an ominous feeling washed over him. Without hesitation, he summoned the Qinglian Baos banner to shield himself from the impending assault. Chapter 49. Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Although Zhou Cheng's defense was timely, it proved insufficient. He was abruptly struck and sent crashing to the ground, creating a vast crater measuring 100,000 meters in depth and diameter. Gravely wounded, he spat blood. Observing this, Aoli sought to attack again, but Zhou Cheng swiftly employed the Zhongdi Jingguang technique to evade, buying precious moments to recover. Yet, Ao Li, unwilling to grant him respite, devised a second scheme. He arranged 12 Dinghai divine pearls in a specific formation, deploying the innate cyclical sea-covering array to ensnare Zhou Cheng within its grasp. Realizing Ao Li was setting up the formation, Zhou Cheng attempted to distance himself, but it was too late. The environment shifted dramatically. He found himself in a realm surrounded entirely by ocean. In my innate cyclical sea-covering array, you might as well await your demise. Ao Li's triumphant voice echoed. Zhou Cheng, well-versed in formations, sought to identify the array's core to dismantle it. However, the constantly shifting structure made this task exceedingly difficult. And the onslaught began. Relentless waves crashed upon him. While their individual force was modest, they harbored myriad dangers. A moment's inattention could lead to injury. Recognizing the peril, Zhou Cheng first conjured various earthen dragons and walls using the law of earth to shield against the waves, hoping to locate the array's core. Yet, progress was minimal, and his magical energy rapidly dwindled. In desperation, Zhou Cheng contemplated a more forceful method to breach the formation, employing the 5 elements pagoda to smash through it. He believed that the power of this innate treasure would be insurmountable for the array. However, he hesitated. Sensing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in the law of battle, he yearned to grasp that final fragment during the conflict before sending Ao Li back to the embrace of Pangu. Within the array, Zhou Cheng unleashed chaotic strikes using the law of battle, repelling the waves. Despite not utilizing any spiritual treasures for defense, he sustained injuries. Undeterred, he continued his frenzied assault, desperate to attain that elusive insight. This very fragment had led countless cultivators of the Primordial era to despair, and Zhou Cheng felt a growing urgency, compelled to stimulate himself further to achieve comprehension. From Ao Li's perspective, Zhou Cheng's erratic attacks indicated a loss of composure, prompting him to intensify the assault of the waves to hasten Zhou Cheng's demise and provide support to the Dragon Clan. As time passed, Zhou Cheng, covered in wounds, found himself in dire straits without resorting to other means, yet he remained resolute. As the tumultuous waves approached, he stood defiantly, undiminished in his fighting spirit, proclaiming, "As long as life endures, so too shall the battle." In that moment of fierce determination, Zhou Cheng suddenly grasped the last fragment of the law, elevating his mastery of the law of battle to the 4th realm and achieving a significant breakthrough. In that instant, he also sensed the location of the array's core. Without hesitation, he unleashed a sweeping strike that obliterated the incoming waves, rendering the sea tranquil, devoid of any ripples. Ignoring the calm, he rushed towards the core's location. As Zhou Cheng ascended to the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm and quelled the raging waves, Ao Li remained momentarily stunned. The sheer impact of Zhou Cheng's breakthrough during their confrontation had left him reeling. However, upon witnessing Zhou Cheng approach the core, Ao Li snapped back to focus. Panic setting in, he hastily summoned the law of water to summon the waves once more, which surged forth with renewed ferocity, yet it was too late. Zhou Cheng disregarded the waves and struck the ground with his staff. Boom! Zhou Cheng cleaved through the core of the innate cyclical sea-covering array, and finally, he returned to the primordial realm. Gasping for breath, he surveyed the uneven terrain beneath him, a smile breaking across his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the innate spiritual liquid to restore himself. With his objectives achieved, Zhou Cheng felt it was time to conclude the confrontation. As the innate cyclical sea-covering array crumbled, Ao Li was thrown back, coughing blood, while the 12 Dinghai divine pearls returned to him. He hurriedly sought to mend his wounds and replenish his magic. "Thank you, Ao Li. You truly are a benevolent soul. After our last battle with your doppelganger, I ascended to the Luohou Golden Immortal Realm, and now, after this encounter, I have attained the Hongjun Golden Immortal status. You are indeed my lucky charm. If not for the circumstances, I would not wish to harm you. Once I reach the late stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal, I won't even know where to seek ascension to the Luohou Hongjun Golden Immortal." Zhou Cheng laughed heartily, teasing Ao Li. Ao Li, clearly agitated, felt helpless in light of Zhou Cheng's ascension. "Now that I have ascended to the Hongjun Golden Immortal, it is time for you to depart," Zhou Cheng said, his smile fading. "Who will prevail is still uncertain. Do not assume that ascending to the Hongjun Golden Immortal grants you the ability to contend with me. I shall ensure your demise." Ao Li retorted fiercely, "I have no desire for lengthy discourse. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength." With that, Zhou Cheng employed Zhongdi Jingguang to appear beside Ao Li. Not again, Ao Li exclaimed, hastily raising the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner for defense. Before he could finish, Zhou Cheng declared, "Time stands still." This was a divine ability derived from Zhou Cheng's mastery over time. In this moment, it proved invaluable. The trifling mastery of the time law he wielded was sufficient to freeze Ao Li, who had reached the 5th level of the law. For a brief instant, enough for Zhou Cheng. With the 5 elements pagoda in hand, he struck with all his might against the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. The innate treasure clashed with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, and without question, the banner was sent crashing back towards Ao Li. Zhou Cheng, not pausing to think, had already prepared for his next move as he swung the pagoda, delivering a devastating blow with his staff to Ao Li. This strike was more than tenfold the power he wielded prior to his ascension. Instantaneously, Ao Li was driven into the earth, creating a crater of 10,000 meters in depth and radius. Zhou Cheng knew Ao Li was not yet dead and swiftly positioned himself above him. The law of time. Innate treasure. A beleaguered Ao Li ground out through clenched teeth. "How does it feel? Surprised, aren't you?" Zhou Cheng replied, elated. At this moment, Zhou Cheng yearned to end the battle swiftly and find a quiet place to consolidate his mastery over the law of battle. Just as he raised his staff to deliver a fatal blow to Ao Li, the latter, not one to fall easily, summoned his last reserves of strength and charged at Zhou Cheng, exclaiming, "Let us all perish together." Chapter 50. Self-detonation. Let us all perish together. Boom. The earth trembled as Ao Li detonated himself, causing devastation in a radius of 100 miles. The area filled with the sounds of destruction as countless lives were extinguished in this cataclysm, engulfed in ash and despair, creating a veritable hellscape. Zhou Cheng, closest to Ao Li, faced the brunt of the calamity. Sensing the imminent danger as Ao Li approached, he, ever cautious, summoned the Qinglian Bao's banner and the 5 elements pagoda to shield himself. Just as he completed the protective barrier, Ao Li detonated without hesitation. Knowing that if Zhou Cheng's defenses remained intact, his efforts would be in vain. Determined to inflict grievous injury or even death upon Zhou Cheng, Ao Li recognized that even if his explosion could not kill him, it could at least incapacitate him, thereby securing a measure of victory in the conflict between the 3 clans. Indeed, Ao Li's self-detonation struck the Azure Lotus treasure banner, forcefully sending the banner back into Zhou Cheng's body. Ultimately, it was the 5 elements pagoda that stood firm and shielded Zhou Cheng. Even with the protection of the 5 elements pagoda, Zhou Cheng was still propelled a million miles away by the explosive shockwave, spitting out blood. He realized that despite the defense provided by 2 spiritual treasures, the self-detonation of a mid-stage primordial golden immortal was not easily withstood. The tremendous recoil had severely injured him, necessitating swift healing. Coughing, Zhou Cheng gazed at the battlefield ahead, now shrouded in explosive energy, a place of dire peril. A pang of regret filled his heart. He spat out blood and muttered bitterly, "Damn it, the saying that villains perish due to excessive chatter holds true. Had I known this old fool would resort to such measures, I should have simply struck him down without hesitation, sparing myself these grievous injuries." As the thunderous sounds of the explosion gradually subsided, Zhou Cheng, accompanied by the 5 elements pagoda, approached the site of Ao Li's self-detonation. Driven by the desire to claim the 2 innate spiritual treasures from Ao Li, one of his objectives. Upon reaching the epicenter of the explosion, he immediately spotted the 12 sea-stabilizing pearls and the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner left behind by Ao Li. Everything else had been obliterated in the explosion. These 2 innate spiritual treasures, now dimmed from the explosion's impact, seemed unable to escape their fate and fell to the mortal realm. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng seized them. Success! What a fortunate acquisition! Zhou Cheng grinned, his spirits lifted. After a thorough examination, he discovered that although these 2 innate treasures bore the marks of the explosion, having dimmed and withdrawn their divine might, they remained undamaged. With proper nurturing, they would soon regain their former brilliance. Zhou Cheng was well equipped with the means to nurture treasures. His innate spiritual liquid was among the finest options, though ideally, he would have preferred the 3 light divine water. Lacking it, he settled for the most stable innate liquid, which would suffice. Having obtained his desired treasures, he hesitated no longer. Aware of the severity of his injuries and the instability of his newly acquired battle principles, He sought immediate refuge to heal and stabilize his status as a primordial golden immortal. Zhou Cheng distanced himself from the battlefield, finding a secluded location to set up a concealment and defense formation, where he entered the Five Elements Pagoda to recuperate and stabilize his cultivation. Zhou Cheng departed with grace. Yet the sheer force of Ao Li's explosion had been tremendous. The warriors on the battlefield recognized this as the self-detonation of a primordial golden immortal. However, the vast expanse of the battlefield had been fragmented into countless sections, resulting in utter chaos. In such tumult, no one could discern friend from foe, as everyone had their own adversaries. Additionally, given the overwhelming power of the explosion, survival for either side seemed bleak, alleviating concerns of any surviving enemies joining the fray and tipping the scales. While all parties believed the combatants at the explosion's center had perished, they remained anxious about the possibility of their own forces having perished as well, fearing that if the enemy had survived and returned to assist, it would spell disaster. After waiting for an extended period without witnessing any new arrivals, they concluded that those at the center were either dead or gravely injured and thus unable to rejoin the fight, allowing them to focus on their decisive battle. Unbeknownst to the others, Zhou Cheng was oblivious to their thoughts and had no capacity to concern himself with them. His sole focus was to stabilize his status as a primordial golden immortal and recover from his injuries, hoping to return to the Monkey Clan's battlefield as a precaution. After a year had passed, Zhou Cheng emerged, having preliminarily stabilized his cultivation. He had managed to halt the progression of his injuries using innate 5 elements liquid, though he had not fully healed, as this was a battlefield, not a place for rest. Thus, he solidified his status just enough to rejoin the fray. His worries for the Monkey Clan weighed heavily on him. Despite their growth, they remained underdeveloped, lacking in combat prowess and high-level fighters. On the battlefield, anything could transpire, and Zhou Cheng feared the Monkey Clan might be annihilated, rendering his prior efforts futile. Just as in his previous battles, Ao Li's self-detonation had decimated the surrounding clans, leaving no survivors. Zhou Cheng feared the Monkey Clan might face a similar fate, prompting him to swiftly seek them out. Concealing his presence, he flew towards the Monkey Clan, intent on avoiding any further confrontations and keeping his arrival in the lower-tier battle discreet. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Using his divine sense, Zhou Cheng located the Monkey Clan, who were faring surprisingly well. He delayed his arrival at their battlefield, taking his time to observe the ongoing conflicts among the 3 clans. A year had passed. Logically, only those with access to innate spiritual liquid should have been able to endure such prolonged combat. No one could sustain themselves in battle for that long, even in the rich spiritual energy of the primordial world, as the consumption was too great, even for those above the great Luo golden immortal level. Chapter 051. A grievous battlefield. Even after more than a year, the battlefield remained fierce, with every corner reverberating under the clash of magical energies. The sounds were deafening. However, as Zhou Cheng looked on, he noticed that there were no casualties amidst the mana collisions. After a while, he realized what was happening. Simply put, they were merely going through the motions. Indeed, many clans, harboring a sense of false security, had agreed beforehand on how to survive on the battlefield. They were not fighting for their lives, but merely sparring. One group would fight until exhausted, then rest and recover while the next group took their place. Thus, the battle continued unabated. Zhou Cheng found this rather amusing, never expecting that clans would engage in such behavior, and it wasn't just a few. The majority of the remaining clans were employing this strategy, with the exception of the 3 clans and their adversaries. The 3 clans were entrenched in a life-or-death struggle, making cessation impossible. With abundant resources at their disposal, they had the means to recover their mana and engage in a protracted conflict. The Monkey Clan, on the other hand, was not exerting their full strength. They were merely biding their time, not adhering to the prearranged terms of engagement. Even if Monkey Clan members killed their opponents, they feigned severe injuries to withdraw from the battlefield. Consequently, the Monkey Clan's presence on the battlefield had diminished significantly, yet fierce combat still raged on, and Zhou Cheng noted that their losses were manageable. Despite this, Zhou Cheng believed that the fate of those clans merely coasting would ultimately be dire. He had several strategies to deal with such clans, not to mention that the 3 clans had dominated the primordial realm for many years and undoubtedly had their own countermeasures. Regrettably, the battlefield of the White Tiger clan had concluded, with the White Tiger clan emerging victorious but suffering heavy losses, leaving their recovery uncertain. The most intense combat occurred in the skies above, where primordial golden immortals clashed amidst a dazzling display of sparks and thunder, unyielding in their struggle. Zhou Cheng was certain that those capable of sustaining such prolonged battles had access to a significant amount of innate spiritual liquid. Otherwise, even if they could draw upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for recovery, their opponents would not allow them any respite. The duration of their battles remains uncertain. Such confrontations are rare. As time progresses in the primordial chaos, the duration of combat diminishes, concluding once one exhausts their magical energy. It is only during this phase that the innate spiritual liquid is abundant. The primordial spiritual liquid during the era of the Lich is far less than what we witness today, and by the time of the conferred gods, it may cease to exist altogether, let alone in the era of the journey to the west. The only extended conflicts lasting decades, or even centuries, were during the Dragonhan calamity and the struggle between the Lich and the ancient gods. Future opportunities for such prolonged battles seem bleak. Thus, Zhou Cheng greatly admires these rare clashes. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. It seemed as if something underground was absorbing the malevolent aura, killing intent, and hostility from the battlefield, all converging towards a certain direction in the western continent, moving with utmost caution as if seeking to remain undetected. Zhou Cheng's eyes flickered as he realized that this was Rahu refining his extermination sword formation. This formation comprises the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trapping sword, the absolute sword, and the extermination diagram. Individually, they are top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Together, they form an exquisite innate spiritual treasure formation, wielding power that reaches the level of innate supreme treasures. Any cultivator entering the extermination sword formation, without simultaneously breaking the formation, would be subjected to relentless attacks from the four swords, each strike equivalent to the full force of a primordial golden immortal in their early stages. Additionally, the various killing and malevolent energies within the formation hinder one's ability to unleash their true potential. Thus, cultivators trapped within can only struggle in vain, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. The possession of the extermination sword formation by a sage indicates its formidable power and renown. Only 4 sages can break it. Observing the situation, Zhou Cheng dared not make his presence known. He was certainly no match for Rahu. Even if the 3 clan leaders joined forces, they might still fall short against him. No one knew the extent of his hidden trump cards, except for his arch-nemesis, Hongjun, who understood his true strength. Concerned for the safety of the monkey clan, Zhou Cheng swiftly arrived at their battlefield, where he found members feigning severe injuries. "You are unharmed, thank goodness," the clan leader, Elder Monkey Ming, exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Zhou Cheng. At that moment, Elder Monkey Ming was protecting the clan members, wary of any fallen primordial golden immortals that might obliterate the monkey clan. Meanwhile, the other 3 golden immortal elders were on standby, ready to rescue any members nearing death. Nevertheless, there were still hundreds of thousands of monkey clan casualties, primarily due to self-explosions against the enemy, which offered Zhou Cheng some solace. "Those who seek my life have yet to be born," Zhou Cheng proclaimed with feigned bravado. "Have you ascended to primordial golden immortal status?" Elder Monkey Ming asked, somewhat awkward and speechless upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, especially after noticing his unstable aura. "Yes, I broke through during the fight," Zhou Cheng replied, pleased to see that the monkey clan had not suffered significant losses. "Wow, that's wonderful." The monkeys expressed their astonishment and excitement at Zhou Cheng's ascension, feeling immensely hopeful for the future of their clan. As they envisioned the monkey clan's future, they gazed at Zhou Cheng with admiration, which filled him with joy and a sense of overwhelming pride. Zhou Cheng then declared, "I will remain vigilant and provide support. You all should rest and reflect on your combat experiences to enhance your instincts and cultivation." "Yes, clan leader," the monkeys replied enthusiastically, reassured by the presence of a primordial golden immortal. As time flowed, a decade passed, and the monkey clan ceased their fighting, remaining on the battlefield to rest and contemplate their experiences. With Zhou Cheng's presence, they felt secure. The battles among the various primordial golden immortals gradually came to a halt, marked by the sounds of self-explosions and the demise of 1 or 2 golden immortals. Observing the explosions around him, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He had once faced such terrifying self-detonations and understood the dread they instilled. He recognized that these immortals had exhausted their magical energy and, seeing no hope for recovery, resorted to self-explosion as a desperate measure. No one possessed the abundance of innate spiritual liquid like Zhou Cheng, who was unconcerned about depleting his reserves. With no hope of survival, the only recourse was to take down enemies with them, making their self-explosions a significant contribution to their clan. The battle involving the striped tiger had also concluded. He was flung away by an opponent's explosion but sustained only severe injuries, which did not overly concern Zhou Cheng. His focus shifted to the battle involving the celestial Qilin and others, for this was the crux of determining the outcome of the conflict. As for the ongoing clashes among the various factions, Zhou Cheng observed them with a cold smile, confident that these races would soon face annihilation. He did not have to wait long. The races finally paid the price for their scheming. As the war reached this juncture, except for those merely biding time, all factions had reached their limits. Yet the Qilin, Phoenix, and Dragon clans continued their relentless bombardments. Even amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses, their ferocity remained undeterred. They were blinded by rage, and attempts to persuade them to cease hostilities would likely prove futile. At that moment, the battlefield of the celestial Qilin and their allies began to shift. Initially, Zhou Cheng regarded this as a normal occurrence, as such battles rarely remained fixed in one location. However, when the residual forces from their skirmish obliterated two factions that had been idling, Zhou Cheng was jolted awake. The three clan leaders had tacitly agreed to eliminate the idle factions without disrupting their own conflict, effectively ridding themselves of the dead weight. Zhou Cheng remained vigilant. The remaining members of the monkey clan were somewhat numerous. Even if they managed to eliminate their enemies, he feared that these three cunning old foxes might have ulterior motives. As the battle shifted, all idle races were eradicated by the celestial Qilin and their allies, showing no mercy. Those factions, now awakened to their fate, found no respite. The celestial Qilin and their kin did not spare them, ensuring their total destruction. Observing this, the surviving clan leaders felt a mix of relief and sorrow. After reflecting on the situation, Zhou Cheng sensed something amiss. He saw that the celestial Qilin and their companions were advancing toward the monkey clan, prompting him to hastily call for the members to assemble. "Quickly gather," Zhou Cheng shouted. While the other monkeys were puzzled, the elders understood the gravity of the situation. Having witnessed the annihilation of the idle factions, and quickly urged their kin to gather. Once assembled, Zhou Cheng instructed them, "Do not resist. I will transport you to my space." Without waiting for their response, he swiftly moved them into the five-element space. Just in time, Zhou Cheng exhaled a sigh of relief. As soon as he secured the monkey clan members, the celestial Qilin and their allies approached. Zhou Cheng did not linger. He soared away, observing their confrontation from a distance. At this moment, the celestial Qilin and their companions felt somewhat frustrated. They understood Zhou Cheng's intentions, but the escape of the monkey clan left them helpless. However, considering the limited number of monkeys, they soon reconciled with the situation and focused on their fierce battle. Previously, Zhou Cheng could have chosen to protect the entire monkey clan with the five elements pagoda instead of transporting them. But he preferred not to reveal the innate supreme treasure's existence just yet. Keeping some trump cards hidden was a strategy he relished. Now, the battlefield had narrowed to two fronts. One where the three clan leaders clashed, and another where the members of the three races fought. At this point, even the elders of the three clans had suffered heavy losses, most having perished or been severely injured due to self-explosions, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. Another century passed. The battlefield now consisted solely of the clash between the three clan leaders, as the other skirmishes had long concluded, leaving only a handful still engaged in combat, which held little significance. Even the three patriarchs, at this moment, were battered and breathless, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, they remained oblivious to the need for respite. Their eyes blazed with fervor. It was likely that even a cry for cessation would provoke their united assault. At this juncture, Zhou Cheng truly admired the ancestor dragon, who managed to endure so long while facing two opponents. However, Zhou Cheng held firm belief that once he attained the late stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal, he would surpass the ancestor dragon. At this moment, Zhou Cheng was indifferent to the chaos of the battlefield, his gaze fixated upon the flag before the primordial Qilin. He felt an intense yearning. This was the central Wuji apricot yellow flag. Previously, while observing the battlefield, he had also learned of the whereabouts of the southern Li Di Yin Guang flag, held by the Phoenix matriarch, who had forced the Dragon Clan's Grand Elder into self-destruction due to her grievous injuries. Zhou Cheng was even contemplating how to procure these 2 flags for himself. Suddenly, from the vast expanse of the Western continent, 4 powerful auras surged forth, reaching towards the heavens and affecting the entire battlefield. The Ancestor Dragon and his companions were jolted awake. They halted their assault to discern the source of this formidable energy. Ha ha ha, it is finally accomplished. A figure clad in black, with disheveled hair, yet exhibiting an air of order, laughed triumphantly. This was the demon Lord Luohou. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from this cultivator, the Ancestor Dragon and his companions recognized him as a peak existence at the late stage of Hongyuan Golden Immortal, even stronger than themselves, and they inquired warily, "Who are you?" "Who am I? Ha ha ha. I am the orchestrator and the harvester of this war." Luohou, brimming with delight, paid no heed to the tone of the Ancestor Dragon. "I knew it was you from the Western continent orchestrating mischief, but I did not anticipate such a figure to emerge from the West." The Primordial Qilin remarked, a mix of anger and lament in his voice. "Oh, you are aware? It seems you are not as inept as I thought. Since you know, then prepare to perish and make your final contribution to my extermination sword array." Although slightly taken aback by the Primordial Qilin's awareness of the scheming, Luohou intended to eliminate them to refine his extermination sword array. With a swift motion, Luohou unleashed a powerful punch, enveloping the 3 of them in a formidable force. The Primordial Qilin and his companions, having been on guard, reacted immediately, attempting to counter. However, it was futile. Even Luohou's ordinary punch was beyond their capacity to withstand, and they were sent flying. As Luohou prepared to finish them off, he was interrupted by another figure. "My friend Luohou, to refine the extermination sword array, you should not slaughter so many lives." A calm cultivator in a Daoist robe appeared, a peer of Luohou, identified as Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Upon witnessing Luohou's emergence, Zhou Cheng had distanced himself from the battlefield, aware of the demon Lord Luohou's might and not wishing to become a target. He had also swiftly led his kin away, recognizing the perilous waters of this conflict. As expected, just as the Primordial Qilin and his companions were on the verge of demise, Dao Ancestor Hongjun intervened. "Who am I?" "Ah, it is you, the hypocritical Daoist. What? Are you here to contest with me now?" Luohou dismissed Hongjun's words. "The time for our confrontation has yet to arrive. However, your excessive harm to living beings is grievous, and I must intervene," Hongjun replied, unperturbed by Luohou's taunts. "Grievous harm? Ha ha. This wasteland is a realm where the strong survive and the weak perish. Do you truly believe that the lives lost at your hands are fewer than those that I have claimed?" Luohou laughed heartily, unmoved by Luohou's derision. Hongjun maintained his composure. "Right and wrong will eventually reveal themselves. There is no need for further discussion," Hongjun stated. "Right and wrong. Truly hypocritical. Since you wish to avoid conflict, then I shall take my leave. A millennium hence, our contest for the Tao will commence. Do not miss it." With that, Luohou strode away, exuding an air of dominance. Sighing, Hongjun's demeanor shifted slightly. He recognized the truth in Luohou's words and understood that their inevitable confrontation loomed. However, his 3 corpses had yet to unite, causing him some concern. "It seems it is time to seek an old friend," Hongjun murmured. Turning his attention to the Primordial Qilin and his companions, he calmly inquired, "How will you 3 friends proceed? Perhaps you should assess the battlefield and see how many of your kin remain, or observe how the Western and Eastern continents have suffered due to your actions." Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the Primordial Qilin and the others hastily surveyed their remaining kin. In their blinded fervor, they had neglected everything. Had it not been for Luohou's overwhelming presence awakening them, they would have continued their battle. They gazed upon the scene, their hearts shattering as they realized their kin had been decimated, with only a handful remaining, each grievously wounded, teetering on the brink of extinction. "Ah!" The Ancestor Dragon and his companions roared in anguish towards the heavens. The elders of their clan lamented in sorrow. "Although you were manipulated by Luohou in this war, your actions have wrought havoc upon the primordial continent, akin to the ancient beasts of yore. The karma upon you has reached its zenith, and the weight of causality now rests upon your shoulders. Were it not for Luohou's timely completion of the extermination sword array, you would have perished long ago. Or rather, you would have already faced annihilation." Hongjun addressed the Ancestor Dragon and his kin. "May I ask, what should we do?" The Ancestor Dragon, having dominated the primordial realm for numerous epochs, recognized Hongjun's gravity and earnestly inquired. Hongjun remained silent, casting a beam of light towards the primordial Qilin, the Phoenix Matriarch and the Ancestor Dragon, which entered their minds. They absorbed the knowledge within, understanding their course of action, and smiles of relief blossomed upon their faces. Gazing upon their dwindling kin, their hearts heavy with reluctance, they felt their injuries worsening and their recovery stalling, prompting them to make swift decisions. Elder 9. Take the remaining kin back. This spiritual liquid will restore your powers, ensuring you are not vulnerable to further attacks. You must safeguard the Dragon Clan. The Ancestor Dragon instructed the last remaining Elder 9. Yes, Dragon Emperor. Elder 9 replied with sorrow. Finally, the Ancestor Dragon bestowed upon Elder 9 all of his innate spiritual liquid, then sent forth a surge of spiritual light. Elder 9 was astonished, exclaiming, I understand, Dragon Emperor. All present comprehended that the Ancestor Dragon had devised a contingency for the Dragon Clan, which was why Elder 9 was so taken aback at this moment. Yet none could fathom what trump card the Ancestor Dragon had yet to reveal. Meanwhile, the Primordial Qilin and the Phoenix Matriarch were also attending to their final arrangements. However, all the elders of the Qilin clan had perished, leaving no leader. In a moment of clarity, the Primordial Qilin recalled Zhou Cheng, glancing towards him in the distance, and called out, Zhou Cheng, leader of the Monkey Clan, could you come here? I have matters to discuss with you. Zhou Cheng was reluctant to approach. He did not wish to be seen by Hongjun at this moment, uncertain of his intentions. In various future narratives, Hongjun was often depicted as a schemer, and Zhou Cheng, still in his formative years, preferred to avoid confrontation. However, given that the Monkey Clan was still under the jurisdiction of the Qilin clan, and with the Primordial Qilin directly summoning him, he had no choice but to comply. Zhou Cheng approached the Primordial Qilin. Primordial Qilin, what is it that you wish to discuss? I request that you escort my remaining kin back to the Qilin clan. In return, I shall bestow upon you this innate spiritual treasure, the Primordial Qilin declared, presenting the central Wuji apricot yellow flag to Zhou Cheng. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng was immediately inclined to agree, for he coveted the flag immensely. Yet, he hesitated, and before acquiescing, he posed a question to the Primordial Qilin. Why me? It seems that tiger pattern from the White Tiger clan would be more suitable. No, you are more suitable. You can vanquish Ao Li with minimal injury. And now you have ascended to the early stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Even those at the late stage of Primordial might struggle against you. Your rate of growth is astonishing. It won't be long before you surpass us all. Thus, I have chosen you to be the protector of my Qilin clan. Very well. I can assure you they will return safely to the Qilin territory. Upon hearing this from the first Qilin, Zhou Cheng felt a sense of pride and replied, Thank you. Subsequently, the first Qilin presented the central Wu Ji apricot yellow banner to Zhou Cheng, unafraid of any potential change of heart on his part, with so many witnesses present. I have another son back in our Qilin territory, a five-colored Qilin, who has just been born. He embodies the laws of the five elements. May I request you to be his master and guide him? The first Qilin suddenly inquired as he was about to leave. Embodies the laws of the five elements? Your son? Zhou Cheng asked, astonished. Indeed, he is my son, the first Qilin replied, seemingly filled with anticipation. I need to see him before making a decision. I cannot provide a response at this moment. Zhou Cheng hesitated. Not a problem, the first Qilin said with a smile. In truth, the first Qilin knew his demise was inevitable and sought to secure a stronghold for the Qilin clan to ensure their survival, and Zhou Cheng was a commendable choice. In such a brutal battlefield, the current Monkey clan had managed to endure, indicating that Zhou Cheng was no fool. His rapid ascension to the Primordial Golden Immortal suggested an extraordinary talent. Thus, the first Qilin believed Zhou Cheng could safeguard the Qilin clan and possibly elevate it to new heights. Afterward, the first Qilin instructed the Qilin clan to accompany Zhou Cheng rather than return alone, as it would pose a danger. Yuan Feng, filled with sorrow for the loss of the Phoenix Mother and the heavy casualties among the Avian clan, could only say to the Phoenix Mother, Take good care of our son. Indeed, at that moment, the Phoenix Mother was pregnant, but she had already sustained severe injuries, leaving uncertainty about the impact on her child. However, Zhou Cheng understood the potential terror of the child within the Phoenix Mother. As a quasi-saint, being capable of injuring a saint was a daunting and prideful achievement, especially without the aid of innate spiritual treasures. It is well known that beneath the saints, all are mere ants, This signifies a vast chasm of disparity. Kong Xian could injure Zhu and Ti, demonstrating exceptional talent. At that moment, Zhou Cheng gazed at the phoenix mother's abdomen and began contemplating making Kong Xian his disciple. Fortunately, Yuan Feng and the others remained oblivious. Otherwise, they might have fiercely opposed him. Although Zhou Cheng was commendable, it was best for one's own child to be taught by oneself, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Chapter 054. Migration. Once the three had finished their discussions, the ancestor dragon lifted his head and addressed the heavens. Heavenly Tao above. I am the ancestor dragon of the dragon clan. Today, I have committed grievous karmic offenses. I offer my corporeal form to suppress the four seas and my remnant soul shall guard the depths of the eastern sea. The dragon clan withdraws from the Hongjun continent, eternally safeguarding the four seas. The dragon clan once traversed the vastness of Hongjun, nourishing it to alleviate the karmic burdens incurred during our great tribulation. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Boom. The heavenly Tao responded with thunder, bestowing a vast amount of merit upon the dragon clan, thereby alleviating their karmic burdens. Seeing this, Yuan Feng and the first Qilin were not to be outdone. Heavenly Tao above, I am Yuan Feng of the Phoenix clan. From this day forth, my Phoenix clan withdraws from the struggles of Hongjun. I offer my corporeal form and soul to eternally guard the everlasting flames of the southern bright volcano, to erase the karmic burdens my clan incurred during the great tribulation. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Heavenly Tao above, I am the first Qilin of the Qilin clan. I offer my corporeal form and soul to eternally guard the central continent. The Qilin clan withdraws from the struggles of Hongjun, no longer participating in its conflicts, transforming into an auspicious beast. From this day forth, wherever the Qilin clan roams, auspicious signs shall follow to erase our karmic burdens. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Boom. The heavenly Tao responded, showering them with two pillars of merit, as substantial as that given to the ancestor dragon, alleviating the karmic burdens of both the Qilin and Phoenix clans. Subsequently, the three of them vanished before the eyes of the crowd, three beams of light soaring eastward, southward, and centrally, disappearing in an instant. From this moment forward, the world became clear, clouds parted revealing the sun. The three clans withdrew from the struggles of Hongjun, seldom to be seen in the realm again. Once the first Qilin and the others had vanished, Zhou Cheng turned to the remaining Qilin clan members and said, "Have you all recovered? If so, we shall depart." The Qilin clan had no objections, as this was the arrangement set forth by their leader, the first Qilin. Moreover, Zhou Cheng had already attained the status of a primordial golden immortal, surpassing their cultivation levels, leaving them with no choice but to endure any feelings of dissent. Seeing that they were compliant, Zhou Cheng instructed them not to resist and directly gathered them into the five-element space. Eager to return swiftly and avoid any delays on the road, he opted for this method. Just as Zhou Cheng was about to greet Huan before heading back, Hongjun spoke up. "Zhou Cheng, my friend, wait a moment." "Hongjun, what is it?" Zhou Cheng replied cautiously. "You must have witnessed the brutality and threat posed by Luohou. I would like to invite you to join me in a millennium to eliminate Luohou at Mount Shumi." Hongjun casually invited, undeterred by Zhou Cheng's wariness. "You have seen that I have just ascended to the primordial golden immortal and sustained injuries in the recent battle. I may not recover in a millennium. Thus I cannot assist you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Zhou Cheng wished to avoid entanglements, but did not want to be obstructed by Hongjun. With that, he departed without further ado. "Will you be the variable?" Hongjun silently pondered as he watched Zhou Cheng walk away. Feeling as though Hongjun's gaze lingered upon him, Zhou Cheng hastened towards Huan. Finally, after losing that sense of scrutiny, Zhou Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, though his heart tightened. Being weaker left him at the mercy of others. He was cautious not only in facing Hongjun, but also feared that Hongjun might sense the fragments of the creation jade butterfly on him. Based on Hongjun's earlier reactions, it seemed he could not perceive the creation jade butterfly on Zhou Cheng, which brought Zhou Cheng some comfort. "Huan, the great calamity has ended, and I need to return to recuperate. I will visit your clan soon," Zhou Cheng said directly upon reaching Huan. "Certainly welcome," Huan replied somewhat melancholically. It was truly tragic to exert oneself to such extremes only to arrive at this conclusion, and Huan felt profound sorrow. Huan, only strength can dictate one's fate. Zhou Cheng, sensing Huan's demeanor, offered some advice before taking his leave. Indeed, only with strength can one have a voice. Huan replied, regaining his spirits. Do not mention it. Without me, you would have come to this realization eventually. I shall take my leave now. Seeing Huan revitalized, Zhou Cheng bid farewell. 3 months passed, and Zhou Cheng returned to the monkey clan. He released all the members of both the monkey and Qilin clans. I did not expect our leader to possess such a spiritual treasure. It is truly convenient. The second elder, Monkey Ling, exclaimed joyfully. The other members of the monkey clan were equally elated, for their survival was thanks to Zhou Cheng's spatial treasure. Their admiration and reverence for him grew immensely. As the monkey clan members expressed their excitement, Zhou Cheng could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Now that we are back in the monkey clan, our territory is too remote from the center, with relatively thin spiritual energy. I wish to have the monkey clan stay in the Qilin clan for a while until I find a more suitable territory for relocation. Is that acceptable to you? Why move now, rather than wait until you find a place and leave directly? The Grand Elder, Monkey Ming, questioned, puzzled. Although the monkey clan had learned about the battlefield's final situation while in the Five Elements space, they had not anticipated Zhou Cheng's immediate decision to migrate. The Qilin clan, on the other hand, had no objections, as they were still enveloped in sorrow and despair. First, the spiritual energy here cannot match that of our monkey clan's cultivation. Second, this place may be affected by battles a millennium from now, which is why I urged the migration, Zhou Cheng stated plainly. This place may be affected? Though we find ourselves at the periphery of the eastern continent, we are still quite far from the western continent. Are you perhaps mistaken? Elder Monkey Chong exclaimed in astonishment. We must be thoroughly prepared for everything. Do not inquire further. Rather, summon the clan members to hasten their preparations. We shall retreat to the Qilin clan for a period of recuperation. Once I conclude my seclusion, I will seek a new territory for the monkey clan. Zhou Cheng preferred not to elaborate. He could not disclose that the demon Lord Luohou would ultimately fail, triggering an explosion that would devastate the entire western continent, potentially affecting their own land. Such revelations would not only be met with disbelief, but could also unveil celestial secrets, leading to unforeseen turmoil in the battle between Dao and Demon. Fearing he might not find a suitable territory for the monkey clan within the fleeting span of 10,000 years, he deemed it prudent to reside with the Qilin clan for a while. Very well, we shall proceed with the preparations, Elder Monkey Hua acknowledged. Realizing Zhou Cheng's urgency must stem from undisclosed matters. Trusting that Zhou Cheng harbored no ill intentions towards the monkey clan, he promptly set about executing the orders. As for you, please wait a short while. You will soon be able to join the Qilin clan. Zhou Cheng addressed the members of the Qilin clan. Currently, the Qilin clan possessed little to entice Zhou Cheng. They had expended considerable resources and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, could merely sustain their existence. Their hopes of resurgence appeared bleak unless they had a Hunyuan golden immortal to protect them. Otherwise, their future would be fraught with challenges. Chapter 055. Chi Ao seeks an apprenticeship. Despite his lack of admiration for the current state of the Qilin clan, Zhou Cheng felt compelled to assess their situation. Upon meticulous inspection, he discovered approximately 10,000 members remaining, predominantly golden immortals, with a handful being Great Luo golden immortals and several hundred Tai golden immortals. This assemblage was a remnant of the devastation wrought by Luohou's extermination sword array. Otherwise, it would be remarkable for even 10,000 to survive. The survival of the Great Luo golden immortals was, in fact, a matter of fortune. Perhaps this was the butterfly effect triggered by Zhou Cheng's presence. Yet, despite the number of Great Luo golden immortals, Zhou Cheng held no desire for them, viewing them merely as a means to fulfill the task of the primordial Qilin. Elder Zhou Cheng, may I inquire how long the monkey clan intends to stay with the Qilin clan? Asked Qi Bin, a peaked Great Luo golden immortal from the Qilin clan. What is your name? Were you previously an elder? Zhou Cheng inquired of the evidently leading member of the Qilin clan. My name is Qi Bin. All our elders have perished, and I was among those who vied for an elder position but failed, Qi Bin replied, sorrow permeating his voice. Our stay at your territory shall not be prolonged. I will not seize your land. We are merely in transit, Zhou Cheng stated plainly, disregarding Qi Bin's emotional state and openly addressing their concerns. We harbor no such intentions. We merely wish to gather information to make appropriate arrangements, Qi Bin responded, somewhat sheepishly. Regardless, you will need to vacate the Qilin clan's territory in due course. The reasons for this will be conveyed when the time is right, Zhou Cheng interjected, effectively halting the discussion. Qi Bin had intended to pose further questions, but ceased upon recognizing Zhou Cheng's unwillingness to continue the topic. Within a year, the monkey clan was well prepared. Zhou Cheng wasted no time and established a primordial concealment array and a primordial golden light killing array to safeguard the monkey clan's territory. Though this was not his ideal location, it held significant memories for the monkey clan. Zhou Cheng would ensure their existence remained hidden, allowing the younger generation of the monkey clan to find a refuge in the vast wilderness. He merely hoped they would not be affected by the impending explosion from the western continent. Once everything was in place, Zhou Cheng transported them into the five-element space and set off towards the Qilin clan's territory. Remarkably, he reached the Qilin clan's domain in just a few months. Upon releasing them, he instructed Qi Bin to guide them into the Qilin clan. Having read tales of opportunists exploiting the chaos during the conflicts between the Qilin, Dragon, and Phoenix clans, Zhou Cheng had taken care to examine whether the Qilin clan's formations bore signs of damage. Indeed, he found evidence of tampering. Yet he surmised that the intruders had gained little from their endeavors. Which clan would conceal their spiritual treasures and medicinal herbs amidst a life-and-death struggle? They would undoubtedly have utilized them to enhance their chances of victory on the battlefield. Hoarding such resources would be a foolish endeavor. Zhou Cheng felt no anger towards these thieves. In a world where scarce resources were a reality, it was understandable that they sought to seize opportunities during tumultuous times. Upon entering the Qilin clan, the environment remained as splendid as ever, though several areas had suffered damage, and not a single member remained to be seen. Zhou Cheng found it peculiar that no defenders were present, yet Qi Bin and his companions appeared remarkably composed, as if they were aware of the circumstances. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Cheng inquired further. Seeing the destruction of your territory, why do you show no reaction? Did you anticipate such occurrences? Also, where are your remaining members? Indeed, our clan leader had forewarned us that such events might transpire, so we were psychologically prepared. As for the remaining members, allow me to take you to them. Qi Bin replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng instructed the monkey clan members to remain in place while he followed Qi Bin. Soon, Qi Bin led Zhou Cheng to the renowned Qilin Cliff. Initially puzzled, Zhou Cheng soon detected the presence of a formation, exclaiming in surprise, "There exists a formation here?" "Yes. This is a small realm established by our clan leader, originally designated for storing celestial materials. However, those resources have been expended in the recent battle, leaving only the remaining space for the survival of our clan's defenders," Qi Bin explained, somewhat astonished that Zhou Cheng had discerned the formation so swiftly. With a series of hand seals, a spatial rift appeared before Qilin Cliff, allowing the remaining members of the Qilin clan to enter. Zhou Cheng, unperturbed, followed Qi Bin into the rift. Upon entry, he discovered a small world devoid of worldly energy, akin to a formation that could not sustain itself. The vibrant flora within had all been artificially cultivated and could not regenerate. They merely persisted, even the spiritual herbs and roots, serving only to retain their medicinal properties and provide ornamental value. Zhou Cheng granted Qi Bin and his companions a moment to explain without interruption. However, he noted that among the remaining members of the Qilin clan, there were only about 10,000, the highest being a Tai Golden Immortal, one of the clan leader's sons. As Zhou Cheng had previously been informed, before long, Qi Bin returned with the current leadership of the Qilin clan to meet Zhou Cheng. "Greetings, Elder Zhou Cheng," Qiao, accompanied by Qi Bin and the others, greeted him respectfully. It was evident that Qiao held significant importance in their eyes. Unbeknownst to Zhou Cheng, despite being merely a Tai Golden Immortal, Qiao's late arrival to the world had limited his progress to a mere 2 epochs. Moreover, Qiao lacked corresponding techniques within the Qilin clan, yet he had managed to reach the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal within a mere 1,000,000 years, causing quite a stir at that time. Many believed Qiao would lead the Qilin clan to new heights. Thus, the remaining great Luo Golden Immortals expressed profound respect for him. "Well, Qi Bin has surely briefed you on our circumstances. The monkey clan will reside with you for a while, and I shall escort them to a new territory when the time comes." Zhou Cheng observed the understanding demeanor of Qiao and the others, pleased by their lack of arrogance. "Qi Bin has informed us, and we warmly welcome the monkey clan." Qiao replied earnestly. "Thank you for your hospitality. We shall take our leave for now," Zhou Cheng responded directly. "Wait, Elder Zhou Cheng," Qiao called out urgently as Zhou Cheng turned to depart. "Is there something else?" Zhou Cheng inquired. "I humbly request that you take me as your disciple." Qiao bowed deeply. earnestly seeking Zhou Cheng's mentorship. This is the outcome of their discussions. The Kirin clan has transformed significantly, without a formidable backing. They faced the imminent threat of extinction, having offended too many factions in the past. The only way for the Kirin clan to survive lies in this singular resolution by Chi Ao. Chapter 056. Seclusion regardless of Chi Ao's willingness. He yearns to take Zhou Cheng as his master, fully aware of Zhou Cheng's capabilities and prowess. Aligning with Zhou Cheng presents no disadvantage. Zhou Cheng, a practitioner of the five elements principles, can guide him without Chi Ao needing to navigate the path alone. Additionally, Zhou Cheng, being a primordial golden immortal, can serve as a powerful ally for the Kirin clan. Even though Zhou Cheng did not ascend to the primordial golden immortal through the five elements principles, his mastery in this domain is formidable, easily surpassing what Chi Ao, as a Tai golden immortal, could grasp. Zhou Cheng's deterrent power against other clans is substantial. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from provoking Zhou Cheng to infringe upon the Kirin clan. He has not forgotten Zhou Cheng's illustrious feats against the formidable foes on Mount Zhou. Thus, seeking Zhou Cheng as a mentor poses no detriment to Chi Ao. Upon hearing Chi Ao's words, Zhou Cheng regarded him calmly. Prior to his arrival, the primordial Kirin had mentioned Chi Ao to him, and since then, he had discreetly observed Chi Ao. Upon learning of the primordial Kirin's circumstances and the events of the battlefield, although Chi Ao initially displayed signs of sorrow, he quickly regained his composure, demonstrating remarkable strength and decisiveness, traits that Zhou Cheng greatly appreciated. Zhou Cheng meticulously assessed Chi Ao's innate talents and discovered that his aptitude for the five elements was truly extraordinary. Were it not for Zhou Cheng's knowledge of the origins of the five elements demon god residing within Chi Ao, he might have suspected that Chi Ao had inherited the legacy of the five elements demon god. Zhou Cheng could already perceive the flow of the five elements principles within Chi Ao, with just a stroke of fortune or a moment of enlightenment. Chi Ao could swiftly comprehend the five elements principles and ascend to the realm of the great Luohou golden immortal. Consequently, Zhou Cheng held Chi Ao in high regard and prepared to accept him as a disciple. To be candid, I have been observing you closely, and your performance has been commendable. Moreover, the primordial Kirin has expressed a desire for me to mentor you. I initially intended to wait until the monkey clan stabilized before approaching you, but since you have spoken up now, I shall take you under my wing. Thank you, master. Chi Ao bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Originally, Chi Ao had contemplated arranging a formal initiation ceremony to announce his apprenticeship to Zhou Cheng, intending to instill caution in those who might harbor designs against the Kirin clan and simultaneously demonstrate his respect for Zhou Cheng. However, the current circumstances did not permit such an undertaking. The recent calamity had just passed, and various clans were tending to their wounds, with many powerful beings in seclusion. Most importantly, Zhou Cheng had indicated that such formalities were unnecessary, as he preferred to avoid any complications, assuring Chi Ao that he would manage other matters. Chi Ao acquiesced, recognizing that Zhou Cheng's words implied he had plans in place. Subsequently, Zhou Cheng escorted Chi Ao back to the Kirin clan's territory and summoned the elders of the monkey clan to the Kirin clan's council hall to discuss territorial boundaries, preventing any potential conflicts or misunderstandings. Zhou Cheng refrained from intervening, allowing the elders to handle the negotiations. He called Chi Ao over to discuss the five elements principles. Previously, I established a technique within the monkey clan known as the five elements art. Mastering it to its pinnacle will enable you to grasp the five elements principles. With this technique, you should swiftly comprehend the principles and ascend to the great Luohou golden immortal. As for future advancements, we shall address them upon my emergence from seclusion. After speaking, Zhou Cheng infused a radiant energy into Chi Ao's mind. Thank you, master. Chi Ao expressed his gratitude, thrilled as he perused the five elements art. Previously, he had practiced the techniques created by the primordial Kirin, which were not specifically designed for the five elements principles, thus requiring considerable personal effort to grasp them. With Zhou Cheng's technique, however, he believed that he would soon attain the status of great Luohou golden immortal, as he merely needed a singular opportunity, which he deemed not overly challenging. If others were to discover how effortlessly Chi Ao could ascend to the great Luohou golden immortal, one could only imagine their reactions. For a cultivator to reach the Tai golden immortal, though arduous, it is not insurmountable, demanding merely a significant accumulation of spiritual power. Even so, such cultivators typically endure millions of years of effort to attain the Tai Golden Immortal. In contrast, ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal necessitates fortuitous circumstances. Those lacking such fortune remain confined to the Tai Golden Immortal realm throughout their lives. While the fortunate may grasp the principles and ascend at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, or perhaps spend thousands to millions of years striving for that fleeting moment of enlightenment to reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal. For prodigies, these notions may seem but empty rhetoric. Zhou Cheng himself ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal in a mere few thousand years, and now Chiao would not require an extensive period for his ascension. Such circumstances evoke envy and resentment from others. Upon acquiring the technique, Chiao promptly led Zhou Cheng to the former seclusion site of the Primordial Kirin, eager to commence his breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. He had awaited this moment for a long time. Arriving at the site of the Primordial Kirin's retreat, Chiao spoke with a hint of sorrow. "Master, this was once my father's sanctuary for seclusion. You may enter and remain undisturbed. It is a place of safety, devoid of intruders. Those who have departed are beyond reach. Do not dwell too heavily on sorrow. As for any potential adversaries threatening the Kirin clan, you need not worry. Upon entering your territory, I have already augmented your protective formation's power. Should enemies approach, it will withstand assaults from a Primordial Golden Immortal momentarily, granting you ample time to alert me. At that juncture, you need only summon me from my seclusion." Zhou Cheng reassured Chiao before entering his retreat. "Thank you, Master," Chiao expressed with heartfelt appreciation. "Since you have chosen to become my disciple, there is no need for such formality. Remember, as long as you do not stray from the path of a disciple or recklessly take lives, I shall safeguard you," Zhou Cheng stated solemnly. "Thank you, Master," Chiao replied, genuinely beginning to embrace the notion of Zhou Cheng as his mentor. Zhou Cheng sensed that previously, Chiao had harbored considerable reservations, having viewed him largely as a means to an end, with little genuine respect. This, however, was understandable. Chiao had once been the prince of a premier clan in the primordial realm, carrying a certain pride that would not dissipate instantaneously, especially given the Kirin clan's current plight. Such a shift in mindset requires time and adjustment. Fortunately, Chiao's arrogance had diminished significantly, and he had begun to show a modicum of genuine respect towards Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng then entered his secluded chamber. Though his injuries had lessened under the influence of the innate 5 elements spiritual liquid, prolonged treatment could lead to increasing uncertainties. Only in a state of complete health could one feel truly secure. Moreover, at present, there were no pressing matters requiring Zhou Cheng's attention. Everyone had just emerged from a significant battle, necessitating recovery and contemplation, leaving little time for other endeavors. Furthermore, having recently ascended to the Primordial Golden Immortal, Zhou Cheng's foundation was not yet solid, often unconsciously emanating the aura of a Primordial Golden Immortal, which added to his urgency for seclusion. Chapter 057. Emergence from seclusion and confrontation. Time passed, and 5,000 years went by. The Kirin clan now faced an invasion. Their protective formation reverberated ominously, on the verge of collapse. Given the ferocity of the assault, it was evident that the formation could not endure for long. Chiao, filled with anxiety, noted that Qi Bin, at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, had sustained severe injuries. Initially, upon discovering the intruders, Chiao led his kin to confront them. At this point, Chiao had already grasped the 5 elements principles and ascended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Brimming with confidence, he sought to vanquish or drive off the intruders, aiming to deter other clans. However, he soon realized that their leader was a Primordial Golden Immortal, the apex of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and the leader of the Leopard clan, Leopard Jin. After enduring severe injuries in battle, he sought a refuge for recovery, ultimately finding himself fortuitously promoted to the status of a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. This was initially a cause for celebration. However, upon emerging from seclusion, he discovered that all his kin on the battlefield had perished, tragically at the hands of the residual forces unleashed by the initial Qilin. Yet, Bao Jin could not accept this narrative, for he was aware that it was not only his clan that had suffered such annihilation. Several other races had met similar fates, having previously conspired with him to feign participation in the conflict. Thus, Bao Jin dismissed the notion of residual forces, recognizing instead that the initial Qilin had employed this tactic to address their lackluster involvement. Filled with rage, Bao Jin summoned the remaining members of his clan to the Qilin clan, intent on their extermination. Qi Ao, seeking to match Bao Jin with his innate spiritual treasure, ultimately found himself grievously injured due to his insufficient cultivation. Confronted with the stark disparity in their strengths, Qi Ao, in desperation, revealed his identity as the disciple of Zhou Cheng, the leader of the monkey clan, hoping that Bao Jin would hesitate out of fear of Zhou Cheng. However, Bao Jin remained unconvinced. Consequently, Qi Ao dispatched a messenger to hastily bring forth several elders of the monkey clan for clarification. The monkey clan, known for their discretion within the Qilin territory, had been diligently honing their skills, remaining unaware of the unfolding circumstances. Thus, they had refrained from intervening, allowing the Qilin clan to handle matters. Besides Zhou Cheng, the only other formidable figure was the Grand Elder, Hongming, who had just barely attained the pinnacle of the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, offering little assistance. When summoned, Hongming quickly grasped the situation and addressed the adversary. Esteemed Elder, Prince Qi Ao is indeed a disciple of our clan leader, and we of the Monkey Clan currently reside within the Qilin clan for recuperation. I beseech you to extend us some consideration. Upon hearing Hongming's words, Bao Jin began to believe Qi Ao's claims. However, he was reluctant to withdraw, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired of Hongming. "Where is Zhou Cheng? I wish to speak with him." "Our clan leader is in seclusion," Hongming replied. "Once he emerges, I shall inform him to seek you out, if that is acceptable." Uncertain of Bao Jin's intentions, Hongming responded, "If that is the case, there is no need. I shall await his arrival." Before Hongming could react, Bao Jin attacked. Just as he believed he was facing imminent death, he was saved by Qi Ao wielding his exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Despite this intervention, Hongming sustained injuries. Upon witnessing Hongming's rescue, Bao Jin immediately directed his aggression towards Qi Ao, intent on eliminating him swiftly. Although Qi Ao was wounded and his cultivation was lacking, the protection of his exquisite innate spiritual treasure enabled him to retreat while battling, ultimately returning to the Qilin clan to summon Ho Hua to request Zhou Cheng's assistance in vanquishing Bao Jin. Upon learning that Zhou Cheng was in seclusion, Bao Jin assumed that he was recuperating from severe injuries, aware that Zhou Cheng's adversary had been Ao Li, the third elder of the Dragon clan, a figure of considerable prowess in the mid-stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm. Ultimately, Ao Li had self-destructed, leaving Zhou Cheng gravely wounded. Bao Jin calculated that interrupting Zhou Cheng's recovery could exacerbate his injuries, ensuring that even if Zhou Cheng were formidable, he might not be able to unleash his full potential, thus paving the way for Bao Jin to slay him and seize several exquisite, innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, witnessing Qi Ao, a mere early-stage golden immortal, wielding an exquisite innate spiritual treasure while he himself, at the early stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm, possessed only a low-grade innate treasure, filled him with discontent. The thought occurred to him, if he could eliminate the severely wounded Zhou Cheng and Qi Ao, he would possess 3 or 4 exquisite innate treasures, allowing him to dominate the wilderness without opposition. Driven by this ambition, he hastily launched an assault on Hongming, only to be thwarted by Qi Ao's exquisite innate treasure. Eventually, he retreated into the protective formation of the Qilin clan, a mere early-stage golden immortal, sustained by an incompletely refined exquisite innate treasure, was able to endure for such a duration, further solidifying Bao Jin's resolve to seize the treasures from Zhou Cheng and Qi Ao. After 5,000 years, Zhou Cheng successfully recovered from his injuries and stabilized his status as a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. He discovered a slight enhancement in his cultivation, elevating his physical prowess to that of a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. This period of seclusion had been fulfilling for him, and during those 5 millennia, he had not ceased refining his magical energy, now possessing the power of a late-stage mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. He was now prepared to confront Ao Li directly, confident in his ability to vanquish him without the 5 Elements Pagoda. As Zhou Cheng prepared to conclude his seclusion and seek out the Monkey Clan's territory, an alarm within the protective formation was triggered. Realizing something was amiss, Zhou Cheng exited his seclusion to ascertain the situation. Upon encountering Ho Hua, he heard the thunderous commotion outside the Qilin clan, recognizing that someone was forcefully breaking through the formation. He queried, What is happening? Zhou Cheng's anger was justified. Fortunately, he had already healed from his injuries and ceased his meditation. Had he not recovered, such an interruption could have jeopardized his progress, potentially worsening his condition. The leader of the Leopard clan, Bao Jin, has ascended to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm and seeks to annihilate the Qilin clan. He was informed of your seclusion in hopes that he would withdraw. However, he has launched a surprise attack, severely injuring the Grand Elder and Chiao, and is currently forcefully breaching our protective formation. Understanding the source of Zhou Cheng's ire, Houhua swiftly recounted the entire sequence of events. Zhou Cheng instantly comprehended Bao Jin's intentions, realizing he aimed to exploit Zhou Cheng's injuries to eliminate him and seize his innate treasures. This ambition was not unique to Bao Jin. However, Zhou Cheng had previously been unscathed and immensely powerful, deterring any rash actions. Now, aware of Zhou Cheng's vulnerable state, they sought to take advantage of his predicament. Zhou Cheng resolved to use Bao Jin as an example to deter others from similar folly. Thus, he proceeded to the main hall, assessing Ho Ming and Chiao, relieved to find them unscathed. I shall return shortly, he assured them. Upon seeing Zhou Cheng emerge, Chiao and the others intended to apologize for the disruption caused by their intrusion. However, Zhou Cheng, anticipating their sentiments, preemptively silenced them. Opening the formation, he faced Bao Jin directly. Since you seek death, then let all perish. Initially, Bao Jin, filled with urgency, was taken aback by Zhou Cheng's appearance. Shocked that the injured figure he had envisioned was instead unscathed. Doubting his own assessment, he speculated that perhaps Zhou Cheng was merely posturing to intimidate them. Revealing a fierce countenance, he unleashed his most potent attack against Zhou Cheng, declaring die. Observing Bao Jin's assault, Zhou Cheng remained silent. With a single fist imbued with the essence of battle's law, he met Bao Jin's strike head-on. As their forces collided, Bao Jin's attack crumbled under the impact, and Zhou Cheng's fist struck him directly, sending him hurtling 100,000 miles away, severely injuring him in the process. In that moment, Bao Jin realized that Zhou Cheng was not feigning composure. He was genuinely unharmed. Regret flooded him as he lamented his impulsive decision to challenge Zhou Cheng. Unbeknownst to Bao Jin, Zhou Cheng's only intention was to conclude the confrontation and arrange matters before seeking out the territory of the Monkey clan. Zhou Cheng teleported above Bao Jin, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Sensing the imminent threat, Bao Jin pleaded for mercy. Wait, offending you was my mistake. I am willing to have my entire clan become your vassals. I have no need for that, Zhou Cheng replied dismissively, expecting a more substantial response. Without hesitation, he struck Bao Jin, who lacked the strength to resist. Finally, Zhou Cheng returned to the Qilin clan, surveying the remnants of the enemy forces. Without further ado, he unleashed a single punch, obliterating them entirely. Zhou Cheng greatly relished the sensation of overwhelming his opponents. Perhaps it was due to his previous adversaries being of a higher caliber, forcing him to exert tremendous effort to secure victories. Thus, this feeling of dominance brought him immense satisfaction, a refreshing chill coursing from his spine to his mind, exhilarating beyond measure. It seemed that in this moment of triumph, Zhou Cheng sensed an enhancement in his martial principles. He yearned to fully savor this experience and delve into its depths. But the thought of pending matters compelled him to set it aside. He returned directly to the council hall, providing Chiao and Ho Ming with the primordial 5 elements spiritual liquid to aid in their recovery. Although the liquid was not specifically designed for healing, it proved beneficial for treating their injuries, which were not beyond remedy. Chiao and his companions were taken aback by Zhou Cheng's swift return. His presence indicated that either Leopard Jin had retreated or been vanquished. They speculated that the former was likely true. Once Zhou Cheng confirmed their stable condition, he stated, Leopard Jin has been slain by my hand. Some of the enemy fled before I could eliminate them, but I dealt with those who could not escape. Henceforth, the Qilin clan shall be secure even in my absence. The revelation astonished Chiao and the others, as they had not anticipated such a conclusion. Their surprise quickly transformed into elation, for it signified that Zhou Cheng possessed the strength to annihilate early-stage mixed Yuan Golden Immortals, instilling a profound sense of deterrence among other clans. They no longer feared future disturbances, barring any reckless newcomers. Master, what do you mean by your absence? Are you departing? Chiao was the first to react, inquiring earnestly. Indeed, with less than 5,000 years until the war of Dao and Demon, I shall not experience significant advancements during this period. Minor improvements would prove futile. I intend to seek a suitable territory for the monkey clan, Zhou Cheng replied. Master, you need not concern yourself. Our Qilin clan, though few in number, has ample territory compared to your monkey clan. It is more than sufficient for our two clans to coexist, Qi Ao expressed, reluctant to see Zhou Cheng leave at such a time. Although Zhou Cheng asserted that no one would dare trouble them again, Qi Ao found comfort in his presence. Moreover, he was correct. The current Qilin clan could sustain billions. While they only numbered a meager 10 million, and the monkey clan merely over 200 million, which was adequate for their survival. Master, are you worried about potential discord between our clans? You need not fret. We have coexisted for over 5,000 years without any unpleasantness. You may inquire with the Grand Elder, Qi Ao suggested, as if recalling something. Indeed, clan leader. For these 5 millennia, Qi Ao and the others have treated us well, and we have experienced no grievances. The spiritual energy here is abundant and rich. There is no need to search for another territory, Grand Elder Ho Ming added, equally perplexed. I do not worry about such matters. Rather, I wish to avoid the monkey clan's territory being situated within the Hongwang. Since the dawn of creation, the Hongwang has never known peace, perpetually embroiled in conflict. It shall remain a battleground in the future. Distancing ourselves from it is imperative. Only by moving away from the Hongwang can we develop in tranquility. Though I am present, I do not believe anyone would dare infringe upon our monkey clan. Yet I prefer to avoid unnecessary troubles. Do you understand? Zhou Cheng responded, recognizing that Qi Ao and the others had misunderstood his intentions. In fact, once I find a suitable location, I will invite your Qilin clan to relocate with us. This decision was initially intended to be revealed later, but since you inquired, I shall explain my reasoning. Seeing their continued confusion, Zhou Cheng decided to be forthright. Following the great battle among the 3 clans, a new landscape will undoubtedly emerge. Countless ambitious individuals will seek to unify the Hongwang. This is a necessity of every calamity and an extension of ambition, unavoidable in nature. Upon hearing this, Qi Ao and the others nodded in agreement. Thus, once the Hongwang becomes tranquil again, it shall inevitably plunge into chaos once more. If the monkey and Qilin clans remain within the Hongwang, we will be caught in the turmoil, unable to dwell independently. To evade war, we must seek refuge overseas. Zhou Cheng continued, observing that Qi Ao and the others were at a loss for words, yet listening intently. Especially for the Qilin clan. Your territory lies at the foot of the Buzhou Mountain. You must be aware that the might of Buzhou Mountain is waning. When its influence diminishes to a certain level, myriad beings will flock there in search of opportunities, and at that time, the Qilin clan will find no peace. With this, Qi Ao and the others grew solemn. Fully comprehending the implications of Zhou Cheng's words, realizing that the situation could indeed unfold as he predicted, Zhou Cheng disregarded their contemplations and continued. You might argue that we could simply refrain from venturing out, making it irrelevant to seek a territory overseas. In truth, many of you share this sentiment. Noticing their acquiescent expressions, he shook his head with a wry smile. Things are not so simplistic. If, at that time, a clan member encounters trouble outside, would you not feel compelled to assist? Should you intervene, you may attract karmic consequences, and entanglement in such matters could ensnare you in the calamity. Am I not correct? Qi Ao and the others fell silent, deep in thought. If you choose not to help, I shall expel you from the clan. If you do not assist your own kin, how can you expect others to aid you? Zhou Cheng swiftly quelled any notions of indifference among them. A few individuals felt somewhat awkward, yet fortunately, no one discerned their thoughts. This is one of the reasons I believe we should not seek a territory within the Hongwang. Furthermore, the resources in the Hongwang have been nearly exhausted, while the resources overseas remain far from being fully developed by the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's dominance overseas, able to contend against both the Qilin and Phoenix clans, indicates the richness of those resources sufficient to foster the growth of both the Monkey and Qilin clans. Zhou Cheng asserted, enticing them with the prospect. At this revelation, Qi Ao and the others' eyes sparkled with intrigue, clearly captivated by Zhou Cheng's words. Indeed, he was not mistaken. The simultaneous development of the 3 clans had seen the Dragon Clan nearly overcome in a 2-against-1 scenario, highlighting the bountiful resources abroad. At this moment, Qi Ao and Ho Ming, along with the others, had surrendered any resistance to Zhou Cheng's plan to seek a territory overseas. In truth, They were eager to assist him in his quest. The Dragon Clan was currently at a low point, and securing a favorable territory early on would yield greater resources, which was precisely what they wished to see. Now that you are in agreement, I shall take my leave. Focus on your recovery. I shall return within 5,000 years. Furthermore, since you have ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, there is little I can offer you. I will impart some experience for your study, Zhou Cheng concluded, directing a beam of spiritual light toward Chiao. Sensing the invaluable essence bestowed upon him, Chiao felt profoundly moved and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. Zhou Cheng dismissed the acknowledgement, replying, your future cultivation lies in your own hands. However, upon my return, feel free to seek my counsel if you have questions. With that, he departed. Before leaving, Zhou Cheng took the time to reinforce the protective array of the Qilin clan and set up a 5 elements killing array, ensuring their safety before finally taking his leave. From the very beginning, when he contemplated relocating the clans, Zhou Cheng had envisioned seeking a territory overseas, specifically aiming for the renowned islands of the future: 3 Immortals Island, Prenlai Island, Fangzhong Island, and Yingzhou Island. The origins of these 3 islands are shrouded in various narratives. Yet the most prevalent and credible account suggests that the 3 immortal islands have existed since the dawn of creation. They are said to be fragments of chaos cleaved apart by Pangu during the primordial upheaval, inherently safeguarded by a primordial chaos formation that conceals their existence from the world. Thus, even before their emergence, no one could foresee their presence. Zhou Cheng attempted to calculate their existence, but was met with an overwhelming chaos, rendering his efforts futile. Consequently, he resolved to spend 5,000 years in search of them, although success was far from guaranteed. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng was not without alternatives, as he knew of 10 other renowned islands across the seas: Zhuzhou Island, Zizhou Island, Xianzhou Island, Yinzhou Island, Changzhou Island, Yuanzhou Island, Liuzhou Island, Shengzhou Island, Fenglinzhou Island, and Jukuzu Island. While endeavoring to locate the 3 immortal islands, Zhou Cheng also aimed to uncover these 10 illustrious islands, which were not mere figments of legend. It was on Zhuzhou Island that Emperor Donghua established his celestial court, thus ensuring that such a location would be rich in spiritual energy and abundant in resources. Therefore, Zhou Cheng aspired to discover more islands, hoping to reap resources to enhance the foundation of the Monkey Clan. To conserve time, Zhou Cheng hastened his journey. After a day's travel, he arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea. Gazing at the boundless expanse of water, he was tempted to exclaim, "O sea, you are nothing but water." Yet, mindful of the potential impact on his image, he restrained himself, though he remained awestruck by the beauty of the Eastern Sea. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhou Cheng plunged into the depths of the Eastern Sea. His method for seeking the 3 immortal islands was straightforward, akin to searching for primordial spiritual treasures on Buzhou Mountain. He employed the principles of the 5 elements to sense and bombard the surroundings. As he ventured deeper into the Eastern Sea, he stumbled upon several islands, but their resources had already been depleted by the Dragon Clan, leaving them merely as resting spots for him. Thus, Zhou Cheng embarked on his bombardment journey. The principles of the 5 elements unfolded, allowing him to sense alterations in the surrounding space, and he unleashed chaotic blasts in all directions. While he referred to it as bombardment, he expended little of his magical power, as he was also intent on refining his mastery of the 5 elements. More importantly, he wished to ascertain whether his released power would encounter any primordial spiritual formations, hoping to seize an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, a millennium passed. Zhou Cheng's bombardments continued unabated, and he found joy in the process, as it seemed his mastery of the 5 elements was reaching its zenith. Poised for a breakthrough into the 4th level of principles, Zhou Cheng reveled in his progress, yet the Dragon Clan faced dire consequences. Even before Zhou Cheng arrived at the Eastern Sea, the Dragon Clan had become aware of his presence. The newly appointed Dragon King, Ao Guang, initially feared that Zhou Cheng intended to assault their clan, prompting him to swiftly summon the 4 Sea Dragon Kings for counsel and even consider calling for reinforcements from their ancestral land. However, it wasn't long before they realized that Zhou Cheng posed no threat to the Dragon Clan. He appeared to be searching for something amidst the waves, aimlessly wandering. Relieved, Ao Guang and the others initially considered this a fortunate turn of events. Yet, they soon grew anxious as Zhou Cheng indiscriminately bombarded their territory, keeping the Dragon Clan on edge. After a millennium of this chaos, Ao Guang and his companions could no longer tolerate it. Thus, the four dragons, Ao Guang, Ao Ming, Ao Shun, and Ao Ji, sought an audience with the ninth elder, who had survived the Great War among the three clans. To seek guidance on this matter that exceeded their capabilities, they approached the entrance of a mountain resembling a divine dragon, bowing respectfully to request an audience. This mountain was the dragon clan's ancestral land, where the remains of all dragons who perished in battle were interred, making it one of their sacred grounds. Due to the vast number of dragons buried there, the area was rich in dragon energy and spiritual essence, serving as the primary retreat for the dragon clan. Before long, a fissure appeared at the dragon's head of the tomb, and the ninth elder, Ao Xing, emerged, his voice solemn as he inquired, "What is of such importance?" Ao Guang and his companions, sensing the elder's displeasure, hastily recounted Zhou Cheng's actions, hoping for Ao Xing's counsel. After pondering their words, Ao Xing replied, "I shall investigate what he seeks. His grand display suggests he does not intend to trouble our dragon clan." "Thank you, elder. Should we accompany you?" they asked. "No need. If he intends to harm us, no number of followers will suffice. Should I encounter peril, return here for assistance. A solution will present itself," Ao Xing replied. The four dragons were puzzled, for they were aware that the dragon clan's leadership had perished during the Great War, making it difficult for them to fathom what other experts remained. "Indeed, there are matters you are yet unaware of. Follow my instructions," Ao Xing commanded. The four dragons acknowledged his directive. With that, Ao Xing soared from the eastern sea toward Zhou Cheng. As Zhou Cheng reveled in his bombardment, he suddenly spotted a dragon soaring through the clouds. He ceased his onslaught, curious about the dragon's intentions. When the dragon approached, it transformed into human form. Revealing itself to be the ninth elder, Ao Xing Zhou Cheng, intrigued, inquired, "Why have you come to seek me instead of recuperating in seclusion?" "That should be my question to you," Ao Xing retorted. "You have recklessly bombarded our dragon clan's territory for a millennium, leaving us in a state of anxiety. I am compelled to ask what you are doing." Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng realized the validity of Ao Xing's concerns and felt somewhat embarrassed. "I had not considered your dragon clan before. I am indeed searching for something, but I cannot locate it," Zhou Cheng admitted. Ao Xing, nearly overcome with frustration at Zhou Cheng's lack of consideration for the dragon clan, was nonetheless intrigued to learn that Zhou Cheng was genuinely in search of something. He thought that given the dragon clan's extensive presence in the Eastern Sea, they might possess knowledge of what Zhou Cheng sought, which could potentially put an end to his bombardments. "What are you looking for?" "There is nothing in the Eastern Sea that our dragon clan is unaware of," Ao Xing exclaimed. Zhou Cheng realized that, unable to find it alone, he could enlist the dragon clan's assistance. They had existed in the Eastern Sea for so long that they should be familiar with its secrets. Even if they did not know the exact location of the three immortal islands, they would likely be aware of other enigmatic places that could harbor them, saving Zhou Cheng considerable effort. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng directly asked, "Are there any suspicious or peculiar locations in the Eastern Sea, or areas with abundant chaotic energy?" "Oh, so that is your inquiry." "Indeed, our dragon clan has discovered some suspicious locations and several areas rich in chaotic energy." "What do you seek these places for?" "That is not your concern. Just provide me with the information. If I find what I desire, I may assist your dragon clan in return." Zhou Cheng insisted eagerly. "Really? You need not deceive us. Hurry and tell me," he pressed. Seeing Zhou Cheng's urgency, Ao Xing promptly provided him with the directions to those locations. Upon reviewing the coordinates, Zhou Cheng realized they were all places he had yet to explore, leading him to ponder whether his luck had finally run out. After receiving the directions, Zhou Cheng was eager to pursue these locations, but he paused and turned back to Ao Xing, assuring him, "Rest assured, even if I unleash my power again, it will not take long. It is merely a matter of a few thousand years." With that, Zhou Cheng departed. Ao Xing, incensed, felt his face flush with anger. Being subjected to such reckless bombardments on his own territory for several millennia, despite the dragon clan suffering no losses, was still exceedingly frustrating. In that moment, Ao Xing longed for the days of yore when no one dared to act so brazenly within dragon clan territory, for they would have swiftly been dealt with. He sighed heavily, lamenting the decline of the dragon clan's might, and returned home. Upon arriving back at the dragon clan, Ao Xing simply stated, "Do not concern yourselves with him," before retreating into seclusion. Ao Guang and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, sensing Ao Xing's fury, yet remaining oblivious to the underlying reasons. They could only accept the reality of Zhou Cheng's presence, each returning to their respective homes. Soon, they realized that although they continued to receive reports from their subordinates regarding explosions in various locations, they chose to disregard them altogether. Zhou Cheng proceeded to the nearest site, where he discovered an eerie emptiness. For miles around, not a single living soul could be found. Upon entering the water, he noted that while the water itself posed no issues, the spiritual energy was exceedingly faint, only a fraction of what existed elsewhere. Thus, it seemed that no beings wished to inhabit this desolate area, leaving Zhou Cheng perplexed and suspecting foul play. He conducted thorough examinations, both internally and externally, multiple times, yet uncovered nothing. Reflecting on the situation, Zhou Cheng concluded that if it were so simple, the Dragon Clan would have already unraveled the mystery of this place. He was convinced that there must be something of great value hidden here. He extended his consciousness across the vast expanse, leaving no corner unchecked, but still found no anomalies. Subsequently, he employed the principles of the 5 elements to further investigate. Yet again, he turned up nothing. Undeterred, Zhou Cheng meticulously scrutinized every stone and grain of sand within the vicinity, devoting a century to this fruitless endeavor. Frustrated, he resorted to the power of time manipulation to glimpse any past activities in this location. Utilizing 30% of his peak temporal abilities alongside the late stage of his primordial power, he finally managed to rewind time, revealing a strikingly different scene. Breathless with excitement, Zhou Cheng realized that his efforts had not been in vain. This was indeed a significant discovery. After regaining his energy, he approached the newly revealed area without hesitation, wielding the primordial staff with intent. The staff collided with an array, producing a resounding impact. Zhou Cheng recognized he had pinpointed the right location. As the array materialized before him, he now understood why he had failed to detect it previously. The area was shrouded in both concealment and illusionary arrays, cleverly mimicking the surrounding environment, causing any disturbances to blend seamlessly into the landscape. With the array dismantled, Zhou Cheng uncovered a singular orb, a precious treasure. He swiftly absorbed it, marking it with his seal, and identified it as the rare primordial spiritual treasure known as the Six-Eared Pearl. The Six-Eared Pearl, a superior primordial spiritual treasure, possessed the ability to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and the energies of the sun, moon, and stars, condensing them into the 3 lights divine water, which materialized once every 10,000 years. Its formidable absorption capacity had depleted the local spiritual energy, rendering it inhospitable to life forms. Realizing its significance, Zhou Cheng immediately refined a portion of the pearl's restrictions, discovering within it a small reservoir of 3 lights divine water. Elated, he felt his efforts were finally rewarded. If he had not located the 3 immortal island, this alone would have justified his journey. However, he remained mindful of his original purpose and refrained from spending excessive time refining the pearl. Complete refinement would require a millennium, something he could not afford at present. He thus stored the Six-Eared Pearl and continued on his quest for the next enigmatic location, hoping for further revelations. A millennium passed. Yet, it seemed Zhou Cheng's luck had run dry. Perhaps the right opportunity had yet to present itself. His futile search through 10 peculiar sites yielded no answers and consumed precious time. Despite the saying that time in the primordial era holds little value, Zhou Cheng found himself in dire need of it. Arriving at the final location provided by Ao Xing, he resolved that if he could not uncover anything here, he would resort to chaotic bombardments of the Eastern Sea. He was determined not to give up. This last site was imbued with a faint aura of chaos, making it inhospitable for any living being, as no creature had yet survived in such chaotic conditions. Even the most powerful beings faltered here. However, Zhou Cheng was different. Having refined the essences of the Chaos Demon Ape and the 5 Elements Demon God, he was akin to a half-chaos deity, capable of existing within the chaos. He sensed within him a thrill at the presence of the chaotic energy, a yearning and familiarity that posed no threat to him. In fact, it invigorated him. In this realm, hope lay not beneath the waves, for the 3 immortal islands floated above the sea. Hence, Zhou Cheng focused his search on the surface. Previously, he had encountered 2 other locations infused with chaotic energy, yet they yielded nothing of worth. Still, he was convinced that there were undiscovered reasons behind this phenomenon. Or perhaps the treasures within were simply beyond his reach. Regardless, he dedicated countless hours to unraveling the chaos, but to no avail, and ultimately, he surrendered. Arriving at his current location, Zhou Cheng fervently wished for a revelation, even if it were not the three immortal island. He employed his customary methods, probing with his consciousness, applying the five elements principles, and employing time regression, yet again found nothing, resulting in wasted energy and time. With no other options, he settled above the site to meditate and absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to replenish his power, preparing for further exploration of the Eastern Sea. As he engaged in this recuperation, a sudden rift appeared within his consciousness, exuding chaotic energy. This fissure, on the verge of sealing itself, presented a rare opportunity. Recognizing this as his chance, Zhou Cheng rushed to the rift, acting without hesitation before it could close. He brandished the primordial staff and struck the rift decisively. Initially, the rift ceased its closure, but as Zhou Cheng intensified his efforts, it gradually yielded to his force, allowing chaotic energy to seep forth. Still unsatisfied, he unleashed a powerful strike against the rift, and with a thunderous roar, an ancient and formidable aura surged forth, enveloping him. Unfazed, Zhou Cheng pressed on. This phenomenon posed no danger to him. Before him lay an expansive chaotic formation, and upon witnessing it, Zhou Cheng felt a surge of joy. He had finally discovered a glimmer of hope. As the chaotic formation fully manifested, he observed its peculiarities, opting to refrain from immediate action. He aimed to discern the distinctions between this chaotic formation and the innate formations he was familiar with. Regrettably, he found little of value. The only insight gained was that this chaotic formation was entirely derived from the circulation of chaotic energy and lacked a discernible core. Although no clear point of intervention was evident, Zhou Cheng understood that he could decipher and brute force his way through any formation. Time was not on his side, leaving him with no choice but to resort to raw power. Resolute, he swung the primordial staff against the chaotic formation, creating mere ripples, as if nothing had transpired. Undeterred, he channeled all his strength, activating the combat principles with fervor, delivering a barrage of strikes at the same point until the formation yielded a crack, revealing a glimpse of the interior. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng slipped through the fissure, entering a boundless island. Upon his arrival, he immediately absorbed the essence of the island. Realizing he had indeed found what he sought, the fabled Penglai Immortal Island. The enchanting Penglai Island is indeed a fragment of the primordial chaos that was overlooked during the creation of the universe by Pangu. As time has passed, the chaotic essence has gradually dissipated, leaving only a faint aura of chaos lingering in the air above the island. This subtle chaotic energy occasionally expands outward and is progressively refined into innate spiritual energy that nourishes the island. Had it not been for the dwindling chaotic essence, which sometimes spills over, Zhou Cheng would have remained unaware of this place. Moreover, even if Zhou Cheng had not ventured in, the chaotic energy above would soon dissipate, and the island's protective chaotic formation would transform into an innate formation, revealing itself to others in due course. Zhou Cheng, however, paid no heed to these matters. He was unconcerned about the chaotic essence, especially since the ground was now saturated with innate spiritual energy, nearly in a liquid state. With the placement of the five elements pagoda coupled with the innate five elements great formation, he would soon receive abundant innate spiritual liquids. Time was of the essence for Zhou Cheng as he soared towards the highest peak of the celestial island, sensing an opportunity awaiting him there. Most importantly, he was aware that atop this mountain lay the secrets of the island's protective formation. Mastering these would grant him dominion over Penglai Island. As he traversed the island, he noted that it had previously been enveloped in chaos, and only recently had innate spiritual energy begun to manifest. The island harbored very few innate beings, primarily only newly born celestial herbs and spiritual medicines, which no longer piqued Zhou Cheng's interest. He decided to leave these herbs and spiritual roots for the Monkey Clan and Qilin Clan to manage, saving him considerable effort. Before long, Zhou Cheng acquired the formation's secrets, rendering the island entirely his domain. He could enter and exit at will. He also discovered that Penglai Island spanned a vast radius of 200 billion miles, ample space for the Monkey Clan to thrive. He then reached the location that had beckoned him, where he encountered an unclaimed innate formation, which he effortlessly dismantled. Before him stood a colossal tree radiating a profound yellow aura, adorned with 9 golden-orange fruits, each faintly inscribed with the character for Li. Zhou Cheng recognized this as the illustrious Hongjun Li, the foremost among the 10 innate spiritual roots. Realizing his fortuitous encounter, Zhou Cheng refrained from approaching too hastily, for there were other matters at play. Beneath the tree lay a massive corpse exuding a formidable pressure. While this aura might intimidate others, it posed no threat to Zhou Cheng. He recognized the corpse from the memories of the Chaos Demon Ape. It belonged to the Xian Huang Demon God. According to the last recollections of the Chaos Demon Ape, this being's soul had been obliterated by Panga's axe, leaving the body to fall into the primordial wasteland. It was a twist of fate that he had not dissipated like most Chaos Demon gods, but had instead ended up here. Before the corpse lay a ruler, its surface imbued with a profound yellow hue, possessing an extraordinary origin. This ruler was forged from a portion of Panga's merit, melded with the essence of chaos, becoming the postnatal treasure known as the Tiandi Xian Huang Liang Tian Qi. It was a weapon that did not accrue karmic retribution for its slayings. Having grasped the significance of these items, Zhou Cheng intended to claim the Xian Huang demon god, but was interrupted unexpectedly. A beam of spiritual light shot from the demon god's head towards Zhou Cheng, who had no time to react before it entered his mind. I never expected my Xian Huang life was not meant to end here. Even at my last breath, I can seize rebirth. The fragmented soul of Xian Huang entered Zhou Cheng's consciousness, exulting in its newfound hope of possession. Initially alarmed, Zhou Cheng quickly regained his composure upon recognizing the battered state of Xian Huang's soul. Had he encountered the full-powered Xian Huang, he would have stood no chance of resistance. However, now, the remnants of his soul, ravaged by Pangu's strike, were far too weak. Were it any other primordial golden immortal, the outcome might have been different. But facing Zhou Cheng, Xian Huang's misfortune was evident. Have you finished laughing? This is my domain. Zhou Cheng gazed at the cackling Xian Huang with exasperation. Xian Huang momentarily faltered, then retorted fiercely, "You fool. Your luck has led you here. Your body is now mine. I find my fortune quite favorable." Having discovered Hongjun Li, the merit treasure Tiandi Xian Huang Qi, and your divine body, which can surely refine the essence of chaos, this is an unparalleled weapon. Zhou Cheng replied deliberately, You wish to refine my body. I'll end your life right now." With that, Xian Huang's spirit surged toward Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng dismissed him and chose not to engage further, directly using the 5 elements pagoda to subdue him, ultimately leading to his demise. With the spirit dissipating within Zhou Cheng's mind, nourishing his own soul. In that instant, Zhou Cheng held nothing back. He sought to avoid any unforeseen complications. As Zhou Cheng's soul ascended, his mastery of the 5 elements law advanced to the 4th stage. Only the law of time remained unrefined, but he was unperturbed. During his secluded cultivation, he could continue his comprehension with the Tao Te. Having overcome the threshold of the primordial golden immortal, further insights would not prove overly challenging. At this point, Zhou Cheng felt grateful to Xian Huang. Without the nourishment from his soul, he might have taken much longer to elevate his 5 elements law. Additionally, the Xian Huang demon god had left him a plethora of gifts. After his advancement, Zhou Cheng consolidated his newfound power and directly claimed the Tiandi Xian Huang Qi. Imprinting his mark upon it without refining it, for the moment was not yet ripe. Zhou Cheng then contemplated claiming Hongjun Li, but decided it would be prudent to leave it in place, sparing him the effort of replanting it later. Nevertheless, he was not neglectful. He bestowed several drops of the 3 lights divine water from the Shui pearl upon Hongjun Li, causing it to regain its luster. Ultimately, Zhou Cheng collected the Xian Huang demon god's corpse, only to find it utterly shattered and devoid of utility. He realized that had it not been so severely damaged, Xian Huang would not have forsaken his own body to attempt seizing another's. Accepting this, Zhou Cheng resolved to utilize the remains to refine the essence of chaos for his own use. In truth, Xian Huang's fate was tragic. He had fallen upon Penglai Island, next to Hongjun Li, with his body rendered inoperative, surrounded by chaotic essence and devoid of any living beings. Lacking a target for possession, he had aimed for Hongjun Li in hopes of manifesting through the innate spiritual root. Unfortunately, his feeble soul could not claim Hongjun Li, as no other spiritual roots were present nearby. In the end, he was left to languish within his broken body, his soul destined to fade with time. Just as he neared total dissolution, he encountered Zhou Cheng, believing he was on the brink of rebirth, only to have his spirit shattered and nourish Zhou Cheng instead. Thus, Xianhuang's tale is indeed one of tragedy. Once the situation stabilized, Zhou Cheng explored Penglai Island further, seeking any remaining treasures. To his delight, he discovered a low-grade innate spiritual root, the purple grape, capable of rapidly restoring mana and accelerating comprehension of the water law. He also found a high-grade innate spiritual root, the purple gold peach, which similarly restored mana and hastened understanding of the metal law. Generally speaking, innate spiritual roots enhance mana recovery and facilitate the comprehension of corresponding laws or heal injuries. The higher the grade, the swifter the understanding, which explains their immense popularity. After confirming there were no additional treasures, Zhou Cheng retrieved the 5 Elements Pagoda, intending to expedite the refinement of the chaotic essence, transforming Penglai Island into a true paradise. Devoid of danger, while acquiring some innate spiritual liquids in the process. Regarding the innate 5 elements spiritual liquid, the prospects appear rather bleak, as its emergence is exceedingly arduous. Zhou Cheng ascended directly to the highest peak, where he unleashed the 5 Elements Pagoda and subsequently established the innate 5 Elements Grand Formation to expedite the liquefaction of spiritual energy and the transformation of chaotic energy. Chapter 63. Migration of the tribe. Once the formation was arranged, all that remained was to wait. Zhou Cheng, with nothing else to occupy his time, took out the heavenly yellow measuring ruler, intending to refine it as a secret weapon for ambushes. Although it seemed somewhat extravagant, Zhou Cheng possessed an abundance of spiritual treasures. After a century of effort, he successfully refined the heavenly yellow measuring ruler. Now a primordial golden immortal, Zhou Cheng found that the heavenly yellow measuring ruler, being a post-heaven merit spiritual treasure, was much easier to refine compared to innate treasures, allowing for an accelerated refinement process. At this moment, he discovered that the speed of the heavenly yellow measuring ruler was remarkably swift. Although it did not possess the laws of speed, it could achieve 60% of the speed law's effectiveness, and its lethality was formidable. Moreover, due to its nature as a merit treasure, it bore no karmic repercussions for taking lives, making it an essential instrument for stealthy assassinations. Following this, Zhou Cheng retrieved the corpse of the Chaos Demon God, intending to refine the primordial chaos essence from it. This primordial essence could be utilized by the beings of the Hongjun realm to enhance their foundations and accelerate their cultivation speed, while also augmenting the innate essence of the Chaos Demon God, albeit at the cost of affecting his own law cultivation. Should he succeed in refining the Xianhuang Chaos essence, he could swiftly comprehend the Xianhuang laws and become a new Chaos Demon God. However, due to the severe damage to the corpse, he could only extract the Chaos essence to strengthen his foundation. At present, Zhou Cheng had access to 3 supreme laws for cultivation, and he sought pure Chaos essence rather than this tainted version. In the ancient chaos, there existed 3,000 demon gods and numerous chaotic beasts. These demon gods would slay chaotic beasts and refine them into pure Chaos essence, thereby enhancing their own foundations and accelerating their cultivation. This rampant slaughter ultimately led to the near extinction of chaotic beasts, rendering them a rare sight. Moreover, both chaotic beasts and demon gods could yield chaos essence from their bodies to enrich their foundations. Zhou Cheng, however, was not inclined to use this essence immediately, as he had already envisioned its future applications. It took him a full millennium to refine the chaos essence, a feat achievable only by Zhou Cheng due to his inheritance from the demon god, which endowed him with the knowledge to maximize the efficiency of the refinement process. The time required for others to achieve the same results could not be guaranteed. Holding the chaos essence in his hands, Zhou Cheng resisted the instinct to absorb it and sealed it away, preparing to inspect the conditions of the 5 Elements Pagoda and Penglai Island. Upon exiting his seclusion, he observed that the chaotic energy on Penglai Island had dissipated entirely, now radiating with vibrant vitality. Even without the nourishing chaotic energy, the island no longer bore the sticky sensation of spiritual energy on the verge of liquefaction. Instead, the density of spiritual energy was several times greater than that of the Qilin tribe's territory. At this moment, Zhou Cheng also discovered an enormous spiritual vein beneath Penglai Island. This vein could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and draw upon the essence of the sun and moon to maintain the island's spiritual energy, ensuring it remained unaffected by the fragmentation of Hongjun. This revelation brought Zhou Cheng immense joy. He was exceedingly pleased with the current state of Penglai Island. which thrived with life. After bringing the monkey and Qilin tribes through careful design and development, Zhou Cheng was confident that this place would soon become a sanctuary among sanctuaries in Hongjun. Calculating the passage of time, Zhou Cheng realized he had been away for over 3,000 years. Having found a suitable dwelling for his tribe, he prepared to return and relocate the monkey and Qilin tribes, allowing him to focus on his endeavors in Hongjun and engage in the conflict between Dao and demonic forces. Zhou Cheng collected the 5 elements pagoda, showing little interest in the small pool of innate spiritual liquid beneath it, as he possessed an abundance and would acquire even more in the future. Should others learn of his indifference, he might face dire consequences. Having secured the 5 elements pagoda, Zhou Cheng proceeded to the island's protective formation, where he performed the necessary hand seals to exit, emerging above the East Sea. Upon his arrival, had he not possessed the core of Penglai Island and known its location, he might have believed everything was merely a dream. With a smile, he set off towards Buzhou Mountain, puzzled by the absence of the sea's shrimp soldiers and crab generals to impede his passage. Upon reflecting on the current plight of the Dragon Clan, he quickly understood the reason for their absence. Indeed, just as Zhou Cheng surmised, upon the return of the Dragon Clan's 9th elder, Ao Xing, with his defeated troops to the Dragon Palace, he promptly declared a cessation of operations at sea, instructing his kin to focus solely on matters within the palace. This was precisely why Zhou Cheng encountered no resistance during his journey. He had initially hoped to project an air of superiority, but was denied the opportunity by circumstances. However, he did not dwell on this for long. Despite feeling a tinge of regret, he swiftly moved on, determinedly flying towards Buzhou Mountain. After a year of relentless travel, Zhou Cheng finally returned to the Qilin tribe. Observing the tribe's protective formation, which remained largely unchanged, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even though his presence instilled a degree of intimidation, a lingering concern still nagged at him. Without further ado, he performed the necessary hand seals to enter the Qilin tribe's domain and summon Qi-Ao and the 10 elders of the monkey tribe to convene in the assembly hall. Upon receiving Zhou Cheng's summons, Qi-Ao and the elders swiftly arrived, their faces alight with joy, knowing that Zhou Cheng's early return heralded good news. "Master, you have returned. Was everything successful?" Qi-Ao was the first to arrive, hastily inquiring. "Let us wait until everyone is present to discuss it," Zhou Cheng replied, somewhat amused by Qi-Ao's eagerness. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing Qi-Ao's progress. In less than 4,000 years, he had already attained the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Observing Qi-Ao's somewhat unstable aura, Zhou Cheng discerned that he had recently ascended but was nonetheless astounded by his talent, which far surpassed his own. "Indeed, you have reached the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. It seems you have been diligent during this time. It is all thanks to your guidance, Master. There is nothing to boast about. However, Master, why do the methods you provided for cultivating the 5 elements laws differ?" Qi-Ao humbly inquired. Hearing this, Zhou Cheng felt a swell of pride, recognizing that Qi-Ao had genuinely endeavored to study the methods he had imparted. He thus advised, "This is because part of it stems from my own insights, while another part is derived from the memories of the 5 elements demon god. I hope you will use these as references rather than merely copying them. Only through personal comprehension can one truly claim ownership of knowledge. Relying solely on the paths of predecessors will lead to a narrow future and limited achievements." "I understand, Master," Qi-Ao replied, enlightened. During their conversation, the elders had assembled, their faces brimming with joy as they regarded the pillar of the monkey tribe, confident that Zhou Cheng must have brought favorable news, prompting his early return. Chapter 64. Return to Penglai as anticipated. Zhou Cheng wasted no time and spoke directly. "I have located Penglai Island, one of the 3 immortal islands in the East Sea. After our discussions, we shall commence the migration of our tribes. Moreover, Qi-Ao, will your Qilin tribe accompany us?" "Master, prior to this, we had already conferred and decided to leave a portion of our people here to safeguard our territory, while the majority will follow you to Penglai Island." Qi-Ao promptly responded. "Excellent. That was also my intention, but I had yet to discuss it with you. So I am pleased to hear that you have already reached a consensus. However, before we depart, I will enhance the protective formations around your territory to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Zhou Cheng replied with satisfaction. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, esteemed elder." The Qilin tribe expressed their gratitude with deep bows. Zhou Cheng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. No need for that. Chiao is my disciple. It is only right for me to look after you. Only when you are safe can Chiao focus on his cultivation. If there are no further matters, please prepare swiftly. However, Master, what is Penglai Island? I have never heard of it, despite my wealth. Is it truly worthy of being called a fairy island? Chiao inquired with curiosity. You will understand in due time. Hurry and prepare, Zhou Cheng replied with a smile. This was not just a question from Chiao. Others were equally curious. Seeing Zhou Cheng's satisfied smile, they wondered what kind of fairy island could bring such joy to their esteemed figure. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng chose not to elaborate further, and they refrained from probing deeper, knowing that all would be revealed once they arrived. Long before Zhou Cheng announced the migration, the monkey clan had been making preparations. Upon arriving at the Qilin clan, they scarcely set down their burdens, as they were in a state of seclusion with little to tidy up. Therefore, the assembly took little time, and they quickly gathered. As they were preparing, Zhou Cheng stood outside the Qilin clan's territory, employing the 5 elements concealment array and the 5 elements illusion killing array to shroud the Qilin clan's domain. Without Zhou Cheng's array techniques, it would be impossible to locate them, unless the unrighteous mountain were to collapse. Seeing that they had completed their gathering, Zhou Cheng instructed them not to resist and directly transported them into the 5 elements tower space. Having had prior experience, they were not overly surprised by Zhou Cheng's actions. After informing those remaining in the Qilin clan, Zhou Cheng departed. After a year of travel, Zhou Cheng arrived at the seas of Penglai Island and released the monkey clan from their confinement. When Chiao and the others beheld the surrounding waters, they were bewildered. Chiao immediately asked, Master, where is the fairy island you spoke of? Do not be anxious. You shall understand shortly. Zhou Cheng replied as he formed a seal and revealed Penglai Island. As they gazed upon the suddenly manifested array and felt its grandeur, Chiao and the others sensed that breaking this formation would be beyond their capabilities. They could also feel an air of death surrounding it. Ignoring their astonishment, Zhou Cheng performed several more seals to open a large entrance to the chaos array, allowing Chiao and the others to enter. All right, step inside, Zhou Cheng commanded, leading the way, with Chiao and the others following closely behind into Penglai Island. Upon entering, they were met with a landscape teeming with spiritual herbs and celestial medicines, albeit in their early stages of growth. Nevertheless, the aura of spiritual energy left them in awe. Seeing their astonished expressions, Zhou Cheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction and said, Let us proceed to that highest peak. This island was formed from the chaotic fragments left behind during Panga's creation. Previously, it was filled with chaotic energy. When I arrived, most of the chaotic energy had dissipated, and I accelerated its refinement into innate spiritual energy. Thus, everything here is newly born. You must manage it well, ensuring it becomes the most powerful, luxurious, and beautiful sanctuary in the primordial realm. Do you understand? Understood, Master. They replied excitedly. Yes, clan leader. We understand, Senior. Chiao and the others responded fervently, feeling honored at the prospect of personally planning and developing the most beautiful and powerful sanctuary in the primordial realm. This peak will serve as our meeting place. You may plan accordingly. The summit is a forbidden zone where I will cultivate in seclusion. You are not permitted to ascend without my permission. Zhou Cheng warned them in advance. He was not yet ready to disclose the matter of Hongjun, so he assured them that he would reveal what they needed to know in due time. We understand, they replied solemnly. After hearing their responses, Zhou Cheng used the earth principle to erect a meeting hall halfway up the mountain. He instructed the others to wait outside, as he wished to discuss a few matters with Chiao before entering seclusion to enhance his strength in preparation for the impending conflict with the demonic forces. Now that we have arrived at Penglai Island, I will share a few matters with you before I enter seclusion. You will then deliberate on the construction. Do not let it become chaotic, understood? Zhou Cheng stated from his seat of authority. Our Qilin clan will confer with the elders of the monkey clan to discuss forming a faction, perhaps a dynasty. That would facilitate better management. What do you think, Master? Chiao suggested. Establishing a dynasty? That can wait. We will discuss it after the conflict with the demonic forces. While Zhou Cheng was tempted by Chiao's suggestion, he ultimately set it aside, mindful of the upcoming strife. When Chiao proposed this idea, the senior members of the Qilin clan unanimously supported it. Only by establishing a faction could they better integrate with the monkey clan, avoiding any sense of awkwardness or dependency. Had Zhou Cheng not warned them of the impending chaos in the unrighteous mountain, they would not have considered migrating to the monkey clan, as they had resided in the Qilin clan for so long. A transition to a new environment was daunting, yet if Zhou Cheng were to establish a dynasty, it would alleviate their concerns. Very well, we shall discuss this later. However, during my seclusion, I trust you will manage everything well, Chiao assured him. I have faith in you. Additionally, you must diligently cultivate, using the time principle. I glimpsed a fragment of the future. The primordial realm will soon teem with quasi-saints and an abundance of great Luo golden immortals. Therefore, you must double your efforts in cultivation to keep pace with others, Zhou Cheng urged. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, their expressions turned serious. They understood that quasi-saints referred to the Hongjun golden immortals, and the thought of an abundance of such beings in the future was daunting. Their previous aspirations had merely been to reach the realm of Hongjun golden immortals, the strongest among them having only just achieved that level. Now, with Zhou Cheng's assertion that the future would be filled with Hongjun golden immortals, they found it difficult to accept. Chiao remained steadfast. His ambitions had always extended beyond merely achieving the status of Hongjun golden immortal. He believed in his innate talent and was confident that he would soon reach that level, aiming instead for the Hongjun de Luohou golden immortal, or even higher. Thus, he felt little concern, merely astonishment. The others, however, were less fortunate. With their less-than-elite talents, many remained at the great Luo golden immortal stage, or even the Tai golden immortal stage. Should Hongjun golden immortals become prevalent in the primordial realm, they would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage, leaving them troubled for some time. Noticing the serious expressions on the faces of Ming and the others, Zhou Cheng understood their concerns and sought to reassure them. There is no need for excessive worry. You are already great Luo golden immortals or Tai golden immortals. The spiritual energy here is several times, if not dozens of times, denser than in the primordial realm. With your superior techniques, you can undoubtedly reach the Hongjun golden immortal stage, or even higher. And should you struggle, I will do my utmost to assist you. I mention this to instill a sense of urgency, so you do not become complacent in your cultivation. Strive diligently to achieve a higher realm. In the future, all my resources will be available to you, as will those of the Qilin clan. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, they began to relax. It was indeed as he said. With such abundant spiritual energy and the resources provided by Zhou Cheng, failing to reach the Hongjun golden immortal stage would be an utter waste. A sense of urgency began to stir within them, as they were unwilling to fall behind and determined to commit to their cultivation. The primordial realm had always been a place where strength reigned supreme. Without power, even the finest plans would remain but dreams. Seeing their resolute expressions, Zhou Cheng knew they had made up their minds. That concludes our discussion. You may now proceed to make arrangements. Afterward, remember to prioritize your cultivation. Chiao, please stay behind. Yes, clan leader. Yes, senior, we will take our leave, they replied, bowing as they exited. Once they had departed, Zhou Cheng turned to Chiao and asked, "Do you have any questions regarding your cultivation? If so, please express them now. Otherwise, I will enter seclusion shortly, and time will be scarce for further explanations." Upon hearing this, Chiao hurriedly voiced his uncertainties, and Zhou Cheng patiently provided answers. Indeed, as Confucius said, I examine myself 3 times a day. In explaining to Chiao, Zhou Cheng also gleaned much wisdom. After Chiao finished his inquiries, Zhou Cheng remarked, "The cultivation of the 5 elements laws differs vastly from that of a singular element. The difficulty is tenfold greater. As you are already a great Luo golden immortal, you must grasp this and have some experience." Chiao nodded, fully aware of the challenges posed by the 5 elements laws. Had it not been for the insights imparted by his master and the memories of the 5-formed demon god, he would still be in the early stages of the great Luo golden immortal realm, far from the middle stage. Noticing Chiao's serious demeanor, Zhou Cheng took out the 5 elements pagoda and addressed him. However, there are shortcuts in cultivating these laws. For instance, having the corresponding law spirit treasures for comprehension can be quite beneficial. This is my personal spirit treasure, a primordial treasure known as the 5 elements pagoda. It is intrinsically linked to the 5-formed demon god. Although its grade diminished after being shattered by Pangu, I obtained it, collected the fragments, and fused them into this primordial treasure. You may borrow it during my seclusion to delve into the 5 elements laws. Thank you, master, Chiao exclaimed with excitement. Seeing Chiao's exhilaration, Zhou Cheng understood the reasons behind it and chose not to comment, feeling somewhat guilty towards his disciple. While other masters might bestow numerous primordial spirit treasures, Zhou Cheng, despite his abundance, had none suitable for Chi-Ao. He felt helpless in this regard, but contemplated giving Chi-Ao the 5 directions flag in the future. For now, he could only make do with what he had. Calm down. This is merely a loan, not a gift, Zhou Cheng teased as he observed Chi-Ao's enthusiasm with the 5 elements pagoda. I apologize, master. It's my first encounter with a primordial treasure, especially one related to the 5 elements laws. I'm just a bit overwhelmed, Chi-Ao replied awkwardly. There's no need for apologies. I understand you. Now take the 5 elements pagoda and return to your cultivation. I must enter seclusion, Zhou Cheng stated, preparing to depart. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back to Chi-Ao and said, I also have some enlightenment tea leaves and primordial essence. I will give you 10 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves and 10 pounds of primordial essence. The tea enhances your comprehension of the laws, and brewing it with primordial essence will augment its effects. I will provide you with the usage instructions. Upon hearing about the enlightenment tea's properties, Chi-Ao initially thought it was only applicable to the 5 elements laws. However, after reviewing the information Zhou Cheng provided, he discovered it was suitable for all laws, which astounded him. Chi-Ao understood that innate spirit roots could comprehend corresponding laws, but he had yet to encounter an innate spirit root that could accelerate the understanding of the 5 elements laws. Moreover, the Qiling clan had very few innate spirit roots. Only a handful, yet they could cultivate many great Luo golden immortals or even Hunyuan golden immortals. With this enlightenment tea, they could potentially nurture even more great Luo golden immortals and Hunyuan golden immortals. Such a prospect seemed like a dream. Chi-Ao stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Enough. I cannot provide you with superior 5 elements law treasures at this moment, but I can certainly afford to give you these items that enhance your comprehension of the laws. Zhou Cheng interrupted before departing. Chi-Ao felt a mix of gratitude and speechlessness towards Zhou Cheng, realizing that choosing to become his disciple was indeed the wisest decision. Observing the 10 pounds of primordial essence, Chi-Ao recognized Zhou Cheng's considerable wealth. Even the Qiling clan could not produce such an amount, and Zhou Cheng's ability to offer it so casually indicated his vast resources. With those thoughts set aside, Chi-Ao joyfully retreated to his cultivation. Zhou Cheng then settled beneath the Hongjun Li tree to enter seclusion. The mountainside had been fortified with numerous intricate formations, particularly around the Hongjun Li, so Zhou Cheng could commence his seclusion without further arrangements. Although it was termed seclusion, it was more a time for him to organize his recent cultivation insights. After breaking through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage, he had only solidified his foundations without truly reflecting on his experiences. Following that, he had led Chi-Ao and others to Pinglai Island without taking the time to deeply contemplate his own cultivation. Now he finally had the opportunity to feel, organize, solidify, and deepen his own cultivation. Chapter 66. Encountering Hongjun at this moment, Zhou Cheng had achieved mastery over 4 aspects of combat laws, 4 aspects of the 5 elements laws, and 3 aspects of the pinnacle time laws. His physical cultivation had also advanced to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage, with his magical power reaching the late Hunyuan stage. He felt confident facing opponents at the late Hunyuan stage, and with only a millennium before the impending conflict, Zhou Cheng understood that major breakthroughs were unlikely, nor were they his immediate pursuit. He aimed to continue solidifying his combat laws and the 5 elements laws, honing his prowess as a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Time flew, and a millennium had passed. Zhou Cheng emerged from his seclusion, highly satisfied with the results. Not only had he solidified his combat and 5 elements laws, but he had also refined all the restrictions within the Hunyuan staff, as well as other treasures like the Sisui Pearl, the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag, and the Central Wajichi apricot yellow flag. Zhou Cheng's defensive capabilities were now at the pinnacle of the Honghuang realm, surpassing even the demon lord Luohou and the Dao ancestor Hongjun. While he might not have one exceptional defensive primordial treasure, he possessed multiple, and the cumulative effect of these treasures could lead to a qualitative transformation. After concluding his seclusion, Zhou Cheng used his spiritual sense to sweep across Pinglai Island. Observing Chi-Ao and others at work, he took particular notice of Chi-Ao and the 10 elders. Many clan members were in seclusion, and he discovered that Chi-Ao had emerged, having solidified his position at the mid-level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Chi-Ao was currently focused on the construction of the clan's territory alongside the Monkey clan, without any immediate thoughts of further seclusion. Zhou Cheng noted that Penglai Island had undergone a significant transformation. The spiritual herbs and medicinal plants were no longer scattered haphazardly, but had been relocated to a newly developed medicinal garden. Other areas were adorned with sturdy grass and vibrant flowers, rendering the island a breathtaking sight. The living quarters were arranged in an orderly manner at the foot of the mountain, creating a visually pleasing environment. They were constructing training grounds and arenas, which required the protection of formations. Otherwise, post-battle repairs would be quite troublesome. Watching them busily engaged in their tasks, Zhou Cheng chose not to disturb them. Instead, he sent a message to inform them of his departure, before reclaiming the 5 Elements pagoda from Chi-Ao and setting off. Chi-Ao and the others understood that Zhou Cheng had exited seclusion and departed, thus returning their focus to their endeavors. However, only 500 years remained until the agreed-upon time between Demon Lord Luohou and Hongjun. After leaving Penglai Island, Zhou Cheng did not rush forward. Instead, he leisurely made his way towards the western continent. Upon reaching the shores of the eastern sea, he encountered someone he wished to avoid, Hongjun. "Fellow Daoist, please wait." Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng recognized the voice, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's plea, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Resisting the urge to flee, he turned to face the approaching figure. "Fellow Daoist Hongjun, it's been a while. Unlike you, I am but a laboring soul. I wish to invite you to join forces against Luohou. I implore you to consider the welfare of the myriad beings in Hongjun and aid us in confronting this menace," Hongjun stated directly. Zhou Cheng grimaced. He was well aware of the underlying tensions between Hongjun and Luohou and had no desire to be used by Hongjun. "Fellow Daoist Hongjun, as you can see, I am merely at the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. I truly cannot involve myself in your conflict. I must respectfully decline. I do not wish for you to engage in battle alongside us, but rather to disrupt his suppressive karmic treasures, which would severely wound Luohou, allowing us to eliminate this demon once and for all." Hongjun seemed to anticipate what Zhou Cheng would say, and without a moment's hesitation, he continued, clearly having guessed Zhou Cheng's response and effectively cutting off his retreat. "Suppress the karma spiritual treasure?" Zhou Cheng questioned, feeling a hint of doubt. Indeed, Luohou instigated the war among the 3 clans, becoming entangled in karma from the heavens. However, he possesses a supreme innate spiritual treasure that can suppress this karma, allowing him to confront us with confidence. I wish for you to acquire this treasure, ensnaring Luohou in karma and inflicting significant damage upon him. We have ample means to deal with him, Hongjun elaborated. This is not feasible. Such a crucial item will undoubtedly be heavily guarded by Luohou's forces. My strength is insufficient. I shall refrain from involving myself in your affairs. Zhou Cheng hesitated to respond. I am willing to offer you a supreme innate spiritual treasure in exchange for your assistance, Hongjun declared, producing the Western Plain Cloud banner. Zhou Cheng's eyes narrowed. Contemplating various thoughts, did Hongjun know of his collection of the 5 Directions banners, or was this merely a coincidence? Unsure whether Hongjun had deduced his intentions, Zhou Cheng, nonetheless, coveted the Western Plain Cloud banner and accepted Hongjun's offer without hesitation. Since you extend such a sincere invitation, I cannot refuse. Just wait and see. Then I shall rely on you, my friend, Hongjun replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Zhou Cheng's actions. I wish to inquire, are there not some mid to late stage mixed element golden immortals in the Hongyuan? Why do you specifically call upon me, a mere early stage mixed element golden immortal? Zhou Cheng, having previously accepted 2 invitations from Hongjun, found himself perplexed. I have extended invitations, but they were declined. It is fortunate to encounter you. I am aware of your capabilities, and you should have no issue facing mid to late stage mixed element golden immortals, Hongjun responded, observing Zhou Cheng closely. Feeling somewhat awkward under Hongjun's gaze, Zhou Cheng wished to ask more, but Hongjun offered him no opportunity. There is nothing more. I shall take my leave, anticipating the results 500 years hence, Hongjun stated before departing. You shall not be disappointed, Zhou Cheng called out to the retreating figure of Hongjun. Hongjun appeared to be in a hurry, and Zhou Cheng chose not to probe further, exhaling a sigh of relief. His reluctance to encounter Hongjun stemmed from 2 reasons. 1. The influence of novels from later generations depicted Hongjun as a schemer, and Zhou Cheng harbored many secrets he wished to keep hidden. 2. He was aware of the significant creation jade plate in Hongjun's possession, which could sense nearby fragments of the jade butterfly, raising his concerns about being discovered and robbed. Having evaded Hongjun's detection on 2 occasions, Zhou Cheng was confident that Hongjun would not uncover the fragments on him again. However, he soon contemplated that once Hongjun attained sainthood, he would likely search the Honghuang for creation jade plate fragments to forge a new plate, thereby gaining greater authority over the heavenly Tao. Currently, Zhou Cheng was more concerned about whether Hongjun would detect the jade butterfly fragments on him post-sainthood, or if he could attain sainthood before Hongjun. He held little hope regarding this matter. After a flurry of thoughts, he set them aside and found a place to refine the Western Plain Cloud banner, completing the process quickly and effortlessly. Chapter 67. Entering Shumi Mountain, Zhou Cheng then began to leisurely traverse the western continent of the Honghuang, broadening his horizons and encountering numerous peculiarities along the way. He observed various races competing beneath his very eyes, but refrained from intervening. This exploration provided him with deeper insights and even led to a sense of tranquility within him. Since arriving in the Honghuang, Zhou Cheng had been plagued by a sense of urgency, constantly worrying about the impending events of the journey to the west. This mindset had driven him into a cycle of relentless training and combat, leaving no room for peace. During this rare period of calm, Zhou Cheng felt he had time to spare and decided to journey through the Honghuang to better understand the realm, believing it would benefit him. Unexpectedly, this unintentional endeavor brought him a newfound serenity, alleviating the previous tension and elevating his spirit, much to his surprise and delight. He knew that upon returning, he would experience significant growth. After reveling in this pleasant surprise, he continued his exploration of the Honghuang. As time passed at a leisurely pace, Zhou Cheng reached the western continent. The land before him lacked the vibrant colors and vitality of the eastern continent. Instead, it was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere and pervasive demonic energy. Although the spiritual energy across the Honghuang's continents was relatively uniform, the 2 cataclysms that had struck the western continent had diminished its vitality compared to its counterparts. Furthermore, with Luohou's unification of the western continent, the practitioners residing there had all turned to demonic arts, rendering the land a toxic mire. Consequently, cultivators from other continents regarded the western continent with trepidation, reluctant to set foot upon its soil. Despite suffering 2 significant blows and a decline in spiritual energy, the western continent still boasted many renowned mountains and celestial caves. However, Zhou Cheng knew that it would not be long before they vanished into oblivion. He arrived at the right side of Shumi Mountain, the stronghold of the demon Lord Luohou, and settled in, patiently awaiting the impending clash between the Tao and the demons. He knew he must act only after Luohou departed from Shumi Mountain, lest he fall prey to the demon Lord's watchful gaze. Presently, Shumi Mountain was heavily fortified, with hundreds of billions of demonic soldiers guarding it. It seemed Luohou was wary of a potential heist, thus deploying a formidable garrison to protect the mountain. Previously, despite uniting the western continent, Luohou had kept a low profile, allowing various mountain ranges to develop independently, creating an illusion of diverse powers coexisting. The initial Qilin and his kin had suspected the deaths of their offspring were connected to the western continent, but had never anticipated that someone had unified it and plotted against them. By the time they realized the truth, it was too late. Now, Luohou had emerged from the shadows, openly using the elite forces of the western continent to guard Shumi Mountain. Once he eliminated Hongjun and the others, he planned to unleash these soldiers to sweep across the Honghuang, ultimately achieving unity and attaining sainthood. Luohou's plans were meticulous, yet fate was not on his side. As time gradually passed, Zhou Cheng observed Luohou exiting Shumi Mountain, signaling that the great battle was imminent. Indeed, he soon heard Luohou's voice. "Old Hongjun, I know you have arrived. Show yourself." As anticipated, upon hearing Luohou's call, Hongjun appeared alongside 3 other practitioners before him. Luohou sneered. "Do you think that bringing 3 useless individuals will allow you to break my celestial sword array? You are sorely mistaken. What of you? Do not think that reaching the late stage of mixed element golden immortal enables you to partake in the contest between me and Hongjun. Facing you is as effortless as crushing an ant." Luohou contemptuously addressed the 3 newly arrived practitioners. How infuriating. The 3 of them were eager to charge at Luohou, but Hongjun intervened, advising them to hold back. He spoke directly to Luohou. "If you disband your demonic army, we will depart immediately and not disturb you. What say you? Do not harbor any delusions. Come back when you can breach my celestial sword array." Luohou disregarded Hongjun's proposal and unleashed the celestial sword array, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. Hongjun exchanged glances with the others, and they all drew forth their innate spiritual treasures to enter the array and attempt to break it. Hongjun stepped into the celestial sword space. One practitioner clad in a yin-yang robe caught Zhou Cheng's attention. He could surmise his identity. As expected, he produced the Taiji diagram. Preparing to enter the celestial sword array, Zhou Cheng recognized him as the reincarnation of the yin-yang demon god, the yin-yang Daoist. He entered the space of the celestial sword of slaughter. The second practitioner, donning a robe of the universe, held the universe cauldron. And Zhou Cheng identified him as the reincarnation of the universe demon god, the universe Daoist, stepping into the space of the celestial sword of absolute immortals. The final figure, Zhou Cheng, could likely surmise the situation as the chaotic aura still faintly flowed around him. Ultimately, he drew forth a sword, compelling the surrounding spiritual energy to disperse, a phenomenon achievable solely by the chaotic essence. Zhou Cheng recognized this as the chaos sword of the chaos demon god, indicating that this Daoist was a reincarnation of the chaos demon god, now transformed into the chaos Daoist, entering the final realm of the immortal slaying sword. As Zhou Cheng beheld such formidable beings, he was momentarily overcome with emotion, realizing their impending doom. A sense of sorrow for their fate washed over him. They were mere pawns, eagerly rushing into the immortal slaying sword array, blissfully unaware of their ignorance. Once Hongjun and his companions entered the immortal slaying sword array, Zhou Cheng found himself in darkness, entirely oblivious to the circumstances within. It was evident that Luohou was preoccupied, presenting Zhou Cheng with an opportune moment to infiltrate Mount Shumi. He possessed a primordial spiritual treasure, ideally suited for stealth, the concealment pearl, obtained from the Monkey King. This pearl, a mid-grade primordial treasure, contained the essence of concealment, enabling the wielder to evade detection from cultivators whose power did not exceed 2 levels above their own, rendering it the perfect treasure for Zhou Cheng's covert maneuver. Utilizing the concealment pearl, he stealthily approached the base of Mount Shumi, undetected by the multitude of demon soldiers. His current challenge lay in the intricate array of formations atop the mountain. He wished to avoid confrontation with the numerous demon soldiers while dismantling the formations without arousing suspicion. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng was renowned for his prowess in array formations, and these barriers posed no significant challenge to him. After a decade, he finally arrived at the last layer of the formation. Observing the intricate setup and the guardians present, Zhou Cheng recognized that a direct assault would no longer suffice. There were 12 primordial golden immortals stationed here, 10 in the early stages and 2 at the peak of the mid-stage. Indeed, despite the Western continent's decline, it should not lack for primordial golden immortals. During his previous array dismantling, he had encountered none, initially believing they had all been slain by Luohou for the immortal slaying sword array. It turned out they had merely awaited his arrival. Left with no alternatives, Zhou Cheng resolved to charge in. Chapter 068. The Slaughter at Mount Shumi. Zhou Cheng felt fortunate that the devastation of the Western continent had significantly diminished the spiritual energy, resulting in the emergence of only one late-stage primordial golden immortal, Luohou. Had it been otherwise, Zhou Cheng would have found himself in a precarious situation, uncertain if he could acquire a treasure capable of suppressing malevolent energy. Without further hesitation, while they remained unaware, Zhou Cheng unleashed the 5 Elements Pagoda, intending to subdue the 12 primordial golden immortals. He planned to utilize his divine ability, the earthly golden light, to swiftly eliminate as many as possible. Though a commendable strategy, 2 of the mid-stage primordial golden immortals remained highly vigilant. The moment Zhou Cheng materialized, they fled, escaping the suppression range of the 5 Elements Pagoda. Consequently, the pagoda could only immobilize the 10 early-stage primordial golden immortals. As Zhou Cheng cast the 5 Elements Pagoda to suppress them, he promptly charged toward the nearest early-stage primordial golden immortal, who was blissfully unaware of the situation and was swiftly struck down by Zhou Cheng's staff. This time, he showed no mercy, aiming for a quick resolution. Noticing that 2 had escaped suppression, Zhou Cheng remained undeterred, swiftly employing the earthly golden light to eliminate 6 more. Ultimately, the 2 that had escaped were able to rescue the remaining 3 early-stage primordial golden immortals. Zhou Cheng paid little mind to this outcome, feeling a sense of satisfaction from his ambush. Who are you to dare wreak havoc on Mount Shumi? One of the mid-stage primordial golden immortals seethed, gritting his teeth. You need not concern yourselves with my identity. The dead require no such knowledge. Zhou Cheng replied with a flippant tone. Enough chatter. You and I shall take the offensive. While the three of you seek opportunities, commanded another mid-stage primordial golden immortal, known as the Desire Demon. They refrained from summoning more allies, having witnessed Zhou Cheng's lethal speed. Realizing that their comrades would be of no help in this battle. From their titles, Zhou Cheng discerned that the two mid-stage primordial golden immortals were called the Desire Demon and the Heart Demon, yet he had little interest in learning more about them. Ignoring their battle strategy, Zhou Cheng summoned the Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Banner to shield himself, and then hurled the 5 Elements Pagoda at the Heart Demon. Disregarding the Desire Demon's assault, he directly utilized his earthly golden light to approach an early-stage primordial golden immortal, preparing to strike him down. But the Desire Demon intervened with a warning. Be cautious. The early-stage primordial golden immortal, aware of Zhou Cheng's speed, fortified himself with defensive laws and wielded a mid-grade primordial treasure, the Heavenly Demon Blade, to counter. Consequently, Zhou Cheng was unable to slay him, merely leaving him gravely wounded and devoid of combat capability. Zhou Cheng could not permit him to recover. He approached to deliver a fatal blow. However, the Desire Demon's attack arrived simultaneously, along with those of the other two early-stage primordial golden immortals. Zhou Cheng sensed the potency of their assaults. Relying solely on the Azure Lotus Treasure Banner would not suffice. He summoned 3 additional treasures to shield himself, unwilling to let the gravely injured opponent escape. In the end, the attacks from the Desire Demon and his allies struck Zhou Cheng, the recoil propelling him directly before the wounded foe. With a single strike, he ended the opponent's existence, scattering his soul. The other two early-stage primordial golden immortals, now bereft of hope, cried out in despair. They understood that one of them would soon meet a similar fate. The Desire Demon was also aware, yet helpless, having learned from Luohou's teachings. But their speed paled in comparison to Zhou Cheng's, leaving them to be harvested at his will. After dispatching one, Zhou Cheng swiftly turned his attention to the next early-stage primordial golden immortal, whose very soul trembled in fear, instinctively seeking escape. Fool! Fleeing is futile. Only by killing him do you stand a chance of survival. The Desire Demon shouted as he witnessed the two early-stage primordial golden immortals split in their flight. Yet their resolve to escape was unyielding, much to Zhou Cheng's delight, as he swiftly employed the earthly golden light to obliterate both fleeing figures. The Desire Demon seethed with rage at this display of disunity among Luohou's subordinates. Their autonomy, enforced by Luohou to conceal his presence, had led to internal instability. Even though the Desire Demon held a higher cultivation than the 10 elders, they often disregarded his commands, culminating in the current tragedy. However, Zhou Cheng believed that even with their unity, the outcome would remain unchanged. After eliminating the early-stage primordial golden immortals, only the two mid-stage ones remained. The Heart Demon continued to resist the onslaught of the 5 Elements Pagoda. Although no longer under Zhou Cheng's control, a primordial treasure of such caliber was not easily vanquished. Now it is your turn, Zhou Cheng declared with a grin directed at the Desire Demon and his companion. You may be swift, but what else can you accomplish? The Desire Demon taunted, employing provocation. Though I recognize your attempts to provoke me, I must inform you that you have succeeded, Zhou Cheng retorted, retracting the 5 Elements Pagoda and opting to engage with his primordial staff in a one-on-two confrontation. He was confident that they could not escape and was eager to gauge his current combat prowess. The Desire Demon and Heart Demon stood united, and Zhou Cheng refrained from using the earthly golden light, instead swiftly appearing before them and unleashing 2 powerful strikes aimed at the Desire Demon. The Desire Demon understood that a single blow from Zhou Cheng could easily slay an early-stage primordial golden immortal, recognizing the extraordinary might behind it. They immediately summoned their supreme primordial treasures for defense. The Heart Demon wielded a Heart Demon Pearl, a top-tier primordial treasure, which he had refined over the years to become a supreme treasure through countless acts of malice. This pearl could exploit the vulnerabilities within living beings, giving rise to heart demons that might lead to complete annihilation. The Desire Demon also possessed a pearl, known as the Illusion Pearl, imbued with the essence of illusionary laws, capable of crafting phantoms that ensnared the mind and ignited the flames of desire, leading to inevitable demise. In facing Zhou Cheng, Their only recourse was to endure the onslaught. Zhou Cheng, after each assault, unleashed a flurry of continuous strikes, as if possessed by a frenzied spirit. He engaged in ceaseless combat, indifferent to the expenditure of his mana, fixated solely on the thrill of battle. With relentless application of the principles of warfare, he encircled the two demons of desire, who were unable to mount a counterattack. The moment they entertained such thoughts, Zhou Cheng's onslaught would surge forth, compelling them into a state of passive defense. Ultimately, unable to endure Zhou Cheng's relentless tactics, the two exchanged glances and erupted in unison, employing 50% of their power to halt him. Just as Zhou Cheng reveled in the exhilaration of combat, he was abruptly interrupted by the two demons of desire, leaving him inexplicably displeased. Determined to continue, he was met with their counteroffensive. Two beams of light shot towards him. Zhou Cheng aimed to casually deflect them with his primordial staff, neglecting the power of the principles and intending to mock the inadequacy of their assault. Yet, the beams struck him directly. Initially unperturbed, Zhou Cheng soon noticed the environment transforming around him as he found himself back in a past life. This was the illusion crafted by the demons of desire, seeking to ensnare him within its depths. However, prior to his arrival, Zhou Cheng's soul had undergone a significant elevation, rendering such tricks ineffective against him. Even had his soul not been fortified, he could have shattered this illusory predicament, for in his past life, he possessed nothing, an orphan devoid of family, with the orphanage director deceased and the institution itself demolished. There was nothing to tether him to that existence, rendering the illusion futile. Upon recognizing the surroundings, Zhou Cheng discerned the illusion's grasp but bore no nostalgia for his former life. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to explore it. Yet, this too represented one of his inner demons, for he was a powerless wretch in that life, a source of pain that the demons of desire sought to exploit. In response, Zhou Cheng resolved to make them understand the essence of suffering. Chapter 069. Breaking the formation with a swing of his staff, Zhou Cheng shattered the illusion before him, only to see the two demons of desire charging towards him. He swiftly enveloped himself within the 5 elemental pagoda. Boom! Zhou Cheng was violently propelled backwards by their assault. Despite the hurried defense of the 5 elemental pagoda, he sustained injuries and spat blood. With a grim expression, he addressed the demons of desire. "You have stirred many memories within me, and for that, I thank you. Your earlier attack was commendable, but now it is time for you to depart." Initially, the demons had intended to capitalize on Zhou Cheng's entrapment in the illusion to inflict severe damage. But they were taken aback by his rapid awakening, which disrupted their plans. Zhou Cheng now seemed to brim with fury, causing them to feel a twinge of anxiety. No longer fixated on wild combat, he merely sought to swiftly resolve the situation with these two adversaries. Employing the same techniques, Zhou Cheng summoned the golden light of earthly dominion, approaching them before executing a ground-splitting strike. However, the effectiveness was lacking. Although the demons struggled to keep pace with Zhou Cheng's speed, they nonetheless reacted in time, utilizing their spiritual treasures to counter his assault, resulting in a thunderous clash. Boom! With the sound of thunder, the area was ravaged, and the outer formation was shattered. A multitude of Luohou golden immortals emerged before Zhou Cheng and the two demons. It turned out that the noise Zhou Cheng had generated while dispatching the early-stage primordial golden immortals had attracted their attention. They had sensed an intruder and prepared to assist the elder inside. Lacking the formation's directives, they could only assault the barriers, which were ultimately breached due to the force of Zhou Cheng's confrontation. Zhou Cheng was again sent flying by the two demons. As the Luohou golden immortals arrived, Zhou Cheng regarded them with indifference. To him, a single strike could vanquish them. His true opponents remained the demons of desire. Judging by the recent clash, Zhou Cheng realized that defeating them without employing any stratagems would be impossible. Before he could act, the demons of desire seized the initiative. One of them proclaimed to the assembly of Luohou golden immortals, "Everyone, unleash your full might against this intruder. Do not hold back." "Understood, Demon Master." Zhou Cheng then witnessed a myriad of attacks converge upon him. Unfazed, he raised the 5 elemental pagoda, and with a resounding crash, all their assaults were deflected, leaving him unscathed. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige," Zhou Cheng declared, promptly darting into the throng. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a 6-fold application of the principles of warfare alongside his martial skills, decimating the ranks of the Luohou golden immortals. Those who were not killed were left incapacitated. Zhou Cheng made no allowances for the survivors, ruthlessly eliminating them without mercy. The demons of desire, unable to match Zhou Cheng's velocity, could only watch helplessly as he wrought destruction upon their comrades. In that moment, thoughts of escape crept into their minds, as they questioned who truly embodied the nature of a demon. Having realized that one of them could not contend with Zhou Cheng alone, the demons of desire felt a surge of dread upon witnessing his brutal efficiency. Zhou Cheng, having slain the Luohou golden immortals, cast a fierce gaze at the demons, instilling fear that compelled them to retreat a step. Observing their trepidation, Zhou Cheng scoffed, "With such cowardice, you dare to call yourselves demons?" Though the demons felt a pang of shame, they were powerless to resist. Zhou Cheng's earlier display had been terrifying enough to incite genuine fear. "Since you are afraid, our game is over. Prepare to perish," Zhou Cheng stated dispassionately. He advanced towards the demons, who attempted to defend themselves and retaliate. But Zhou Cheng anticipated their moves and swiftly suppressed them with the 5-elemental pagoda. Employing the power of time stasis, he confined them, and with a single strike, he buried them underground, grievously wounding them. Understanding the potency of a six-fold application of the principles of warfare, Zhou Cheng acted without hesitation, descending to eliminate them. Despite their attempts at defense, their injuries rendered them inadequate opponents. Zhou Cheng dispatched them with ease, scattering their souls. Ascending once more, Zhou Cheng surveyed the battlefield. Finding no survivors, he collected various low-grade and mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, with the finest being the treasures of the demons of desire, 2 exceptional innate artifacts. Even without further gains, these spoils rendered his journey worthwhile. Collecting the treasures, Zhou Cheng approached the final formation, initially eager to decipher it and claim its contents. He soon realized the formation inverted yin and yang, creating chaotic 5-elemental energies. To comprehend and dismantle it would require millennia of study. Zhou Cheng surmised that this was the handiwork of the demon Lord Luohou. As he observed the endlessly shifting and dazzling formation, he felt a profound admiration for Luohou's mastery in array design. Fortunately, the preceding formations had not been personally set by Luohou. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng would not have navigated through them with such ease to uncover their vulnerabilities. Undoubtedly, the demon lord capable of refining an innate treasure akin to the supreme treasure sword array had crafted a formation of unparalleled complexity, leaving one feeling profoundly defeated. While Zhou Cheng held great respect for Luohou, he remained steadfast in his mission, aware that he could not decipher this formation swiftly and would need to resort to brute force. Realizing that using the primordial staff would be time-consuming, Zhou Cheng opted for the 5-elemental pagoda to forcibly dismantle the formidable formation before him. Without hesitation, he struck the formation with the pagoda, producing thunderous echoes. Although he did not shatter it outright, the impact was significant. As Zhou Cheng assaulted the formation, Luohou became aware of the disturbance, momentarily pausing before intensifying his efforts to annihilate yin and yang. Hongjun also perceived Luohou's brief halt and encouraged the beleaguered trio of yin and yang, who were valiantly resisting his onslaught. "Resist, for I shall summon a fellow cultivator to assault Mount Sumeru and seize the spiritual treasure that suppresses karmic retribution." Held by Luohou. Just now, Luohou faltered briefly, suggesting that my ally is nearing success. Once my ally prevails, it will be the moment when the karmic retribution turns against Luohou, and that will also be our opportunity to vanquish him. Ha ha ha, Hongjun, you are exceedingly naive. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your intentions? Await it, for I shall now dispatch those 3 useless fools, defeat you, and ultimately obliterate that thief. Luohou remarked, seemingly unfazed. Even as Luohou spoke, yin and yang felt a glimmer of hope, having just observed Luohou's momentary pause, albeit unaware of its cause. With this newfound knowledge, coupled with Luohou's admission, their confidence surged. Chapter 070, Acquiring the Lotus Platform. Witnessing the revival of confidence among yin and yang, Luohou could not help but mourn for them, ignorant of the impending doom from Hongjun. He then intensified his assault on yin and yang. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng remained oblivious to the situation on Luohou's side. His sole focus was to swiftly dismantle the formation. He hastened towards the battlefield where Hongjun was, eager to discern any opportunities. Zhou Cheng unleashed his full strength against the formation, attacking relentlessly for hundreds of strikes to prevent its immediate recovery. Boom! The formation finally succumbed under the strain and shattered. Gasping, Zhou Cheng gazed at the remnants of the formation, feeling a twinge of reluctance as he beheld the destruction of such a formidable and intricate array. Once the formation was completely obliterated, his eyes fell upon an altar inscribed with enigmatic Tao patterns. Atop the altar rested a pitch-black lotus platform, emanating waves of lotus fragrance that stabilized the altar below. Zhou Cheng instantly recognized it as the famed 12th grade Xian Shui Black Lotus. With the formation dismantled, the altar grew unstable. Unperturbed, Zhou Cheng swiftly extracted the Black Lotus. The altar then began to hum ominously. Sensing an imminent explosion, Zhou Cheng fled Mount Sumeru. Just as he distanced himself, the altar erupted with a force surpassing Ao Li's self-detonation. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng had not hesitated in his escape. Otherwise, he would have sustained grave injuries. As the altar exploded, Luohou spat blood, severely wounded. Not only did Luohou not foresee this turn of events, but neither did Hongjun and his companions anticipate Luohou's injury at that moment. At this juncture, Luohou felt an increasing pressure from the heavens, as if the universe sought to crush him. Unable to resist, he produced a tower and declared fiercely, "Devil's path to the heavens. All laws return to the devil. Heaven Demon Tower, subdue me." The Heaven Demon Tower enveloped Luohou, radiating black auras that ultimately dissipated into the cosmos, instantly relieving the pressure weighing upon him. No more delays. Luohou glared at Yin and Yang. He wished to confront Hongjun first, but recognizing their comparable strengths, he realized he could not afford to hold back any longer. As Luohou bled, Hongjun understood Zhou Cheng had succeeded. Just as they contemplated launching a ferocious counterattack, their previous assaults intensified with newfound strength. Zhou Cheng surveyed the ruins of Mount Sumeru, pondering how those two hypocritical saints would recover. He secretly wished they would never regain their former glory, especially not in the form of Buddhism, for then he could find peace. Realizing these thoughts were but fantasies, Zhou Cheng ceased to dwell on such ephemeral matters and chose to recuperate at a distance from the battle between Luohou and the others, waiting for the opportune moment to seize whatever treasures might emerge after Qian Kuan's self-detonation. He believed Luohou would not keep him waiting long. Initially, Luohou hesitated to unleash his full power, wary of Hongjun, his mortal enemy, fully aware of Hongjun's terrifying capabilities. Even without exerting his utmost strength, wielding only the four swords of extermination, he rendered Yin, Yang, Qian Kuan, and Hun Dun utterly defenseless. Despite their late-stage Hunyuan golden immortal cultivation and possession of innate treasures, they found themselves swiftly subdued by Luohou's might. Had it not been for the innate treasures in their possession, they would have long since been obliterated by Luohou. Now, Luohou disregarded the consumption of his own mana and escalated his attack, inflicting unbearable torment upon them. Yet, they could not locate Luohou and simply endured, hoping to outlast his mana depletion and retaliate against him. Unfortunately, they would not have the chance. Just as they thought they were engaged in a monotonous exchange of blows and defenses, an unexpected spear light pierced towards Hun Dun, catching him off guard. Forced to wield the Chaos Sword in defense, he found it futile against the spear's might. Clang! The Chaos Daoist was grievously wounded, suffering damage to his very soul. Though he had heard tales of Luohou's prowess, he never anticipated such a devastating encounter. The attack now directed at Hun Dun was launched from the god-slaying spear. Though merely a superior innate spiritual treasure, its threat to cultivators was unparalleled, even exceeding that of innate treasures, for it could assail the soul and inflict spiritual harm. Death by a common spiritual treasure might allow for the possibility of soul escape, rebirth, or reincarnation, but death by the god-slaying spear meant utter obliteration. With his soul injured, the Chaos Daoist could not manifest his full strength, even struggling against the trap of the immortal sword. He dared not confront the sword with all his might, fearing another stealthy attack from Luohou. One more strike, and he would have no chance of survival, leaving him to endure the sword's relentless assault. Unbeknownst to him, their invitation by Hongjun had sealed their fates. He believed the immortal sword's damage was merely physical and thus recoverable, while the spear's assault was a threat to his very essence, making recovery exceedingly difficult. A moment's inattention could lead to his soul's annihilation, leaving his body a mere shell, dying silently. Hence, he remained on guard against Luohou's spear attacks. Recognizing the success of his assault against the Chaos Daoist, Luohou ceased his attacks. realizing that Hun Dun was incapacitated and could not exert his full strength. Continuing would lead to a futile end. He was disinterested in further engagement. Luohou was confident that the remaining strikes from the immortal sword would suffice to eliminate the Chaos Daoist. Luohou's decision to target the Chaos Daoist first stemmed from the absence of a defensive innate treasure, making him the most vulnerable. Indeed, Luohou's choice proved astute, as a single strike left Hun Dun severely injured. Now, Luohou turned his attention to Yin and Yang, who possessed defensive innate treasures, complicating matters for him. However, Luohou believed they would not withstand long against his onslaught. As expected, when Luohou first wielded the god-slaying spear against Yin, although he managed to deflect the attack in time, he still sustained injuries to his soul from the spear's penetrating force. While Luohou observed that Yin did not suffer grievous harm, he felt no disappointment. It was all as he had anticipated. Subsequently, Luohou frequently unleashed the god-slaying spear against Yin, leaving him defenseless and increasingly battered, until his injuries surpassed those of the Chaos Daoist, rendering Yin capable of barely utilizing the Taiji diagram. Chapter 071, Consecutive Self-Detonations. Qian Kuan's predicament mirrored that of Yin, unable to defend himself, merely enduring the relentless assault. This was not to imply that the god-slaying spear was superior to innate treasures, able to ignore their defenses, but rather that the disparity in cultivation levels between Yin, Yang, and Luohou was insurmountable. The Yin-Yang Daoist and his companions had only just entered the latter stages of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm, far from reaching its pinnacle. In contrast, both Luohou and Hongjun had attained the status of half-step mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortals, mere half-steps away from the ultimate realm. The disparity in their strengths was substantial. Luohou and Hongjun could unleash attacks akin to those of a mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, while the Yin-Yang Daoist and his peers could not. Consequently, despite their innate treasures providing formidable defense, they were still vulnerable to Luohou's god-slaying spear. Luohou also directed his god-slaying spear against Hongjun. However, with comparable cultivation and wielding innate treasures such as the Panga Banner and the Dragon-Headed Scepter, along with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petaled Golden Lotus of Virtue for protection, Hongjun remained unscathed, leading Luohou to abandon his assault. Luohou then turned his attention to the Yin-Yang Daoist and his companions, seeking to vent his frustrations upon them. He was aware that should the Yin-Yang Daoist perish, only Hongjun would remain within the extermination sword formation, and he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand its onslaught. The fate of the Yin-Yang Daoist and his companions was thus sealed. When Luohou launched a surprise attack with the god-slaying spear, Hongjun realized the impending doom facing the Yin-Yang Daoist and his group. Yet, he remained calm, having not yet revealed his trump card. His invitation to the Yin-Yang Daoist was deliberate, as his newly completed ace against Luohou, whose extermination sword formation was still uncertain. Unbeknownst to Luohou, he unleashed a relentless assault on the Yin-Yang Daoist and his companions, inflicting more and more wounds upon them, causing their spirits to suffer greatly. Their despair grew, for even a cornered rabbit will bite. Eventually, the Chaos Daoist could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Luohou, if you wish for my demise, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed." With a thunderous roar, the Chaos Daoist self-destructed, the force of his explosion tearing a rift in the extermination sword space and sending the Chaos sword flying out. Luohou, affected by the backlash, spat out blood and sustained injuries. Fearing the Yin-Yang Daoist might follow suit and self-destruct, causing him significant trouble, Luohou disregarded his own injuries and aimed to eliminate the Yin-Yang Daoist and the Qiankuan Daoist without delay, but he was ultimately a step too late. Upon hearing the Chaos Daoist's cry and the subsequent explosion, the Yin-Yang Daoist and the Qiankuan Daoist exchanged bitter smiles. They understood that if they did not self-destruct, they would inevitably meet their end at Luohou's hands. Their pride left them with no alternative. Thus, they too chose to self-destruct. With resounding booms, two more rifts appeared in the extermination sword formation, from which emerged the Tai Chi diagram and the Qiankuan cauldron. Zhou Cheng, having long since recovered, watched with ennui from the sidelines. Unable to see the events unfolding within the sword formation, he could only hear the sounds of thunderous clashes. He refrained from attacking the formation to avoid drawing Luohou's attention, as he was not yet a match for him and wished to avoid an untimely demise. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated, and Zhou Cheng witnessed a rift in the extermination sword formation, through which flew a sword he recognized as the Chaos Sword, previously wielded by the Chaos Daoist. Connecting the dots with the earlier explosion, Zhou Cheng surmised that the Chaos Daoist had self-destructed. He hastily utilized the earthly golden light to position himself before the Chaos Sword, preparing to claim it. Before he could grasp the Chaos Sword, he heard two more tremendous explosions from the extermination sword formation, which produced two additional rifts, releasing two beams of light. Zhou Cheng swiftly secured the Chaos Sword, but he still yearned to retrieve the Tai Chi diagram. He paid no heed to concepts of causality. As the ownership of these treasures was unknown, he felt no obligation. Unfortunately, the Tai Chi diagram had already vanished, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Nonetheless, acquiring two innate treasures satisfied Zhou Cheng immensely. With a resounding crash, Zhou Cheng was alarmed to see the extermination sword formation crumble so rapidly. Realizing that Luohou was about to self-destruct, he sought to retreat, but alas, he was a moment too late. As the Chaos Daoist self-destructed, Hongjun seized the opportunity to unveil his trump card, the Three Corpses. Suddenly, three figures resembling Hongjun appeared within the extermination sword space, joining forces with him to shatter the formation. The earlier self-detonation of the Chaos Daoist had created rifts in their vicinity, and now the extermination sword space was entirely breached, resulting in the collapse of the entire sword formation. This outcome was unforeseen by Luohou. He had anticipated that even if the Yin-Yang Daoist's self-destruction wounded him, he could still rely on the extermination sword formation to suppress Hongjun and secure his ultimate victory. However, he had not expected Hongjun to summon three allies, uniting their strength to dismantle the extermination sword space entirely. This left him vulnerable to the backlash, compounding his injuries, rendering him incapable of contending with a fully capable Hongjun. Once the extermination sword formation was breached, Luohou realized he had lost, utterly and completely. His expression darkened as he proclaimed with madness, "Even in death, I shall not allow you to prosper. By the heavens above, I, Luohou, shall establish the demon realm. From this day forth, as the demons flourish, the path shall wither." Remarkably, the heavens acknowledged his decree. Following this, Luohou erupted in laughter and self-destructed, igniting the spiritual veins of the entire Western continent, causing chaos as the land quaked. Volcanoes erupted, and explosions ensued, bringing untold suffering to countless beings. Zhou Cheng, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, had anticipated Luohou's self-destruction. He immediately employed the Five Elements Pagoda and the Four Directions flag to shield himself while striving to retreat. Despite his efforts, he was still hurled millions of miles away by the shockwave of the explosion, sustaining severe injuries. The devastation from the remaining mountain explosions inflicted negligible harm upon him, which he could easily disregard. In stark contrast, Hongjun was at the very heart of the explosion. Zhou Cheng was eager to witness how Hongjun evaded disaster. But alas, he found himself appearing at the site of Luohou's self-destruction. Aside from a mouthful of blood, he seemed largely unscathed, though his expression was grim, as if teetering on the brink of an explosion. Observing this, Zhou Cheng fled, utilizing the earthly golden light to escape, uncertain if Hongjun might turn against him. Hongjun noticed Zhou Cheng's retreat, but merely cast a glance his way before disregarding him, focusing instead on the remnants of Luohou's explosion. "Luohou, you are commendable. Even in your final moments, you managed to drag me into this." Chapter 072. The Cataclysm concludes. Hongjun understood that the karmic repercussions of the Western continent's devastation would inevitably fall upon him and Zhou Cheng. Yet he knew that he would bear the brunt of it. If he could not resolve this karmic debt, his path to sanctification would be fraught with challenges. And even if he achieved it, progress would be arduous. Hence, his fury was palpable. Indeed, as the spiritual veins of the Western continent continued to explode and countless beings perished, the karmic forces, unable to locate Luohou, swiftly turned their focus toward Hongjun and Zhou Cheng. Hongjun stood silently, enduring the pressure imposed upon him by the heavens, while Zhou Cheng, racing forward, suddenly felt the weight of the celestial will descend upon him, exacerbating his injuries. He felt a weight bearing down upon him, a consequence of karmic retribution. He understood that without resolving this karmic burden, progress would be exceedingly difficult. However, Zhou Cheng remained untroubled, armed with the Xian Shui He Lian, He was fully capable of subduing karmic forces akin to the methods of Luohou, thus mitigating the impact on himself. Yet, interference from others could lead to considerable complications. Although the power of merit could dispel karma, Zhou Cheng was also cognizant that he and Hongjun would soon attain merit. One of their objectives was to vanquish Luohou to acquire such merit. As the weight of karma pressed down on both Zhou Cheng and Hongjun, a surge of merit descended upon them. The distribution of merit mirrored that of karmic forces, with Hongjun receiving 80% and Zhou Cheng 20%. Once the merit manifested, both felt an exhilarating release, the pressure dissipating instantaneously, although the remaining merit was scant. Zhou Cheng, indifferent to the latter, pressed onward toward Penglai Island with unwavering determination. After receiving his share of merit, Hongjun glanced at the gradually calming western continent and sighed before soaring away. Thus, the conflict between Tao and demon concluded, leaving the western continent in utter decline, unable to compare with others. Concurrently, the overwhelming malevolent aura and murderous intent vanished, restoring clarity to heaven and earth. The Tao of heaven officially returned to maturity, imposing a heavy and dignified presence upon all beings in the primordial world. Fortunately, this was but a fleeting moment. Otherwise, it was unimaginable how many lives would be lost. Zhou Cheng and the others recognized this as a demonstration of the Tao's return, signaling all beings to acknowledge and revere it. Nevertheless, the return of the Tao was not entirely detrimental. At least during the forthcoming Yuan Hui, all beings would experience heightened comprehension, making the grasp of laws significantly easier, with enhanced opportunities for ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal level and a marked acceleration in cultivation speed. Zhou Cheng's journey was filled with unexpected challenges. Just moments ago, the pressure from the Tao had caused him to cough blood. Having sustained multiple injuries, he was in a precarious state. Fortunately, he possessed numerous protective talismans. Otherwise, reaching Penglai Island might have proven impossible. At last, Zhou Cheng arrived at Penglai Island, maintaining his injuries. Upon entering, he communicated telepathically with Chi Ao and the others, instructing them to enter seclusion and focus solely on their cultivation, postponing other matters until after the Yuan Hui to further develop and expand the island. After issuing his orders, Zhou Cheng took his place beneath the Huang Zhongli tree, assessing his injuries with a resigned sigh before entering a state of seclusion. The Yuan Hui lasted for 12,960 years, neither excessively long nor too short. And in the blink of an eye, it had passed. Upon concluding their seclusion, Zhou Cheng felt a conflicting mix of dissatisfaction and contentment regarding his gains. Initially, he spent a millennium recovering from his injuries before evaluating his acquisitions from this venture. One supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade Xian Shui He Lian, and 2 innate treasures, the Qian Kuan Ding and the Chaos Sword. The 5 lotus seeds from the Chaos Green Lotus transformed into 5 elemental lotus platforms, each surpassing the quality of supreme innate spiritual treasures, with applications that were profoundly mysterious. These 5 platforms were extraordinary, capable of both offense and defense, and able to suppress karmic fates and other forces. The 5 platforms represented the principles of metal, 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus; wood, 24th grade Pure World Green Lotus; water, 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus; fire, 12th grade Karmic Fire Red Lotus; and earth, 12th grade Reincarnation Purple Lotus, merging into the 5 elemental laws, exponentially amplifying their power. Upon acquiring the Xian Shui He Lian, Zhou Cheng aspired to collect the 5 lotus platforms, not necessarily in their entirety, as even their seeds would suffice. With the assistance of the 3 light divine water, he could nurture the lotus seeds into 9th grade platforms, and if fortune favored him, achieving the 12th grade was not beyond the realm of possibility. All 5 platforms, being supreme innate spiritual treasures, could coalesce into a single entity, transcending the innate treasure tier to reach the realm of chaos spiritual treasures. This was Zhou Cheng's ultimate goal. Yet, he was aware that this was unlikely. His most feasible course was to gather their seeds and cultivate top-tier spiritual treasures into 9th grade platforms, forming a formidable 5 elemental grade array, akin to the convergence of the 5 directional flags, attaining the level of innate treasures. This was merely a vision, as the 12th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus remained elusive, and future generations had not spoken of it. Thus, he could only focus on collecting the seeds from the other 4 platforms, uncertain if he could achieve completeness. The Chaos Sword, a companion treasure of the Chaos Demon God, was an innate spiritual treasure. During the creation of the world, Pangu had cleaved a portion of its essence with the Pangu axe, transforming it into an innate treasure, later becoming the companion treasure of the reincarnated chaos Daoist in the primordial world. Zhou Cheng speculated that this sword likely became the Haotian sword wielded by Haotian in later tales, although it was said that the Haotian sword was merely a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. However, there was no need to dwell on such thoughts, as it was now his. The Qian Kuan Ding was the treasure Zhou Cheng desired most. With his substantial power, if he could not provide adequate equipment for his subordinates, leading them to greatness would be futile. Thus, this ding was the most coveted innate treasure for any leader. Naturally, it was perfectly suited to Zhou Cheng's current needs. As an innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding was the companion treasure of the Qian Kuan Daoist, formed from the lotus pods of 36 chaos green lotuses. It embodied the transformative principles of the chaos green lotus and the Qian Kuan laws. It could suppress karmic forces, revert acquired properties to innate ones, and refine innate treasures, making it a rare and invaluable artifact. Its only limitation was that any innate treasures refined could only embody the laws of the refiner, rendering it impossible to create treasures of other laws. Otherwise, the Qian Kuan Daoist would not have possessed just a handful of Qian Kuan treasures. Even so, Zhou Cheng could utilize it to swiftly prepare ample innate treasures for the Monkey and Qilin clans, enhancing their strength and allowing him peace of mind for his own cultivation. After refining these treasures, Zhou Cheng devoted the remainder of his time to studying the laws. At this juncture, the principles of heaven manifested, presenting the ideal opportunity for cultivation. Once this moment passed, grasping the laws would become increasingly arduous, and the Tao would subsequently suppress comprehension, halting the birth of Chaos Golden Immortals until Hongjun attained sanctification, at which point the pathway to the Chaos Golden Immortal, or quasi-saint level, would be reopened. This was why he urged Qi Ao and the others to set aside all matters to focus on their cultivation. He wished for them to ascend to the Chaos Golden Immortal level during this period. Otherwise, it was uncertain how long they would have to wait for such an opportunity, and he feared that by the time ascension became possible, they might lose their resolve. Furthermore, before entering seclusion, he distributed 10 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves and 10 pounds of innate spiritual liquid to all the great Luo Golden Immortals of the Monkey and Qilin clans, giving each Tai Golden Immortal a piece of tea and a pound of spiritual liquid, along with instructions for use, hoping they would strive to progress to the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal level. If none of them advanced to the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal level, Zhou Cheng would have no words of consolation. Zhou Cheng experienced a fulfilling Yuan Hui. He had the enlightenment tea trees and an abundance of innate spiritual liquid. Coupled with the manifestation of heavenly laws, his comprehension of the laws accelerated remarkably. He first grasped the law of war, utilizing a millennium to reach 50% mastery, attaining the mid-stage of the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal level. Subsequently, he spent another millennium without further insights, leading him to abandon the study of the law of war. He then shifted his focus to the 5 elemental laws, dedicating 40,000 years to reach its pinnacle at 50%. Thus surpassing the law of war to become his primary focus. Afterward, Zhou Cheng relinquished the 5 elemental laws to directly delve into the law of time, even extracting fragments of jade discs containing temporal principles for study. It took him 60,000 years to elevate his mastery of the law of time to its pinnacle at 40%, after which he abandoned it. As the heavenly laws had begun to recede, and the Yuan Hui was swiftly drawing to a close. At this moment, Zhou Cheng's supply of enlightenment tea leaves had been fully consumed, leaving him to await the next harvest of new leaves from the tea trees. Although he had utilized a significant amount of innate spiritual liquid, he still had vast reserves. The sole disappointment from this seclusion was that after reaching 50% mastery of the law of war, he encountered no further progress, which left him quite vexed. In the past, battles were often governed by the laws of war, which consistently outshone other doctrines. However, the time has come for the 5 elements law to surpass the laws of war. Zhou Cheng felt a sense of joy, though it was tinged with dissatisfaction. Overall, he was quite content with his recent seclusion, believing that now he would not be easily vanquished by Luohou, who lacked the Excalibur of immortality, and he could exchange a few moves with him. Subsequently, Zhou Cheng made his way to the conference hall, taking his seat at the head of the table. He enveloped the entire Panlai Island with his divine consciousness and discovered that Qi Ao and others had emerged as well. Observing their formidable auras filled him with delight, prompting him to summon all those who had attained the status of great Luo golden immortals and above. Before him stood nearly 1,000 of his kin, all great Luo golden immortals. Zhou Cheng expressed his pleasure, saying, "Indeed, during this period, you have all diligently cultivated. Each of you is now capable of standing on your own." To which they responded in unison, "All thanks to the cultivation of our clan leader. All thanks to the guidance of our elders." To be candid, those who were already great Luo golden immortals were astounded by Zhou Cheng's collection when they suddenly received the Tao Enlightenment Tea and Primordial Spirit Liquid. They marveled at the incredible spiritual roots and the abundance of Primordial Spirit Liquid he possessed. The newly promoted great Luo golden immortals, during their time as Tai golden immortals, also received a piece of Tao Enlightenment Tea and a pound of Primordial Spirit Liquid from Zhou Cheng, which contributed to their swift ascension. They were immensely grateful to him. Then, Zhou Cheng turned his gaze towards several newly promoted Hongyuan golden immortals, two of whom were formerly from the Qilin clan and had long been at the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortals. With the recent opportunities from the heavenly Tao and Zhou Cheng's support, they had ascended to the Hongyuan golden immortal realm. To Zhou Cheng's surprise, the elder of the monkey clan, Ho Ming, had also ascended to Hongyuan golden immortal. Contrary to his expectation that the monkey clan's highest would only reach the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal, the elder's unexpected achievement brought Zhou Cheng joy, as it indicated the monkey clan's promising potential. This was reassuring, allowing him to fully trust in seeking opportunities outside. Then he noticed the slightly discontented Chiao. At present, Chiao had reached the pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal, yet he appeared somewhat melancholic. Zhou Cheng, concerned, inquired, "My disciple, why the long face? Is it my summons that has displeased you?" "Disciple dares not express such a sentiment," Chiao replied, "but I am disheartened to have not ascended to Hongyuan golden immortal, which I fear has disappointed you." Zhou Cheng found amusement in Chiao's response. It turned out to be the root of his discontent. "I have previously informed you that cultivating the 5 elements law is considerably more challenging, over tenfold the difficulty of comprehending a singular element. Moreover, as one ascends through the laws, the path becomes increasingly arduous. If cross-realm ascension were so simple, Hongyuan golden immortals would not be so scarce in the primordial realm. What you must do now is maintain tranquility and not become fixated on ascending to Hongyuan golden immortal. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to achieve it throughout your lifetime." Hearing Chiao's words, Zhou Cheng chuckled. Ho Ming, Qi Bin, and the newly promoted Qilin clan member Qi Yin all agreed with Zhou Cheng's perspective. Their ascension had indeed been made possible by Zhou Cheng's provision of Tao Enlightenment Tea at the critical moment. Without it, their rise to Hongyuan golden immortal would have been a distant dream. It was evident that achieving the status of Hongyuan golden immortal was no trivial feat. "I understand, Master," Chiao replied with a softened expression. "It is also my fault for not providing you with an appropriate innate spiritual treasure. Had you possessed even a fitting high-quality innate treasure with your potential, you would have surely ascended to Hongyuan golden immortal by now." Zhou Cheng expressed a hint of regret. "Please do not blame yourself, Master," Chiao responded, visibly flustered by Zhou Cheng's words. Zhou Cheng had always treated Chiao with kindness, a sentiment that was palpable even to Qi Bin and the others. Just as they were about to offer their reassurances, Zhou Cheng preemptively halted them. "There is no need for such discussions. I admit I have not provided you with a 5-element spiritual treasure before, but that can now be rectified. You shall have your treasures." "Really?" Chiao and the others were filled with excitement. "Indeed, during my recent excursion, I came across the Qiankuan Ding, which can transform post-heaven into pre-heaven, infusing laws into post-heaven spiritual treasures to elevate them into pre-heaven treasures." "Wonderful," Chiao exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. Although he previously possessed the Qilin seal, a top-quality innate treasure, it was incompatible with his cultivated laws, serving only as a weapon rather than a means to comprehend the underlying principles. While he could practice the laws within it, the pace of his cultivation would be significantly hindered, rendering the effort unworthy. The Qilin seal was originally returned to the Qilin clan by the primordial Qilin's incarnation. Otherwise, how could a Tai golden immortal possess a top-quality innate treasure? It was a companion treasure of the primordial Qilin, which had long been used to suppress the fortune of the Qilin clan. When integrated with the clan's destiny, it could unleash the power of a pre-heaven treasure. But after the Primordial Qilin's incarnation and the clan's decline, it had merely become a top-quality, innate treasure. Now, with the Qiankuanding, Zhou Cheng could forge one or more treasures imbued with the Five Elements Law, significantly accelerating his cultivation of the Five Elements Law. Not only Qiao, but the others also engaged in joyous discussions. Everyone understood the rarity of innate treasures and recognized that possessing such treasures elevated one's combat prowess to an entirely different level, enabling even the capacity to challenge opponents of higher rank. It could be said that innate treasures were immensely valuable. However, there was one drawback. Utilizing the Qiankuanding to transform post-heaven into pre-heaven required one to be at least a Hongyuan Golden Immortal. Those below this threshold could not employ it. Furthermore, if your cultivated law did not align with the five elements or the laws of war, you would have to await the emergence of Hongyuan Golden Immortals who shared your specific laws before I could forge matching treasures for you. At this stage, I could only create the treasures I mentioned. Zhou Cheng clarified this to them. Qi Bin and Qi Yin practiced the laws of metal and speed, while Homing also cultivated one of the five elements, so the laws contained in the treasures that could be forged would only encompass 7 types. In truth, there were 8, but Zhou Cheng refrained from disclosing his mastery of the laws of time, as all who were aware of it had perished. This was his secret weapon, not to be carelessly revealed. That's not a concern. The others, initially apprehensive about significant deficiencies, felt a tinge of regret, but were nevertheless elated at the prospect of even a low-quality, innate treasure, which would bring them immense happiness. Very well. Please share with me the types of treasures you desire, so that I may forge them for you. The Qiankuanding will remain in the main hall. And should you require treasures, you may summon Qi Bin and the others for assistance. Zhou Cheng instructed them directly. Qi Bin and the others quickly conveyed their desired treasure types to Zhou Cheng. As he prepared to return and commence the forging, he suddenly realized it was time to establish a formal organization. Otherwise, the titles used below would become somewhat chaotic and unsuitable for management. Seizing the opportunity while they were all present, he addressed them directly. Previously, Qiao suggested we form a dynasty. I believe the moment has arrived, not to establish a dynasty, but to create a sect. What are your thoughts? I believe that is a splendid idea, Master. Only by becoming a unified entity can our two clans coexist harmoniously. Otherwise, there will always be some awkwardness. But what exactly is a sect? Qiao responded promptly. Qi Bin and the others wholeheartedly agreed, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with addressing Zhou Cheng as senior and sensing a distance in their relationship. Establishing a sect would foster a sense of unity, bringing them closer together and creating a more comfortable dynamic. However, they were unaware of what a sect truly entailed and eagerly awaited Zhou Cheng's explanation. The sect is akin to a clan, devoid of distinctions in lineage or status. It is merely a collective of fellow seekers on the path. When the time comes, you shall understand, Zhou Cheng remarked. What shall we name our sect? Asked Homing directly. Sun Dao sect, for we are all pursuers of the Dao. Whether it be the heavenly Dao or the great Dao, these shall be the paths we seek, Zhou Cheng asserted upon seeing their agreement. I concur. We all concur, they echoed. In truth, the name mattered little to them. Their sole desire was to become a cohesive entity. Zhou Cheng, perceiving their sentiments, felt a sense of resignation. And thus the name was established. Since you all agree, allow me to discuss the necessary positions for the sect's operation. There will be 10 elders, the mightiest among us, appointed as such. Ultimately, should any later arrivals ascend to the status of Hunyuan Jingxian, any elder not attaining that status shall yield their position to the ascendant. My aspiration is for our elders to be Hunyuan Jingxian, or even Hongjun and Luohou Jingxian. Is this agreeable to you? He inquired. It is agreeable. But what if there are multiple Hunyuan Jingxians? Homing asked directly. Then we shall increase the number of elder positions accordingly. Zhou Cheng responded firmly. Senior, may I inquire whether, after establishing the sect, we must contend for supremacy in the Honghuang? Qi Bin asked with a hint of concern. Even without your inquiry, I would clarify. Our sect shall not vie for dominance in the Honghuang. However, the Honghuang requires our outposts to absorb those of our kin who have been overlooked, as well as exceptional and virtuous cultivators to bolster our sect. Zhou Cheng replied directly to Qi Bin. Upon hearing this, Qi Bin and the other members of the Qilin clan breathed a sigh of relief. Their former clan leader had explicitly stated that the Qilin clan was a blessed beast of the Honghuang. Engaging in a struggle for supremacy would contravene the will of the primordial Qilin and could deepen the clan's karmic burden, an outcome they wished to avoid. Zhou Cheng understood their worries, yet he was not one to revel in conflict. He preferred a life of freedom and leisure. Were it not for various circumstances, he would not have aspired to be the leader of the monkey clan or the sect master. Chapter 74. Establishing the sect and teaching the Tao. If there are no further inquiries, let us proceed. As for positions beyond the elders, they will be determined by the elders themselves. In my absence, they shall govern matters. Furthermore, I will appoint Chi-Ao as the Holy Sun, granting him a role in decision-making. Is this agreeable to you? Zhou Cheng asked. It is agreeable, the group responded. Even without the title of Holy Sun, Chi-Ao would still be among the elders, and his strength was likely second only to Zhou Cheng among those present, which left no room for dissent. Thank you, Master. Chi-Ao expressed his gratitude. Very well, let us finalize who shall be the elders. Afterward, we shall announce the existence of the Sun Dao sect to the Hongyuan. In truth, little deliberation was needed. 3 Hongyuan Jingxians would occupy 3 positions, while the rest had previously engaged in sparring. Recently, they had all improved, fostering a spirit of rivalry. Ultimately, Zhou Cheng designated the 7 highest cultivators as the challengers. Anyone contesting them could do so, and those who stood on the arena would become the elders. This decision garnered unanimous approval. In the end, the monkey clans Ho Lang, Ho Chong, and Ho Hua were appointed as the 5th, 6th, and 7th elders, respectively. The Qilin clan's Qi Gao, at the pinnacle of De Luo Jingxian, became the 4th elder, while Qi Bo, Qi Liang, and Qi Ying were assigned as the 8th, 9th, and 10th elders, respectively. Thus, the 10 elders were confirmed. Zhou Cheng, accompanied by numerous De Luo Jingxians, arrived at the training grounds and communicated to the other clansmen to gather there, preparing to announce the arrival of the Sun Dao sect to the Hongyuan and the Heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao above, I, Zhou Cheng, alongside Qi Bin, Qi Yin, Ho Ming, Qi Gao, Ho Lang, Ho Chong, Ho Hua, Qi Bo, Qi Liang, Qi Xiong, and Qi Ao, hereby establish the Sun Dao sect. I shall serve as the sect master, with Qi Bin, Qi Yin, Ho Ming, Qi Gao, Ho Lang, Ho Chong, Ho Hua, Qi Bo, Qi Liang, Qi Ying as the 10 elders, and Qi Ao as the holy son of the Sun Dao sect. We shall not partake in the struggle for supremacy in the Hongyuan, but rather seek the Dao, promote goodness, punish evil, and strive for the betterment of the Hongyuan. As vanguards for all beings in the Hongyuan, we shall seek the existence and meaning of the Dao, enabling more sentient beings to understand and embody the Dao. Let the Qian Kuan Ding suppress the fortunes of the Sun Dao sect. The Sun Dao sect is hereby established, Zhou Cheng proclaimed, soaring into the sky and casting the Qian Kuan Ding towards the heavens. Boom, boom. The heavenly Dao thundered in response, affirming the birth of the Sun Dao sect. Shortly thereafter, the heavenly Dao rewarded Zhou Cheng with the merits of being the first to establish a sect, a bounty twice that which he had received during the Dao demon calamity, descending in 12 streams into the bodies of Zhou Cheng and his companions. Zhou Cheng received the greatest share, claiming 80% of the bounty, while the remainder was evenly distributed among Qi Ao and the others. Though it was modest, they were elated to receive the merits, feeling no grievance over Zhou Cheng's larger share, as he had exerted the most effort and single-handedly orchestrated the establishment. They had contributed little, yet reaped the rewards, and thus held no objections. At that moment, the beings of the Hongyuan were astounded by Zhou Cheng's actions. They had not anticipated anyone would establish a sect at this time. While they were unfamiliar with the concept of a sect, the mention of elders indicated a similarity to clan operations. However, the reason behind the abundant merits descending was beyond their comprehension. In a flurry, many sought to imitate this feat, but were at a loss as to how. Some even attempted to take shortcuts by hastily establishing their own sects, ultimately gaining nothing. Others sought to locate the Sun Dao sect, and, in their ignorance, attempted to confront Zhou Cheng to inquire about the nature of sects, but alas, they found nothing. Only those truly at the upper echelons of the Hongyuan understood Zhou Cheng's identity. They recognized him as a formidable force, one not to be trifled with unless one were a late-stage Hongyuan Jingxian. Little did they know, Zhou Cheng had already achieved mid-stage Hongyuan Jingxian status, making him no less daunting to those in the late stage. On a fragrant, ethereal mountaintop, an elder sat in meditation. This was Hongjun. At this moment, Hongjun had just healed from his injuries, which were far more severe than Zhou Cheng's. While he appeared calm, he was in fact enduring immense physical turmoil. striving to conceal his condition from Zhou Cheng, fearing that the latter might take advantage of his weakness. In the Hongjun, there are no true allies, only interests. Hongjun dared not let Zhou Cheng discover his serious wounds, fearing a sudden attack. Thus, he feigned a furious demeanor to scare Zhou Cheng away. Once Zhou Cheng had retreated, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly plummeting from the sky. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Luohou's self-detonation, which had inflicted such grave injuries upon him. Finally, I have mended my wounds. It is a matter of fate. Had it not been for these injuries, I would have attained the Tao long ago. Having missed such a critical opportunity, I wonder how long I must wait to achieve enlightenment. Alas, I must hasten to attain the Tao, otherwise, that monkey will beat me to it. After murmuring this, Hongjun entered a state of seclusion. Suddenly, hearing Zhou Cheng's announcement of the sect's establishment and the cascade of merits, he understood that he needed to attain enlightenment promptly. Otherwise, he would indeed find himself following in Zhou Cheng's wake, which would spell trouble for him. Not far from Penglai Island, on another isle, a Daoist sat beneath a willow tree, surrounded by a distorted space and undulating airwaves as he engaged in arduous cultivation. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's declaration of the Sun Dao sect, he abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of light shooting forth. His eyes sparkled with mirth as he mused. The Hongjun grows ever more vibrant. It seems a fellow seeker has emerged. The Sun Dao sect, the pursuit of the Tao, the attainment of the Tao, may it bring me delightful surprises. With that, he closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. Other secluded practitioners awakened at the moment Zhou Cheng invoked the heavenly Tao, only to subsequently close their eyes in meditation once more, as if something significant had occurred. Yet nothing had changed. This bore no consequence to Zhou Cheng, who now wished to impart a teaching to the members of the Sun Dao sect. When Zhou Cheng first attained merit, he yearned to deliver a sermon, fully aware that his inaugural discourse would bear substantial merit. However, numerous prior occurrences had necessitated postponement, and now the moment was ripe. After absorbing the merit, Zhou Cheng addressed his followers, proclaiming, "Our seeking Tao sect has now been established, and I shall impart a teaching to you." He then seated himself in the air, poised to begin his sermon. The others, filled with exuberance at the prospect of receiving teachings from Zhou Cheng, recognized the rarity of such an event. As these Hongjun golden immortals had only ever practiced the techniques created for them without any prior guidance or sharing of experiences, they quickly settled down, eager for Zhou Cheng to commence. As they took their seats, Zhou Cheng began, "The Tao is the Tao, yet it is also not the Tao. The Tao gives rise to all things, and all things give rise to the Tao. The Tao embodies conflict. Life is relentless and battle is unceasing. The five elements generate and restrain one another, manifesting in every aspect of existence. The five elements remain intangible and unobservable, yet they govern the essence of all. There were no lotus blossoms blooming, nor were there extraordinary phenomena. Only the ethereal sounds of celestial music resonated, soothing the crowd and allowing them to attain a state of tranquility, fostering a deeper understanding of Zhou Cheng's teachings. He spoke for an entire millennium, covering all that could be conveyed beyond the laws of time, encompassing both the cultivation of principles and the mastery of divine abilities, generously sharing everything with the members of the Seeking Tao sect. When Zhou Cheng concluded, Chi Ao and the others gradually emerged from their contemplative states. Just as they were reveling in the teachings, the sound abruptly ceased, leaving them momentarily disgruntled until they realized they were in Zhou Cheng's sermon venue, and their thoughts shifted elsewhere. Chapter 075. The refinement of the spiritual treasure upon halting his discourse. Zhou Cheng observed that many disciples had achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation during his teachings, which filled him with satisfaction. Once all the elders and disciples of the Seeking Tao sect had awakened, Zhou Cheng addressed them. "Having spoken for a millennium, the merit is complete. You may disperse." "Thank you, sect master," the members of the Seeking Tao sect expressed in reverent bows. Subsequently, a column of merit appeared in the sky, rewarding Zhou Cheng for delivering the first Tao of the primal chaos. However, the scope of this sermon was limited, yielding merely 1/10 of the merit associated with the establishment of the sect. Yet, Zhou Cheng was elated to receive such a significant amount of merit. The beings of the primal chaos reacted differently. Upon witnessing the descent of merit towards the direction of the Seeking Tao sect, they were immediately stirred. Just after a mere millennium, the merit descended again, indicating significant events were unfolding, yet they remained oblivious to the specifics, igniting their envy and curiosity. Merit in the primal chaos is an elusive treasure, as it can be utilized to enhance cultivation, eradicate karma, or refine treasures. Its versatility is unmatched. The repeated descent of merit upon the seeking Daoist sect astonished and incited jealousy among many. Those who had previously sought the sect in vain began anew their quest upon witnessing the merit's return. Unbeknownst to them, if Zhou Cheng had not intentionally revealed the location of Penglai Island, few would have known its whereabouts, not even Hongjun. Yet, one individual was aware but lacked interest. Zhou Cheng, oblivious to these dynamics, remained indifferent. Under the admiring and reverent gazes of his followers, he collected the merit and returned to the Li tree beneath the yellow center, preparing to enter meditation to refine innate spiritual treasures. After Zhou Cheng's departure, Chi-Ao instructed the others to return and organize the insights gained from his sermon, subsequently retreating for their own meditative practices. 5,000 years passed, and Chi-Ao and the others emerged after a millennium, diligently engaged in the construction of Penglai Island. Soon after, they received a transmission from Zhou Cheng, prompting them to joyfully rush to the assembly hall. Upon their arrival, they found Zhou Cheng already seated at the head of the table, awaiting them. After exchanging greetings, they looked at him with eager anticipation. Amused by their excitement, Zhou Cheng feigned a troubled expression, stating, "The refinement of the innate spiritual treasure encountered an unexpected complication. I did not foresee the functionality of the Qiankuan Ding would manifest in this manner. I apologize for disappointing you." Assuming the failure of the treasure refinement, Chi-Ao and the others felt disheartened, but did not blame Zhou Cheng, instead offering words of comfort. "Master, it is of no consequence if the treasure was not successfully refined. Even without the innate spiritual treasures, we possess the 108 divine abilities you have taught us, which will allow us to surpass the beings of the primal chaos. Indeed, Sect Master, our abundance of divine abilities suffices for us to excel even without innate spiritual treasures," echoed Elder Qi Bin and others in agreement. "Who said there was no success? I merely mentioned an unexpected development," Zhou Cheng playfully responded, feigning surprise. "Then does that mean you succeeded in the refinement?" Chi-Ao and the others were genuinely astonished. "Yes, it is just not as I originally envisioned," Zhou Cheng replied, revealing over 1,000 superior innate spiritual treasures before them. "I did not anticipate that the Qiankuan Ding would only be capable of refining superior innate spiritual treasures, as it requires a golden immortal of the great Luo to forge the highest grade ones." Alas, at that moment, Chi-Ao and the others were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of so many superior innate spiritual treasures, something they had never dared to dream of encountering. Seeing their astonished expressions, Zhou Cheng cleared his throat to regain their attention. "Master, are these the fruits of your labor over the past 5,000 years? Truly magnificent." Chi-Ao expressed his joy, showing no signs of disappointment over the absence of top-tier or supreme innate treasures. The others soon recovered, some awkwardly smiling, casting bashful glances at Zhou Cheng. Aware that possessing even a single innate spiritual treasure was a remarkable feat in the primal chaos, Zhou Cheng felt a sense of pride as he witnessed their astonishment at the sheer quantity of treasures before them. Recognizing the overwhelming impact had temporarily clouded their ability to think. "Indeed, these are the results of my efforts over the past 5 millennia. Regrettably, it has depleted my collection and merit," Zhou Cheng lamented. Chi-Ao and the others looked upon him with surprise, unsure of what could have caused such sorrow. But they sensed it was undoubtedly connected to the innate spiritual treasures. Their intuition was correct, as Zhou Cheng soon provided clarity. "I did not realize that refining innate spiritual treasures had cultivation restrictions and required merit. In the end, I expended nearly all of my collection and merit to acquire these treasures," Zhou Cheng explained, his tone heavy with regret. Only then did Chi-Ao and the others grasp the situation, and upon reflection, they understood the validity of these limitations. If there were no constraints, the Qiankuan Ding would not merely be an innate treasure of such caliber. At that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words and how to console Zhou Cheng, for they recognized that merit was exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. They could not ascertain whether the exchange of such merit for these innate spiritual treasures was worthwhile. However, the fact that Zhou Cheng had successfully refined so many treasures indicated his resolute determination. In unison, they all bowed deeply to Zhou Cheng, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Sect Master." "Thank you, Master." Understanding their sentiments, Zhou Cheng reassured them, "As your sect master, I am bound to consider your welfare. There is no need for further discussion on this matter." Silence enveloped them, for they realized that had they been in Zhou Cheng's position, they might not have been capable of such selflessness. Qi Bin and the others recognized that the former primordial Qilin would not have made such sacrifices for them. He would have directly used merit to enhance his own cultivation in a bid to contend against the ancestral dragon. This course of action was neither right nor wrong. The primordial Qilin's choices were justified, for without striving for improvement, extinction would be inevitable, leading to the disappearance of the Qilin clan from the primal chaos. Zhou Cheng's selfless approach was commendable, earning him the adoration of his followers. Unable to withstand the fervent gazes of Qi Ao and the others, Zhou Cheng, initially enjoying the attention, soon felt uncomfortable. He declared, "Enough of this. Choose your spiritual treasures wisely, and then distribute them among all the great Luo Golden Immortals. Those who achieve the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal in the future may claim the remainder. Should they run out, there will be no recourse." Hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Qi Ao and the others displayed no hesitation and rushed directly towards the treasured spiritual artifacts they fancied, handling them with utmost care, fearful of damaging anything with excessive force. Zhou Cheng could not bear to witness such a scene and spoke again. "All right, thank you for taking them back to familiarize yourselves with them at your leisure. I have some inferior and medium-grade innate spiritual treasures here, which I collected and you may also take. They are all placed in the treasure pavilion." Subsequently, Zhou Cheng presented the useless spiritual treasures he had acquired on the battlefield, mostly inferior and medium-grade innate artifacts, of little use to him. He decided to bring them forth to enrich the foundation of the Xuandao sect. The planning for Penglai Island had nearly been finalized according to Zhou Cheng's proposals. The Xuandao sect was structured similarly to the sects depicted in later novels, featuring a treasure pavilion filled with various treasures and spiritual artifacts. There was also a scripture pavilion, which housed the few methods Zhou Cheng had created, along with the myriad techniques of the Qilin clan. Additionally, there was a herbal pavilion, filled with irreplaceable spiritual herbs and elixirs, including those for healing and restoring mana, among various types of spiritual flora. The medicinal garden was vibrant, cultivated with great care by the sect's members. Zhou Cheng intended to place many herbs from his 5-element space, which were not present in the sect's garden, to align with their true value. Finally, the spirit root garden currently held few resources, containing only those spirit roots found on Penglai Island and a few from the Qilin clan, but Zhou Cheng believed it would soon be filled. Chapter 76. Sect Management. Zhou Cheng surveyed the orderly Xuandao sect and realized that it no longer required his suggestions. What he could provide was primarily cultivation resources or perhaps deliver teachings to the sect members, yet he found himself unable to spare the time. Zhou Cheng planned to venture out to locate the other 2 islands of the 3 immortal islands to expand the Xuandao sect's territory. Long before acquiring Penglai Island, he had already pinpointed the locations of Hongjun Island and Yingzhou Island, and he was confident in his strategy to extract the 2 islands from the chaotic space. Given the state of Penglai Island, even if Zhou Cheng did not find them, the dissipating chaotic energy would destabilize the island's protective formations, making it impossible for the space he occupied to remain untraceable. As long as there were traces, Zhou Cheng would be able to uncover them. Now, due to the dispersal of chaotic energy, the protective formation of Penglai Island had become somewhat unstable. Zhou Cheng had already intervened to stabilize it, and had even modified it slightly to ensure it remained secure and unnoticeable to outsiders. If Hongjun Island and Yingzhou Island lacked someone to stabilize their formations, they would inevitably experience spatial fluctuations, possibly leading to the collapse of the chaotic formations and revealing their primal nature. This presented Zhou Cheng with an opportunity to locate the 2 islands. Zhou Cheng was quite satisfied with the current state of the Xuandao sect. With 4 primordial golden immortals and nearly 1,000 great Luo golden immortals, the Xuandao sect had already become a dominant force in the wilderness. Provided there were no unforeseen events, it was poised to become a sanctuary within the wilderness, allowing Zhou Cheng to set out with peace of mind. If there is nothing pressing, you may proceed to refine your innate treasures. I have matters to attend to, Zhou Cheng said, observing their eagerness to return and refine their spiritual artifacts. I have something to report to the sect master, Homing said, securing the spiritual treasure in his hand. Speak freely, Zhou Cheng replied directly. The others quickly put away their innate treasures, casting curious glances at Homing. Sectmaster, you previously mentioned that we need outposts in the wilderness for the Xuandao sect. However, you did not specify how many we require or how many personnel should be assigned to each outpost. Are there any specific requirements? Ho Ming, aware that everyone's thoughts were elsewhere, promptly inquired. Upon hearing Ho Ming's words, the assembly fell into contemplative silence, pondering the implications of his statement. After a moment, Zhou Cheng addressed them. I believe Ho Ming raises a valid point. What are your thoughts? Master, I believe we should not establish too many outposts. Since we do not seek to contend for supremacy in the wilderness, we should not occupy too many territories to avoid disputes, Chi Ao suggested after some reflection. Indeed, while we are not averse to challenges, we should not be embroiled in trivial matters daily, Zhou Cheng concurred. Then let us establish a few across several continents, not too many, nor too few, Chi Bin proposed. Moreover, the chosen outposts must meet a standard of spiritual energy. They cannot be subpar, Qian added. Once Zhou Cheng encouraged their input, the 10 elders began to voice their opinions, and the great Luo golden immortals present also shared their thoughts, effectively resolving Ho Ming's inquiry. Firstly, it was agreed that the number of outposts should not be excessive, with a few established on each continent. Zhou Cheng ultimately dismissed the idea of an outpost on the western continent, not out of disdain for that region, but from the concern that such a location might be seized by those two unscrupulous saints in the future. Although they had yet to emerge, Zhou Cheng's cultivation had already placed him far beyond them. He anticipated a future where he would suppress them thoroughly, but wished to avoid entanglements with them. Initially, he thought dismissing the western region might spark dissent, as it was indeed vast and held potential for development. To his surprise, the proposal passed unanimously. Secondly, the spiritual energy at each outpost could not be too low. Even if an outpost was intended to attract talent, it should not compromise the well-being of those stationed there. If sufficient spiritual energy could not be found, the establishment of an outpost should be reduced, a sentiment everyone readily accepted, knowing they might be tasked with guarding these outposts. Furthermore, each outpost would require 1 late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, 2 mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals, and 3 early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals for security, ensuring that any unforeseen circumstances could be addressed. The personnel assigned would be rotated, with each rotation occurring once every yuan session, and no objections were raised. With such a lineup, the Xuandao sect's outposts in the wilderness would be secure. Given the dwindling elite among the higher echelons and the scarcity of Great Luo Golden Immortals, this arrangement was unmatched by any other power in the wilderness. Finally, personnel stationed at the outposts would receive a certain amount of contribution points upon their term's completion, a concept Zhou Cheng had borrowed from sects in later novels. These contribution points could be exchanged for any treasures within the Treasure Pavilion, Scripture Pavilion, and Herbal Pavilion. As long as they existed and sufficient points were available, they could even be used to request assistance from a primordial golden immortal elder to refine innate spiritual treasures, among other benefits. This proposal ignited excitement among the great Luo golden immortals present, and it was swiftly approved. The prospect of innate treasures directly related to their interests was irresistible, and no one would begrudge having more innate treasures. In addition, Zhou Cheng and the others established further regulations. For instance, now that the Xuandao sect was on the right track, Zhou Cheng would not impose restrictions on the Scripture Pavilion, as it was fundamental to the sect and could not be destroyed by others. Its openness would yield numerous advantages for the disciples. However, access to the Treasure Pavilion and Herbal Pavilion would be limited. While the constraints would not be severe, contribution points would greatly enhance convenience. Moreover, Zhou Cheng aimed to transform Penglai Island into a sacred domain for the sect. New disciples would not be permitted to enter Penglai Island for cultivation directly. If access were too unrestricted, it would cease to be a sacred site. Disciples below the Tai Golden Immortal rank would have to reach that level before being allowed to enter the Penglai Immortal Island, and those stationed at each outpost would need to provide them with directions to reach it. This would also serve as a test for the newly initiated disciples. Whether they were dragons or mere worms would depend on their own efforts. Disciples above the Tai Golden Immortal rank would be granted entry only after they had achieved notable accomplishments. While this might seem stringent, the cultivation methods available at each outpost would not be inferior to those on Penglai Immortal Island. The difference lay in the opportunities presented. Only in this manner could Penglai Immortal Island be established as a coveted sacred domain, a true sanctuary for the quest for enlightenment. He aspires to utilize this sacred site to attract the future Sun Wukong, thereby enabling him to better leverage and grasp the essence of the journey to the west. As for the remaining matters, they are of little consequence. Zhou Cheng directly instructed them to deliberate on the arrangements. His current desire is to traverse the primordial wilderness to enhance himself and casually lay out his plans, all in anticipation of the journey to the west. After attending to these matters, Zhou Cheng departed without delay, wasting not a moment. Chapter 077. Seeking the abbot. Presently, the primordial wilderness has entered a phase of stable development, and Zhou Cheng finds little danger within that could hinder him. Qi Ao and the others do not inquire about Zhou Cheng's outings. They simply return to their secluded cultivation, refining the innate treasures in their possession. As for other matters, they can wait until their seclusion ends. The primary concern has been resolved, and the remaining issues pale in significance compared to the innate treasures at hand. Zhou Cheng felt a twinge of failure as his disciples left without so much as a word. Yet, simultaneously, he relished this feeling. He preferred not to be perpetually met with solemnity and respect, which might have driven him to relinquish his role as the sect leader for a more carefree existence. Shaking his head in silence, Zhou Cheng soared out of Penglai Island, heading towards the location of Fangzhong Island. In fact, he had previously searched for both Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island, as they were two of the mysterious locations indicated by the ninth elder of the Dragon Clan. However, he had missed the opportunity to detect the chaotic essence being released at that time, rendering the islands elusive. Now, however, Zhou Cheng felt confident in locating them. Before long, he arrived at the site of Fangzhong Island, where the chaotic essence had nearly dissipated. The protective formation around the island was becoming unstable with any spatial fluctuation. Zhou Cheng would be able to swiftly perceive it and force it out. A century passed quietly, and Zhou Cheng felt nothing. He remained patient, savoring this excursion. At that moment, he reclined atop a cloud, sipping wine from a gourd and nibbling on some homemade snacks. He had long planned for this outing. His cultivation had reached a stable phase, and without any significant movements, he would not progress further. Thus, it was time to relax. In this leisurely state, Zhou Cheng brewed fruit wine from the spiritual fruits in his 5-element space, crafted rice wine from spiritual grains, and prepared various snacks from assorted spiritual ingredients, all while basking in the sun, enjoying his wine and delicacies. This was the most comfortable period he had experienced since arriving in the primordial wilderness, and he felt himself teetering on the edge of stagnation. Just as Zhou Cheng indulged in his wine, a spatial fluctuation arose behind him. Although he was drinking, his divine sense enveloped the sea area, and upon sensing the disturbance, he reacted without hesitation. Summoning the primordial staff, he unleashed a crack in the ground with seamless precision, the impact directly shattering the protective formation of Fangzhong Island. Much like the chaotic formation surrounding Penglai Island, the force emanated in all directions, leaving the calm sea undisturbed. Zhou Cheng's garments billowed in a non-existent wind, heralding the emergence of Fangzhong Island. Once stability was restored, he quickly set to work dismantling the formation. Otherwise, he would fade into obscurity once more, having wasted this time, and he could not predict how long he would need to wait again. With prior experience and the formation's instability, Zhou Cheng dismantled it with expedience. In no time at all, he created a fissure in the protective formation. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the gap, and shortly thereafter, the overwhelming chaotic formation receded. Barely had it vanished when members of the Dragon Clan appeared in the sea area to investigate the source of the disturbance. Such a significant upheaval could hardly allow them to remain at ease. However, they found nothing and returned home disheartened and helpless. Ultimately, the sea area returned to tranquility, and the Dragon Clan once again classified it as a mysterious location. Upon entering Fangzhong Island, Zhou Cheng anticipated the scenery within, and indeed, everything lay in an undeveloped state. Lush greenery flourished, vibrant flowers bloomed, and butterflies flitted about, a truly harmonious paradise. With no time for admiration and without hesitation, Zhou Cheng ascended to the island's main peak, eager to seize control of Fangzhong Island. Upon reaching the summit, he swiftly gained dominion over the island, then began surveying the area, aware that it surely harbored spiritual treasures and roots. Indeed, he soon discovered an unusual sight, arriving at the perimeter of an innate formation. The peculiarity he had noted earlier was this area protected by the innate array. Since everything on Fangzhong Island now belonged to him, the treasures within were also rightfully his. Having experience and methods to deal with such innate formations, Zhou Cheng no longer needed to rely on brute force. With a gentle approach, he utilized the 5 elements principles to locate the formation's core and subsequently dismantled it. This method proved to be time-efficient and safe from unforeseen complications. The formation was soon broken, revealing a pond adorned with lotus platforms, ranging from the 3rd grade on the outermost layer to the 24th grade at the center, continuously impacting Zhou Cheng's consciousness. To his astonishment, he had discovered the reincarnation purple lotus here, a 24th grade specimen no less. This revelation perplexed him, as his memories indicated that a mature seed of the 36th grade chaos blue lotus transformed into a 24th grade creation blue lotus, while 4 immature seeds yielded a maximum of a 12th grade. Why then was there a 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus here? After conducting a thorough investigation, Zhou Cheng finally uncovered the reason. The revered 3 lights divine water nourished these reincarnation purple lotuses, and the previously immature seeds, having fallen upon the chaos soil, submerged within the divine water, allowing them to replenish their essence and mature. The 3 lights divine water was indeed a treasure of spiritual roots, the very source of the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus. In addition to the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus, he also found 6 9th grade specimens, along with 6th and 3rd grade lotuses, which Zhou Cheng deemed unworthy, though he lamented the absence of a 12th grade. Nevertheless, the possession of the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus sufficiently mitigated this regret. As Zhou Cheng claimed the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus, he initially felt a sense of resistance, as if this treasure did not belong to him, but this feeling quickly dissipated. In his elation, he paid it no mind. Little did he realize that this very sensation led him to lose the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus, yet he harbored no regrets in the end. As for the others, Zhou Cheng accepted 3 9th grade reincarnation purple lotuses, leaving the rest behind for Chi Ao and the others to manage. He collected the majority of the chaos soil, and, while he had no shortage of the 3 lights divine water, he took some nonetheless. After attending to these matters, Zhou Cheng proceeded to explore whether Hongjun Island held any further treasures, ultimately discovering a few innate spiritual roots, which held little value for him. While finding nothing else of note, though the haul was meager, it was precious. After tidying up, he set off for the next destination, Yingzhou Island. Now, Zhou Cheng eagerly anticipated the surprises that Yingzhou Island might bestow upon him. Chapter 078. Confronting Yang, Mei having stabilized the protective formation of Hongjun Island, Zhou Cheng ventured to the waters surrounding Yingzhou Island. The situation here mirrored that of Hongjun Island earlier, enveloping the area with his divine sense. He again embarked on a life of indulgence. Zhou Cheng expected Yingzhou Island to emerge swiftly, but he found himself waiting for a full 10,000 years. Initially, he remained unperturbed, and as the days turned into years, he sang and drank without a care, his divine sense merely casting a watchful net over the sea area. Indulging in carefree leisure, he lost track of time, unaware of how many years had elapsed. This unabashed relaxation unexpectedly elevated Zhou Cheng's soul to a new level. A most fortuitous gain. At long last, the fluctuations of space emerged, and Zhou Cheng seized the opportunity, shattering the chaotic formation with a single strike. In an instant, he regained his composure, and as he gazed upon the chaotic array, he calculated the passage of time, which startled him. An astonishing 10 millennia had elapsed. Time indeed flies when one is relaxed. It felt as if only a brief moment had passed, and yet a whole epoch had slipped by, Zhou Cheng mused. This unintentional reflection plunged him into a moment of enlightenment. Within merely 2 breaths, his mastery of the laws of time surged to an impressive pinnacle of 50%, tantalizingly close to the realm of 60%, teetering on the brink of the late stage of Hunyuan. Alas, he remained halted at the zenith of 50%. Truly, it is fortuitous how unintended efforts can yield such fruitful outcomes. If only such occurrences were more frequent, Zhou Cheng lamented with a hint of shamelessness. It is worth noting that countless beings in the vast expanse of Honghuang traverse their entire lives without ever attaining a moment of enlightenment, and here Zhou Cheng, having had but a single moment, still sought more. Were others to discover this, they would be driven to spit in envy. Regaining his composure, Zhou Cheng set about dismantling the formation. However, this chaotic array felt distinct from the one on Penglai Immortal Island. It bore signs of having been altered. Yet it was not entirely so. Paying little heed to these anomalies, he wielded the Hunyuan staff to carve a fissure, slipping through and plunging into a quest for treasure. Upon entering Yingzhou Island, the formation soon faded into obscurity, as if it had never existed. Shortly thereafter, the dragon from near the Fanzhong Island sensed the disturbances upon the sea's surface and hastened to investigate, only to arrive too late. After a thorough examination, he found nothing and departed. The faint aura of chaotic energy permeating the area meant that no life existed in these waters, leading to a lack of witnesses. Thus, the dragon could glean no information, relegating the incident to an enigmatic occurrence. Upon entering Yingzhou Island, Zhou Cheng beheld a realm waiting to be explored, where life was on the verge of renewal and fine herbs were scarce. Ignoring these trivialities, he ascended to the island's main peak, where a towering willow tree loomed. Majestic and elegant, exuding boundless vitality, Zhou Cheng speculated that it might be one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, yet it bore an air of uncertainty. Beneath the tree sat a figure, seemingly unaware of Zhou Cheng's presence, engrossed in meditation. However, Zhou Cheng sensed that this individual was well aware of his arrival, but chose to remain aloof, leaving Zhou Cheng puzzled. As he observed this figure in meditation, waves of spatial ripples emanated, warping the surrounding space and then restoring it, suffusing the area with a palpable sense of danger. The pressure emanating from him far surpassed that of Luohou and Hongjun, prompting Zhou Cheng's inner alarms to sound. He was acutely aware that he was not his match. At this moment, he recalled a certain individual, the space demon god, Yang Mei. It was said that Yang Mei had ascended before Hongjun. It seemed that at this juncture, he merely required an opportunity to elevate himself to the realm of Hongjun and Luohou. A chance that Zhou Cheng could feel was imminently approaching. This implied that Yang Mei would soon attain the path of Hongjun and Luohou. However, while Hongjun also represented an opportunity, the timing of such a miracle remained uncertain. As Zhou Cheng's mind wandered, the surrounding space gradually settled into tranquility. He realized that Yang Mei was awakening, or perhaps, was finally ready to acknowledge him. "Are you the space demon god, Yang Mei?" Zhou Cheng inquired, bowing respectfully. "You seem well informed. Which reincarnation are you?" Yang Mei expressed mild surprise at Zhou Cheng's ability to discern his identity, for few practiced the laws of space, and even fewer had reached such a level at this time. "I am the reincarnation of the Six-Eared Macaque," Zhou Cheng replied candidly. "Oh, so you are the reincarnation of that madman, yet you do not bear his semblance," Yang Mei remarked in astonishment. Upon hearing Yang Mei describe the chaos demon ape as a madman, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but smirk. Recognizing how wildly unpredictable and unwelcome the chaos demon ape had been in his time. "I am but 1/4 of his essence in reincarnation," Zhou Cheng said, unperturbed by the idea of revealing his lineage. He knew that even if Yang Mei were aware of his origins, he would not act upon it, as he had rarely made appearances throughout the annals of Hongjun, and thus would not be concerned with such trivial matters. Moreover, Zhou Cheng was certain that there was no karmic connection between the chaos demon ape and Yang Mei, which emboldened him to speak freely. "I thought as much." True to that madman's nature, he would leap into challenges without allowing for refusal, "Yet you are remarkably composed," Yang Mei remarked, disregarding Zhou Cheng's feelings. Zhou Cheng felt a twinge of helplessness, having inherited a fraction of the chaos demon ape's memories. He realized that his predecessor was either engaged in battle or on the path to battle, rendering Yang Mei's assessment accurate, albeit exhausting for Zhou Cheng. "I was unaware that this island belonged to you. I hope for your forgiveness for intruding." Zhou Cheng sought to redirect the conversation. "Strictly speaking, it is not mine, as I have not refined this island. Thus, it is not yet my domain," Yang Mei clarified. Zhou Cheng acknowledged this fact, and while he speculated on Yang Mei's reasons for not refining the island, he preferred not to become adversarial and awaited Yang Mei's completion of meditation. "Since you arrived first, it is indeed yours. My intrusion was unwarranted. Allow me to offer you some tea leaves as an apology," Zhou Cheng suggested, hoping to cultivate a friendship with Yang Mei. Thinking it wise to have allies, for having more friends can never be detrimental, and the tea of enlightenment held little value for him. Initially, Yang Mei intended to decline, but upon seeing that Zhou Cheng presented enlightenment tea, a rare treasure, he recognized its worth and felt compelled to accept, unable to dismiss it. Zhou Cheng noted Yang Mei's internal struggle and promptly presented the enlightenment tea before him, saying, "This is merely an apology. We share no karmic ties, so there is no need for overthinking." "Then I shall shamelessly accept it," Yang Mei replied, effortlessly consuming the tea. The laws of space are truly remarkable. Zhou Cheng remarked enviously upon witnessing this exchange. Yang Mei merely smiled. Seeing Yang Mei's formidable presence ignited Zhou Cheng's combat instincts, and he eagerly proposed. Shall we engage in some sparring? Yang Mei's lips twitched at this, recognizing the familiar disposition of that madman. Given the grand gesture Zhou Cheng had made, he found it difficult to refuse and ultimately acquiesced. Upon seeing Yang Mei's consent, Zhou Cheng unleashed the laws of battle, releasing a torrent of energy that flattened the surrounding flora, leaving Yang Mei untouched. Observing this scene, Zhou Cheng launched an attack without employing any techniques. Merely a simple strike with his staff, yet it was imbued with lethal intent, capable of inflicting harm with the slightest miscalculation. He sought to discern how Yang Mei would counter such an assault. What transpired next left Zhou Cheng astounded. Yang Mei merely waved his hand, and a spatial rift manifested, swallowing Zhou Cheng's attack, rendering it futile as it sank into a void. Undeterred, Zhou Cheng retaliated with a technique he frequently employed, striking fiercely toward Yang Mei with all his might. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Once again, his attack was consumed by the rift, rendered utterly ineffective. Realizing that this approach bore no fruit, Zhou Cheng contemplated a strategy that combined ranged and close-quarters combat, eager to assess Yang Mei's resilience against repeated assaults. Thus, he conjured several unstable miniature worlds using the 5 elements law, hurling them toward Yang Mei while employing divine powers to unleash tumultuous waves and earth-shattering blows. Eager to witness Yang Mei's response, Yang Mei, taken aback by the small spaces Zhou Cheng had conjured, soon regained his composure. Yet the outcome was consistent. Yang Mei carved out multiple spatial rifts, devouring Zhou Cheng's onslaught, leaving not a sound in its wake, as they simply vanished. Zhou Cheng observed as Yang Mei effortlessly neutralized all his attacks, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. At that moment, Zhou Cheng was somewhat inflated with pride, believing that even Hongjun would not dare to respond to his onslaught with such ease. Yet Yang Mei managed to dissolve his assaults with the simplest of methods, which deeply frustrated him. This frustration illuminated the truth that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Recently, Zhou Cheng had grown complacent in his training, convinced that no one in the vast wilderness could defeat him, and that he had reached an invincible state. He felt he could roam freely, wielding his innate treasures, unless Hongjun attained sainthood. Now, to be rendered ineffective by another's swift actions shattered his confidence completely. Is this the law of space? Zhou Cheng mused. Indeed, this is the law of space, Yang Mei replied with a slight smile. Observing Yang Mei's triumphant demeanor, Zhou Cheng understood it was not mockery, merely a hint of pride. Yet it still irked him. He unleashed the golden light of the earth towards Yang Mei, employing the time-stopping technique to temporarily freeze him, and then thrust his spear towards Yang Mei. However, as Zhou Cheng approached with his divine ability, Yang Mei had already sensed his presence. Suddenly, he found himself immobilized, astonished by the familiar time law. Without hesitation, Yang Mei released 6 parts of his peak spatial law, shattering Zhou Cheng's time law, regaining control of his body just as Zhou Cheng's attack arrived. This time, Yang Mei did not create spatial rifts. He simply met Zhou Cheng's spear with a punch, forming a barrier that not only blocked Zhou Cheng's attack, but also sent him hurtling back. Zhou Cheng sustained little damage. Yet the ease with which his once potent attack was negated left him feeling disgruntled. Surprised that Yang Mei was also adept at the time law, he wondered how much he had mastered. Yang Mei, initially intending to let Zhou Cheng attack, suddenly found interest in the laws of his former rival. With that thought, he unleashed several spatial blades towards Zhou Cheng. Sensing the grave threat of the approaching blades, Zhou Cheng knew he must not let them strike, for their proximity could lead to catastrophic explosions. He hastily employed time deceleration to slow the blades, then countered with several golden spears drawn from the 5 elemental laws. Yet, just as he managed to counter one blade, another sliced through his golden spear, continuing its relentless advance toward him. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng had prepared in advance, raising a dozen earthen walls to block the spatial blades. The exchange made it clear that Yang Mei was significantly superior in both offense and defense. Yang Mei then pressed his advantage, leaving Zhou Cheng with no means of resistance. However, Zhou Cheng could not resort to defensive treasures in this sparring match. As the heir to the war law, he could not simply play the part of the passive defender. Thus, after neutralizing Yang Mei's assaults with the law of earth, Zhou Cheng unleashed the golden light of the earth again, attacking from all directions with thrusts, slashes, and jabs, all guided by the law of war. Yet, Yang Mei anticipated each of Zhou Cheng's moves, creating spatial rifts that rendered Zhou Cheng's attacks null. Breathing heavily, Zhou Cheng pondered the impossibility of being so heavily suppressed. Every law must possess vulnerabilities that can be exploited. To reach Yang Mei, he would need to shatter the spatial rifts he created. Currently, Zhou Cheng's attacks lack the potency to breach these rifts. Even with 6 parts of the law's power of his primordial staff, he still could not break through. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng refused to yield. He accelerated his attacks, increasing both speed and frequency, yet it proved futile. Yang Mei remained unfazed and effortlessly countered each of Zhou Cheng's relentless strikes. In that moment, Zhou Cheng discerned that not all spatial rifts were stable. A few had become slightly unstable under the pressure of his assault. Although ultimately his attacks were consumed, he had made a breakthrough. Interesting, Yang Mei remarked, noticing the instability of the rifts. Now, the true beginning unfolds, Zhou Cheng replied with a hint of a smile. Let us see how you perform, Yang Mei retorted, equally amused. Upon hearing Yang Mei's words, Zhou Cheng grew animated, launching a frenzied barrage of divine abilities and war laws towards Yang Mei. His attacks grew more ferocious and relentless, the war law flowing through him with increasing fluidity. Yang Mei recognized that Zhou Cheng's mastery of the war law was on the verge of advancement. He chose not to resist, merely standing in place to absorb Zhou Cheng's assaults, relying solely on defense. Even so, Zhou Cheng could not land a hit. All his strikes were thwarted by Yang Mei's defenses. The only consolation was that Yang Mei's spatial rifts timely absorbed Zhou Cheng's attacks, yet they grew increasingly unstable, poised to collapse at any moment. Invincible in battle, unassailable in attack. Nothing can hinder me, Zhou Cheng declared as he unleashed his full strength against Yang Mei. At that moment, Yang Mei's spatial rift was shattered by Zhou Cheng's might. In the instant the rift collapsed, Yang Mei executed a spatial teleportation, evading the explosive aftermath unscathed. While Zhou Cheng was propelled back by the unstable shockwave, spitting blood and sustaining injuries, though none too grave. Despite his wounds, Zhou Cheng felt no despondency, but rather a joyful exhilaration. His mastery of the war law had surged to its pinnacle, perfectly balanced with the 5 elemental laws. His physical cultivation had also reached the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal realm, now capable of withstanding the full force of a supreme innate treasure's assault. Observing Yang Mei, who had teleported before him, Zhou Cheng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my friend, he said. It was a mere effort. Yet I did not expect that the wild monkey's spirit had not been entirely extinguished, Yang Mei replied with a smile. Zhou Cheng felt a twinge of embarrassment at Yang Mei's words. Chapter 080. Departing from Yingzhou after Zhou Cheng had regained his composure, he curiously inquired of Yang Mei. Why do you not refine this Yingzhou island? Yang Mei responded, there is no need. The vast wilderness is merely a base for me. I do not wish to invest too much time here. Zhou Cheng understood that Yang Mei intended to leave the wilderness after attaining the Tao of the Primordial de Luohou Golden Immortal, seeking the path in the chaos. And he felt there was no reason to linger in the wilderness. Zhou Cheng wished he could adopt such a carefree attitude. But since assuming the role of the Monkey Clan's leader and now becoming the sect master of the Seeking Tao sect, he found it impossible to be so unburdened. Bound by duty, Zhou Cheng could not detach himself from the Monkey Clan and the Seeking Tao sect. However, he resolved to wait until others in the sect could stand on their own before he sought the Tao in the chaos. Although you can seek the Tao in the chaos, you could also regard this as a resting point. Why merely wish to be a transient? Zhou Cheng still struggled to comprehend. With attachments, my path cannot be pure, Yang Mei asserted firmly. Zhou Cheng contemplated whether purity was indeed required in the Tao. Must one relinquish everything to pursue the path? He posed this question to Yang Mei. You are too attached. There are countless paths to the Tao, each leading to the great Tao. Everyone has their own path. Another's path may not suit you. You must seek your own way. Yang Mei responded with a smile. At that moment, Zhou Cheng quieted his mind, reflecting deeply on his own path. Until now, he had been following the paths of the Chaos Demon Ape and the 5 Elemental Demon God, traversing others' roads, which could lead to a dead end. The deeper his contemplation, the more he found himself ensnared in confusion. Observing Zhou Cheng's increasingly furrowed brow, it was evident that he was deep in contemplation, entangled in a web of misconceptions. He required a gentle reminder to steer him back onto the right path. Otherwise, he risked jeopardizing his entire life. For those of us with a lineage, The situation is not as dire. We merely need to integrate our heritage and amalgamate it with our individuality to forge our own path. This is far preferable to the plight of those practitioners devoid of a guiding tradition, Yang Mei remarked casually. Zhou Cheng was still grappling with the decision of whether to pursue the paths of the Chaos Demon Ape and the Five Elements Demon God. Upon hearing Yang Mei's words, he was suddenly awakened to the realization that he was not yet entitled to such contemplations. In fact, he had only just begun to qualify for the search for the Great Way and should not be dismissive of the paths of other demon gods. He exhaled deeply, having finally come to terms with his predicament, deciding to embrace the flow of nature. He resolved that upon attaining sainthood, he would carve out his own path, merging the doctrines of the Chaos Demon Ape and the Five Elements Demon God to cultivate a unique path of his own. Thank you for your guidance, my friend. Without it, I might have succumbed to madness, Zhou Cheng expressed with gratitude. It's not as grave as you think. With your innate talent, you will soon find clarity. I merely expedited your process, Yang Mei replied. My friend, shall we engage in a philosophical discussion? Zhou Cheng suggested, shifting the topic to seek Yang Mei's insights. Given her considerable superior cultivation, Yang Mei, unperturbed, readily agreed, as she too wished to exchange thoughts with Zhou Cheng. Diverse perspectives might provide her with new insights beneficial to her own path. Thus, the two released their three flowers, engaging in a mutual exploration of their respective doctrines. However, since Yang Mei had already established her path, while Zhou Cheng was just beginning to explore his, he primarily drew upon the teachings of the Chaos Demon Ape and the Five Elements Demon God. Yet, Zhou Cheng began to probe his own path. Whenever he attempted to reveal his nascent understanding, Yang Mei would effortlessly suppress him, leaving him utterly defeated. Nonetheless, Zhou Cheng made progress. At the very least, his path had commenced. Thus, he spent millennia in a tumultuous blend of agony and joy. When they both finally emerged from their contemplations, they exchanged glances filled with smiles, each having garnered significant insights. During this philosophical discourse, Zhou Cheng began to merge the paths of the five elements in combat. The most challenging initial phase was accomplished. All that remained was his continuous refinement, leaving Zhou Cheng without excessive worry. Yang Mei also gained substantial insights, as the teachings of the Five Elements Demon God provided her with numerous choices and guidance, enhancing her mastery of spatial laws. Consequently, both were satisfied with the outcomes of their discussion. At that moment, Zhou Cheng expressed his intention to take his leave. My friend, I have stayed here for a while. It is time for me to depart. I apologize for not being able to properly host you during your visit. I will make amends next time, Yang Mei responded, somewhat embarrassed. How can you say that you did not host me well? Our sparring was indeed a form of hospitality. Have you forgotten who I am? I am the reincarnation of that madman's essence. Zhou Cheng chuckled. Your words do hold some truth, Yang Mei replied, seemingly recalling something amusing. Then I shall take my leave. And I look forward to our next encounter, Zhou Cheng declared before departing. I too anticipate our reunion. Yang Mei watched as Zhou Cheng soared into the distance. Once outside, Zhou Cheng found himself momentarily at a loss for where to go. The Seeking Path sect was well established on Penglai Island. Eliminating the need to return and arrange matters on the Abbot Island immediately, so he felt no urgency regarding that. Soon, Zhou Cheng recalled that he only needed the Southernly Earth Flame flag from the Phoenix Matriarch to complete the Five Directions flags, which he intended to present to Chi-Ao as his first gift. He did not consider the previous high-grade innate spiritual treasure, as he believed his disciples should not be lacking. With a clear objective in mind, he leisurely made his way to the Phoenix clan. Without rushing, Zhou Cheng took a century to arrive at the Phoenix clan's territory. He was there to negotiate, and since he needed their assistance, he did not approach directly. Instead, he unleashed his aura to impact the protective formation of the Phoenix clan, signaling his visit to its members. Before long, someone emerged from the Phoenix clan's space. Upon seeing who it was, Zhou Cheng recognized her immediately. It was Zhu Li, the leader of the Zhuke clan. Zhou Cheng, my friend, what brings you to our Phoenix clan territory? Zhu Li asked, her demeanor shifting to one of caution upon recognizing him. I am now the leader of the Seeking Path sect. I wish to meet the Phoenix Matriarch to propose a transaction, Zhou Cheng replied, unfazed by Zhu Li's guarded attitude. Zhou Cheng's somewhat impolite entrance was unavoidable. He had no other means to meet the Phoenix Matriarch. However, upon hearing Zhou Cheng's intention to seek the Phoenix Matriarch, Zhu Li's expression shifted slightly. Is there a problem? He inquired, puzzled. No, I need to consult her. Please, come inside, Zhu Li replied, unwilling to offend Zhou Cheng, who had become quite formidable. Despite her own initial cultivation at the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, she had no chance against Zhou Cheng and could not dismiss him outright. However, given that the Phoenix Matriarch was currently facing issues, she had to return and inquire. Zhou Cheng did not receive the answer he desired, but seeing Zhu Li return to consult, he felt reassured. Following a member of the Phoenix clan, he was led to a grand hall. Shortly after taking a seat, Zhu Li returned. Let us go. The Phoenix Matriarch has agreed to see you. Zhou Cheng felt a surge of joy and followed Zhu Li to meet the Phoenix Matriarch. However, as they distanced themselves from the Phoenix clan territory, Zhou Cheng began to feel a sense of unease and suspicion. Is the Phoenix Matriarch not in your clan's territory? He asked. Just follow me. We are almost there. Zhu Li responded, her tone slightly melancholic, without elaborating further. Zhou Cheng remained subtly cautious. Although he had confidence, he did not wish to be reckless. They arrived at a cluster of volcanoes, and Zhu Li pointed to the largest one, saying, the Phoenix Matriarch is inside there. You may enter. Are you certain? Zhou Cheng asked, taken aback. Before Zhu Li could respond, a voice emanated from the volcano. Zhou Cheng, my friend, I am here. Please come forth. Zhu Li cast a sorrowful glance at the volcano, and Zhou Cheng, unable to ascertain the situation, felt it inappropriate to extend his divine sense to investigate. He had no choice but to enter the volcano directly, where he encountered the Phoenix Matriarch. However, upon witnessing her current state, he was taken aback. Chapter 81. Completing the transaction, my friend. What has happened to you? Zhou Cheng inquired, astonished. The Phoenix Matriarch appeared as but a wisp of soul light, not her true form. In the last great battle, although I vanquished the Dragon Clan's elder Ao Ba, his final self-detonation inflicted irreparable damage upon me. Compounded by certain matters, I chose to undergo my rebirth here, the Phoenix Matriarch stated calmly. Zhou Cheng felt it inappropriate to press for details regarding those matters. Yet seeing the ethereal state of the Phoenix Matriarch, he felt urgency to convey his intentions. I have come to propose an exchange for a spiritual treasure, the Southernly Earth Flame flag you possess. Oh, do you intend to gather the 5 directions flags? The Phoenix Matriarch asked with surprise. How did you know? Zhou Cheng was now the one astonished. When you fought against Ao Li, I witnessed you wielding the Eastern Qinglian treasure flag. After Ao Li's demise, his Northern Xianyuan water control flag must have fallen into your hands, and following the battle, the Kirin traded the Central Wuji Huang flag with you. Now you seek the Southernly Earth Flame flag from me. The situation is quite evident, the Phoenix Matriarch recounted. Indeed, I wish to collect all 5 flags. Will you agree to this exchange, Phoenix Matriarch? Zhou Cheng inquired earnestly. Yes, the Phoenix Matriarch considered before responding. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng felt elated and was about to express his gratitude when the Phoenix Matriarch interjected. However, I have 2 conditions. Please, state them, Zhou Cheng replied thoughtfully. First, when my avian clan faces peril, you must lend your assistance. This is not an issue. I agree readily, Zhou Cheng responded without hesitation. Second, I wish for you to accept my son as your disciple. The Phoenix Matriarch declared resolutely. Zhou Cheng was aware that the Phoenix Matriarch had 2 sons, the renowned Kong Xian and the Jin Peng. Both possessed exceptional talents, and accepting either as a disciple would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, Zhou Cheng was uncertain whether she meant one or both of them. May I ask, which one is it? How many sons do you wish to entrust to me? He is not part of the Phoenix clan. He also cultivates the laws of the 5 elements. The Phoenix mother affirmed. At that moment, Zhou Cheng realized who it was, the proud and untamed Kong Xian, the first peacock of the Primordial era. So, he is yet to be born? Zhou Cheng feigned ignorance and asked. Yes, he is one of the reasons I have become this way, the Phoenix mother replied. At this point, Zhou Cheng understood. The Phoenix mother must have been severely injured and, sensing that her child was about to be born, persevered to give birth, missing the opportunity for treatment, ultimately leading her back to the Phoenix clan for rebirth. Had she returned to the Phoenix clan sooner, the situation might have been different. But Zhou Cheng surmised that the Phoenix mother was willing to make that sacrifice. I have no issues, just inform me of his whereabouts, and I shall take good care of him. Once he has cultivated successfully, I will ensure he returns to see you all, Zhou Cheng promised. As for whether Kong Xian is truly as unruly as the legends suggest, even if he is, Zhou Cheng had ways to bring him to order. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's agreement, The Phoenix Mother presented him with the Southern Fire flag. As Zhou Cheng beheld the flag, he felt a sense of accomplishment in the process. After securing it, he expressed his gratitude and bid farewell to the Phoenix Mother. "My business is concluded. I shall take my leave now. I will look after your son." "Thank you," the Phoenix Mother replied before vanishing. Zhou Cheng did not comprehend the intricacies of the matter, but he could not probe further lest he invite trouble. After the Phoenix Mother departed, he flew out and spotted Zhu Li still present, following him out. Exiting the Phoenix clan, Zhou Cheng glanced back at the seemingly empty territory of the Phoenix clan, astonished by the unity of this avian race. Although it was referred to as the land of the Phoenix clan, various bird tribes resided here. Aside from a few absent groups, the rest coexisted harmoniously. With the Phoenix clan at the helm, untouched by the events surrounding Yuan Feng and the Phoenix Mother, they truly lived in harmony. They were not merely a tribe, but rather akin to a collective race. Disregarding the matters of the Phoenix clan, Zhou Cheng now contemplated his next steps. He had fully gathered the 5-element flags, and it was time to act on the 5-element pagoda. Currently, the pagoda was still missing the gold spirit pearl and the wood spirit pearl to become the pinnacle of innate treasures, just a step away from the chaotic spiritual treasure. The urgent task was to locate the gold spirit pearl and wood spirit pearl, but Zhou Cheng had no leads on these, relying solely on luck. Thus, Zhou Cheng began to roam the primordial continent aimlessly. He did not forget the Phoenix Mother's charge and arrived at the place where Kong Xian had fallen. He entered a valley, observing that the spiritual energy here was merely slightly denser than the outside, without any peculiarities. The only distinction was that the elemental spiritual energy was somewhat richer than in other regions. If one were not a practitioner of the 5-element laws, it would be difficult to discern. Zhou Cheng directly utilized the 5-element laws to probe the surroundings and quickly identified an anomaly. With no hesitation, he unleashed a surge of magical power to dispel the hidden formation, revealing an innate spiritual array within. These obstacles posed no challenge to Zhou Cheng. He effortlessly dismantled the formation, revealing a colorful egg before him. This egg hummed with energy, seemingly possessing rudimentary awareness and the ability to make initial judgments. Yet lacking the capacity to flee, Zhou Cheng recognized it as Kong Xian and understood its intent, soothing it with words. "Little one, I am not here to harm you. It is your mother who entrusted me to be your master." Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Kong Xian ceased its vibrations and settled down. Sensing that all was well, Zhou Cheng continued, "Little one, let me alter your environment so you can emerge more swiftly." Kong Xian emitted another hum, which Zhou Cheng interpreted as joy, and proceeded with his task. Upon entry, Zhou Cheng noticed 5 inferior innate spiritual roots serving as the formation's focal points, nurturing and nourishing Kong Xian's absorption. These 5 innate roots embodied the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, supplementing Kong Xian and enabling him to instinctively cultivate the laws of the 5 elements. Once Kong Xian comprehended these laws, his time to emerge would arrive. Zhou Cheng established a 5-element gathering array, ensuring Kong Xian need not worry about innate spiritual energy while receiving pure elemental energy, significantly enhancing his opportunity to grasp the laws. As for the 5 innate spiritual roots, Zhou Cheng provided them with a few drops of the 3 light divine water to rejuvenate them. Their role was to supply Kong Xian with the laws of the 5 elements, and once Kong Xian emerged, it would be their time to wither. However, with the 3 light divine water Zhou Cheng provided, they could not only survive until Kong Xian's emergence, but also thrive. Previously bound by fate, they now had the chance to live on, a stroke of fortune amid adversity. This was the reason for their revival. Zhou Cheng paid no further heed to the 5 innate spiritual roots and prepared to impart a lesson to Kong Xian, specifically on the path of the 5 elements. Finally, he produced the 5-element pagoda, enveloping Kong Xian to facilitate better absorption of the teachings. A century passed. Zhou Cheng concluded his discourse. "Little one, I must take my leave. I will return when you are ready to emerge." Kong Xian's awareness was markedly stronger than before, yet he could not vocalize, only emitting an eager hum. "All right, I hope that when I return, you will surprise me," Zhou Cheng remarked before departing. Chapter 082. Finding the spirit pearls after leaving Kong Xian, Zhou Cheng set his sights on a crucial objective, the gold spirit pearl and wood spirit pearl, essential for the 5-element pagoda. He calculated that after a certain epoch, various deities would emerge, and he needed to find them during this period. Otherwise, As more deities appeared and the primordial realm became lively, unforeseen changes would arise, and Zhou Cheng wished to avoid further complications. Thus, he traversed the primordial realm, exploring areas where the spiritual energy seemed amiss, hoping for some discoveries. However, after countless searches, Zhou Cheng's gains were minimal, yielding only a few inferior innate spiritual roots. Barely satisfactory. Subsequently, he lost some enthusiasm and resumed his activities on the primordial continent, drinking and feasting on spiritual fruits. Wandering aimlessly, he arrived at the western continent. At first, Zhou Cheng felt nothing amiss, but as the desolation expanded, he became aware that he had reached the western continent. Gazing at the barren lands, Zhou Cheng recalled the karmic debt he owed to the western continent. Although this was not entirely his doing, he bore some responsibility for Luohou's self-detonation. Suddenly, he remembered that it was time to repay the karmic debt to the western continent. Observing the desolate lands, Zhou Cheng understood what he needed to do. The five-element laws also possessed the benefit of mending and revitalizing spiritual veins, which was his greatest assurance in repaying the karmic debt. Having resolved his course of action, Zhou Cheng set to work, locating the spiritual vein in this area. Delving deeper, he found the condition of the spiritual vein to be dismal, fragmented, and lifeless, akin to a dying individual devoid of vitality. Zhou Cheng sighed and began his work. First, he employed the five-element laws to reconnect the spiritual vein, watching as it regained a semblance of vitality. He then infused it with 100 drops of innate spiritual liquid to accelerate its recovery and nourish the surrounding area. Once he confirmed the spiritual vein was stable, Zhou Cheng ascended to the surface, knowing that in a few years it would flourish. However, he still wished to lend it a helping hand. Zhou Cheng summoned winds and rains to bestow a downpour upon the land, subsequently infusing the rainwater with diluted 3-light divine water, enriching the earth. Almost immediately after the rain, patches of greenery emerged, and Zhou Cheng marveled at the benefits of the 3-light divine water, truly deserving of its title as the premier divine water of the primordial realm. With the enhancement of the 3-light divine water, Zhou Cheng no longer harbored concerns for this land. Witnessing the miraculous effects of the 3-light divine water filled him with confidence regarding his current undertaking. As he observed the land beginning to rejuvenate, Zhou Cheng prepared to seek out his next destination when a small fragment of merit descended upon him. However, instead of entering his merit wheel, it dissipated the moment it touched him. This merit was a reward from the heavenly Tao for his efforts to restore the western continent and served to eliminate a crucial aspect of his karmic ties to the West. Encouraged by this benefit, Zhou Cheng became even more proactive. Over the following millennia, he tirelessly sought out fragmented spiritual veins, restoring their vitality and, in doing so, repaying the karmic debts of the western continent while accumulating substantial merit. His merit now rivaled that of his previous teachings, lifting him from the ranks of the impoverished. Although he had settled his karmic obligations, Zhou Cheng remained resolute in his pursuit of repairing the spiritual veins. Through frequent application of the 5 elements principle, he found himself on the verge of ascension. Once he advanced, his power would increase significantly, allowing him to confront Yang Mei without trepidation. With a refreshed spirit, Zhou Cheng discovered a peculiar spiritual vein, sensing a notably heightened aura of gold. He surmised that there must be golden spiritual roots or innate treasures nearby, as the explosion of the spiritual veins by Rahu had wreaked havoc on the hidden innate treasures and roots within the western continent. This explained why figures like Zhu and Ti were so eager to pillage other realms, as they had nothing of value to offer from their own land, relying instead on thievery to sustain themselves amidst the desolation of the western continent. Sensing the golden aura, Zhou Cheng swiftly made his way to the source, which lay beneath the earth. Without hesitation, he descended underground. Upon reaching the origin, he was astonished to find a radiant golden pearl emanating boundless light. The coveted golden spirit pearl, resting serenely within the spiritual vein. Truly, it was a case of fortune favoring the prepared. Zhou Cheng quickly collected the golden spirit pearl, intending to restore this location before entering seclusion to merge it with the 5 elements pagoda. With determination, Zhou Cheng commenced the meticulous restoration. A year later, he had successfully repaired the spiritual vein and was ready to enter seclusion atop it to merge the 5 elements pagoda with the golden spirit pearl. After preparing himself, he initiated the fusion process. The integration proceeded smoothly and without difficulty, devoid of any grand formations, and within 10 years, the two spiritual treasures were harmoniously combined. Examining the five elements pagoda in his hands, Zhou Cheng noted that it had reached the limit of 49 prohibitions, just one step away from ascending to a chaos spirit treasure. He wondered if the acquisition of the wood spirit pearl would enable the pagoda to ascend. Elated, he recalled his earlier ambition to refine the pagoda further during his mid-stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal Realm, aiming to reduce the prohibitions to 45 and achieve the pinnacle of his cultivation. Yet, various interruptions had delayed him, and now seemed the perfect moment to refine it once more. In a mere decade, Zhou Cheng succeeded in refining all 45 prohibitions, speculating that the remaining 4 could only be eliminated after reaching the Hongjun and Luohou Golden Immortal stage. With everything in order, he prepared to depart. As he was refining, he discovered that the remaining wood spirit pearl could be sensed through the 5 elements pagoda. Thus, he was eager to locate the wood spirit pearl, curious whether its fusion would allow the pagoda to ascend to a chaos spirit treasure. Although Zhou Cheng was aware of the challenges ahead, the prospect was invigorating. Emerging from the depths, he summoned another rainfall of 3 light divine water over the land, this time bestowing an additional 10 drops as a reward for finding the golden spirit pearl. Observing the land rejuvenating in greenery, Zhou Cheng soared towards the eastern continent, guided by the indications from the 5 elements pagoda. In a fervent haste, he traversed the land over the course of 30 years, arriving at the heart of the eastern continent, where the pagoda's signals grew increasingly intense, indicating that he was nearing his destination. Upon reaching a mountain peak with moderate spiritual energy, Zhou Cheng noted it was unremarkable compared to others, but felt the strongest resonance from the 5 elements pagoda here. Without hesitation, he ascended the mountain and reached a gentle slope where the pagoda signaled its presence. Noticing nothing apparent, Zhou Cheng deduced that a spiritual formation was concealed. Employing his skills, he quickly identified the unusual aspects of the area. With careful inspection, he discovered the hidden formation. Once located, it was a simple matter to dismantle it, revealing an extraordinary towering tree adorned with green leaves, purple stems, black flowers, and yellow fruit. Zhou Cheng recognized this as the supreme innate spiritual root known as the Jinmu Divine Tree. While thrilled at acquiring such a rare spiritual root, he was more anxious to find the wood spirit pearl. Ultimately, he discovered it nestled within a hollow of the Jinmu. As he gazed at the softly glowing green pearl, Zhou Cheng's mouth watered with anticipation. However, he refrained from immediate collection, opting instead to set up a protective formation to conceal the area. He resolved to merge the wood spirit pearl here, for the fate of the 5 elements pagoda's ascension to a chaos spirit treasure rested on this moment. After hastily arranging the formation, he entered the hollow of the wood spirit pearl, eagerly preparing for seclusion. Before he could initiate the fusion, the wood spirit pearl flew toward the 5 elements pagoda, merging spontaneously. The resonating hum filled the air, with the pagoda vibrating violently, as if on the verge of explosion, before gradually calming. Just as Zhou Cheng believed it was concluding, the 5 elements pagoda shot forth from the hollow, ascending into the sky, releasing the full force of its innate treasure aura. Zhou Cheng understood that the 5 elements pagoda was on the verge of ascension, yet he was uncertain whether he could withstand the impending tribulation. Indeed, as the pagoda challenged the heavens, dark clouds enveloped the land. Zhou Cheng swiftly stored the Jinmu in the Sihua Pearl, only to discover a delightful surprise. The Jinmu had been rooted in innate soil, albeit not chaos soil. Yet it was still a significant boon for the Jinmu. With no time to spare, he gathered his finds and fled the area, realizing that the formation he had set earlier had been disrupted by the overwhelming aura of the 5 elements pagoda and the oppressive dark clouds. In an instant, the mountain was shrouded in darkness, and this tribulation startled even the great beings of the primordial realm. As the thunderclouds gathered, their might eclipsed even the legendary 9-9 heavenly tribulation, shocking the entirety of the primordial realm. Countless ancestors and clan leaders awoke, some hastily making their way to investigate the commotion. The venerable Hongjun was also roused from his meditative state atop Yujing Mountain. Although he longed to witness the event, he was in a crucial moment of enlightenment. Nevertheless, the magnitude of the disturbance suggested a formidable being undergoing tribulation or a spiritual treasure facing a trial. Should it be a spiritual treasure, it would undoubtedly be confronting the chaos tribulation, a treasure of such significance that he wished to partake in its outcome. To ascertain the truth, He consulted the Tao creation jade plate, which revealed that Zhou Cheng's innate treasure was undergoing the chaos tribulation, preparing to achieve the status of a chaos spirit treasure. After some time, Hongjun chose to relinquish his pursuit. This was an item of significance, one that, regardless of whether it could withstand the tribulation, did not belong to him. He was acutely aware of Zhou Cheng's impressive record, capable of challenging those beyond his level. Though he held confidence in his ability to suppress Zhou Cheng at present, he understood that whether that spiritual treasure could endure the chaotic tribulation or not, it would ultimately enhance Zhou Cheng's strength, an unpredictable variable that he despised. Thus, in the end, Hongjun chose to abandon the spectacle and devoted himself to arduous cultivation, hoping to attain enlightenment soon. On Yingzhou Island, Zhou Cheng's companion was indeed fortunate to acquire an innate treasure poised to undergo tribulation, and one could only wish for its successful passage. Yang Mei had also learned of Zhou Cheng's situation and was intrigued by the chaotic spiritual treasure. However, upon perceiving through the spatial laws that it was Zhou Cheng's treasure undergoing tribulation, his interest waned, leaving him with nothing but blessings. Meanwhile, confronted with such an overwhelming situation, acknowledged his recklessness. He realized that the entire Honglong region was now aware of the events unfolding here, and many would surely rush to this place. However, with the arrow knocked, it must be loosed. He hoped that no chaos would ensue, wishing for fewer impulsive individuals. Wishing for fewer impulsive onlookers. The thunderclouds had gathered, and the Five Elements Pagoda was still accumulating power, aiming to break through the thunderclouds. However, the thunderclouds did not wait for the Five Elements Pagoda to finish gathering strength and unleashed a 10-meter-wide Gui water divine thunder upon it, knowing that the pagoda's defenses had indeed improved. Subsequently, 9 consecutive 10-meter diameter Gui water divine thunders assailed the pagoda, yet it remained unscathed, repelling them solely with the elemental shield. At this moment, Zhou Cheng felt a slight relief, though it was quickly replaced by anxiety. He knew that the subsequent divine thunders would be even more formidable. After the Gui water divine thunder, the next to descend was the Bing fire divine thunder, now with a diameter of 20 meters, which also struck unhesitatingly at the Five Elements Pagoda. This time, the pagoda did not fend it off as effortlessly. It required multiple layers of defense to withstand the onslaught. Measuring 20 meters in diameter, this thunder struck the Five Elements Pagoda without hesitation. Unlike before, the pagoda struggled to defend itself, requiring a series of defenses to withstand the onslaught. 8 more Bing fire divine thunders followed in succession, all of which were also successfully defended against by the pagoda. Yet he understood that his intervention would not only be futile, but could also intensify the tribulation, leaving the outcome uncertain. As the tribulation raged on, as Zhou Cheng observed the pagoda's defenses becoming increasingly strained, his heart grew anxious. He longed to assist. They were uncertain if the tribulation treasure belonged to him, but they knew they could not compete with him, thus they remained at a distance. Witnessing the swift arrival of over a dozen great Luo golden immortals, but they knew they could not compete with him, so they remained at a distance, watching intently. Within a short time, over a dozen great Luo golden immortals arrived, most being early-stage ones. Zhou Cheng recognized that many had ascended during the Dao's return and couldn't help but reflect that the Honglong would soon flourish again. The 5 types of divine thunders coalesced into the small 5 elements primordial divine thunder, its might surpassing that of the previous singular divine thunders, 1 meter in diameter. Yet more powerful than the 50-meter gung metal divine thunder. The 5 elements pagoda stood ready, eagerly anticipating the onslaught of the small 5 elements primordial divine thunder, which struck with full force. The pagoda trembled slightly, its radiant hues flaring forth, successfully repelling the divine thunder. Zhou Cheng felt both anxious and elated, and the small 5 elements primordial divine thunder eagerly descended, striking the pagoda with full force. The pagoda trembled slightly, radiating a colorful aura that successfully resisted the onslaught. Zhou Cheng felt a mix of anxiety and delight. He knew that even he would sustain injuries against such a thunder, yet the pagoda had effortlessly withstood it, which made their own chances of acquisition seem exceedingly slim. Before long, 9 small 5 elements primordial divine thunders were unleashed, followed by 9 large 5 elements annihilation divine thunders, which the 5 elements pagoda managed to weather with great difficulty. Observing the pagoda navigate the tribulation unscathed, the thunderclouds seemed to grow enraged, flickering with violet hues. Zhou Cheng realized that the Zishao divine thunder was imminent, a thunder so powerful that even a careless primordial golden immortal could be obliterated by it, marking it as the strongest of the 9 heavens' tribulations. Zhou Cheng pondered, could this be the final wave of tribulation? 9 strikes of the small 5 elements primordial divine thunder had concluded, followed by 9 strikes of the large 5 elements annihilation divine thunder. The shield and halo prepared by the 5 elements pagoda were obliterated, and the force ultimately impacted the pagoda itself. Zhou Cheng felt a slight tremor within. Yet the 5 elements pagoda merely crashed to the ground, sustaining no significant damage. Subsequently, 9 bolts of purple night divine thunder descended, each more intense than the last, leaving the pagoda somewhat charred. Nonetheless, the 5 elements pagoda steadfastly endured, just as Zhou Cheng believed the ordeal was nearing its conclusion. How could it possibly appear in Hongjun? Finally, one knowledgeable individual spoke up. It is the Tai Chi Yin-Yang divine thunder, which only appears amidst chaos. The overwhelming presence was palpable even from 1,000 miles away, instilling a sense of pressure upon Zhou Cheng. With a grave expression, he gazed at the storm clouds above, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Chapter 084. Failure in transcending tribulation. The storm clouds continued to surge violently, gathering and merging. Portions of the clouds gradually shifted in hue, ultimately transforming into a striking combination of black and white, intermingling to form the Taiji Yin-Yang divine thunder, a phenomenon Zhou Cheng had only glimpsed in the memories of the demon god. As this thunderclap reverberates, not only does Zhou Cheng, situated thousands of miles away, feel an immense pressure, but even the Luohou Jinxian, residing 100,000 miles distant, is filled with awe. Despite such a vast expanse, they can sense the formidable power of this thunder, rendering their breathing labored. What kind of divine thunder is this? So terrifying. Does such thunder truly exist in our primordial world? Why have I never heard of it? This thunder is exceedingly terrifying. I feel that even if I were to encounter it, I would be crushed before it strikes. I believe I have heard of this thunder before. However, he seems to be an anomaly in the primordial chaos. At last, there is someone with insight. Pray, enlighten us about this divine thunder, so fearsome. Indeed, after enduring 9 strikes of this formidable thunder, the 5 elements pagoda teeters on the brink of collapse, yet it valiantly strives to ascend. Moreover, it is only surpassed by the most formidable chaotic divine thunder, ranking second among the most powerful divine thunders. The individual swallowed hard and spoke, ranked second in power? Can this Ling Bao truly transcend? No wonder we have never heard of it. It has only manifested in the realm of chaos. Such formidable power. I find this treasure quite formidable. Indeed, even from this distance, we can perceive the overwhelming pressure. It is at the center, where the pressure is even greater. Silence, everyone. Otherwise, I implore you all to remain silent forever. When Zhou Cheng beheld the divine thunder of Taiji's yin and yang, his spirits, already dampened, plummeted further upon hearing the disparaging remarks from the surrounding Luohou Jinxian. Anger surged within him. The esteemed Luohou golden immortals fell silent. It is ranked just beneath the supreme chaotic thunder, possessing the second greatest power amongst the formidable thunders. The individual swallowed hard and remarked, the second in power ranking? Upon hearing reckless talk of seizing this legendary treasure, they sensed impending danger and hastened their escape to avoid calamity. Why did they flee? Zhou Cheng turned his gaze anxiously towards the 5 elements pagoda. During their discussion, the Taiji Yin-Yang righteous thunder had fully coalesced and struck directly at the pagoda. Despite the numerous defenses the 5 elements pagoda had erected during its formation, they shattered upon contact with the Taiji Yin-Yang righteous thunder. Or do not blame me for my rudeness. The faces of the Luohou golden immortals turned grim. They recalled their glorious ascent to their current status. Smoke billowed around the pagoda as it trembled momentarily before ascending slowly once more. Yet, before it could regain its previous height, the Taiji Yin-Yang righteous thunder descended again, driving the pagoda deeper into the earth and forming a vast chasm. The pagoda perseveres, continuing to rise as it prepares to face the next onslaught of divine thunder, leaving behind a handful of reclusive elders who seem to conspire against Zhou Cheng, intent on seizing the 5 elements pagoda, striking directly at the 5 elements pagoda. Despite the numerous defenses the pagoda had erected during this process, they proved futile against the righteous thunder, shattering upon contact, albeit at a pace reminiscent of a tortoise. The crater beneath it measures a mere 100 miles in diameter, but plunges to a depth of 10,000 miles. A testament to the thunder's immense power and the tremendous pressure borne by the pagoda. Observing the determined ascent of the five elements pagoda, forcing the pagoda down into the earth and forming a vast, deep pit. The pagoda perseveres, continuing to rise as it prepares to face the next onslaught of divine thunder. It is truly astonishing that it has survived such a terrifying force. What kind of spiritual treasure possesses such extraordinary might? If one were to acquire it, would it not render them invincible? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Luohou golden immortals gleamed with desire, yet some among them began to flee. Recognizing Zhou Cheng, they realized their chances of gaining anything were slim, and the risk to their lives was too great. Hence, they hurriedly retreated. Moreover, a testament to the thunder's immense power and the tremendous pressure borne by the pagoda. Observing the determined ascent of the five elements pagoda, did they no longer desire the treasure, or was there another reason? One individual glanced back at Zhou Cheng, seemingly guessing something, yet hesitated to confirm. Zhou Cheng, despite his desire to ignore the Luohou golden immortals, found their incessant chatter irksome. Casting a sweeping glance around, he declared, "Leave at once, or do not blame me for my rudeness." The faces of the Luohou golden immortals turned grim. They recalled their glorious ascent to their current status, basking in the accolades of others. It had been a long time since anyone had shouted at them in such a manner. However, he focused on the impending divine thunder that was about to coalesce. Upon their arrival, leaving behind a handful of reclusive elders who seemed to conspire against Zhou Cheng, intent on seizing the five elements pagoda, but their joy evaporated upon noticing Zhou Cheng's presence. Recognizing him, they felt a chill. A peaked Luohou golden immortal could slay a mid-stage primordial golden immortal and 5 early-stage primordial golden immortals, and after his ascension, he could annihilate them with ease. A leading peaked Luohou golden immortal, seemingly discerning something, remarked, "You may be a primordial golden immortal, but against so many Luohou golden immortals." Aware of the disparity between the Luohou golden immortals and the primordial golden immortals, they chose not to retaliate. Most of the Luohou golden immortals departed. Zhou Cheng chuckled at the peaked Luohou golden immortal's words, choosing not to engage further. He unleashed the power of the five elements law, manifesting a colossal hand that enveloped the area occupied by the few remaining Luohou golden immortals and brought it down upon them. What? So powerful? How is this possible? He had not anticipated the pagoda's magnetic pull on these individuals. With a fierce tone, he remarked, "Since you refuse to leave, you may as well stay." A leading peaked Luohou golden immortal, seemingly discerning something, remarked, "You may be a primordial golden immortal, but against so many Luohou golden immortals." Leaving behind a few innate treasures, which Zhou Cheng collected without disdain. These events transpired in the blink of an eye, and the five elements pagoda continued its slow ascent. After securing the treasures, Zhou Cheng intended to fly towards the pagoda to inspect its condition. However, before he could act, the thunderclouds began to roil violently, manifesting a colossal hand that enveloped the area occupied by the few remaining Luohou golden immortals and brought it down upon them. What? So powerful? How is this possible? The Luohou golden immortals were seized by panic at the sheer strength of Zhou Cheng's effortless attack. As they attempted to plead for mercy, the enormous hand descended. He focused on the impending divine thunder that was about to coalesce. Upon their arrival, the primordial golden immortals quickly realized that the innate treasure was undergoing tribulation to ascend to a chaotic spiritual artifact. They were elated by this revelation. The items placed within the pagoda by Zhou Cheng have been nearly depleted. The spiritual herbs and elixirs, along with the lower-tier spiritual roots, have all vanished. And the innate spiritual liquid, originally abundant in 5 great spiritual pools, has dwindled to less than 10 drops. Among the spiritual roots, only the enlightenment tree remains. They were filled with trepidation regarding Zhou Cheng's combat prowess and were at a loss for how to proceed. As they observed the divine thunder about to condense, which Zhou Cheng had not yet refined and had intended to bestow upon others, were stored within the 5-element space. Little did he know that during this tribulation of the 5 elements pagoda, they would lend a modicum of assistance, ultimately suffering some damage themselves. Regarding the enlightenment tea tree, the primordial golden immortals echoed his astonishment. As they fidgeted with anticipation, the chaotic divine thunder struck the 5 elements pagoda without warning, silently, as if nothing had occurred. Zhou Cheng and the others anxiously watched the pagoda, which emitted a mournful sound as it began to descend slowly. The pagoda exuded a sorrowful aura, and those nearby felt the weight of its failure to transcend the tribulation. Suppressing his disappointment, Zhou Cheng swiftly approached the Five Elements pagoda, meticulously examining it for any damage. Upon witnessing Zhou Cheng's rapid approach, the primordial golden immortals contemplated making a move, but upon seeing the pagoda's lack of resistance, they were uncertain whether it was due to exhaustion from the tribulation or because it was inherently Zhou Cheng's spiritual treasure. At this point, the primordial golden immortals echoed his astonishment. As they fidgeted with anticipation, the chaotic divine thunder struck the Five Elements pagoda without warning, silently, as if nothing had occurred. Zhou Cheng and the others anxiously watched the pagoda, which emitted a mournful sound as it began to descend slowly. The pagoda exuded a sorrowful aura. He felt fortunate that the essence of the pagoda remained intact, a small blessing amidst the misfortune. Upon witnessing Zhou Cheng's rapid approach, the primordial golden immortals contemplated making a move, but upon seeing the pagoda's lack of resistance, they were uncertain whether it was due to exhaustion from the tribulation or because it was inherently Zhou Cheng's spiritual treasure. At this point, and the innate spiritual liquid, originally abundant in 5 great spiritual pools, has dwindled to less than 10 drops. Among the spiritual roots, only the enlightenment tree remains, albeit in a state of decline. The heart demon pearl and the illusory god pearl are also languishing. These spiritual treasures, which Zhou Cheng had not yet refined and had intended to bestow upon others, were stored within the 5 Elements space. Little did he know that during this tribulation of the 5 Elements pagoda, they would lend a modicum of assistance, ultimately suffering some damage themselves. Regarding the enlightenment tea tree, Zhou Cheng hastily bestowed several drops of 3 light divine water from the Sui water pearl, instantly revitalizing it. He placed the 2 pearls in the spiritual liquid to aid in their recovery. While Zhou Cheng is not overly concerned about the other spiritual herbs and elixirs, the loss of such an abundance of innate spiritual liquid deeply pains him. However, he finds some solace in the thought that, without this spiritual liquid, he calculates the passage of time and reflects. Indeed, the further one progresses, the more arduous the cultivation becomes. Little did he know that during this tribulation of the 5 Elements pagoda, they would lend a modicum of assistance, ultimately suffering some damage themselves. Regarding the enlightenment tea tree, contrasting sharply with the current challenges posed by the heavens, Zhou Cheng vents his frustrations regarding the difficulties of ascension upon the heavenly path, the nature of which Zhou Cheng is still uncertain. Whether it is an innate treasure or a chaos spiritual treasure, he considers the 5 Elements pagoda to be the pinnacle of the primordial realm. The loss of such an abundance of innate spiritual liquid deeply pains him. However, he finds some solace in the thought that, without this spiritual liquid, the 5 Elements pagoda might not have withstood the lightning tribulation so easily. Nevertheless, the 5 Elements pagoda still stands as a treasure of innate prohibitions, which would provide him ample opportunity for contemplation and facilitate his ascension to the next level of the laws. Setting aside other thoughts, he steps out of his seclusion and into the main hall, where he encounters the remaining members of the Qilin clan. He speaks directly, the nature of which Zhou Cheng is still uncertain. Whether it is an innate treasure or a chaos spiritual treasure, he considers the 5 Elements pagoda to be the pinnacle of the primordial realm. We are willing. Zhou Cheng, disliking such displays of reverence, gently raises them with a soft wave of energy, saying, I prefer not to be bowed to. As the 5 Elements pagoda has just integrated the 5 spirit pearls and recently endured the lightning tribulation, particularly the earlier 5 Elements lightning tribulation, I hope you will continue to gather the scattered members of our Qilin and Monkey clans and bring them to Panlai Island. Shortly, a smile gradually spreads across his face as he releases the 2 orbs of vibrant law power, laughing heartily. At last, I have reached the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. The next step is to prepare for the path of enlightenment. As he prepares to emerge, he opens his eyes, concluding his seclusion. His mastery of the 5 Elements laws has now successfully broken through to the next level. There are only a few dozen members of the Qilin clan. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng would not have been so generous in granting each 10 drops of innate spiritual liquid. After bestowing the gifts, he feels a twinge of regret and resolves to return to Panlai Island to collect more innate spiritual liquid. Yet he fails to consider that if the denizens of the primordial realm could ascend as rapidly as he has, they would be too busy rejoicing to harbor grievances. Zhou Cheng, with his multitude of spiritual treasures at his disposal, has experienced an exceptionally brief period of enlightenment, a rarity in the primordial realm. Few possess such an advantage. In fact, some might struggle for decades to achieve a single level of advancement. Zhou Cheng resumes his collection of herbs, indiscriminately gathering everything he encounters into the 5-element space to compensate for his losses. Consequently, contrasting sharply with the current challenges posed by the heavens, Zhou Cheng vents his frustrations regarding the difficulties of ascension upon the heavenly path. Are you willing to join the Seekers of the Path sect? They are already aware of Zhou Cheng's establishment of the sect, and exchanging glances, they kneel before him. Zhou Cheng, with his multitude of spiritual treasures at his disposal, has experienced an exceptionally brief period of enlightenment, a rarity in the primordial realm. Few possess such an advantage. In fact, some might struggle for decades to achieve a single level of advancement. He would not show them mercy, especially since he is currently in a foul mood. After a lengthy journey, Zhou Cheng arrives at the shores of the Eastern Sea. I shall provide you with the location of Penglai Island and the method for entry. Thank you, sect leader, they reply, refraining from kneeling this time, simply bowing in gratitude. The environment outside the sect is somewhat inferior to Penglai Island, with fewer resources. Thus, I shall bestow upon each of you 10 drops of innate spiritual liquid, and I will impart teachings for 1,000 years as a reward. Thank you, sect leader, they exclaim, excitement evident in their voices. Fortunately, there are only a few dozen members of the Qilin clan. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng would not have been so generous in granting each 10 drops of innate spiritual liquid. After bestowing the gifts, he feels a twinge of regret and resolves to return to Penglai Island to collect more innate spiritual liquid. Once they have carefully stored the innate spiritual liquid, Zhou Cheng begins his teachings. 1,000 years pass. As he concludes, the Qilin clan members, immersed in the ocean of his teachings, are abruptly interrupted, feeling as though cold water has been poured over them, snapping them back to reality. 1,000 years have passed. I must take my leave, Zhou Cheng states before departing. Farewell, sect leader, they all bow in gratitude. Chapter 086, Flower Fruit Mountain. Upon leaving the Qilin clan's territory, he notices something amiss and promptly ventures into a bamboo grove radiating boundless vitality, setting his gaze upon the tallest bamboo. A smile graces his lips, and his spirits lift. He spots a supreme innate spiritual root, bitter bamboo. This rare treasure, a mythical artifact of the West, was an unexpected find for Zhou Cheng. The cultivators of the eastern continent seethe with anger at such behavior, yet lacking Zhou Cheng's cultivation level, they can only feel the pressure he exudes from a distance. Moreover, most of the herbs he collects are commonplace, leaving roots behind to allow for regrowth. With this, they have no justification to confront Zhou Cheng. The bitter bamboo possesses the essence of the soul laws, and when refined into a spiritual treasure, it can seal the consciousness of others and boasts formidable offensive capabilities. He would not show them mercy, especially since he is currently in a foul mood. After a lengthy journey, Zhou Cheng arrives at the shores of the Eastern Sea. Having taken a century, gazing at the boundless expanse of water, he prepares to plunge into it, longing for a swift return to Penglai Island. Suddenly, this mountain range held no other useful resources aside from the sparse concentration of spiritual energy. Observing the vast expanse of flowers and fruits, devoid of any innate spiritual treasures or roots, Zhou Cheng, undeterred, scanned the area with his divine consciousness and soon discerned its unique characteristics. At the summit of the mountain, casting a stream of spiritual energy, the formation reveals itself in an instant. Sensing its essence, Zhou Cheng realizes that, even without his intervention, the formation would soon collapse. The mountain was rich in spiritual energy, with trees laden with bountiful fruit, particularly peaches, seemingly waiting to be harvested. A source of water cascaded down a sheer cliff, forming a breathtaking waterfall. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Cheng was momentarily stunned, but he cautiously probed the waterfall with his divine sense and unearthed a startling revelation. The spiritual energy of this mountain is quite dense, inferior only to that of the Qilin clan's territory, yet vastly superior to the former Monkey clan's domain. Zhou Cheng regards the spiritual energy with disdain, deeming it merely ordinary. Scanning the area with his consciousness, he notices something amiss and promptly ventures into a bamboo grove radiating boundless vitality, setting his gaze upon the tallest bamboo. A smile graces his lips, and his spirits lift. He was also one of the most formidable beings in the Primordial era, and he did not fear that the future spiritual stone monkey, Sun Wukong. He had thought that during his repairs of the Western Mountains, he would uncover several renowned innate treasures, only to come away empty-handed, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of regret. Now, having discovered this powerful bitter bamboo, he feels a surge of triumph. Zhou Cheng regards the spiritual energy with disdain, deeming it merely ordinary. Scanning the area with his consciousness, it is one of the rare treasures capable of utilizing soul laws for attack. Now it belongs to him. After reflecting on the bitter bamboo, now that he had discovered this pivotal location connected to the future calamity, Zhou Cheng contemplated deeply, realizing that he was inextricably linked to the journey to the west. This mountain range held no other useful resources aside from the sparse concentration of spiritual energy. Observing the vast expanse of flowers and fruits, devoid of any innate spiritual treasures or roots, Zhou Cheng, undeterred, scanned the area with his divine consciousness and soon discerned its unique characteristics. At the summit of the mountain, the bitter bamboo possesses the essence of the soul laws, and when refined into a spiritual treasure, it can seal the consciousness of others and boasts formidable offensive capabilities. Subsequently claiming the bitter bamboo and occupying this place due to its abundant spiritual energy for their own schemes. However, now this territory belonged to Zhou Cheng, forming a breathtaking waterfall. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Cheng was momentarily stunned, but he cautiously probed the waterfall with his divine sense and unearthed a startling revelation. With a complex expression, Zhou Cheng surveyed the area, then performed a series of hand seals to arrange a formation. Zhou Cheng realized the location he had stumbled upon. This was the renowned Flower Fruit Mountain, the future domain of the great sage, equal to heaven. A point of concern in his heart. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhou Cheng regained his composure. Even though he recognized his profound connection to this place, he was also one of the most formidable beings in the Primordial era, and he did not fear that the future spiritual stone monkey, Sun Wukong, could bring about his demise. His perspective on the journey to the west had significantly shifted, yet he could not entirely dismiss his apprehensions. As long as he had not attained sainthood, he would always harbor concerns. His fears were not primarily directed at Sun Wukong, but rather at the two saints of the west. Even with the certainty of his own future ascension, he remained vigilant against Hongjun and the heavenly Dao. He pondered whether, should he fail to achieve sainthood, they might eliminate him to extract his essence, creating a battle madman of their design. Now that he had discovered this pivotal location connected to the future calamity, Zhou Cheng contemplated deeply, realizing that he was inextricably linked to the journey to the west. Upon acknowledging that this was Flower Fruit Mountain, he designated it as such, recognizing it as the fulcrum of his involvement in the journey to the west, potentially leading to the early acquisition of the spiritual stone monkey and a direct involvement in shaping the narrative. At this juncture, Zhou Cheng surmised that this location might have been encountered by the two Western saints while they were in the east, subsequently claiming the bitter bamboo and occupying this place due to its abundant spiritual energy for their own schemes. However, now this territory belonged to Zhou Cheng. They were deliberating the personnel assignments for various strongholds in the Primordial era. Their discussions were harmonious, filled with amicable exchanges, devoid of any disputes. In an instant, with a complex expression, Zhou Cheng surveyed the area, then performed a series of hand seals to arrange a formation. He resolved to establish this site as a stronghold for the Seeking Dao sect, where the monkey clan residing outside would live until they met the necessary standards to be taken to Penglai Island. As fate and the heavenly Dao intertwined. Just as Zhou Cheng completed the formation, a small group of monkeys appeared in his divine consciousness, fleeing in disarray from a pursuing wolf from the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. As the wolf was on the verge of catching up to the frightened monkeys, Zhou Cheng intervened, conjuring a massive monkey paw to seize the wolf, crushing it without granting it a chance to speak or resist, sending the unknown wolf to meet its ancestors. This transpired in the blink of an eye. The monkeys had yet to grasp what had occurred before the wolf lay lifeless. In their moment of bewilderment, Zhou Cheng approached them. The leader of the monkeys recognized him as their savior and fell to his knees in gratitude. Zhou Cheng inquired about their plight, learning that they had merely been victims of the strong preying on the weak, a common occurrence in the Primordial era where weakness was often a sin. Uncertain of the reasons behind this unexpected encounter with the monkeys at Flower Fruit Mountain, Zhou Cheng felt a mix of confusion and determination. Regardless of the circumstances, he understood that as long as he was powerful enough, all conspiracies could be effortlessly managed. He subsequently guided the group of approximately 1,000 monkeys into Flower Fruit Mountain, informing them that others would come to assist with their cultivation. Once he had settled them, Zhou Cheng flew back to Penglai. Chapter 087. Establishing a stronghold in the conference hall of the Seeking Dao sect, the 10 elders and Chiao were not in seclusion. They were deliberating the personnel assignments for various strongholds in the Primordial era. Their discussions were harmonious, filled with amicable exchanges, devoid of any disputes. In an instant, Zhou Cheng appeared at his main seat, causing the 10 elders and Chiao to tense up, instantly entering a state of alert. All 11 turned their gazes towards him, and, upon recognizing him, they reacted with a mix of joy and a hint of bitterness, greeting him with reverence. "Greetings, Sect Master." "Welcome back." "Greetings, Master." Enough with the formalities. Zhou Cheng waved his hand, sensing their startled reaction, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "What were you discussing?" "Sect Master, we have identified several suitable strongholds and are currently deliberating on the personnel for the primordial strongholds," Elder Chi Bin replied, with others nodding in agreement. "How is the discussion progressing?" Zhou Cheng inquired with curiosity. "As for the personnel assigned to the strongholds, there have been no objections. Everyone is compliant with our arrangements. We are prioritizing those great Luo golden immortals who are facing bottlenecks, hoping they can find opportunities to break through while away. It serves two purposes," Elder Ho Ming stated. "That is excellent and quite insightful." "Well done," Zhou Cheng praised. The 11 high-ranking members beamed at his commendation, feeling a sense of warmth and gratitude. They recognized that their current achievements were largely due to Zhou Cheng's guidance and felt a desire to reciprocate in some manner. The acknowledgement from him brought them great satisfaction. In contrast to the high-ranking members' joy, Zhou Cheng felt immense satisfaction with their efforts. Upon returning to Penglai, he noted the remarkable transformations that had occurred on Penglai Island. The current state of Penglai Island was a far cry from their initial arrival. It was now adorned with vibrant flora and trees, colorful spiritual fruits, and fluttering butterflies. With the children of the Monkey and Qilin clans playing joyfully among the trees, painting a serene and rejuvenating scene. At this moment, the Seeking Dao sect was still small, with fewer than 10 billion members, residing atop various peaks. Only the recently born, playful youths would frolic in the outer areas. Reflecting on the completion of Penglai Island's planning, Zhou Cheng felt immensely pleased and proud of the 11 individuals before him. He acknowledged that he was not necessarily a good leader, but with their presence, the future of Penglai would undoubtedly flourish. Regaining his composure, Zhou Cheng mentioned that he had also discovered 2 promising locations, stating, regarding the strongholds, "I have found 2 that meet our requirements." Elder Chi Bin and the others were aware that Zhou Cheng had been in the primordial era recently, so they were not surprised to hear of his findings. "Sect Master, where are these locations?" "We can arrange personnel all at once," Elder Chi Yin inquired. Chiao wholeheartedly concurred. "Rest assured, only I possess the means to locate it, and I have modified its protective formation. Entry is only possible through my incantations. It is another fragment of chaos that has manifested as an island in the primordial era. The chaotic energy has dissipated almost entirely, resembling the original Penglai Immortal Island. Then we can dispatch a portion of our disciples to establish a presence there, constructing Fangzhong Island to the specifications of Penglai Island." "Master, is it Fangzhong Island or Yingzhou Island?" Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Chiao and the others lost their previous calmness, standing up in astonishment. In an instant, Zhou Cheng replied with satisfaction at Ho Ming's suggestion. "How convenient. The round trip won't take long at all," Chi Bin added, pleased with the proximity of Fangzhong Island. "I speak the truth. It is Fangzhong Island, and I have already surveyed it. It remains in its pristine state." Observing Chiao and the others leaping with joy, Zhou Cheng pressed his hands down to pacify them. Upon hearing his words, they understood the reality of the situation and their spirits soared. They recognized that in the primordial world, the essence of cultivation lies in the density of spiritual energy. The greater the concentration of spiritual energy, the higher the innate talent at birth and the swifter the pace of cultivation. They had personally experienced the rich spiritual energy of Penglai Island, undoubtedly among the finest in the primordial realm. Furthermore, their cultivation speed on Penglai Island had been exceptionally rapid. and the members born during their time, they generally exhibited superior talent compared to previous members. Acquiring another island with comparable spiritual energy to Panlai Island was something they could not afford to relinquish, as it would greatly benefit the future growth of their sect. Sun Daozong, Master, we should promptly send people to seize and develop Hongjun Island before others discover it, proposed the elder Qi Bin. Indeed, the higher the innate talent at birth and the swifter the pace of cultivation. They had personally experienced the rich spiritual energy of Panlai Island. Qi Ao wholeheartedly concurred. Rest assured, only I possess the means to locate it, and I have modified its protective formation. Entry is only possible through my incantations. As you witnessed with Panlai Island, without my incantations and coordinates, none of you could find its location, Zhou Cheng reiterated, calming them once more. Then we can dispatch a portion of our disciples to establish a presence there, constructing Hongjun Island to the specifications of Panlai Island. Master, how far is Hongjun Island from here? Inquired the third elder, Ho Ming. It is not far. You could fly there in no time. Let us secure it first and discuss development later, agreed the second elder, Qi Yin. We cannot allow such a splendid place to fall into the hands of others. After their initial excitement, Ho Ming, with gleaming eyes, turned to Zhou Cheng, his voice tinged with eagerness. Master, you mentioned there were 2 locations? Where's the other one? Is it Yingzhou Island? Upon hearing Ho Ming's words, Qi Ao and the others looked at Zhou Cheng with anticipation, only to be met with disappointment, which could hinder their cultivation, Qi Ao commented. Additionally, let's rotate the members remaining in the Qilin clan's territory, sending personnel in accordance with our current scale. Zhou Cheng continued, unfortunately, it already has an owner, and I cannot overpower them. Zhou Cheng's words fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing their enthusiasm. Zhou Cheng replied with satisfaction at Ho Ming's suggestion. How convenient. The round trip won't take long at all, Qi Bin added, pleased with the proximity of Hongjun Island. You should deliberate on arranging personnel to guard it. I will utilize it for strategic planning, sending some of the monkey clan there, Zhou Cheng asserted directly. Strategic planning? Qi Bin and the others were puzzled. What I hadn't mentioned earlier is that both Panlai Island and Hongjun Island have guardian treasures. Aware of their concerns, but feeling the weight of the matter prevented him from providing full disclosure. Qi Ao and the others recognized that Zhou Cheng's intentions were not to scheme against the primordial realm, and they were indifferent to his ultimate goals. Huang Zhongli blooms once, bears fruit once, and matures once, yielding only 9 fruits at a time. Each fruit could grant immense comprehension of laws to those below the De Luo Jin Xian level, enhancing their magical power and enabling their ascension. There remained a substantial surplus for the disciples to utilize. They were not concerned about a lack of resources for cultivation. Rather, allowing such resources to sit idle would be a disservice to them. Deploying personnel to guard the stronghold could also facilitate the growth of Sun Daozong. There were no issues with arranging personnel, but who should be dispatched? How many individuals were required? Qi Bin concurred. I have already contemplated this matter. I would like to propose an increase in personnel, Zhou Cheng stated. Please, go ahead, Qi Bin replied. As the primordial realm was approaching a period of strife, Zhou Cheng suggested, we should send an additional late-stage De Luo Jin Xian for unforeseen circumstances. That sounds reasonable. It would be unwise for everyone to remain outside, which could hinder their cultivation, Qi Ao commented. Additionally, let's rotate the members remaining in the Qilin clan's territory, sending personnel in accordance with our current scale. Qi Bin and the others stared agog at Zhou Cheng, unable to fathom that he possessed an entire pool of innate treasures. Ho Ming quickly reacted and inquired. Qi Ao felt grateful for Zhou Cheng's thoughtful consideration of their circumstances. We are all disciples of Sun Daozong. No need for such formality. Zhou Cheng replied casually. Moreover, it is imperative that one of the members going to Hongjun Island must be a Hunyuan Jin Xian. Do you understand? Zhou Cheng emphasized. Why? Qi Bin and the others were puzzled. What I hadn't mentioned earlier is that both Panlai Island and Hongjun Island have guardian treasures. Our Panlai Island is home to Huang Zhongli, located where I meditate, while Hongjun Island possesses the reincarnation purple lotus, which I have acquired for my own use. Zhou Cheng elucidated. Is that true? Incredible. Qi Bin and the others were astonished. Both Huang Zhongli and reincarnation purple lotus were legendary treasures. Particularly, Qi Ao felt grateful for Zhou Cheng's thoughtful consideration of their circumstances. We are all disciples of Sun Daozong. No need for such formality. Zhou Cheng replied casually. Moreover, Each fruit could grant immense comprehension of laws to those below the de Luo Jin Xian level, enhancing their magical power and enabling their ascension, albeit with a challenging road ahead for those who do so. Generally, individuals would not utilize Hongjun Li to advance unless their innate talent was deemed too poor or they were at a dead end. However, there are many with inferior talent in the primordial realm, and currently, within Sun Dao Zone, at least half of the members cannot attain de Luo Jin Xian, making Hongjun Li exceedingly sought after. Additionally, for those above de Luo Jin Xian, it not only enhances magical power, but also accelerates their comprehension of laws, but rather by their exalted status as Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Chi Ao believed that with his innate talent and the high-grade innate spiritual treasure bestowed upon him by Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng explained, the reincarnation Purple Lotus consists of a pool containing various grades, 3rd grade, 6th grade, and 9th grade, with the highest quality having been kept by me. Although his magical power had seen slight enhancement, he remained shackled by the laws that he had yet to conquer. This predicament left him anxious and wounded. Casting doubt for the first time upon his own potential, Zhou Cheng observed the expressions of those present, particularly that of Chi Ao, making Hongjun Li exceedingly sought after. Additionally, for those above de Luo Jin Xian, it not only enhances magical power, but also accelerates their comprehension of laws. The water in the pool is San Guang divine water. Seeing their eager inquiries, Zhou Cheng felt compelled to address each one. What? There is also San Guang divine water? Who had made no advancements whatsoever. Zhou Cheng harbored some suspicions. The notion of breaking through resonated with not only Chi Ao, but also with Ho Lang and the others. Albeit lacking the ability to restore magical power, a slight disappointment. Indeed, it is a pool of San Guang divine water, which is why I insisted on sending one of the 3 Hunyuan Jin Xian to oversee it. The rotation can occur once per yuan. Zhou Cheng affirmed. Absolutely. No issue at all. Qi Bin and the others rejoiced. The thought of being able to cultivate daily beside the San Guang divine water and numerous innate treasures was an immensely delightful prospect. They felt a surge of excitement at the very idea. Observing their animated reactions, Zhou Cheng found himself at a loss for words. You are all Hunyuan Jin Xian. Why do you appear so undignified? Qi Bin and his companions restrained their exuberance somewhat, yet their faces still radiated happiness. In stark contrast, those nearby appeared somewhat lost and despondent, particularly Chi Ao, whose demeanor was saturated with envy. His envy was not fueled by their opportunity to venture to Fangzhong Island, but rather by their exalted status as Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Chi Ao believed that with his innate talent and the high-grade innate spiritual treasure bestowed upon him by Zhou Cheng, he would swiftly transcend to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. However, as nearly an entire Yuan meeting had elapsed, he found himself stagnating. This is not an absolute barrier. Look at me. I have progressed to the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. With determination, you too can surmount this obstacle. Congratulations. Casting doubt for the first time upon his own potential, Zhou Cheng observed the expressions of those present, particularly that of Chi Ao. He recognized the latter's fixation on breaking through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal status. If left unchecked, such obsession could lead to dangerous repercussions. As for the peak de Luo Golden Immortals, they ought to have made significant progress by now, yet they remained stagnant, alongside Qi Bin and his companions, who had made no advancements whatsoever. Zhou Cheng harbored some suspicions. The notion of breaking through resonated with not only Chi Ao, but also with Ho Lang and the others, who felt an impending breakthrough yet remained ensnared in their current state, causing them considerable frustration. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng suggest he understood the underlying reasons, their curiosity was piqued. Even Qi Bin and his companions yearned to comprehend why, despite their elevation to Hunyuan Golden Immortal, they had experienced no substantial progress apart from a marginal increase in magical power. They had attributed this to the inherent difficulties of ascending to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Yet Zhou Cheng's words hinted at deeper implications. What exactly is going on, Master? Chi Ao inquired, his urgency palpable. Ho Lang and the others were equally anxious, who had made no advancements whatsoever. Zhou Cheng harbored some suspicions. The notion of breaking through resonated with not only Chi Ao, but also with Ho Lang and the others. Zhou Cheng divulged his plans. As for the Hongjun Li on the mountain, I intend to leave it there. Every 3 yuan meetings. To enhance your mastery of the laws as much as possible. I had anticipated such a scenario, yet I did not foresee its severity. Who is responsible for this? Chi Ao exclaimed in shock. Who do you think possesses such power? Zhou Cheng replied cryptically. Are you implying? Qi Bin gestured upwards. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Cheng nodded. Qi Ao and the others slumped in their seats, speechless, overtaken by astonishment and fear. Zhou Cheng, reluctant to further dishearten them, added, This is not an absolute barrier. Look at me. I have progressed to the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. With determination, you too can surmount this obstacle. Congratulations. Sect Master, they exclaimed in unison. Is that truly the case, Master? Qi Ao and the others, invigorated by Zhou Cheng's declaration of his own advancement, recovered their spirits and offered their congratulations. Indeed, I wish to convey to you that perseverance will allow you to break free from this wretched confinement. I sense that the lifting of the restriction is imminent, likely within the next 10 yuan meetings. 10 yuan meetings. Initially, Ho Chong and the others felt a surge of excitement at Zhou Cheng's assurance of eventual success. However, the prospect of enduring the taboo for another 10 yuan meetings quickly diminished their enthusiasm, and they lamented their fate. Enough with the lamentations. If we harvest the 6th grade lotus pads, the 9th grade lotus seeds will drop and regenerate into 6th grade lotus pads, as long as we do not harvest them all at once. Zhou Cheng admonished, unable to bear their complaints. Instantly, Ho Chong and the others fell silent, each adopting a demeanor of dramatic despair. Zhou Cheng found the scene somewhat amusing, and Qi Yin stifled a giggle. Zhou Cheng relished this aspect of their relationship. At least they did not fear or overly revere him to the point of discomfort. Now, let's address the matter of resource allocation, Zhou Cheng remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ho Chong. Qi Bin and the others sat up attentively, and upon seeing their earnestness, Zhou Cheng divulged his plans. As for the Huangzhong Li on the mountain, I intend to leave it there. Every 3 yuan meetings, I will place 7 fruits in the treasure pavilion. As for the distribution, you may draft a regulation. Qi Bin and the others nodded in agreement, harboring no objections to Zhou Cheng's arrangements, especially regarding the Huangzhong Li. They would not contest its allocation, as it was Zhou Cheng alone who had discovered it, and they had contributed nothing. We have no objections, Sect Master. In fact, you could take less for yourself, one suggested. Yes, Sect Master. You could retain a few more for yourself, another chimed in. Zhou Cheng swiftly interrupted their chatter. The Huangzhong Li holds little value for me. A few reserves will suffice. Do not use too much at once to avoid damaging the lotus pads. Employ it judiciously. Zhou Cheng cautioned, concerned they might misuse the 3 light divine water. The reincarnation purple lotus from Fangzhong Island can be rewarded to deserving disciples of the sect, placed in the treasure pavilion alongside other spiritual treasures for selection, Zhou Cheng continued. But Qi Ao suddenly stood up, interrupting him in shock. Is there more, Master? Have you emptied the entire Honghuan continent? Can I not possess a few treasures? Zhou Cheng replied. That seems unsustainable. They may quickly deplete. Qi Ao mused, lowering his head. Not at all. The pond is of limited size, and the existing lotus pads can sustain themselves. If we harvest the 3rd grade lotus pads, the 6th grade lotus seeds will fall and grow into 3rd grade lotus pads again. Similarly, moreover, my collection pales in comparison to others. Zhou Cheng was acutely aware that Hongjuan's collection undoubtedly surpassed his own. Someone possesses a larger collection than yours. Using the 3 light divine water and the primordial essence at the pond's bottom, we can maintain an endless cycle of harvesting. Zhou Cheng explained, fully aware they lacked clarity on this matter. Except for Qi Bin and Qi Yin, the others were utterly astonished. Observing the reactions of those present, it was evident that Qi Bin and Qi Yin possessed some knowledge, understanding the significance of the 3 light divine water. Conversely, Qi Ao and the other Kirin clan members were unfamiliar with it, leading to their surprise. Ho Ming and his companions had never encountered the 3 light divine water before. With a shake of his head, Zhou Cheng continued, during my recent expedition, I discovered Jianmu and Kuzhu, which I intend to plant in the medicinal garden. Using the 3 light divine water and the primordial essence at the pond's bottom, we can maintain an endless cycle of harvesting. Zhou Cheng explained. All of them possess earth attributes and embody the laws of earth, Zhou Cheng elaborated. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's words, Qi Ao and the others remained motionless, having been repeatedly astonished, perhaps becoming somewhat numb to the revelations. Yet, the trembling of their hands betrayed their inner turmoil. Be cautious with the 3 light divine water. Do not use too much at once to avoid damaging the lotus pads. Employ it judiciously. Zhou Cheng cautioned, concerned they might misuse the 3 light divine water. Qi Ao acknowledged. Qi Bin and the others nodded in understanding, gaining insight into the obscure treasures of the primordial realm. Additionally, I possess two exceptional innate spiritual treasures, the Heart Demon Pearl and the Illusory God Pearl, which I shall place in the treasure hall. You may deliberate on who requires them, Zhou Cheng stated. The Hongjun continent is teeming with valuable items. Even if I wanted to take them all, I have no place to store them, Zhou Cheng retorted, a mix of indignation and pride coloring his tone. Qiao, taken aback by Zhou Cheng's response, scratched his head and sat back down, casting an embarrassed glance at him. Moreover, my collection pales in comparison to others. Zhou Cheng was acutely aware that Hongjun's collection undoubtedly surpassed his own. Someone possesses a larger collection than yours? Monkey Ming asked, prompting them to look toward Zhou Cheng. In a subdued tone, Zhou Cheng replied, at that time, my Five Elements Pagoda was attempting to ascend to a chaotic spiritual treasure but ultimately failed, resulting in the near-total destruction of my belongings within the five-element space. You need not concern yourselves with who it is. In due time, I shall take you to see if we can acquire a few exquisite spiritual treasures. Zhou Cheng replied curtly to Qiao. He sensed a shift in Qiao's demeanor, once a paragon of composure, now reminiscent of a mischievous monkey. With a shake of his head, Zhou Cheng continued, during my recent expedition, I discovered Jianmu and Kuzhu, which I intend to plant in the medicinal garden. When you require quality materials for refining spiritual treasures, you may pluck branches from Jianmu and bamboo from around Kuzhu. Master, what purpose do Jianmu and Kuzhu serve? Qi Bin inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Realizing none among them grasped the significance of Jianmu, Zhou Cheng explained, Jianmu is a supreme innate spiritual root, and its branches are excellent materials for refining spiritual treasures. Its fruits enhance magical power and accelerate comprehension of the wood principle. Kuzhu embodies the soul principle, capable of cloaking one's consciousness, granting you an advantageous position in battle. Do you understand now? Ah, I see. I had only heard of them before, unaware of their functions. And this enhancement would make it nearly viscous. They were thrilled and had no inclination to oppose such a beneficial undertaking. If so, then it is settled. The Heart Demon Pearl and the Illusory God Pearl, which I shall place in the treasure hall. You may deliberate on who requires them, Zhou Cheng stated, producing the two pearls that held no use for him. Qiao and the others, having grown somewhat desensitized, merely murmured in acknowledgement, noticing their lack of excitement. Zhou Cheng felt a twinge of frustration and said, you are aware of the recent terrifying thunder tribulation, correct? They nodded, confirming their knowledge of the event, which had sent shockwaves throughout the primordial realm, especially as it was known that a spiritual treasure had failed to transcend the tribulation. Master, do you know something about it? Monkey Ming asked, prompting them to look toward Zhou Cheng. In a subdued tone, Zhou Cheng replied, at that time, my Five Elements Pagoda was attempting to ascend to a chaotic spiritual treasure but ultimately failed, resulting in the near-total destruction of my belongings within the five-element space. I now possess only a few items, having once had several ponds of innate spiritual liquid, now reduced to less than 10,000 drops. Qiao's jaw dropped in astonishment. Formed from the leaves of the 36th grade chaotic green lotus, born from the chaos that nurtured Pangu, they comprised the Eastern Azure Lotus treasure flag. They then pondered the implications. Even after the Thunder Tribulation had claimed a significant portion of his collection, Zhou Cheng still possessed an impressive array of treasures. Monkey Ming asked, prompting them to look toward Zhou Cheng. In a subdued tone, Zhou Cheng replied, at that time, assuming they were sympathizing with his loss. This time, I will utilize the Five Elements Pagoda as the focal point to arrange the Great Five Elements Celestial Star Gathering Array. It will enhance the spiritual energy of Penglai while allowing the Five Elements Pagoda to absorb the elemental spiritual energy to transform it into innate spiritual liquid, an endeavor that serves two purposes. He declared, that sounds excellent. We have no objections. Qi Bin and the others exchanged glances and agreed. The spiritual energy of Penglai Island was already abundant, capable of forming an array with power akin to innate treasures. It felt surreal, prompting him to kneel once more in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Arise. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Zhou Cheng inquired. No, we have nothing to address, they replied weakly. Zhou Cheng's directives had left them feeling devoid of achievement and responsibility, leading to a sense of failure. Thankfully, their prior efforts in developing Penglai Island had been fruitful, sparing them from serious doubts about their capabilities. You may return to your arrangements. Qi-ao, stay behind, Zhou Cheng instructed. Once Qi Bin and the others departed, he declared, that sounds excellent. We have no objections. Qi Bin and the others exchanged glances and agreed. The spiritual energy of Penglai Island was already abundant. I have procured 5 elements treasures for you. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qi-ao knelt, tears in his eyes, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. I am deeply appreciative of your efforts. Rise. You are my disciple, and I shall concern myself with you, Zhou Cheng said, gently lifting him with a wave of his hand. He then presented the 5 elements flags before Qi-ao, stating, these are the 5 elements flags. Formed from the leaves of the 36th grade chaotic green lotus, born from the chaos that nurtured Pangu. They comprise the Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Flag, the Western Pure Cloud Realm Flag, the Southern Flame Light Flag, the Northern Xian Yuan Water Control Flag, and your father's Central Earth Yellow Flag. All are exceptional innate spiritual treasures, united to form the innate 5 elements cycle destruction great array, possessing power that rivals, if not exceeds, that of innate treasures. Exercise caution in their use. I now entrust them to you for protection. Qi-ao was familiar with the Central Earth Yellow Flag, having previously sought to utilize its water principle to grasp the 5 elements principle due to his struggles with comprehension. He had returned it to the Primordial Qilin before the impending battle, never expecting Zhou Cheng to gift him 5 treasures of equal caliber, capable of forming an array with power akin to innate treasures. It felt surreal, prompting him to kneel once more in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Arise. It is my possession of the 5 elements pagoda that allows me to bestow these upon you. Worry not about anything else, Zhou Cheng reassured him. Exercise caution in their use. I now entrust them to you for protection. Qi-ao was familiar with the Central Earth Yellow Flag. Venture forth to explore the primordial realm. Isolation cannot compare to traversing the world, Zhou Cheng advised. Understood, Master, Qi-ao replied, filled with excitement at the prospect of closely observing Zhou Cheng's array formation, which would enhance his understanding of the craft. Zhou Cheng, not forgetting Qi Bin and the others, called for anyone wishing to observe to come forth. Once assembled, Zhou Cheng soared into the sky, placing the 5 elements pagoda beside the Huang Zhongli tree. And he recalled that the 3 pure ones were soon to emerge. It dawned on him, much to his chagrin, that he had yet to visit Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun, knowing that any hesitation could jeopardize the success of his endeavor. Even as a late-stage primordial golden immortal, Zhou Cheng found himself straining under the weight of the final hand seals. Qi-ao and the others shared in his struggle, their concern mounting. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng completed all the necessary seals, arranging the auxiliary array eyes and connecting them to the 5 elements pagoda. In an instant, a vibrant halo erupted from Penglai Island, soaring until it vanished from sight, leaving behind strands of sunlight and starlight that fell and dissipated above the island. Everyone, especially Qi-ao and Zhou Cheng, felt the surge of spiritual energy on Penglai Island, causing Qi Bin and the others to erupt in excitement. Zhou Cheng, unfazed by their commotion, withdrew to enter a state of seclusion, confident that Qi Bin and the others would manage the remaining affairs. Once Zhou Cheng departed, Qi Bin and the others wasted no time in organizing their tasks, demonstrating their utility and alleviating Zhou Cheng's concerns about logistics. Returning to the base of the Huang Zhongli tree, Zhou Cheng contemplated his next steps in seclusion. His cultivation could not be significantly enhanced in the short term. Instead, he aimed to refine his divine abilities and the primordial staff. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Cheng restored his magical energy and entered a state of closed-door cultivation. The passage of 10,000 years swiftly unfolded. Zhou Cheng awoke, having completely refined the Hunyuan staff and mastered 108 divine abilities to a consummate level, enabling him to wield them at will. At this juncture, Zhou Cheng found himself less reliant on these abilities in combat. Qi Bin and the others wasted no time in organizing their tasks, demonstrating their utility and alleviating Zhou Cheng's concerns about logistics. Zhou Cheng aspired to deepen his understanding of these abilities in order to elucidate them for Qi-ao and the others. Time passed, and he recalled that the 3 pure ones were soon to emerge. It dawned on him, much to his chagrin, that he had yet to visit Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun, beyond doubt, was the most magnificent mountain range in the primordial world, second only to the Buzhou Mountain, and it was rich in spiritual treasures and roots. However, reflecting on the considerable time elapsed since the 3 pure ones had emerged until Hongjun's teachings, Zhou Cheng's desire to visit Kunlun waned. If the Lord of Kunlun had only a few fine treasures, his own visit would yield little more than the mountain's abundant spiritual energy, which held no allure for him. Disregarding these thoughts, Zhou Cheng prepared to emerge from his seclusion to impart teachings at the Seeking Tao sect for millennia. He resolved to hold a lecture there in the future. Upon exiting his retreat, he promptly arrived at his designated lectern, a platform specially constructed at his request by Qi Bin and the others. This lectern was one of only 11. With Zhou Cheng's positioned at the highest and most central location, the others were available for Qi Bin, the Great Luo Golden Immortals, and others. But Zhou Cheng's was uniquely reserved for himself. 10 years hence, I shall commence my lecture on the Great Tao. You are all welcome to attend, Zhou Cheng proclaimed, amplifying his voice with magical power to resonate throughout Penglai Island. He then sat in silence, awaiting the moment. A decade passed, and even Qi Bin, stationed at Hongjun Island, returned. Zhou Cheng remained silent. He was not concerned about any issues arising at Hongjun Island, for he believed Qi Bin could handle any potential troubles. Time has come. I shall begin my lecture. You must listen attentively. This time, no extraordinary phenomena such as the earth-embracing lotus appeared. Instead, rings of elemental light emanated from Zhou Cheng's mouth, warming the audience and enabling them to rapidly comprehend and elevate their understanding. As time unfolded, Zhou Cheng's teachings grew increasingly profound. Golden Immortals below the Great Luo awakened, followed by Tai Golden Immortals, and soon even the Great Luo Golden Immortals began to feel the pressure. Gradually, Zhou Cheng completed his discourse on the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, transitioning to the path of the demonic gods, prompting all but Qi Ao among the Great Luo to withdraw. Ultimately, Zhou Cheng managed to conclude his lecture, and Qi Bin and the others barely managed to keep pace with his insights. When he finished, a millennium had elapsed. This lecture concludes here. You may return to contemplate what you have learned, Zhou Cheng declared before departing. Thank you, sect leader. We bid you farewell. Qi Bin and the others expressed their gratitude. Upon returning to the assembly hall, Zhou Cheng summoned Qi Ao. After this retreat, you shall venture into the primordial realm. It will soon become lively. Without waiting for Qi Ao's response, he dismissed him. In the ensuing days, Zhou Cheng refrained from further seclusion, as his strength had reached a bottleneck, constrained by the heavenly Tao suppression, making it impossible for him to strive for the saint realm. He retrieved a long-forgotten wine gourd and ventured to the garden on the outskirts of Penglai Island, where he frolicked and drank with the newly emerged disciples of the Seeking Tao sect. Time slipped by, with batches of young disciples cycling through, and a millennium passed. One day, while reveling in their merriment, Zhou Cheng sensed the emergence of the three pure ones from Kunlun Mountain on the eastern continent. From the summit of Kunlun, three streams of primordial pure energy surged upward, forming the Triad Formation, a magnificent spectacle announcing their arrival to the primordial world. I am Laozi. I am Yuan Shi. I am Tong Tian. With a thunderous roar, the heavenly Tao attempted to unleash a transformation tribulation, but it was nullified by the merits of their primordial creation. Before the tribulation could fully materialize, it dissipated. The three figures manifested: an elderly man with flowing white hair, a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, a middle-aged man with hair tied back, at the pinnacle of early-stage Great Luo, and a youthful figure, also at the pinnacle of early-stage Great Luo. Second brother, third brother, elder brother, third brother, elder brother, second brother. After exchanging greetings, they shared a hearty laugh and retreated to the Three Pure Ones' palace for further seclusion. Now, the primordial realm was poised for excitement. Zhou Cheng pondered how Qi Ao would fare. Upon sensing the Three Pure Ones' aura fade, he mused. Qi Ao had long since taken his leave 5,000 years prior, as Zhou Cheng had encouraged him to explore the primordial continent, a venture he eagerly anticipated, having rarely visited since his emergence. As Zhou Cheng had surmised, a century later, two serpentine figures ascended from Buzhou Mountain, soaring into the sky. In a secluded area of Buzhou Mountain, two serpents, one following the other, soared aloft, coalescing into a Tai Chi-like form, striving against the heavenly Tao's suppression, preparing for transformation. The serpents exhibited remarkable potential, invoking a 9-9 heavenly tribulation. In their efforts, the larger serpent shielded the smaller, wielding a zither as they faced the tribulation together. Ultimately emerging unscathed, they transformed into a man and a woman, the man exuding an air of scholarly elegance, while the woman radiated grace and nobility. They were Fushi and Enhua, elder brother. younger sister. The two exchanged smiles before retreating into their cave for further cultivation. Simultaneously, on the Sun Star, two three-legged fire crows soared into the heavens with a resounding cry. As they transformed, the heavenly tribulation approached. Unfazed, one of the fire crows cast forth its innate treasure, enveloping both, allowing them to pass through the tribulation unharmed. A stream of pure energy descended, and they successfully transformed. One wielded the river map and Luo book, exuding an aura of dominance, known as the Emperor Lord, while the other, brandishing the chaos bell, boisterously rang it, declaring their arrival to the primordial world. Zhou Cheng also heard the resounding toll of the chaos bell, chuckling lightly. How audacious! Yet, it suits your character. Subsequently, during a Yuan Hui gathering, news of various innate demonic gods emerging into the world swept through the primordial realm, each one a great Luo golden immortal. Many emerged from the spiritual mountains of the eastern continent, though other continents also bore witness to some formidable presences. From the direction of the western continent, three radiant manifestations, each rivaling the three pure ones, emerged, one from the northern sea and several from the south, though none were particularly remarkable. Zhou Cheng recognized them all. They were those who would achieve great renown in later generations. Gradually, those destined to emerge did so, and the primordial realm began to bustle with activity, accompanied by an increase in conflicts. Zhou Cheng was mildly surprised to sense a presence from the eastern sea that matched the aura of Emperor Jun's emergence. Upon detecting the essence of the Supreme Yang, he realized it belonged to Dong Wang Gong, the future loser in the primordial power struggle. However, Zhou Cheng felt vexed by the absence of the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan. Logically, their emergence should not lag behind Emperor Jun's, as they were the true descendants of Pangu and were likely to emerge contemporaneously with the three pure ones. Yet, Zhou Cheng had not sensed their presence at all. He speculated about the Pangu Hall, the entity suppressing them. They must have emerged within its confines, failing to emit a remarkable aura to announce their arrival. Only this explanation accounted for why Zhou Cheng could not perceive their emergence. Afterward, Zhou Cheng chose to disregard these matters. He was nearing the completion of merging the laws of war and the five elements. During this time, although he indulged in leisure, he was simultaneously integrating the paths he had cultivated, merging the primary laws into his own. Only through this synthesis could he advance further. Moreover, he had successfully fused the paths of the Chaos Demon Ape and the Five Elements Demon God. The entire process was not overly arduous. After reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, one traversed the path of the laws, and by comprehending these laws and forming a complete and perfect law, one could achieve a state of regulation, ultimately attaining the Great Tao. This was a well-known path to ascendance among the demonic gods, and Zhou Cheng was also treading this path. However, his laws consisted of three distinct aspects, somewhat convoluted and abundant, necessitating careful selection and relinquishment. Thus, Zhou Cheng chose to focus on the principles of the five elements in combat, treating the concept of time merely as an auxiliary tool. He had already begun the process of disseminating the principles of time after much contemplation. The significance of the time principle was too profound for him to abandon lightly, and it took him considerable time to arrive at this resolution. Consequently, Zhou Cheng integrated the combat principle into a comprehensive strategy, akin to the three-corpse technique of Hongjun, which spans from the Earth Immortal Realm to the Saint Realm. Although Zhou Cheng was unfamiliar with the specifics of the three-corpse technique, his combat strategy diverged from conventional principles, allowing it to assimilate into the laws themselves. Ultimately, through rigorous cultivation, he aimed to forge a complete and perfected principle, paving an unconventional path in his practice. It rendered the principles tangible and no longer elusive. In addition to the combat strategy, Zhou Cheng also devised a five-element strategy. However, he found himself unable to create a singular five-elements principle, only achieving a level akin to previous techniques, reaching the stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, instead of attaining the perfection that the five-element strategy promised. This was a source of great regret for him. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng did come to comprehend an additional body technique, the five elements combat body, which allowed him to practice both the five elements and combat principles in harmony, enhancing the efficacy of his cultivation. However, grasping both principles simultaneously was a formidable challenge. Previously, without the dual foundational sources, Zhou Cheng would have been incapable of understanding both principles. This combat body technique remained a mystery as to who else might be able to cultivate it. for now. Only Zhou Cheng could practice it, yet he felt no need to start anew, having already charted his course. Presently, he merged the combat principle with the 5 elements principle, allowing them to function both independently and in unison, enabling him to interchangeably utilize both principles as he pleased. This became Zhou Cheng's most significant achievement during this period, enhancing his combat prowess by 20%. At this moment, while he did not dare claim to surpass Yang Mei, he was confident that even in confrontation, he would neither be defeated nor succumb entirely. A Yuan meeting had passed, and Zhou Cheng completed his cultivation, ready to impart teachings once more to the seekers of the Tao. This time, he intended to share all the techniques he had comprehended. Zhou Cheng shared the techniques he had recently developed, planting a seed in those disciples still in a state of vague cultivation. But he would ultimately respect his disciples' wishes, hoping that he would pursue the combat principle, thus fostering a sense of legacy in his teachings. Chapter 92, The Red Butt Monkey. After a century, I shall commence my teachings on the great Tao. Those with time may come. Once Zhou Cheng made this decision, he set his plans into motion. The sect leader is once again teaching the great Tao. I must secure a favorable position. I shall go too. Ready to impart teachings once more to the seekers of the Tao. This time, he intended to share all the techniques he had comprehended, a widely acknowledged truth on the island. Thus, they were fervently enthusiastic about attending Zhou Cheng's lectures. Even newly born disciples were brought by their mothers to listen, regardless of their understanding, merely hoping that their children might embark on the path of cultivation and gain an early advantage. Witnessing the enthusiasm of the disciples on Primordial Island, Zhou Cheng felt a sense of joy. A century had passed. He began his teachings directly. The Tao is profound and enigmatic, resembling the Tao, yet not the Tao. Mysterious, yet not entirely so. This captivated the arriving disciples, deepening their comprehension and facilitating their grasp of Zhou Cheng's teachings. Following his customary practice, he first elucidated the methods of cultivation, detailing how to cultivate for maximal effect, transitioning from the Earth Immortal to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, reinforcing their understanding along the way. He then introduced the insights into the principles, explaining how to perceive them and outlining possible shortcuts, emphasizing the importance of spiritual treasures and the realms of principles. Subsequently, he imparted his own insights on the combat, 5 elements, and time principles, sharing crucial pathways to understanding these laws, enabling them to cultivate independently. Those capable of comprehension would benefit from further nurturing, while those unable to grasp the principles would at least be informed of their characteristics, aiding in defense against adversaries wielding these laws. Finally, Zhou Cheng shared the